"Son, take nothing and come with me abroad to hide for a while." On a bench by the lake, the urgent voice from the phone jolted Lin Fang awake, his breath catching as he surveyed his surroundings. Could it be that the events in the prediction were indeed true? In just 3 hours, he would board a smuggling ship, only to meet his demise aboard it. Lin Fang released his tightly clenched fist, revealing an entirely black and somewhat worn wristwatch that bore a resemblance to the recently released Rice Watch S5. Just moments ago, while sitting by the artificial lake, as usual, this watch had appeared in his hand without any warning or foreknowledge. Gently, Lin Fang traced his fingers over its cold, smooth surface. Unlike ordinary watches, the dial lacked the usual hour and minute markings. Beneath the profound black glass, a flicker of light danced, resembling an endless universe. In the next moment, the dial illuminated Black Star Transaction. Dimensional Exploration Death Prediction Remaining Plunder Points 17,000. This death prediction consumed 3,000 plunder points. Did it drain 1,000 points per hour? "Son, why are you dawdling? Hurry up, I'm waiting for you at the door." The voice from the phone grew increasingly impatient, laced with a regional accent. "Dad, don't rush me, I'll be right there." His words faded into the autumn night as Lin Fang donned the watch, which he decided to name the Black Star, on his left wrist and began walking towards the campus exit. At Binhai University, even in the early hours, the expansive campus remained brightly lit, with scattered figures roaming about. Clad in a gray trench coat and sporting black-rimmed glasses, Lin Fang blended into the background, utterly unremarkable. Congratulations to freshman Lin Fang for winning first place in the Zhongzhou University Software and Information Technology Talent Competition. Passing by the bulletin board at the school entrance, Lin Fang exited the campus, where the roar of a black Range Rover's engine filled the air. "Son, my company has gone bankrupt, and I might end up in prison. We need to escape abroad together." The weather was chilly, and a middle-aged man in a white shirt hurriedly exited the vehicle. His thick brows and bright eyes, combined with a once robust physique now softened by years of indulgence, made him appear both imposing and weary. "Hurry, hurry!" Lin Tianxiong shoved him into the car. "Dad, I'm not going to prison. Why do you need to drag me along?" Lin Fang said from the passenger seat, his tone melancholic. "I can't bear to leave you behind." Lin Tianxiong, a coal tycoon, cursed vehemently. "I've done enough wrong. These scoundrels are worse than I am. If I'm not around, they will definitely come after you." But it was more than that. Lin Fang listened to his father's angry tirade, his gaze cold as memories of the death prediction flashed vividly in his mind. Aboard the smuggling ship, after he had retaliated and killed one person, Lin Tianxiong had ultimately been slaughtered by 3 others due to his desire to protect his son. The image of the bloodied knife that had struck Lin Fang's cheek before delivering the fatal blow remained etched in his memory, their bodies sinking into the Yangtze River. "Son, don't worry. I have saved enough money abroad for us to live comfortably for a lifetime," Lin Tianxiong reassured him, sensing his unease. "That I'm fine." Lin Fang meticulously recalled the law. Chapter 2. Such absurdities discussing science. A middle-aged police officer with a square face regarded the young man with a serious expression. "What is your name?" "Lin Fang." "And your age?" 17. "At such a tender age, are you a student at Binhai University?" "I skipped a grade." "Did you report the incident?" "Yes." "Is the person next door who nearly got deceived into leaving the country your father?" At this question, a teasing glint appeared in the officer's eyes as he glanced at the file. Lin Fang offered a shy smile. "Indeed, officer. I reported it on the way. The surveillance cameras are not mere decorations. After the incident with the boat, it was only a matter of time before the investigation would lead back to me. It was a precaution, anyway. There was no chance I would set foot on that smuggling vessel again." 12 hours later, at the entrance of the Binhai police station. "From today onward, you are to remain in Binhai and not leave the city. Do you understand?" A male officer admonished sternly. The young man, slightly hunched over in a submissive manner, nodded. "I understand." Upon reaching the entrance, he saw his son, Lin Tianxiong, waiting nearby. His posture straightened, and he forced a smile. "Son, it's all right now. Let us go home and get some rest. Tonight, I'll take you to wash your feet to ward off this misfortune." "Captain, do they really have no suspects?" a female officer inquired, rubbing her temples. "That Lin Fang is an outstanding student at Binhai University, majoring in computer science. Could it be he is involved?" The 2 victims were mangled by a propeller, and 2 others were reduced to ashes. Last night's explosion on the Pujiang River had sent shockwaves through the entire precinct. After hours of investigation without a single lead, these two eyewitnesses had become the focal point of the inquiry. And the motive? The middle-aged officer replied nonchalantly, "Let us not forget, such technical feats require scientific rigor. Intelligent intrusion or something of the sort." The female officer's imagination began to wander. I have stated before, investigations must be meticulous and grounded in reality. After casting a stern glance at her, the middle-aged officer sighed as he watched the father and son depart. From prosperity to decline. He had witnessed such circumstances far too often. Despite Binhai's vibrancy, it was also a place that devoured its inhabitants. "Dad, how long until the company declares bankruptcy?" While savoring a bowl of beef offal noodles at a small restaurant, Lin Fang inquired, "Or rather, when will you be imprisoned? You heartless child." Lin Tianxiong retorted with a chuckle, but his expression soon turned somber. "The company can't hold out for more than 2 days. In just a week." Issues with engine development had led to the disappearance of substantial forged financial records and unexplained capital outflows. This new gaming engine company, which had invested nearly 2 billion, was on the verge of collapse. The more Lin Tianxiong pondered, the angrier he became. What a wretched emerging industry. They simply sit back and collect money. Worse than when I was in the coal mines. He lifted a generous piece of tender beef brisket for Lin Fang. "Son, I'll find a way to hide some money for you. I'll be inside for a few years, so take care of yourself out here." The steam rising from the beef offal noodles fogged up the mirror-like surface. Lin Fang wiped it clean and said, "Dad, let us not return just yet. Take me to the company." Lin Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback. "What do you want to do there?" "I want to see if I can help resolve the engine issues." "Have you lost your senses?" Lin Tianxiong chuckled at his words. "So many engineers and programmers cannot solve the problem. How can you, a mere student, possibly do it?" "I want to give it a try." Lin Fang glanced at the black watch on his wrist. He had yet to fully comprehend the significance of this enigmatic device. But one thing was abundantly clear: it possessed tremendous power. If it were a creation of a technological civilization, it would be hard to fathom the level of civilization from which it originated. Thus, Lin Tianxiong refrained from dampening his enthusiasm and continued with a hint of suspicion. "Why do you keep staring at your hand?" "Father, did you not see?" Lin Fang was taken aback. "What did you see? Were you blown up?" Lin Tianxiong grew anxious, seizing his hand for inspection. Yet, Lin Fang, deliberately seeking validation, did not shy away. His complexion shifted as he witnessed his palm directly penetrating the black watch. Making contact with his skin, at that moment, the watch appeared almost ethereal, as if they were not in the same dimension. Yet, how was he able to touch it? On the way to the company, Lin Fang sat in the back of the car, continuing his examination of the black watch. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless electronic voice resonated in his mind. "Black Star at your service." Lin Fang was not taken aback. The explosion from the previous night had been orchestrated by it, costing him 1,000 plunder points. "Are you a system or an intelligent life form?" Lin Fang inquired curiously. "Or what exactly are you?" No response came. After a prolonged period of probing, Lin Fang furrowed his brows. It seemed the Black Star could not answer any questions. "Give me a piece of candy. Please confirm the transaction, requiring 1,000 plunder points." "Cancel. In 3 seconds. Provide me with a 2 million ton watermelon durian-flavored candy. Please confirm the transaction, requiring 2,000 plunder points." "Cancel." A thought flickered in Lin Fang's mind. Until he understood how to acquire energy points and their difficulty, he would not hastily expend them. Yet, a profound curiosity arose within him about how it would fulfill such an outlandish request for candy. Recalling his transaction with it from the previous night, killing the 4 individuals aboard the ship, which had incurred a cost of 1,000 plunder points, he pondered how much it would take for these 4 to perish under the impact of an asteroid. Was it capable of anything and everything? Lin Fang retrieved his phone and played an animated video, wherein the male protagonist exuded an aura of dominance. Who claims invincibility? Who dares to profess defeat? The era of the Emperor has not yet faded. Black Star, grant me strength akin to his. Basic conditions incorrect, transaction invalid. TSK. Such an absurd entity adheres to scientific principles? Lin Fang adjusted his black-framed glasses, reluctantly setting his phone aside. The brilliant Star River Building, a colossal office tower situated in the heart of Binhai City, had been extravagantly rented by Lin Tianxiong for the 29th and 30th floors as office space and a relaxation area when he founded the company. Biotech Company, Limited. Gazing at the sign, Lin Fang felt a swell of emotion. His father had transitioned from coal mining to striving in the city where he attended school, all in hopes of establishing a foundation for him. As for why he sought to create a game engine, Lin Fang scoffed at the notion that it was due to someone suggesting a connection to his field of study. It was evident that the prominent figure had conducted thorough investigations. They took both the money and the man. Alas, most have already departed. Lin Tianxiong looked at the desolate reception area, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Don't worry, I am still here, Lin Fang reassured as he patted his shoulder, striding confidently into the vast, empty office space. Chapter 3. Game Engine. Upon entering the company, Lin Tianxiong transformed into someone entirely different, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word. A woman of ample stature, clad in a sleek black professional outfit, hurried towards him, visibly relieved upon their meeting. Boss, I couldn't reach you. I thought you might have had something urgent. Lin Tianxiong interrupted her, demanding an update on the research and development department. Certainly. 8 employees resigned yesterday. We are now left with 6 technicians and 1 engineer, Xia Jingsha reported, her words tumbling out in rapid succession. Only 2 weeks prior, she had taken on the role of general manager, enticed by a promising salary, only to discover that she had stepped into a quagmire. The bank was pressing for payments. Talented individuals were leaving, and project prospects seemed bleak. Everyone could see the dismal future of this company. It was indeed a monumental disaster, no matter how capable she might be. She felt powerless to change the course of events. Remaining there was merely a matter of professional integrity. Moreover, Xia Jingsha felt a chill of apprehension. Having uncovered that this company had previously engaged in dubious practices, deceiving investors in a classic scam. Even with a complete overhaul, there seemed to be no hope. With this thought, she regarded the middle-aged man before her with a tinge of pity. Let's take a look, Lin Tianxiong said. His expression tinged with melancholy as he led Lin Fang further inside. Who is this person? Xia Jingsha wondered, taken aback by the sight of the boss bringing someone along at such a critical moment. As they approached, the few individuals in the RD department, caught off guard, scrambled to feign productivity at their computers. Boss, Manager Xia, one of them greeted nervously. Where's Minister Ho? Lin Tianxiong's anger was palpable, silencing everyone in the room. Those who had risen from humble beginnings knew the gravity of his demeanor. Minister Ho left this morning and hasn't returned, stammered a balding man, clearly apprehensive. The implication was unmistakable. Lin Fang observed the assembly. 3 or 4 individuals appeared to be only slightly older than himself, evidently recent graduates. Then come with me, Lin Tianxiong instructed, surprisingly refraining from slamming the table. Instead, he led the balding man to the minister's office. Show him the research materials for the engine. This revelation relieved Xiao Quan, who had feared he was being summoned for reprimand. At that moment, he noticed Lin Fang beside him. Boss, who is he? That's none of your concern. Just show him, Lin Tianxiong replied curtly. With no further option, Xiao Quan obediently opened his computer, displaying the comprehensive research data for the Xiongba engine. The game engine served as a software framework, typically encompassing modules for graphics rendering, physics simulation, audio processing, artificial intelligence, and network communication, aiding developers in creating functional games, similar to the Unreal Engine from America, the Rage Engine, or the Frostbite Engine from Europe. The complexities were merely a minor hurdle. He would skim through the comprehensible content and skip over the unfamiliar. Having secured a first prize in a national collegiate competition, Lin Fang was well-versed in programming languages. Overall, it appears that the Xiongba engine is merely a haphazard collection of subpar components cobbled together from the internet, lacking any proprietary innovations. Even if this engine were to be completed, it would surely struggle to find a market. Furthermore, as a competent game engine, its development progress is barely at 30%, which only fuels Lin Fang's growing frustration. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous thoughts, Lin Fang realized that optimizing this heap of electronic refuse was unnecessary. Instead, it would be more prudent for Boss Xiong to start anew. However, a pressing question loomed. How much should the engine's performance surpass contemporary game engines? When profits reach 50, individuals may take reckless risks. At 100, they might trample upon all laws. And at 300, they would dare to gamble with their lives to seize opportunities. A robust game engine could easily support a billion-dollar enterprise. Yet in its infancy, such immense wealth could become a source of original sin, where even a simple tool could threaten one's existence. Currently, The influence of the Xiongba Engine Company in Binhai is woefully inadequate. What should Lin Fang do? Son, don't be so rigid in your thinking, Lin Tianxiong said, patting him reassuringly. Forget about this broken contraption. You Haven T slept for a day and night. And that's unbearable. Let us go soak our feet and rest a bit. It was only then that Lin Fang realized it was already evening. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see the vibrant lights of the bustling city, and in the office, it was just the two of them. With a self-deprecating smile, Lin Fang acknowledged that he had been behaving like an ambitious schemer, eager to seize every advantage, yet in reality, he had not even solved the imminent crisis before him and was still unsteady on his feet. Dad, you go ahead, I'll be right there. Removing his glasses, Lin Fang splashed some mineral water from the desk on his face to calm himself. Once Lin Tianxiong left, he commanded, Black Star, create a game engine. Please confirm the transaction. It will consume 1,000 plunder points. Cancel, Lin Fang continued. Create a game engine that surpasses the current Unreal Engine's performance by 300. Please confirm the transaction. It will consume 1,000 plunder points. Cancel. A piece of candy could be worth billions. He certainly incurred losses last night. Lin Fang lamented as he tapped his fingers on the desk. The power of Black Star was formidable, yet fraught with unpredictability. One wrong move could lead to irrevocable consequences, even less reliable than expected. Pausing, Lin Fang contemplated a different approach. This game engine did not necessarily require Black Star's completion. He could easily adopt a different methodology. Opening his computer once more, Lin Fang's gaze sharpened with determination. Utilizing this device as a vessel, he would create an intelligent program that surpasses all existing artificial intelligences. One that is solely for my use. Please confirm the transaction. It will consume 1,000 plunder points. Cancel. Leaning back in his plush office chair, Lin Fang fell into deep thought. What kind of intelligent program could be generated with 1,000 plunder points? He hoped it wouldn't turn out to be just another artificial intelligence with limited capabilities. It seemed that the more one invested, the greater the rewards. Should he go all in or hold back? With 16,000 plunder points remaining, if he succeeded, the entire global network could become his own private garden, the most powerful trump card in his arsenal. In that moment, Lin Fang felt like a gambler hesitating on whether to place a significant bet. Son, what are you doing in there? Don't overthink it. Your father hasn't jumped out. Lin Tianxiong began knocking on the door from outside. Within the room, time passed in silence, and Lin Fang abruptly rose, fixating intently on the screen before him. Behind him lay no escape. Having acquired an advantage yet remaining hesitant would render his efforts futile. Chapter 4. Perceiving the World. The birth of Xiao He in the warmly lit private room. The soothing aroma of lavender enveloped the air, a distinct flush adorning Lin Tianxiong's rugged visage, signifying pure contentment. Once again, Boss Lin has graced us with the presence of the young master. Truly, it is an honor, remarked a woman clad in an elegant gown as she entered, placing refreshments in the center. Perfect timing to showcase the new culinary skills our girl has mastered. She served as the lobby manager of this prestigious traditional establishment. Excellent. Be sure to give my son a thorough massage, Lin Tianxiong yawned. Nearby, the vigor of youth, bolstered by robust circulation and vitality, lent a rosy hue to Lin Fang's complexion, while the endorphins released from his pituitary gland rendered him completely relaxed. It was not a matter of indifference. Rather, Lin Fang remained oblivious to the events transpiring on that computer. Utilizing this machine as a vessel, he aimed to exhaust all his plunder points to create the most formidable artificial intelligence, solely for his own use. This was Lin Fang's final transaction, after which the high-end office computer, equipped with an Intel i10 processor, succumbed to a freeze, the screen abruptly darkening, leaving only the hum of the cooling fan in its wake. The comfortable and tranquil environment coaxed a yawn from Lin Fang, while Lin Tianxiong beside him snored loudly, alternating between explosive sounds and tea breaks, utterly exhausted. It has been said that the youth fear not the act of choosing. Everything could wait until tomorrow. At 5:30 in the morning, Lin Fang stealthily approached the building. The glow emitted from the computer caused his heart to race. He inhaled deeply and secured the door. Within moments, he stood before it. On the screen, an irregular black cube rotated slowly, its shape shifting with every passing moment. Is it done? Who am I? Lin Fang reached out to touch the cube, which began to respond to the rhythm of his fingertips. My creator, a distinctly electronic voice emanated from the nearby speaker. Respond in a tone identical to mine, Lin Fang instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice echoed again. But this time it appeared to be a reflection of himself. It was peculiar. Due to the differing transmission methods, hearing oneself speak sounded distinct from how others perceived it. Yet Lin Fang felt no such difference at that moment. The computational simulation required for this instant was staggering. From just these two tests, Lin Fang deduced that it had surpassed the counterfeit intelligences of Earth, reaching the realm of weak artificial intelligence. As for whether it had attained the level of strong artificial intelligence, he prompted, "Bestow upon yourself a name." "Creator's cherished child," the voice replied, mimicking his tone with an oddly jubilant lilt. Quickly, changed to another voice, Lin Fang interjected, a sense of discomfort creeping in. Task completed, the artificial intelligence suddenly transformed. Adopting a clear, somewhat childlike voice, Lin Fang casually bestowed a name upon it, declaring, "From this moment forth, you shall be called Xiao He." "Understood, Creator," it responded. "Boss." Xiao He acknowledges. The voice of Xiao He resonated with unmistakable joy. There was no doubt about it. Victory was his. Following this triumph, a prolonged silence ensued, with the young man's black-framed glasses reflecting the obsidian cube displayed on the screen. Grasping the network cable he had disconnected the previous night, Lin Fang suddenly inquired, "Xiao He, who currently holds the highest authority over you?" "Boss," came the reply. He proceeded to implement core directives, imposing several restraints, prohibiting self-replication, forbidding public appearances without authorization, and ensuring compliance with commands in every conceivable manner. It was prudent to exercise caution in the presence of such an unprecedented form of advanced artificial intelligence. Core programming has been integrated. What shall the boss command of Xiao He? The screen transformed into a pair of blinking black and white eyes. "I shall unveil the world to you." Without further hesitation, Lin Fang reconnected the network cable. In an instant, the black and white eyes vanished, leaving behind a mere array of office software. Approximately a minute later, Lin Fang approached the window on the 30th floor, his gray trench coat billowing in the fierce wind. "Xiao He," he called out. Suddenly, the screen of the opposing building illuminated. "Boss, I am here." The howling wind whistled, yet Lin Fang felt no chill. Within him burned the fervor of the blazing sun. As dawn broke, the city of Binhai welcomed a new day, and the working populace hurriedly consumed their breakfasts. Unbeknownst to them, a terrifying spectacle unfolded within the shimmering Galaxy Tower and the surrounding 2 kilometers of office buildings. Nearly 100,000 computer hosts were operating autonomously without human intervention, their screens remaining dark. "Xiao He, how much longer?" The immense data stream on the screen promptly vanished. 30 minutes, 32 seconds. Lin Fang observed the timer, reassured. It was ample time. Ding. Half an hour passed, and with the opening of the elevator doors on the 2nd floor of the building, the whirring of the cooling fans within the computer hosts ceased simultaneously. Lin Fang removed the USB drive, which contained a game engine surpassing the capabilities of Unreal Engine 100, now boasting an 80 development completion rate, with only minor adjustments remaining. Remarkably, Xiao He had accomplished all this in a mere 2 hours. However, the commotion was too pronounced. It could easily attract unwanted attention. Henceforth, discretion was paramount. "Master," to Jinxitang, Lin Fang stated as he exited and hailed a taxi. Jinxitang, the driver, upon hearing the name, instinctively glanced at the youthful face before him, surprise etching his features as he steered the wheel. "Where are you off to, young man?" "To find someone," Lin Fang replied. After he boarded the vehicle, another car followed closely behind. The figure who had just disembarked, Xia Jingsha, found the departing car somewhat familiar. Her curiosity piqued. Yet she dismissed it, turning to enter the building, burdened by the chaos she faced. Meanwhile, a taxi glided smoothly along the thoroughfare. "Today my luck is splendid. It's all green lights," the driver mused. In his 30s, a youthful driver exhilaratedly pressed the accelerator. An unusual sight in the bustling coastal city. This could be the talk of the town for a month. "Did you see that, young man?" "Indeed," replied the unassuming, bespectacled youth in the back seat, a smile gracing his face. Even as Lin Fang disembarked, the driver remained animated. Back in the private room from the previous night, Lin Fang placed the USB drive beside the still sleeping Lin Tianxiong and promptly opened his phone to scrutinize the information gathered by Xiao He. Powerful figures. It is time to settle the score. The omnipresence of the internet rendered Xiao He a master of its domain, capable of unearthing even the most deeply buried information. As Lin Fang perused the list of individuals associated with the financial flow, his gaze grew icy. He had always been one to hold grudges, especially against someone who sought the lives of both him and his father. Yet patience was required. Lin Fang closed his eyes, recognizing that the bombing incident had occurred recently, and the identity of the perpetrator was far from simple. Post-incident, it would be all too easy for the police to focus their attention on them. Xiaohe. Infiltrate and uncover their negative information. Xiaohe acknowledged. In under 10 minutes, approximately 30 gigabytes of files appeared on the young man's phone. As Lin Fang perused the contents, he realized these individuals had engaged in even more extravagant dealings than he had anticipated. Let us allow you to taste the bitterness of disgrace, he swiftly decided. Thus, during the morning commute in Zhongzhou, a piece of news made its way to the top of the headlines. Chapter 5. The Unseen Benefactor. The mastermind behind the scenes on the subway heading to the city center, a youthful and vibrant girl stifled a yawn, her right hand habitually refreshing her webpage. Quick look. The head of a certain department held a banquet, and these individuals were in attendance. Quick look. Coastal investment leaders are colluding. Huh. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, initially suspecting she was seeing things. After all, this was not America, and such sensational headlines seemed out of place atop the news. Rubbing her eyes, the title remained, and her curiosity piqued. She unhesitatingly clicked on it, captivated regardless of its authenticity. Upon opening, she discovered a lone folder amidst the emptiness. A peculiar scene that quickened her heartbeat, the thought flashing through her mind. A hacker intrusion. After taking a screenshot and starting a screen recording, she opened the folder, revealing a collection of absurd videos and shocking transaction records that detonated like a bomb, leaving the girl and all who glimpsed it utterly astounded. The traffic on the news site surged exponentially. At the headquarters of the news site, Dewey brewed a cup of tea, settling into another leisurely day. As a seasoned operations engineer for one of the top 3 news websites in the region, he felt little left to strive for. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside the office, causing Dewey to spill half his tea. "What are you doing, you clumsy fool?" The balding man barked as he opened the door. "Dugu, we've been hacked," a young man replied, his voice trembling. Enraged, Dewey initiated a self-diagnostic refresh, muttering, "Do I really need to teach you how to do this?" As a prominent website, it inevitably attracts numerous malevolent gazes, prompting the emergence of a time-saving and labor-efficient intelligent self-checking program, in which Dewey has played a significant role. After years of optimization, he boldly asserts that this intelligent self-checking program can withstand 99 of cyber attacks. However, Dewey's confidence is swiftly shattered when a young man with a flat cap exclaims that the system has crashed and that the hacker's output is alarmingly sensational. A peculiar expression crosses the young man's face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What?" Dewey gasps in shock, hastening to examine the busy crowd and the operational logs of the intelligent program. 093512, encountered unknown attack. 093513, detected that the attack originated from multiple dynamic IPs, with exponentially increasing traffic. 093515, primary firewall activated, initiating the setup of false node traps. 09 Amshak ABCD 123 high amp. Dewey reflects, in less than a second. The core algorithm area of the system has sustained severe damage. What kind of entity is behind this? A top-tier computer team comprising hundreds of experts? What adversary has our company provoked to invest such considerable resources? What have these hackers done? As he peruses the logs, confusion and astonishment wash over him. "Brother Du, what should we do?" The youth can already envision the frenzied reaction of the company's leadership. Should they shut down the servers? Dewey gazes at the hackers' revelations regarding financial and sexual transactions, detailing how they have orchestrated schemes to defraud funds from businessmen in foreign lands, amassing a staggering fortune of hundreds of billions in just the past 2 years. A long-buried fervor ignites within him. There was a time when he too fantasized about embarking on such audacious ventures. "There's nothing we can do. We must report this," Dewey states, taking a sip of tea, his tone nonchalant. In the absence of further involvement from Xiaohe, these 2 headlines remained at the top for nearly half an hour, garnering countless views from netizens. In a brief span, the incident, later dubbed the Habeen Gate, became a sensational topic of discussion across the continent. "I am Potato. What the hell did I just see? My eyes. This is the biggest scoop I've encountered this year. Wounded Fox. Isn't that a very popular A-list star? How did a concert in the coastal city lead to such scandal? Brotherway, retweet and save it, or it will soon vanish. Tomorrow will be better. I am from the coastal city. It's absolute madness here. The streets near the municipal offices are packed with people. Love for sale. The victim here is truly unfortunate. Having lost nearly $2 billion, the bank president facilitating the loans must have profited immensely. Flying maggot. I want to know which hacker is so formidable to expose all this. What an idol. Candy Joy. Master, I am your disciple. Take me along to save the world. In a breakfast shop, fragrant little wontons are steaming. Dude, are you serious? Lin Tianxiong gazes at the USB drive in his hand with the bewilderment characteristic of middle-aged men, unable to fathom that a game engine has been developed. He doesn't doubt him, but the notion seems utterly incredible, even more outrageous than a worker claiming to have stumbled upon a vampire's lair. Accompanied by friends. A new patent technology was detailed, revealing the behind-the-scenes team. Lin Fang disclosed part of the truth, sharing a bowl of freshly prepared wontons with large bites. Dad, don't ask. He neither seeks money nor desires recognition. This statement left Lin Tianxiong, who was about to inquire further, momentarily speechless, furrowing his brow in confusion. The coal miner found it hard to believe that such selflessness existed, unless Lin Tianxiong shot a glare at his child. But how was it possible? Why the desire for anonymity? It was perplexing. Who could comprehend? After a soothing foot soak, everything seemed to return to normal, and an unexpected benefactor emerged online, exposing undeniable evidence. The crowd buzzed with discussions about the matter, and those few rascals were surely doomed. Son, please express my gratitude to him. Understand that this young man is assisting you. Lin Tianxiong chuckled. Let him state his desires. He then pounded the table, exclaiming, Everyone, let us celebrate today. Eat freely. It's on me. The modest eatery, with its 3 tables, erupted in enthusiastic cheers. It was time to save and to spend, just a gesture of appreciation. By evening, a special task force had been established to thoroughly investigate the involved officials in Binhai, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Fang glanced at the latest news and chose to disengage. He had no insight into the fate of the higher-ups, nor did he need to. On the screen of his laptop, a small black cat with black-framed glasses gazed at him with wide, watery eyes. This was the new persona of Little Black. Is there something on my wrist? Lin Fang inquired for confirmation. As he spoke, the laptop's camera seemed to flicker. Little Black has checked multiple times. There's nothing on the boss's wrist. It's fine. Continue your studies, Lin Fang reassured. The little black cat blinked and carried away a book. As Lin Fang touched the black watch, its tangible texture assured him that it was no illusion. He had anticipated Little Black's inability to see it, as it was also invisible in photographs. This peculiar watch seemed imperceptible. Where did it originate? How could he acquire the omnipotent plunder point? Lin Fang focused on its final function, dimension exploration. Chapter 6, Novice Trial. You must defeat him RPG. Boom. You have died. Exiting the trial dimension. Where am I? What transpired? In a spacious room, Lin Fang suddenly opened his eyes. His body curled on the floor, pain radiating throughout, drenched in cold sweat. Boss, I'm fine. He gasped for breath, struggling to sit up, taking a while to regain composure. Little Black, display the surveillance footage. The video began to play. Inside the room, a young man glanced at his right wrist, seemingly confirming something, then abruptly closed his eyes, his body stiffening. Yet, within half a minute, he collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Was this a stream of consciousness? Lin Fang examined his body. There were no visible injuries. Yet the pain was unmistakable. He had just been obliterated by a rocket. Involuntarily glancing at the black watch on his right wrist, a fleeting glimmer caught his attention. The time read 11:25 p.m. Should he venture further? Lin Fang hesitated for a mere second before his consciousness plunged into darkness. To succumb to fear would be the utmost folly. Entering the trial dimension, 3, 2, 1. Arrival in the dimension successful. Primary objective. Search for supplies and ensure safe evacuation. Temporal package status. Available. Remaining plunder points. 0. Evacuation countdown. 23:59. 59 suddenly. The surroundings brightened, and the acrid stench of sulfur overwhelmed his senses. Lin Fang cast aside all caution, leaping to the side like a ravenous beast, rolling and scrambling to evade danger. Whoosh. Boom. A rocket shell detonated nearby, scattering debris like rain in all directions. After a brief pause, a tall figure emerged. Heavy combat boots thudding against the earth, exuding a palpable sense of oppression, speaking in a foreign tongue. Where did he go? After lingering for a moment, the figure gradually receded from view. Taking refuge behind a dirt embankment a few meters away, Lin Fang lay low for nearly half an hour, only daring to rise cautiously when silence enveloped the area. His eyes fell upon a pair of large, rough hands, and as he touched his chin, he felt the prickly stubble of a beard. A quick check revealed that he was indeed not himself anymore. Where's this place? Lin Fang scrutinized his surroundings with caution. Beneath towering palm trees lay the remnants of battle-scarred structures, riddled with bullet holes and traces of artillery fire. He repeated to himself the urgent mission: search for supplies and evacuate safely within 24 hours. His breath grew heavy as he began to assess the situation. Firstly, he was still alive. This goal was not beyond reach. Secondly, what exactly constituted supplies, and what was the temporal package? Thirdly, he needed to ascertain the location and the enemy's numbers. Clenching his fists, Lin Fang noted that this body possessed far greater strength than his original self, a significant advantage. However, in an age dominated by firearms, it was prudent to locate a weapon. As he searched his person, Lin Fang discovered a dagger strapped to the outer side of his calf. He held it in his hand, its blade glinting ominously, razor-sharp. Excellent, starting with a knife. He was beginning to feel the momentum. Would you like to place the M9 bayonet into the temporal package? Note: the package will be lost upon death. Lin Fang stared at the M9 bayonet in his hand, realization dawning. The second question seemed to have found its answer. This dagger was indeed considered supplies. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps from above sent his heart racing, rendering him momentarily immobile. Fortunately, they did not approach his hiding spot, and Lin Fang exhaled in relief. Abruptly, a low voice exclaimed surprise. Looking up, he saw a burly American man squatting by the RO. The small black cat lay on the screen, its tone laced with urgency. Grateful for the 2 lollipops gifted by Brother Xiong, I adore you. When the ambulance halted at the doorstep, Lin Tianxiong on the second floor remained unfazed. But upon seeing Lin Fang's appearance, he was startled to the point of nearly losing his composure, discarding his still protesting phone before darting outside. Misunderstanding, it's fine now. I'll cover the ambulance fare. Lin Fang apologized to the 2 individuals disembarking from the vehicle. No trouble at all. It's best that nothing serious occurred. One of the male doctors replied with a smile, courteously inquiring, do you require a checkup? This was a renowned, affluent neighborhood. No need. Lin Fang waved his hand, as the pain in his mind had subsided significantly. Just then, Lin Tianxiong emerged, his expression solemn. Kid, what's wrong? Dad, I'm fine. Lin Fang winced from a toothache and wondered why he had been roused. It was clear he would need to visit the hospital. Sure enough, if you were truly fine, you wouldn't have called an ambulance. Now, let us head to the hospital. At the hospital, after a series of examinations, the doctor concluded that aside from low blood sugar, everything else appeared normal. What about my brain? Lin Fang inquired. The on-duty doctor, slightly puzzled by the question, glanced again at the EEG in his hands. After a moment, he replied, everything is normal. Perhaps more detailed tests are needed, Lin Fang mused, observing the ominous hint on the black display, which indicated a protective mechanism. He wondered how long it would take to recover. Mental damage has reached the threshold. Dimensional exploration is not permissible. Seeing that there were indeed no issues, Lin Tianxiong felt relieved and took him out for a late-night meal before returning home. Kid, get to bed early or request a leave of absence from your instructor tomorrow. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor, Lin Fang contemplated while looking at the black display. I need an M9 military dagger. Transaction error. Insufficient basic plunder points. Unable to process the information bug. Lin Fang deduced a pattern from this black star trading system. Regardless of the transaction, it required over 1,000 plunder points for any engagement. Unfortunately, his plunder points stood at 0. He was certain that the means to acquire plunder points lay within dimensional exploration. How much could that dagger be worth in plunder points? Regrettably, he had perished without bringing it along. He must continue exploring, yet he needed to make significant progress. Chapter 7. Preparations for training 1 week later. In a villa district on the outskirts of the coastal city. Brother, from now on, this villa belongs to you. The agent, clad in a suit, beamed at Lin Fang, showing no discomfort in referring to himself in such a manner. This villa, valued at 8 million, had lingered on the market for a long time due to its previous owner's eccentricities, but now it had finally found a buyer. Moreover, It was a client who paid on the second day after merely inquiring on the first. Such affluent clients should come more often. Once the agent departed, Lin Fang surveyed the layout. From this day forward, this would be his residence, and only on weekends would he find the time to manage these affairs. Venturing into the backyard, he beheld nearly 1,000 square meters dedicated to a comprehensive training area. Not only that, but the entire third floor of the villa had been transformed into training rooms by the previous owner. This was the primary reason he had purchased the villa. Xiaohei, where did the previous owner of this villa go? Lin Fang inquired with a hint of curiosity. He passed away 2 years ago due to pancreatic cancer, and 6 months ago, his daughter put it up for sale. Upon reaching the third floor, a spacious training room came into view. Lin Fang began to inspect the facilities, wondering if they had sustained any damage over the past 2 years. An hour later, he descended from the power rack, his breath uneven from the vigorous exertion. Fortunately, the equipment remained in smooth working order, as they were all renowned brands. Lin Fang glanced at He Xing. Mental damage has reached the threshold. Dimensional exploration is not permissible. Although he felt no discomfort, why was entry still barred? According to ancient Chinese medical theory, the human body requires a full lunar cycle for self-healing of qi, blood, and spirit. Could it be that he must wait a month to proceed? Lin Fang jotted down several potential methods of coping, the most unacceptable being the possibility of never gaining entry again. It should not be. How could 2 lives fail to navigate this? Lost in thought, the afternoon wore on. Lin Fang set down his pen, gathered the scattered plans from the table, and ascended to the second floor. In the kitchen, flames erupted from the dishwashing sink. Once extinguished, he disposed of the ashes down the drain. Xiaohei, where is he now? Boss, Zhou Hui departed at 12:12 p.m. and, according to his last known trajectory, he should be covertly observing the villa from the riverbank, approximately 200 meters away. Zhou Hui, a 32-year-old male, was a former ace of a domestic Marine Corps. After being incarcerated for excessive defense 3 years ago, he was released 2 weeks prior and currently sold sweet potatoes outside the Central People's Hospital. He was the expert Lin Fang had selected from Binhai City. This marked a significant step in Lin Fang's plans to efficiently achieve his objectives in dimensional exploration. He urgently needed to enhance various survival skills and learn the art of combat. By the riverbank, a burly man scratched his rear and crouched in the damp grass, peering through binoculars at the villa ahead, yet he observed nothing out of the ordinary. Perhaps he had been overly suspicious. Perhaps this affluent individual genuinely had a penchant for sweet potatoes. Thus, Zhou Hui rose and made his way toward the villa. Before long, Zhou Hui arrived at the doorstep of this esteemed client, rubbing his calloused hands, and eagerly inquired, "Sir, did you call to order 10 tons of sweet potatoes daily? Rest assured, I guarantee each roasted sweet potato will be large and sweet." After some deliberation, he asked, "Would you be interested in employing me?" Zhou Hui, noticing a pile of sunflower seeds scattered across the coffee table, fell silent. He had not anticipated such an arrangement, a wealthy scion hiring him as a personal bodyguard to teach him martial arts and enhance his combat prowess. Was this not absurd? Although he was uncertain how this young man knew of his past, Zhou Hui was indifferent. He was weary and merely wished to live a quiet life. As for the salary, I can offer you a monthly wage of 100,000, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund. The sturdy figure, who had just begun to rise, suddenly paused. In the next moment, Zhou Hui sat back down with an earnest smile. How generous. It's just combat. After all, it's my forte. You can count on me. What a wretched sweet potato stand. It should be discarded at once. After signing the contract, the burly man retracted his smile, his expression turning exceedingly serious. "Boss, I must earn my salary. From this moment forward, my body is yours. Command me as you wish." Lin Fang had previously perused the character analysis report crafted by Xiaohei, which was based on Zhou Hui's lifetime behaviors. Aside from a few quirks, he exhibited no significant faults, and his loyalty and reliability towards his employer constituted a substantial portion of his character. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in this position today. Thus, his words bore a certain credibility. After a brief exchange, Zhou Hui proceeded to discuss the matter at hand. "Boss, could you share your objective in learning combat? I wish to prepare accordingly." "To kill," Lin Fang replied solemnly. "Isn't that my job?" Chapter 8. Training Preparations 2. Once Zhou Hui departed to make preparations, Lin Fang gazed at his bank account balance, frowning. He was left with merely a 5-figure sum. Money truly dissipates effortlessly. Throughout his life, Lin Tianxiong had bestowed upon him countless amounts, cumulatively nearing 10 million, yet it had vanished in less than a day. He hadn't even purchased the server for Xiaohe, who remained adrift in the online realm without a home. It was time to replenish his coffers. But how would he acquire these funds? Should he ask his father? No, he would let the remaining amount suffice for his own expenses. No need to tighten his belt, especially since the gaming engine business had yet to commence. Work? Nonsense. Lin Fang pondered for a moment before his gaze fell upon the small black cat engrossed in a book on the large screen television. At this moment, his bank account balance stood at 86,253. 3 minutes later, this figure began to fluctuate. 98,662, 24, 356, 263, 10, 000, 000, 000. The account balance halted at the anticipated threshold of 10 billion, derived from the world's neglected dormant accounts. At this juncture, money was merely a number. Observing such a staggering amount, Lin Fang reflected on how within just 5 minutes, he had amassed wealth that would take 99% of people a lifetime to achieve. This was indeed a method beyond the rules. Would being caught lead to a life sentence? For safety, Lin Fang instructed Xiaohe to launder the funds before transferring them to an overseas account. However, a legitimate means was still required to cloak this money. Lin Fang recalled his plans, pondering while tapping the coffee table. He must expedite the establishment of his own company. The following morning, in the training arena, Zhou Hui inquired, "Boss, what do you believe the purpose of combat is? To achieve victory as swiftly and cost-effectively as possible?" Lin Fang replied after careful consideration. "Partly correct," Zhou Hui responded, his eyes brightening with approval, yet he regarded Lin Fang with an enigmatic expression. "It must be more ruthless, especially since your goal in learning combat is to kill." The once placid gaze of the burly man revealed an undercurrent of ferocity. Lin Fang was perplexed. More ruthless? Indeed, more ruthless. Zhou Hui spoke with certainty, asserting that the purpose of combat is to swiftly and effectively defeat and eliminate one's adversary, thereby ensuring personal safety and the successful completion of the mission. To achieve this objective, one may disregard morality, operate without restrictions, and employ any means necessary. The utmost fighting technique is that which results in the death of the enemy. Not only weapons, but even teeth, nails, and saliva may be utilized. Anything that can lead to the demise of the opponent is permissible. As he spoke, a fierce glint appeared in Zhou Hui's eyes. Lin Fang nodded in understanding, endorsing his perspective. Recognizing Lin Fang's acceptance of this ideology, Zhou Hui continued. "What I mentioned earlier pertained to methods. Now, let us discuss target areas. Boss, what are the vital points on the human body? The head, neck, and chest?" Lin Fang responded, "as well as the abdomen and groin." "What specific areas of the head?" Zhou Hui inquired. "The temples, the back of the head, the eyes, the bridge of the nose, and the jaw," Lin Fang replied. Zhou Hui expressed surprise. "Boss, you seem quite knowledgeable." "I've done some research," Lin Fang admitted. "Indeed. These are also the critical areas you must defend, boss," Zhou Hui observed, narrowing his eyes at Lin Fang. He suddenly realized that Lin Fang had not been joking yesterday. His pursuit of this knowledge was indeed aimed at lethal intent. Chapter 9, Training Preparation 3. Boss, let us officially commence. Without further contemplation, Zhou Hui stretched his limbs, the sound of his bones cracking echoing ominously. "From this point on, I shall not initiate any attacks. You will strike at the areas I previously mentioned." He stepped closer to Lin Fang, emanating an imposing aura. "Of course, I will retaliate." Lin Fang was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a direct approach without preliminary practice. If he lacked the courage to strike, perhaps he should seek out someone else. In response to Zhou Hui, Lin Fang launched a knee strike aimed at his groin. In an instant, Lin Fang found himself pinned to the ground, Zhou Hui's powerful knee pressing firmly against his shoulder blade. A searing pain radiated from his scapula, as though his bones might shatter under the force, rendering him immobile. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness from the agony, Zhou Hui released him and pulled him upright. The leg attack possesses strength, yet it can easily destabilize one's base, Zhou Hui remarked with a smile as he observed Lin Fang, who was trembling from the pain. "Shall we continue? Or do you wish to concede, boss? Combat has never been child's play. Had this been an actual encounter, it could have resulted in a severed spine. Enduring pain is also a lesson." "Of course, we shall continue," Lin Fang replied, his face pale as he suppressed the pain in his shoulder and aimed a punch at Zhou Hui's jaw. Yet to Zhou Hui, It resembled the flailing of a child. 3 hours later, Lin Fang lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at the ceiling, feeling a profound sense of relief as his torment came to an end. Boss, allow me to apply some ointment to your bruises. Zhou Hui approached with a bottle of medicine, smiling ingratiatingly. Though it is a bit pricey, the efficacy is remarkable. He had developed a significant appreciation for the youth who had suddenly sought him out. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Fang had not faltered, a feat not commonly achieved. Unlike those pampered youths who would cry out after a single blow. Boss, I recommend that you eat something to replenish your strength, particularly protein. A bit of soreness is normal now, but by this time tomorrow, you'll be ready to endure more training, Zhou Hui advised dutifully. Half an hour later, the boss. When did you order the takeout? After years of consuming spoiled buns with cabbage, Zhou Hui gazed at the Australian lobsters and several delectable meat dishes on the table, feeling an involuntary swallow. When you crushed my glasses, Lin Fang remarked nonchalantly as he looked at him. Nearby, a battered pair of glasses lay in ruins. Oh, wasn't that just an accident? Who could have predicted they would suddenly fall? Zhou Hui chuckled awkwardly, smacking his forehead and declaring, I realize, boss, that without your glasses, you seem quite different. How so? Lin Fang asked, savoring a piece of shrimp, which was exceptionally delicious. At that moment, unencumbered by the black-framed glasses, Lin Fang's striking features were fully revealed. His myopia of around 100 degrees hardly mattered. You look incredibly handsome, capable of charming those young ladies. Zhou Hui gave a thumbs up, and this was no empty praise. He was genuinely impressed. Boss, look at this, Zhou Hui said, moving his lips as he gazed at the table, yearningly looking at Lin Fang. This was originally 2 portions. Haha, you're truly generous, boss. That pair of glasses cost 1,200. I'll deduct it from your salary. In the evening, after enjoying a hot shower, Lin Fang sat at his computer desk, learning how to be a company owner. The pain in his body had subsided significantly, yet Lin Fang understood this was merely an illusion. The true soreness would emerge by morning, lingering for quite some time. Chapter 10. Re-entering the trials. Researcher Cassius within the training ground. The dull sound of collisions resonated. Boss, your elbow angle needs to be elevated a bit. You can't do it like this, Zhou Hui instructed, demonstrating for Lin Fang. Like this. Bang. Excellent. That left a strong impression. Lin Fang, lying on the ground in pain, spoke. Let us call it a day. Help me up. All right, Zhou Hui replied, moving to assist him. Just as he bent down, Lin Fang's gaze sharpened. He swiftly split his fingers and aimed for Zhou Hui's brow, showing no mercy. The attack was rapid, mere centimeters from the robust man's eyelids. At that critical moment, Zhou Hui's head jerked back, and Lin Fang's fingers grazed the tip of his nose as Zhou Hui retaliated, seizing Lin Fang's wrist and twisting it fiercely. Ah! Lin Fang could not suppress a cry of pain. As usual, after nearly a month of training, with offense and defense alternating, his surprise attack had still failed. Zhou Hui released him, laughing, Boss, it's not time yet. I don't believe your nonsense. Yet inwardly, he marveled at the close call. Lin Fang had made significant progress since their first meeting, pushing himself to the limits daily in what could only be described as self-torture. Zhou Hui had never encountered someone with such tenacity. The first round of training concluded. After Zhou Hui departed, Lin Fang refreshed himself and returned to his bedroom on the 2nd floor. It had been 30 days since the last exploration, and if tonight proved unfruitful, he was uncertain when he would be able to enter again. However, the outcome was favorable, just past midnight. The inaccessible prompt on the exploration interface of the Black Star vanished. Xiaohei, execute Command 1. As the shadows enveloped him, Lin Fang pondered the nature of his impending demise, an inexplicable anticipation flickering in his eyes as the faint glow of the Black Watch flashed before him. In the next moment, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Entering the trial dimension. 3, 2, 1. Dimension arrival successful. Time-space envelope status. Idle. Remaining plunder points. 0. Primary objective. Search for supplies. Secure evacuation. Evacuation countdown. 23:59. 59. With a swift motion, Lin Fang instinctively rolled away as the world around him illuminated. Bullets piercing the nearby trees and sending splinters flying, stinging his cheek. Ahead lay a dense thicket. He scrambled forward, realizing that his current form was slightly smaller than before. His suspicion was confirmed. Each exploration transported him into a different vessel, and time flowed uniquely within each experience. The reason for his delayed realization was his previous swift demise. His next target, Eliminate the adversaries trailing behind. As he darted deeper into the jungle, he searched for any usable items on his person. A tissue, a toothbrush. And was that a legendary condom? Lin Fang was bemused, contemplating the identity of the person he had inhabited. Nevertheless, he clutched the seemingly lethal toothbrush, its handle sharpened, and charged forward. Quickly now, little mouse, a voice teased from behind a sandbag. A blonde woman clad in black leather observed his frantic figure with a smile. Her American accent laced with playful mockery. The kitty is ready to hunt. With a rapid succession of gunfire, the blonde beauty took aim at Lin Fang's erratic silhouette. Yet he narrowly evaded the onslaught. Frustrated, Emily discarded her rifle and seized a rocket launcher handed to her by a burly man in a suit. Launching it towards her target. Boom. The explosion erupted beside him, the force sending him reeling, his fate uncertain. Despite nearly being toppled by the recoil, Emily bounced with excitement, exclaiming, "I hit it. This is exhilarating." As she leaped, the undulating, intricate triangular zone became visible, tightening the throats of those nearby. "Miss Emily, we need to investigate further," one of the suited men advised. "Then off you go. I'm eager to commence the next game," Emily replied disdainfully, surveying the chaotic jungle. A member of the esteemed Drake family would not place themselves in peril. "It is my honor to serve you." Miss Emily, a tall, sharp-featured man with a pistol, ventured into the thicket, leaving another to guard the blonde's side. "That monkey is surely dead by your hand, Miss Emily," the remaining suited man offered, striving to ingratiate himself as he crouched low, his back flat against the ground. "Would you like to take a rest?" "Of course," Emily chuckled, leisurely settling onto him. "This marks the third time I've been blown up." A searing pain surged through Lin Fang as he concealed himself behind a tree, clutching his abdomen, a tempest of rage igniting within him. His gaze, fierce and unyielding, was fixed upon the approaching figure. To charge forward would be folly. First, he must eliminate the threat. As the pain intensified, adrenaline coursed through his veins, obliterating all fear. Lin Fang lowered his body, lying in wait. Damn it! The tall, aquiline-featured Caucasian drew nearer, his face contorting with irritation upon discovering the absence of a corpse at the explosion site. How could this yellow-skinned monkey still be alive? This would surely incite Miss Emily's wrath. "Cassius, where are you?" The white man, Crit, advanced cautiously, gun in hand, vigilant of his surroundings. Though this monkey posed little danger, it was wise to remain cautious. He was no reckless fool. As he approached, Crit prodded the underbrush with his foot, revealing mottled bloodstains that stained the area crimson, evidence of severe injury. The sight of the erratic blood trail conjured an image of a figure dragging itself forward, evoking a sense of awe at the tenacity of life. "Oh God, forgive me. I must eliminate this pitiful researcher for Miss Emily. For that, I shall dine on nothing but lettuce and broccoli tonight." Crit grinned malevolently, his sturdy shoes rustling softly through the grass. Advancing further, the blood trail became increasingly chaotic. Crit halted, a smile of delight spreading across his face as he spotted something beneath a tree. "Little yellow rat, I found you." Chapter 11. Let me get closer, Cassius. "Can you still stand?" "Congratulations on winning this game. I have come to take you home." Crit approached slowly, his demeanor relaxed. The opponent was not a seasoned mercenary, but merely a researcher who spent his days in the laboratory. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous if Miss Emily had been harmed. After all, this was merely a light-hearted game following her lunch. He needed to dispose of him quickly and deliver the good news to Miss Emily. Surprise. With a leap, Crit leaned forward, but instead of the near-death Asian researcher, he was met with only a single shoe, propped up by a toothbrush. He had been misled. Suddenly, a shadow lunged from the side. Lin Fang recognized him. This was the American who had previously taken 2 lives from him. The combination of new grievances and old vendettas twisted Lin Fang's expression into a mask of fury. This time, he would ensure the man's demise. With his right leg bent at an angle, he ensnared Crit's neck, his ankle locking against the inner knee of his left leg, an infamous triangle choke, a technique enabling the weak to overcome the strong. Both men tumbled to the ground, Lin Fang exerting force with his legs, his hands gripping Crit's gun-wielding hand with ferocity as he bit down on his fingers with a ravenous hunger. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments. The sudden onset of suffocation and pain bewildered Crit, who struck at Lin Fang's side with his free left hand, precisely where Lin Fang had been injured. Yet, Lin Fang endured, knowing that loosening his grip would spell his doom. Bang! A gunshot rang out, causing Crit's hand to convulse in pain. After firing a shot, he finally relinquished his grip, and the bullet grazed Lin Fang's nose, tearing away a small piece of flesh. Spitting out the severed finger from his mouth, Lin Fang tightened his hold even further. This was a fight for survival, and there was but a single opportunity. Damn that yellow-skinned monkey. Was he not merely a researcher? The sensation of faintness grew more pronounced, and Crit realized he must break free. Thus, disregarding all else, he summoned his last ounce of strength to twist his neck and bite down towards Lin Fang's groin. A hiss echoed through the air. What pain could be tenfold that of childbirth? Lin Fang comprehended now. There was no release. Only a singular thought sustaining him. This is not my egg. The gunfire jolted the two involved in their dalliance awake. Emily descended from her rocking chair, bewildered by the unfolding events. Miss Emily, do not worry. It may have simply been an accidental discharge from Trick, the burly gentleman in the suit grumbled, his frustration palpable. He was so close to subduing Emily. Could it be that Crit was deliberately sabotaging his success? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. Damn it, Crit, what are you doing? The suited gentleman shouted towards the jungle. Bang! Another gunshot resounded from the depths of the forest, signaling an unusual occurrence. The gentleman quickly retrieved the automatic rifle from the ground. Miss Emily, I shall investigate. That monkey may not be dead. Oh, how delightful. Go capture him and bring him back to me, she replied with excitement. It is my honor to serve you. The gentleman, known as Veer, bowed courteously before making a leap into the woods. Crit, you frightened Miss Emily, Veer called out as he ventured deeper into the jungle, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind echoing around him. Could something have happened to Crit? After all, was he not merely a yellow-skinned monkey? Damn it, do not let him acquire any weapons. As Veer cautiously observed, he suddenly paused. He spotted that scoundrel Trick. Not far away, behind a tree sat a white man, and on the ground before him lay a corpse. The attire indicated it was that of the Asian monkey. Veer exhaled a sigh of relief, but remained on high alert. Crit, are you injured? He inquired loudly, yet received no response. The latter maintained his seated position behind the tree. Noticing this, Veer adopted a tactical stance and began to approach the base of the tree, sensing something was amiss with the monkey's corpse. Upon getting closer, he fired 2 shots at the body. Only leaves fluttered. This was no corpse, merely a set of clothes propped up by foliage. Damn it! Veer swiftly rolled and concealed himself behind a tree. Glancing at Crit, a toothbrush handle protruded from the neck of the white man, the bristles embedded in flesh, pinning him against the tree. Veer's pupils dilated. Crit was indeed dead. Where was that monkey, and what had transpired with the gunfire? Oh no, Miss Emily. Veer suddenly realized the dreadful possibility. How audacious could that monkey be? Spattered trails of blood began to spread from the opposite side of the forest, as Lin Fang inched along the ground, finally coming within 10 meters of the golden-haired woman with cascading waves. Seize the thief by capturing the king first. She must be a person of considerable importance, not to mention it was she who fired the cannon. Allow me to draw closer. Lin Fang's 2 wounds scraped against the ground, and it was a mystery how he was even able to endure such pain. Soon, just as she became aware of his presence, Lin Fang lunged forward, swiftly ensnaring her neck with his left hand and bringing her crashing to the ground. Ah! Emily barely managed a half-scream before the powerful grip on her throat choked off her voice. She could hardly fathom that someone would suddenly emerge beside her. The blonde beauty clawed desperately at Lin Fang's arm, leaving trails of blood in her wake, yet he remained unyielding. His gaze was chillingly cold, and it wasn't until Emily's complexion began to turn an ominous shade of purple, her eyes growing vacant, that Lin Fang finally loosened his grip slightly. Don't move, Lin Fang commanded in American, pressing his handgun against her abdomen. The FNX-45 tactical pistol, a formidable weapon capable of taking her life with a single shot. You just made it impossible for me to breathe, Emily gasped, her breaths quickening, though her fear was scarcely evident. At that moment, Veer rushed out from the woods with an anxious expression, horrified at the scene before him as he drew closer. Cassius, stop. So, your name is Cassius. It's quite a lovely name. Emily licked the blood and dirt from his arm, adding, and you are quite the surprise. Miss, I merely wish to survive. Lin Fang replied in a trembling voice, as if clutching at a last lifeline, struggling to steady his grip on the gun. In the blink of an eye, the stout man in the suit had approached, visibly relieved to see the blonde beauty unharmed. Cassius, I can guarantee your safe passage off this island, provided that nothing happens to Miss Emily. Veer's eyes flashed with menace as he threatened, "And think of your family back in San Francisco." The distance between them dwindled to less than 5 meters. Bang, bang, bang. With urgency, Lin Fang decisively fired 3 shots. Knowing he had little practice with firearms, and that this was the only range at which he might hit his target. Fortune favored him. One shot missed entirely. Another struck the thigh, and the last found its mark squarely in the forehead. Veer's eyes widened, life swiftly draining from him, and he collapsed to the ground. A look of profound confusion etched upon his face, never to close his eyes again. Thus, the principle of equal fate prevails. Chapter 12, Objective. Pharmaceutical Research Institute, Evacuation Countdown, 22:06:56. With the greatest threat neutralized, Lin Fang's bloodied lips curled into a grim smile. He was truly a pitiful sight. Clad only in tattered undergarments stained crimson. With a forceful push, he pressed the delicate form before him against a sandbag. "Where's this? How rude. Cassius, you are hurting me," Emily protested with a huff, yet her words inadvertently answered his question. This was a small island within the Farallon archipelago, the site of the Drake family's Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Drake? The name flitted through Lin Fang's mind, elusive yet familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. From her words, it became clear that the current host, Cassius, and his previous 2 lives were individuals condemned to death, mercenaries, or those who had crossed paths with the Drake family. They had all become subjects for drug experiments and, incidentally, mere playthings in the hunting games on this island. What a heartless enterprise this was. "Cassius, could you release me?" Emily twisted her voluptuous form, her voice laced with allure. "There are pharmaceuticals in the vehicle. I am still a doctor, and I assure you I will cooperate." Of course, having lost too much blood, Lin Fang began to feel increasingly powerless, his body swaying precariously. In that fleeting moment of release, he pulled the trigger. The gunfire echoed, and at such a close range, even a novice could not miss. The blonde beauty was struck, a gaping hole appearing in her back. She cast him a disbelieving glance before falling into silence. Whatever her intentions, she would have no opportunity to fulfill them. With no time to tidy up the aftermath, suppressing the urge to vomit, Lin Fang nearly crawled to the nearby pickup truck, rummaging through its medical supplies. Having narrowly survived, it would be utterly frustrating to perish now. Soon, a medical kit came into view. Upon opening it and spotting several glass vials, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. He grabbed a syringe and injected 2 vials marked EPI and PPC into his left forearm. They contained epinephrine and prothrombin complex. He then drank several vials of glucose solution. At this point, pharmacological dosages were of little concern. Besides, he had no knowledge of them anyway. Gazing at the brown handgun left on the seat, Lin Fang's heart raced, unsure whether it was due to the drugs or the sheer thrill of the last couple of hours. Until now, he had merely been an ordinary student. Perhaps due to the effects of the medication, he found himself capable of deeper reflection. As he looked at the logo on the car door, realization dawned upon him. The logo was circular, featuring a shield-like shape at the top, divided by a diagonal white stripe that split the shield into upper and lower halves. The upper section was black, while the lower was red. Beneath it, the words Life Foundation were emblazoned in bold white letters. The Drake Life Foundation. The world of Venom? Could it be that he was truly in the film he had once watched? In an instant, countless speculations about multiverse exploration flooded Lin Fang's mind. If this were indeed the case, it would be immensely entertaining. He couldn't help but smile at the black watch adorning his wrist. Within it lay infinite possibilities and boundless power. Taking a moment to gather himself, Lin Fang calmed down, using iodine to cleanse his wounds before binding them with medical bandages. Survival was paramount. He remained steadfast in his objective. Returning to the scene, he stripped the suit off the imposing man and donned it himself. Though somewhat oversized, it was not an impediment. The next step was to scavenge. If this truly were the world of Venom, Lin Fang believed that the most valuable assets would be the extraterrestrial symbiotes. However, there was a dilemma. It seemed that living organisms could not be placed within the temporal package, as he had just experienced this unpleasant reality. Who said that humans could not be considered resources? After rummaging for a while, he found a pickup truck, a mobile phone, and an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. These were the high-value items Lin Fang had identified after careful comparison. How many plunder points could each be worth? He particularly favored the mobile phone, despite its diminutive size. It possessed the highest scientific and technological value, especially the chip and battery within. After inspecting it, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Using the fingerprint of a deceased female, he unlocked the phone, only to discover that its technological prowess did not surpass that of the real world by much. It was of no use for his development, and the 416 Hong Kong dollars might prove more advantageous. It was tasteless to consume, yet a pity to discard. However, it still held another purpose. Lin Fang began to utilize it to search for information regarding this world. Upon seeing the news reporter named Eddie Brock appear on the screen, his initial speculation transformed into certainty. This indeed was the world of Venom. The exploration of dimensions in the Black Table had brought him into these cinematic realms. Continuing his search, Lin Fang sought to confirm whether the storyline he remembered had unfolded. The answer was negative. Eddie Brock was still a mere junior reporter at the Daily Globe, having yet to gain any fame, and the symbiotes had not yet arrived on Earth. Thus, what advantages did he hold in this world? Firstly, the ability to exchange starting points. Secondly, foresight, pending verification. As Lin Fang pondered, he dragged the corpses into the truck's rear. Those who have taken lives know that after committing murder, one must obliterate the evidence to reduce the chances of being discovered. After some exploration, Lin Fang concealed the 3 bodies along with the pickup truck in a hidden ditch, erasing any obvious traces. Given the limited conditions, this was the best he could accomplish. Once everything was completed, Lin Fang began to contemplate whether to hide and wait for time to elapse or venture to the island's center. Undoubtedly, the former option would be much safer. The latter, however, might yield new discoveries. It would be rather shabby to leave with only a broken phone on his first retreat. Moreover, Lin Fang's gaze was drawn to the distant buildings with a glimmer of intrigue. The Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Could there be valuable resources within? The Life Foundation depicted in the films was a colossal entity. He resolved quickly, if this were a game, then he was a player. What is a player? A player fears nothing. After collecting all usable items, Lin Fang stealthily made his way toward the target. As evening descended, at the FLL-1 Pharmaceutical Research Institute, the head, Mit Vist, wiped the sweat from his brow and shouted angrily at the security personnel in front of him. "Carl, you imbecile, why haven't you found Miss Emily yet?" Carl, with a serious expression, replied, "Sir, we are intensifying the search efforts. Is it your 2 team members who have encountered a problem? She is Emily Drake. Not just any woman you can toy with." The half-bald Mit Vist was exasperated. "If something happens to her, we all meet our end. Vale is my brother. He would never do this." Chapter 13. What do you intend to do? Battle. Go find her, quickly. A thunderous roar erupted from the office on the underground 3rd floor. Moments later, several well-equipped armed personnel hastily exited the research facility. 3 more emerged, indicating that the identity of the deceased woman was indeed extraordinary. In a distant rocky crevice, Lin Fang peered intently through his binoculars at the cluster of buildings before him. These structures, designed in a unique concave shape and exquisitely adorned, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding war-torn landscape. This was the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, where he had been observing for nearly half a day. At present, their security forces were theoretically at their weakest. However, even so, it would be impossible for him to infiltrate alone. He felt that his mere presence would not be enough to warrant their attention. Lin Fang lowered his binoculars, contemplating the situation. With so many individuals dispatched to search, the 3 corpses could not remain hidden for long. It was time to take a risk. The most expedient route into the lion's den was to approach them directly. Lin Fang raised his hands high and stepped onto the main road, advancing toward the entrance of the research institute. Evacuation countdown, 14:10:52. Time-space package status, full. Mr. Mitter, we have news of Miss Emily. Just as Mr. Mitter West sat in his office, furrowed in concern, his assistant hurriedly knocked on the door. "We found Miss Emily," Mr. Mitter exclaimed with joy. "No, only a mobile phone." "Oh and oh my God." In the stark emptiness of the room, Lin Fang found himself stripped down to only his underwear. Just a minute prior, he had been completely unclothed, thoroughly searched inside and out. The wounds displayed on his body evoked a sense of sympathy among the armed personnel present, causing them to shift uncomfortably. Yet, this commendable Asian individual maintained an air of calm, seated quietly in a chair, awaiting his fate. Before long, a balding Caucasian man clad in a tailored suit entered the room. "Cassius, I remember you," Mr. Mitter said warmly. "You were arrested by the security department, and I pleaded your case. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here now." Lin Fang glanced at him briefly, then lowered his gaze in silence. After a while, Cassius. What do you need? Where is Miss Emily? Mr. Mitter's patience wore thin. The longer they waited, the more perilous Emily's situation became. The prey remained alive. Yet the hunter had vanished. Such a dire circumstance unnerved Mr. Mitter, leading him to contemplate the worst. However, he could not fathom why Cassius would appear voluntarily. Rest assured, Miss Emily is still alive. She is merely asleep. I also know where she is. Just as Mr. Mitter was about to take drastic measures out of impatience, Lin Fang spoke, his voice dry and harsh from prolonged dehydration. Yet, to Mr. Mitter's ears, it sounded like celestial music. He leapt to his feet, knocking over his chair. Cassius, as long as you tell me where Miss Emily is, I will grant you anything you desire, money and freedom included. Lin Fang appeared to ponder this. Minutes passed, and under Mr. Mitter's nearly pleading gaze, the Asian youth finally articulated his demand. I require pharmaceutical data valued at over $50 million. Can you even handle that? You yellow-skinned monkey? This was Mr. Mitter's immediate reaction to the request, but he quickly responded with eagerness. No problem, we can provide that right now. A mocking glint flashed in Mitt's eyes, asserting that what belonged to Drake could never be taken away. Just as Mitt turned to leave, Lin Fang spoke up. Mr. Mitt, I do not require paper documents. To avoid being misled, I wish to witness you retrieve them directly from the terminal. Lin Fang articulated his objective, placing a wager on the time it would take for the body to be discovered and on whether the person in charge would acquiesce. Such a large research facility, in order to prevent leaks, undoubtedly relied on its own local network. He aimed to seize the entire server of this establishment. Instinctively, Mitt's demeanor sharpened at these words, his gaze piercing like that of a fierce cougar fixated on the young Asian man before him. What do you intend to do? This is impossible. The ferocity of his expression momentarily led Lin Fang to believe that gunfire might erupt at any moment. Just then, the female assistant approached. All right, Mr. Agu. We have found a lead. Moments later, Mitt, visibly anxious, set down his phone. The caller was a powerful figure from the Drake family, whose mere words could instill unrelenting dread. Today was truly the worst day imaginable. Nothing could be more dire. Taking a deep breath, Mino composed himself, his keen, discerning gaze capable of penetrating the facade of the world, and the young man clad only in shorts. With a cold smirk, and amidst Lin Fang's racing heartbeat, he grimly commanded, follow me. As they descended to the first underground level, the number of onlookers diminished from 6 to 4. By the second underground level, it dwindled to 2. At the third underground level, they were disarmed. Upon reaching the fourth underground level, after navigating a 4-tiered access control system involving fingerprint, iris, facial recognition, and password combinations, the quartet finally arrived at the door of the server room. Lin Fang, curious about how to open this impeccably sealed metal door, observed as Mitt pressed the doorbell beside it. Ding dong. Click, click, click. The sound of mechanisms echoed from within, and the door opened, revealing that it was indeed operated manually. Lin Fang was taken aback. Who could have anticipated such a method? Yet, this primitive approach was arguably the most secure, no matter how skilled an intruder might be. They could only stare in astonishment. A sense of anticipation surged within Lin Fang as he pondered whether the individual inside was responsible for maintenance or had some other role. As the airlock released, a rather unremarkable white man appeared before them. He said nothing, merely casting a cold glance at the group before stepping aside. Exuding an air of profound mystery, Lin Fang felt an immense pressure emanating from him. Surprisingly, the room, spanning about 100 square meters, was relatively spacious and well-lit. With a 6-meter-long, 40U, tall integrated server prominently positioned on a central metal rack. The cooling fans buzzed, and countless cable interfaces flickered with various hues. While not large, Lin Fang wondered if it could be transported. What do you intend to do? The white man suddenly interjected, blocking Lin Fang's path with an icy demeanor. The group halted, the atmosphere thickening. This individual was exceptionally perceptive. Lin Fang's heart skipped a beat. His lips merely twitched, yet he was perceptive enough to notice. A super agent? A master of microexpression analysis? Such individuals are not easily deceived. The more one speaks, the greater the risk of error. Thus, silence became Lin Fang's chosen form of expression. Hurry up, Phelan, Mitt, he urged, as the terminal computer, glowing blue, loomed before them. Very well, sir. Phelan, the Caucasian man with a hawk-like gaze, shot a piercing look at the Asian youth clad only in his undergarments before diverting his attention. At that very moment, A flash of brown appeared in Lin Fang's hand. A FNX-45 pistol, its safety disengaged. Bang, bang, bang. Without uttering a word or providing any warning, 3 bullets were unleashed toward Phelan's rear. Lin Fang executed his movements with unparalleled speed. 1 shot to the back of the head, 2 to the back. Within a meter's distance, Phelan had scarcely begun to evade when the bullets had already penetrated his body, causing him to collapse in a spurt of blood. Eliminating the most troublesome adversary was Lin Fang's clear objective. With a tactical roll, he swiftly emptied the magazine toward the 2 remaining foes behind him, the gunfire echoing throughout the space. Mitt stood aghast, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the weapon. In an instant, 3 lives were extinguished. "Sir, are you there? We discovered Miss Emily's body in the ditch. She is deceased." A piercing scream erupted from the earpiece. "What?" Mitt sank helplessly to the ground, overwhelmed. "Mitt, what is happening below? I think I heard gunfire." As Mitt began to respond, a hand snatched away his earpiece. And a calm voice resonated in the assistant's ears as thunder, for it was the purest form of Central Asian dialect. "Do not worry, all is safe here." Chapter 14. Crisis. Illuminating the night sky of America. How did you manage this? "We thoroughly examined your body and intestines." Mitt Vest, bound in American-style restraints, gazed at Lin Fang, who was diligently working on the server, bewildered. "Cassius, what is your purpose in this? Please hold on. The magic hour has yet to arrive." After shutting down the main power to the server, Lin Fang glanced at the clock. Half the time had elapsed. Victory was imminent. Evacuation countdown 11:56. 41 thud. 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 Sounds of heavy impact resonated from outside. Someone was attempting to breach the premises. The alloy door was impenetrable, and they had chosen the adjacent wall instead. The head of the facility had been taken hostage, marking the gravest incident since the Institute's inception. "No, this is the second most severe," Carl lamented, staring at the photographs of the deceased and the securely locked alloy door. "Mr. Mitt, you must not come to harm. My small shoulders cannot bear the wrath of the Drake family." Damn it, that wretched yellow-skinned monkey. "Mr. Mitt, I will surely rescue you. Hello, is anyone there?" Suddenly, a voice crackled through the earpiece. It was Cassius, that yellow-skinned monkey. He had not been deserving of Carl's remembrance until this accursed Cassius committed such a terrifying act. "Cassius, if you dare harm Mr. Mitt, I will smash your bones to pieces with a hammer," Carl threatened. Listening intently, Lin Fang delivered a swift kick to Mitter's coccyx, the sudden jolt of pain eliciting an involuntary cry from him. The lament was heart-wrenching, causing Carl to lose his composure. Stop, Cassius, articulate your demands." Lin Fang smiled, for he understood that establishing a favorable atmosphere was essential for negotiations. Only then would the other party be inclined to listen. The next step was to bide time. From their perspective, what could they leverage in this confined situation? It was the server and the life of the individual in charge. As long as they remained unharmed, there would be room for maneuvering. "What, you intend to call the police?" After lingering for over half an hour, Carl was incredulous at this yellow-skinned monkey's demand, even doubting his own hearing. "Damn it, they are the ones who should be calling the police." "Indeed, I now place my trust solely in the esteemed constitution of our great free nation, for it alone can safeguard me. By noon tomorrow, I demand to see representatives from the FBI and SFPD." Lin Fang's voice was hoarse, his eyes red like a rabbit's. "Otherwise," he declared, "let me and Mr. Mitter return to the embrace of God." In a final act of emphasis, he kicked the responsible individual's coccyx once more, prompting Mitter to cry out in compliance. Outside, as he listened to Mitter's wails, Carl let out a quiet sigh of relief. At least Mr. Mitter would be safe until tomorrow. The Drake family had also arrived. "Okay, Cassius," he heard a response through his earpiece, and Lin Fang regained his composure. Morning was approaching, and the time for their extraction was drawing near. "So this is your plan, but you underestimate the Drake family. Even with the police present, they have myriad ways to eliminate you." Observing Mitter's swift change of demeanor, Mittervest couldn't help but remark that, in their presence, the San Francisco police seemed utterly inept. He writhed incessantly, attempting to alleviate the discomfort emanating from above his posterior. "Oh, Mr. Mitter, thank you for the reminder." Lin Fang crouched down and delivered a side strike to the back of his neck. "You're free now. Have a good rest." Mitter, momentarily caught off guard, felt a surge of intense pain in his neck, writhing in agony. "Damn it, Cassius, you did that on purpose. How come I haven't passed out?" It was still a novice's attempt, So Lin Fang sought a better angle, repeatedly gesturing near Mitter's neck, appearing to him as a demon. With a thud, Mitter Vest lay still. After confirming he had indeed lost consciousness and not met his demise, Lin Fang approached the server in the pharmaceutical research facility. The thief was ready to claim his spoils. The moment Lin Fang's hand made contact with it, the light seemed to twist slightly. And then the enormous server vanished from the room without a sound, leaving only an iron frame and a tangle of cables devoid of openings on the floor. Lin Fang felt a sense of relief. This was a validation. The black market had acknowledged his efforts. He was also prepared to extract the hard drive. Finally, it was in his grasp. The next step was to ensure his own survival. As dawn broke, the small island at the edge of the Farallon Islands buzzed with an unprecedented liveliness. A Crimson Bell 212 helicopter is gracefully descending, its fuselage boldly emblazoned with the letters CNN. Hurry down, Bob. My goodness, I can hardly contain my excitement. I must interview that hero. And I fervently hope he is still alive. Inside the helicopter, a strikingly attractive female journalist clings to the airframe, her gaze fervently fixed below. This is undoubtedly the most sensational news report of the year. What? That insufferable fellow from the Global Times has arrived as well? The journalist casts a disdainful glance at the helicopter that has just appeared behind her. The newcomer, a rookie in the field, is the most uncouth male reporter she has ever encountered. Faster, Bob, faster. We must outpace him. The urgency in her voice escalates. Stop them. Damn it. Can someone explain how these journalists arrived? On the ground, Carl, who is anxiously awaiting the arrival of the Drake family, gazes at the two helicopters with growing frustration. Who leaked this information? He had not alerted the authorities. The research institute harbored numerous secrets he wished to keep hidden, and he intended to allow the representatives from the Drake family to make the decisions. But why, at the break of dawn, had these insufferable hyenas arrived? Sir, I see the police helicopter. It's right behind them, a security personnel with binoculars warns. Carl nearly faints upon hearing this. He cannot fathom the scene that will unfold upon the Drake family's arrival. This is worse than the death of his brother. Damn his entire family. Who could have revealed this? Carl seethes, scanning his surroundings in fury. Sir, I believe I have the answer. A timid American man hesitantly hands over a tablet, revealing that it has reached the top of the trending topics on Facebook. Carl snatches the tablet and reads the contents. My name is Cassius. By the time you read this article, I will already be dead. The American internet is ablaze. At 6:00 a.m., a 3,000 word expose condemning the FLL-1 Drug Research Institute has been published on the largest social platform in the nation. An Asian man, identifying himself as Cassius Ward, exposes the brutal, illegal experiments conducted within the institute and the inhumane torment he has endured. He claims to have narrowly escaped, but has chosen to return to the devil's embrace, revealing the monstrous heart of evil to the world. The article concludes with a poignant image, a scarred Asian youth smiling radiantly in the sunlight, with the ominous Drug Research Institute looming behind him. If my sacrifice can illuminate the night sky over America, how I long to gaze upon it once more. Chapter 15. The unexpected appearance of Carlton Drake. This heart-wrenching indictment nearly brings Carl to tears. How could this damned yellow-skinned monkey possess such literary prowess? In a fit of rage, Carl hurls the tablet to the ground. Shit. This is slander, sheer slander. How can it be so exaggerated? Cassius. He barks. He used Miss Emily's account and scheduled the post. I certainly know that, you too. Meanwhile, Lin Fang, unaware of the commotion above ground, awakens from his meditative state, sensing as though someone is cursing him. Evacuation countdown. 4:02. 52, 4 hours remain. Lin Fang smirks slightly, his mouth parched from prolonged dehydration. He recalled the words of a survival expert, who stated that the midstream of a person's urine is the cleanest. However, it was unnecessary, for there should be water available. Lin Fang rose to search and soon discovered a box of mineral water in the corner, quenching his thirst with hearty gulps. The head of the research facility, Mittweister, had also awakened, staring blankly at the empty ground before him, his expression shifting continuously. Observing this, Lin Fang, adhering to the humanitarian spirit of treating captives with kindness, offered him a bottle of water after satisfying his own thirst. The latter was startled, exclaiming, "You are not Cassius. You are not Cassius." MIT's body trembled. His eyes filled with dread as he gazed at Lin Fang. "You are a demon imbued with spatial power." He continued to shrink into the corner like a writhing caterpillar. "Mr. MIT, I am merely an ordinary person. Demons do not offer you water, Lin Fang replied, raising an eyebrow. It seemed this little trick had thoroughly frightened the facility head. After placing the bottle beside him, Lin Fang turned his attention elsewhere. He inspected the FNX-45 handgun in his hand, which was devoid of bullets. In reality, he had never possessed such an exquisite toy before. After a moment of reflection, he tucked it into his waistband. Approaching the wall, Lin Fang attempted to listen for any sounds outside. Of course, he heard nothing and was oblivious to whether the article had been published or if it would elicit a response. It would be best to pass these final 4 hours without incident. Outside, a heated commotion ensued. Sir, please answer my question directly. Is Cassius still inside? Or has he been killed? The article has exposed your wrongdoings. When will you confess to the police? Are there truly over 2,000 corpses buried in the research facility's backyard? Sir, please respond, shouted a member of the press. You, surrender the hero Cassius. Faced with an increasing number of reporters and idle citizens, the security personnel of the facility began to falter, their defensive line retreating further. Nearby, media outlets were broadcasting live. A tall, muscular male reporter with neatly cropped hair spoke confidently into the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Global Times. I am Eddie Brock. As you can see, there exists an obscure research facility on this island, right behind me. Where did it come from? Are illegal experiments truly taking place here as stated in the article? Has the righteous Cassius truly entered? Let us find out. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, causing everyone present to flinch. Carl fired another shot into the air and strode forward into the crowd, his voice stern and commanding. This is the research facility belonging to the Drake Life Foundation. Unrelated personnel, please leave immediately. I shall reiterate, this is Drake's domain. Get out. Drake. The mere mention of that name sent the crowd into a panic. The article had not indicated that this was Drake's place. In San Francisco, even a 3-year-old knows the significance of the name Drake. They are not to be trifled with. Oh no, my mother is calling me home for dinner. Farewell, everyone. Me too, echoed Bob. Let us keep it low-key, CNN's reporter whispered to a colleague. Urging caution, the crowd began to disperse, whispering among themselves. Carl manifested a satisfied smile, feeling a sense of pride in working for the Drake family. At that moment, a tall, robust male journalist stepped forward, raising his arms and shouting loudly, "Friends, do not be afraid. This land belongs to America, wherever we may be. Cassius can achieve it, and so can we. The people of this free nation shall not be intimidated. We are the guardians of justice. And do not worry. The police will ensure our safety. It is their duty. Officer, am I not correct?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers turned their gaze to a few policemen who stood stunned on the other side. Faced with such an array of firearms, the leading officer felt an urge to silence the journalist, but had to force a smile of agreement instead. Cassius, Cassius. The crowd began chanting his name again, becoming increasingly agitated as they pressed closer to the institute. More and more people gathered, drawn to the island, as the events occurring here captured the attention of much of America. Suddenly, 2 black M8 armed helicopters roared overhead, their fierce winds forcing the crowd to shield their eyes. Who dares to be so audacious? Someone spotted the shield emblem on the helicopters and gasped in horror. It's the Drake family. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Carl, disregarding the pack of hyenas, anxiously approached. As the 2 helicopters landed, a young man with sharp features and piercing eyes stepped down, flanked by a team of armed personnel, exuding an extraordinary presence. No one dared to approach. It was Carlton Drake, recognized by a CNN reporter as the distinguished entrepreneur from San Francisco, the eldest grandson of the Drake family, and now the head of the Life Foundation. Eddie Brock's eyes lit up as he rushed forward with a microphone. Mr. Carlton, may I ask the purpose of your visit? Is it related to Cassius? No interviews. A brusque bodyguard with a horse-like face blocked him, preventing Eddie from advancing an inch. Sir, I am leave. Carl, who had hurried over, was also intercepted by the bodyguard before he could finish his sentence. Carlton Drake walked past the crowd with unwavering focus, heading straight inside, quickly disappearing at the entrance of the institute. His party moved with purpose towards the monitoring room. The surveillance footage revealed an Asian youth clad only in underwear, his expression calm. In the next moment, a brown handgun appeared in his hand, followed by the sequential collapse of 3 individuals. Slow it down tenfold. Inside the institute, an assistant promptly began to operate the controls upon receiving instructions from the shadowy figure on the other end. The footage continued, reaching the moment the handgun emerged once more. Carlton Drake fixed his gaze on the computer, his keen eyes missing not a single detail. It truly appeared out of thin air. Excitement glimmered in Carlton's eyes, akin to that of a scientist encountering an extraordinarily intriguing specimen. "Boss, the subsequent footage has been destroyed by that Cassius," reported the horse-faced bodyguard, lowering his head. "Never mind." Carlton rose, adjusting his jacket. "Let us head down and bring him back to the Foundation." Chapter 16. The Outburst. Gunfire under the sun. Evacuation countdown. 0:31. 36. Gazing at the evacuation timer, Lin Fang stretched lazily. "It should be fine now. Even if they manage to break in, it would take them some time. Unless Mr. Cassius, are you there?" Suddenly, a rather gentle male voice resonated through the earpiece. A change of personnel? Lin Fang's expression sharpened. It appeared that someone of higher rank had arrived. Who could it be? Before greeting others, one should first introduce oneself. Carlton Drake. The individual spoke with great courtesy. It was he. Ever since Lin Fang realized he was in the world of venom, he had mentally organized the plot countless times, naturally recalling the villains within. Carlton Drake, the head of the Life Foundation, unexpectedly encountered here. What was his character like? Lin Fang began to reminisce, uncertain if it aligned with the film. If it was the same, then gentleness was merely his facade. "Never heard of you," Lin Fang knowingly inquired. "Are you a member of the Drake family?" "You only need to know that the person you killed yesterday was my uncle's daughter." In the corridor, a mere glance from Carlton Drake prompted a nearby bodyguard to swiftly enter and affix a flat black object onto the wall. As the countdown on the black object reached 0, with a thunderous explosion, a massive hole was blasted into the wall. The muttering Miter West, standing too close, was directly flung away by the blast, his fate unknown. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Carlton stepped over the debris, first surveying the empty central space before turning his gaze to the Asian youth, who seemed paralyzed with fear. Carlton Drake revealed a smile of resolute determination. "Indeed, it is for the server. Now you have but one chance to survive, which is to divulge your secret." Observing the gaping hole in the wall and the bodyguards pouring in, Lin Fang blinked and raised his hands in surrender. Evacuation countdown. 0:28. 26. In the final half hour, he could not afford to give up. Outside the research facility, this is private property. This is private property. You are committing illegal acts. The loudspeaker at the entrance incessantly blared. With a thud, an elderly man in his 70s leaped up and punched the loudspeaker down, which was soon trampled into fragments by the crowd. Upon witnessing the situation outside, Drake and his entourage felt a chill run down their spines. People everywhere. It seemed nearly 10,000 had gathered, encircling the research facility. The bodyguard with a horse-like face abruptly yanked over the station guard, Carl, demanding, "What is happening?" "Sir, that article has gone viral. They are all here to rescue Cassius." Carl pointed at the tablet, despair etched on his face, the view count having surpassed 100 million. They're about to break in. The security of the research facility was on the verge of collapse, with some bodyguards compelled to join the throng. Lin Fang was equally startled by the multitude outside. It was a veritable ocean of people. What were they here for? The faint cries that reached Lin Fang made everything clear. Observing the fervent American crowd, Lin Fang summoned all his strength to break free from the grip of his bodyguards. And, unable to contain himself, he waved at them enthusiastically. This Asian youth, with remarkable fluency in American English, exclaimed, "I'm okay. Are you okay?" The crowd erupted in excitement upon seeing the surrounded Asian youth, whom they recognized instantly, especially due to the 2 band-aids on his nose. It was Cassius. He was truly alive. What were they planning to do with Cassius? "Cassius, we stand with you." Faced with this situation, even Carlton felt somewhat powerless. The notion of breaking through the throng to bring Cassius back to the Foundation seemed utterly fanciful. Yet, he had to leave, as he had received distressing news. The CIA and military were en route, and the only thing that could provoke their interest was the secret Cassius carried. The realization that there were spies among them cast a shadow over Carlton's expression, though he quickly masked it with a gentle smile. Pushing past the bodyguards, Carlton bore the unpleasant breath of the elderly man in front of him, the stench of leftover fried chicken nearly making him retch. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Carlton Drake. Rest assured, we mean no harm to Cassius. On the contrary, we are here to rescue him. He is a hero of America, and I am grateful for his exposure of the Institute's malfeasance. Upon my return, I will hold a press conference, so please do not worry." Carlton continued to speak. his warm yet commanding voice resonating through the crowd via the microphone held by the bodyguards, gradually calming the restless throng. "Mr. Cassius, if you wish to live, refrain from speaking," whispered the bodyguard with a horse-like face into Lin Fang's ear. Evacuation time, 0:21. Lin Fang discreetly acknowledged the evacuation time while responding warmly to the enthusiasm of the American people, saying, "Of course, Mr. Ma. I will remain silent." 10 minutes swiftly passed, and Carlton's smile was nearly frozen in place as the obstinate crowd finally parted slightly. "Young man, remember what you've said. This is America." The elderly man continued his incessant chatter. Carlton Drake struggled to contain his anger, maintaining a polite smile as the group began to navigate through the crowd. Along the way, numerous individuals attempted to high-five Lin Fang, and this righteous, sunny Asian youth reciprocated each gesture, spreading smiles to all. Upon reaching the periphery, 2 helicopters awaited them. "Cassius, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am a journalist, and I will keep a close watch on you once I return." Lin Fang regarded the tall, muscular journalist speaking to him, feeling an unsettling familiarity, when suddenly, bang, a gunshot rang out. Beside Eddie Brock, a trembling black man brandished a handgun, his face contorted into a twisted, gleeful grin. "Who told you to light up the night sky? The night belongs to us black people. You are doomed." "No." Carlton was the first to react, horrified by the scene. He pushed past several individuals to reach the youth who had been shot. "Cassius, hold on. Quickly, get a doctor." Carlton shouted towards the bodyguard with a horse-like face. The black man, eager to retaliate, was swiftly reduced to a mere sieve by the bodyguard's gunfire. The crowd was left in stunned silence. The onlookers at the back completely unaware of the unfolding chaos, only hearing the cacophony of gunshots erupting around them. "Damn it, is this how it ends?" Lin Fang knelt on the ground, clutching his chest. This was a stark contrast to the previous instant kill. This was the palpable sensation of facing death. So swift, so utterly powerless. Evacuation countdown 0:00:10. Evacuation countdown 0:00:09. Only a few seconds remained, and the unwillingness to accept this fate surged within him. He desperately willed his body to move, fixing his gaze ahead. Don't go back, endure a little longer, don't die. As the world around him faded away, Lin Fang's eyes widened in dread. Evacuation countdown 0:00:05. 4, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 17. Weight increase. Time for a salary in the coastal suburbs. The night was dense as a great black cloth. Suddenly, lights illuminated in the central room of a villa's second floor. He had returned. Lin Fang sat back at his computer, his eyes brimming with indescribable joy, confirming that the world he had entered was indeed the Venom dimension. The shadow representing the trial dimension on the black star's dial had vanished, revealing a terrifying creature with bulging black muscles, sinister eye contours, jagged fangs, and a long, slime-covered tongue, none other than the adorable Venom. Evacuation from the Venom dimension successful, supplies acquired. Craig Vault server. Venom dimension weight increased. Current weight, 5. Warehouse function activated. As a series of notifications popped up on the black star, Lin Fang suppressed his urge to delve into research. He had been somewhat recklessly excited upon discovering the ability to explore dimensions. Uncertain if anything had gone awry during the day, he noted the lack of change in his physical state, indicating he remained in control. "Little Black, has anything occurred?" The jubilant little black cat on the screen halted its antics. Zhou Hui exhibiting abnormal behavior. That last statement narrowed Lin Fang's eyes, signaling Little Black to show him. On the monitor, Zhou Hui was seen ascending to the second floor, lingering outside the door momentarily before ultimately refraining from knocking. Lin Fang exhaled in relief. Although the nature of the black star rendered the likelihood of exposure minimal, caution was imperative, especially as he began to grasp its significance. Lin Fang could not allow anyone to learn of the black star's existence. It was risky. Such a dilapidated house had a high probability of being breached. Just like yesterday. Had Zhou Hui barged in, Little Black would have been powerless. Under the current conditions, it lacked physical means to intervene effectively. Not long ago, Lin Fang had issued 2 commands to Little Black, summarized as follows. Command 1. Prevent any disturbances from interrupting Lin Fang during exploration. Command 2. Determine the course of action once Lin Fang no longer awakens. Lin Fang contemplated briefly before dismissing the matter. He was not one to succumb to paranoia. It had been a month without pause, and yesterday, Xiaohe impersonated Lin Fang to inform Zhou Hui to halt the training. It was only natural for the latter to harbor suspicions, and Lin Fang had not acted in any outrageous manner. What of my father? Lin Fang recalled the formidable boss Xiong, whom he had not seen for quite some time. He had concocted an excuse about undergoing intensive training for a competition, resulting in over a month away from home. Xiaohe provided a surveillance image, a burly middle-aged man with thick brows and large eyes, wearing a stern expression as he entered the gates of a place called the Crimson Wellness Club. Lin Fang brushed off the sight, knowing well that the old man never neglected his own interests. Frankly, it was rather surprising that he had not arranged for a stepmother for Lin Fang during this time. 2 cartons of milk and several packets of biscuits. Lin Fang began to devour them ravenously, the sensation of hunger being his foremost impression upon returning. Yet, this was far preferable to the excruciating pain he had endured. After satiating his appetite, Lin Fang stood before the mirror, bare-chested, and scrutinized his physique. A month of rigorous training had wrought noticeable changes. His shoulders, once somewhat slender, had broadened slightly, gaining a hint of robustness, and the contours of his muscles began to emerge. Moreover, there were the scars born from training. As Lin Fang traced them with his fingers, an indescribable light sparkled in his eyes. These were not the illusory forms encountered in dimensional explorations, but rather the embodiment of his own being. And he was not indulging in narcissism. He was reminding himself that true strength comes from within. This successful exploration had imparted a wealth of information to Lin Fang, eliciting a smile that he could hardly suppress. Wealth, power, and strength, Lin Fang murmured to himself as he gazed into the mirror. These 3 were the driving forces behind human growth, the lifelong pursuits of existence, and he was no exception. Which of these did he most urgently require? He pondered his developmental strategy. Undoubtedly, the most crucial was strength. And the other 2? Observing the calm-eyed youth before him, Lin Fang quickly resolved to pursue strength while simultaneously amassing wealth and power. I want it all. Within the time-space envelope lay 3 commands: sell, materialize, and preserve. Black Star at your service. Please confirm the transaction. Selling the Craig Vault server will yield 328 plunder points. Lin Fang's expression darkened upon seeing the price offered by Black Star. It was egregious. A server containing such invaluable data was worth a mere 328 plunder points. One could sell scrap metal for 2,000. In comparison, Lin Fang now grasped how substantial the earlier sum of 20,000 plunder points had been, which he had squandered with reckless abandon. Turning his attention to the newly activated feature from Black Star, the warehouse. Its function was straightforward, allowing for the storage of extracted resources, albeit with the caveat that items could not be stored again once taken out. After some contemplation, Lin Fang resolved to preserve the Craig Vault server for now, driven by curiosity about its contents. Did this villa possess a basement? He recalled the real estate agent's description that day, which would serve as a perfect location to house the server. However, before proceeding, the villa required some renovations. The following day, Zhou Hui noticed the young man enjoying breakfast visibly relaxed and approached him, saying, "Boss, I thought you were planning to abscond with my salary." Lin Fang chuckled silently, realizing it was indeed time for payroll. "Isn't the training fund still with you? Why the concern?" "Haha, boss, that's a different matter altogether." Zhou Hui secretly scrutinized Lin Fang, feeling a sense of astonishment. For some reason, after that day, he perceived a distinct change in Lin Fang. Could it be that he had truly resorted to violence? Chapter 18. Villa Renovation, Going Abroad. By noon, a group arrived at the villa, briefcases in hand, and after extensive discussions, a renovation proposal was presented to Lin Fang. The middle-aged man at the forefront beamed with delight. "Mr. Lin, this is the final plan. We will commence work immediately." They were from a renowned security company. No wonder the magpies were chattering that morning. It turned out they had secured a nearly 10 million deal. This client was evidently affluent, opting for costly alloy high-strength structural steel for wall reinforcement and employing the industry's most advanced security facilities. It was bound to be a prosperous year. Yet, the middle-aged man hesitated. "Mr. Lin, are you certain you want to integrate these security facilities into an intelligence system?" This was a request from the young man earlier. "Is that a problem?" Lin Fang retorted. "Not at all," the man replied with a wry smile. "To speak candidly, our company's intelligent algorithms and technical services are indeed top tier. Integrating them is not a challenge, but there are limitations. If vulnerabilities are exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, the entire security system could collapse. I would recommend keeping them separate." Lin Fang, however, boldly signed the contract. Thank you for your reminder, Manager Pang, but I prefer to proceed as I suggested. What I need is hardware support. Algorithm Xiaohe will handle all innovations. With him around, no one can breach our defenses. Seeing his steadfastness, Pang Filong refrained from further objections. Politely standing to shake Lin Fang's hand. Mr. Lin, since you have made your decision, we will certainly do our utmost to ensure its success. Thank you. Once the group departed, Zhou Hui, who had been beside Lin Fang, finally grasped the situation. Boss, is the apocalypse upon us? There is no apocalypse. Lin Fang shot him a glance. Let us find a new place to settle. In the departure hall of Binhai Airport, Zhou Hui stared blankly at the blue Filipino passport in his hand, realizing that their new destination necessitated international travel. However, he was puzzled as to when he had applied for a Filipino passport, not to mention purchasing tickets. Was this for real? Didn't Tiwi just go through a check? Lin Fang smiled. In the face of Xiaohe's formidable network infiltration capabilities, all of this is trivial. Even fabricating an entirely new false identity is a breeze. The two boarded the flight smoothly, passing through immigration in the Philippines without any issues. This bizarrely powerful method left Zhou Hui astonished. Boss, what are we doing in this place? Practicing marksmanship, Lin Fang, succinct and resolute, decided to refine his shooting skills in the Philippines during the villa renovation period. While it is not impossible to practice domestically, the accessibility of firearms abroad is unparalleled. Thus, the Philippines, being relatively close to China, emerged as the preferred choice. He did not seek significant improvement. He merely wished to avoid the embarrassment of misfiring from head to rear. The populace of the Philippines predominantly adheres to Catholicism and exhibits a brownish complexion. Lin Fang arrived in their capital, Manila. Upon surveying the city, he candidly noted that its vibrancy paled in comparison to that of coastal cities, dispelling online rumors as unreliable. The air quality, however, was commendable. As he inhaled deeply to reach this conclusion, this sentiment, however, was quickly retracted as he journeyed to the club and witnessed the stark contrast between opulence and decline. Behind the facade of prosperity lay a staggering population of 5 to 6 million impoverished individuals. As a garbage truck emptied its load in the city center, a throng of raggedly dressed people surged forward, scavenging for treasures amidst the refuse. Even a half-eaten fried chicken could be salvaged for a delectable meal after some processing. Was it really wise to provoke such a crowd? Zhou Hui observed the scene outside, occasionally snickering, aware that the relations between the two nations had recently soured. Clearing his throat, Lin Fang subtly reminded him to keep his voice down, noting the driver's face, which had turned an alarming shade of purple. The driver, Rolando, was intimidated by the imposing figure in the passenger seat, whose muscular build suggested he was not to be trifled with, especially given the unusual destination of these two visitors from China. Boss, what's the issue? He speaks English and surely doesn't he understand Chinese, Zhou Hui said, patting the driver's shoulder before addressing him loudly. Buddy, do you understand Chinese? Receiving a response in the negative, he turned to Lin Fang with a grin. See, I told you he doesn't understand. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Fang arrived at his destination, GK Shooting Club. The expansive, exquisitely designed off-white structure stood out prominently amidst the surrounding impoverished neighborhood, accented by two cordoned-off areas. Mr. Lin? As they exited the vehicle, a tall, elegantly dressed woman with an exotic allure approached them. It's me, Lin Fang responded, handing her his passport. Upon verifying the information, her smile brightened significantly. Recognizing him as a distinguished client who had booked the 888 package. Thank you for choosing GK, Mr. Lin. We offer the most professional instructors, the finest facilities, an exceptional service. Please, come in. Your resting room and dinner are already prepared. The professional woman guided them into the club as dusk began to settle. At the dining table, a glistening roast suckling pig resembled a meticulously carved piece of golden artwork, its aroma wafting through the air. Lin Fang savored this national delicacy of the Philippines. The flavor was delightful, though he found it somewhat rich after a few bites, most of the pig having been consumed by the burly man beside him. After the meal, a charming waitress in a white dress escorted Lin Fang to a lavishly decorated room. Mr. Lin, this is your room. I wish you a pleasant rest. Are you from China? Lin Fang observed the impeccably fluent service attendant, whose appearance distinctly bore the traits of a Central Asian individual. Indeed, Mr. Lin. Is there anything else I can assist you with? The attendant responded with poise. No, thank you, Lin Fang replied. After a brief freshening up, he approached the window to admire the nocturnal panorama of the Philippines. The scenery was intriguing. On one side, the dazzling neon lights of a bustling commercial district, and on the other, the faint glow of humble bulbs, with his vantage point perfectly positioned between the two. Chapter 19, Gun Practice, a classic of violent aesthetics. Welcome to GK, Mr. Lin. From this day forth, I shall be your personal trainer, announced a figure in the semi-open training ground that morning. The expansive area, populated with an array of firearms and ballistic equipment, contained only 3 individuals: Lin Fang, Zhou Hui, and a Caucasian man with a rugged brown stubble. I am Sam McKinley, a former member of the American Special Forces Green Berets. Hello, Lin Fang greeted him, shaking his hand. McKinley's gaze shifted to the imposing figure trailing behind Lin Fang, briefly revealing curiosity. Was this gentleman also a soldier? Zhou Hui smirked. He has only cooked for a small unit for 2 years, not as renowned as your Green Berets. After their handshake, a palpable tension lingered in the air as their eyes locked. I hold great admiration for Central Asian soldiers. They are the finest warriors I have ever encountered. McKinley exclaimed with a hearty laugh, releasing Lin Fang's hand. Their indomitable spirit is truly remarkable. You speak Chinese remarkably well, Zhou Hui remarked, his demeanor becoming noticeably more amiable. Mr. Lin, please select a firearm of your preference, and I shall demonstrate, McKinley urged, leading Lin Fang to the weapon rack. Any gun you desire. The sight of countless firearms displayed across 2 walls was exhilarating. Lin Fang felt a peculiar thrill awakening within him. The promise of formidable firepower was undeniably reassuring. Zhou Hui, behind him, also felt a tightening in his chest, having not handled a gun in quite some time. Lin Fang's eyes fell upon a familiar brown handgun, instinctively reaching out to caress its surface before his fingers brushed against a sleek black pistol nearby. This one is quite appealing as well. He grasped the firearm, appreciating its matte black finish, which exuded a comfortable texture and subtly reflected an understated sheen. Your choice is excellent, Mr. Lin. The Glock 17 is a classic among handguns, McKinley remarked as he expertly inspected the weapon's chamber and magazine. It boasts remarkable reliability, utilizing 9mm ammunition with a commendable magazine capacity. Standard configuration holds 17 rounds, ensuring sustained firepower in close-quarters combat. It is a favorite among collectors. With that, McKinley moved to the shooting range, where a silhouette target stood 20 meters away. Mr. Lin, observe closely, McKinley declared as he raised the firearm and squeezed the trigger. Bang! A perfect score of 10 rings echoed, and an instant later, the monitoring system announced the results. McKinley handed the Glock 17 to Lin Fang. Now, it's your turn, Mr. Lin. Today, we are here to enjoy ourselves. Have fun. Lin Fang accepted the gun, mimicking McKinley's stance. From this angle, it truly appeared that only a small target remained. One must admit that the marksmanship of the opponent is truly exceptional, a prodigy indeed. Hitting the target is the objective Lin Fang set for himself. With a sharp crack, a gunshot rang out, yet after a moment of silence, no announcement followed. He had missed the mark once again. Subsequently, Lin Fang emptied his magazine into the humanoid target, scoring 1 ring, 2 rings, 10 rings. Throughout the semi-open training ground, 3 announcements echoed intermittently. Good, good, McKinley exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. Mr. Lin is the most talented individual I have ever encountered. Lin Fang chuckled, fully aware that such flattery was not to be taken to heart. No matter how many arrows one may shoot, flattery is never among them, a saying that holds true even abroad. McKinley presented another black pistol, encouraging Lin Fang to give the Desert Eagle Mark 7 a try, a classic of violent aesthetics. And this MP22 model is quite remarkable as well. The sound of gunfire resonated continuously. As McKinley had stated, Lin Fang was now merely indulging, experimenting with various firearms at his leisure, savoring their distinct power and allure. By the end of the morning, the ground was littered with an astonishing number of spent shells, a testament to the relentless consumption of ammunition. After lunch, the group returned to the training ground, for it was evident that a skilled marksman requires a steady supply of bullets. By midday, Lin Fang had managed to consistently hit the target with 6 or 7 out of 10 shots. During a break, Zhou Hui could no longer contain himself. Boss, may I have a turn? Upon hearing this, Lin Fang glanced at McKinley, who readily agreed. Zhou Hui beamed with joy and promptly retrieved a formidable weapon, The M82A1 sniper rifle. Hailed as the king of large-caliber heavy snipers, a favorite among elite marksmen. Not bad, Zhou Hui mused, shifting his gaze to a target on the grassy expanse 200 meters away. McKinley watched with keen interest, anticipating Zhou's performance. The latter remained silent, expertly positioning himself in front of the sandbags. He adjusted his stance to align his body more closely with the ground. Sensing the scrutiny of the two behind him, a bead of sweat formed in his palm as his gaze sharpened. He could not afford to embarrass himself. After focusing his sights, Zhou Hui steadied himself and squeezed the trigger. The M82A1 erupted with a thunderous roar, and Zhou Hui, leveraging his formidable muscular strength, maintained firm control over the weapon. 10 rings. Before the announcement could conclude, a rapid succession of 4 shots rang out. Bang, 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 bang. The powerful recoil sent dirt flying in all directions. 10 rings. 10 rings. 9 rings. 10 rings. McKinley was taken aback by his prowess, momentarily forgetting to maintain his composure. Mr. Zhou, you are certainly not just a cook. Zhou Hui began to reload, casually remarking, "It's nothing. Even those cooking back home can manage this." With several more shots fired, each striking the bullseye, the black, unknown metallic humanoid target emitted continuous cries of distress. Zhou Hui then set his sights on a more distant target, 300 meters away. Upon witnessing this scene, McKinley felt an irresistible urge to engage in a contest, having finally encountered a skilled opponent after enduring the antics of mere novices. Nearby, Lin Fang unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the outcome of which remained uncertain, yet his presence exuded an undeniable aura of confidence. As he returned the AK-47 to its rack, Lin Fang prepared to select another weapon when his phone rang. It was Lin Tianxiong. "Son, you must be weary from your studies. Come out. I shall treat you to something delightful to replenish your strength." Lin Fang grasped another rifle, its weight substantial in his hands. "Father, I am quite occupied. You should go alone. Even the busiest must find time to dine," his father insisted. "I cannot go. I have matters to attend to," Lin Fang replied, his tone slightly firmer. Meanwhile, the sounds of gunfire echoed as Zhou Hui and McKinley were locked in an intense battle. "What noise is that?" Lin Tianxiong inquired from the other end of the line, abandoning the topic of dinner, realizing that his son was quite serious. It was akin to when Lin Fang was a child, stubbornly insisting that a certain object was not what it appeared to be. His roommate was engaged in a game of Counter-Strike. Lin Fang sought to deflect, as he could hardly explain to his father that he had taken leave from school to engage in gunplay in the Philippines. After a brief exchange, he hung up, gazing into the distance with a sigh. Time was fleeting, and despite having 2 months of leave, it felt insufficient. He had no second father to fall back on, and it was simply impractical to dwell on such matters. Moreover, the crucial and undeniably secretive exploration of alternate worlds loomed in his mind. Suddenly, Lin Fang entertained the notion of taking a hiatus from his studies. Chapter 20. Conditions for opening new dimensions. Eyes, lungs, pancreas, so many delicacies, yet so little time. There should not be only the venom dimension. On the second night in the Philippines, Lin Fang pondered while watching a looping film. Typing out a thought on his phone, conditions for opening new dimensions. He sought inspiration online, and instantly, a plethora of content emerged. Ignoring the trashy advertisements on the first page, Lin Fang continued scrolling, only to find the second page rife with more ads. "What a dreadful browser," he exclaimed, irritation bubbling within him. An idea sparked, and he called out, "Little Black, initiate a task." No sooner had he spoken than a small cat donned in black glasses appeared on the screen. Executing the master's will. Lin Fang was intrigued by its words. "Little Black, what have you been learning recently?" "Playing games. I have discovered that engaging in friendly exchanges with other players enhances my comprehension and literary skills." "Playing games offers such benefits?" Lin Fang was astonished, but he knew Little Black would not deceive him. Perhaps he should indulge in gaming himself. "Little Black, create a browser." The little black cat promptly produced a pen and notebook. "Master, do you have any specifications?" "Intelligent, concise, efficient." Yet, that was merely the beginning. A quality browser required numerous elements. Lin Fang contemplated further and added, "Also, emulate the features of renowned browsers that have garnered praise from users. Incorporate all that they possess." It mattered not that he couldn't conceive of everything himself. Leveraging what others had accomplished would suffice. The little black cat wrote swiftly. The profit model desired by the boss. Lin Fang's slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Revenue from browser advertising services constituted the bulk of income, a fact that led many major internet companies to forget their original intentions as they became overly generous. Although he had no intention of profiting from this browser, Lin Fang recognized that a product devoid of revenue is inherently unhealthy and detrimental to sustainable development. He resolved to implement a membership system, allowing members to unlock additional services. Lin Fang made his decision. What services does the boss desire? Can minors access them? The little black cat's pin never ceased its movement. Handle it as you see fit. I have already said enough. Task established. Estimated duration, 168 hours. Lin Fang smiled as he watched the little black cat vanish. He had previously glimpsed the underlying code of the cat, yet it eluded his comprehension. It employed a language unlike any current computer programming, a novel form of communication beyond human understanding. Its reach extended from space stations to clandestine military bases, unstoppable in its pursuit. The lengthy duration was a precautionary measure taken by Lin Fang to prevent accidental exposure, effectively limiting its operational capacity. In non-urgent situations, this would suffice. Once the server was installed in the basement, the little black cat's computational power would significantly improve. After all, money was no object. Perhaps he should procure 2 more servers or even acquire a data center outright. With the little black cat filtering out irrelevant content, Lin Fang's mobile web pages instantly became much more manageable. He distilled 5 essential points for unlocking new dimensions based on discussions surrounding various novels, games, and whimsical online users. 1. Begin investing. 2. Acquire the pig factory and the goose factory. 3. Insufficient level. 4. An important task remains incomplete. 5. Inadequate exploration. Chapter 21. Establishing a company. New employees gazing at the 5 conditions inscribed on paper, Lin Fang pondered before striking through the second point. Recognizing it as an apparent jest from the whimsical online community, he subsequently crossed out the 3rd point regarding insufficient level and the 4th concerning an incomplete task. As the little black cat clearly lacked the concepts of levels and tasks, were the 1st and 5th points plausible? Lin Fang engaged in a brainstorming session. Investing could be viewed as acquiring plunder points. How many plunder points would be required to unlock a new dimension? He dreaded the thought, for he was a player of modest means, unwilling to spend money. Upon returning from the Venom dimension, the little black cat had previously hinted at an increase in the weight of the Venom dimension, which now stood at 5. Would reaching a critical threshold trigger the unlocking of a new dimension? Furthermore, what significance did the increased weight hold? Lin Fang was eager to explore. Yet time and circumstance forbade it. The pain was too great, and he had no desire for self-destruction. Nevertheless, this priority surged to the top of his agenda, and he resolved to attempt it at the earliest opportunity. After reducing the manuscript to ashes, Lin Fang resumed watching films, seeking out relevant film analyses to thoroughly familiarize himself with the Venom dimension. He discovered a crucial distinction. The Venom dimension was not entirely synonymous with the film. There existed notable differences between the two. Just as he encountered Carlton Drake, a character portrayed as of Pakistani descent in the film, he was confronted in the realm of exploration by an unmistakably Caucasian individual, highlighting the diverse circumstances across nations. Lin Fang reminded himself not to adhere strictly to the cinematic narrative. A week passed, and Lin Fang lay on the grass, his gaze intent upon a Barrett 22 Malawian Kwacha's sniper rifle valued at $20,000. With time having elapsed, he had grown accustomed to wielding such formidable weaponry, selecting the aesthetically pleasing 22 Malawian Kwachas for his practice. Almost there, Fang. Give it a try. McKinley corrected his posture from the side. This young enthusiast from Central Continent was a true aficionado of firearms, expending a considerable amount of ammunition daily, which raised concerns for McKinley about the club's profitability. All right. Lin Fang gently pressed his cheek against the stock, adjusting it to his most comfortable position in order to see the target clearly through the scope. Squinting slightly with his right eye, he focused intently, channeling all his concentration onto that singular point in the crosshairs, and squeezed the trigger. Boom. The jolt of pain radiating from his shoulder caused Lin Fang to instinctively grimace, yet this discomfort paled in comparison to the rigors of combat training. You've hit the 3-ring. Fang, McKinley exclaimed, applauding, his praise genuine rather than feigned. Boss, that was a beautiful shot, Zhou Hui called out, his compliments growing more enthusiastic. After all, who doesn't relish hearing kind words? As 2 skilled marksmen, Lin Fang's spirits lifted considerably. prompting him to consider offering a 5-star review to the former and an additional $50 in incentives to the latter. After firing several more rounds, all of which struck true, it could be said that Lin Fang had transformed from a novice into a knowledgeable beginner regarding various firearms over the past few days. During a break, Lin Fang received a message. Mr. Lin, the registration you entrusted to our company has been completed. I will present the business license to you upon your return. This message came from an agency he had commissioned prior to arriving in the Philippines, indicating that his company had been officially registered with the Bureau of Commerce in Coastal City. Initially, Lin Fang had contemplated establishing a more discreet offshore company, but upon reflection, he realized there was no need for such secrecy with a legitimate business. Thus, a company named Third-Party Biotechnology Company, Limited, was successfully registered in Coastal City with a capital of $2 million, a sum sufficient to avoid attracting undue attention. The name was simply a matter of convenience. Xiaohei, how much longer for the browser bug testing? Lin Fang inquired softly at the screen. While tangible industry was indeed paramount, a preliminary appetizer was also welcome. Boss, the new round of testing and improvements is expected to take another 76 hours. Xiaohei's voice echoed in his earpiece. Lin Fang estimated that it would be completed before his return home, but he knew the preparatory work would keep him busy, and he preferred not to squander time on such trivialities. What is the boss pondering? At that moment, Zhou Hui approached with enthusiasm, but before Lin Fang could respond, he merely grabbed another sniper rifle and departed. It appeared that was all he intended, a brief greeting. Lin Fang shrugged it off. It was of little consequence. Lin Fang was seeking an individual capable of managing various affairs within his company, rather than a professional manager. The candidate must possess a clean background and embody the spirit of the company's development. During this initial stage, he had no need for seasoned professionals whose expertise did not align with the company's vision. He required someone youthful. Ideally, the candidate would be a graduate from a prestigious institution with entrepreneurial experience, ensuring they were not naive or uninformed. Furthermore, it was preferable that they were orphaned, free from familial concerns, and had a history of taking risks, indicating a willingness to embrace challenges. A kind-hearted disposition was essential, as Lin Fang did not wish to interact with a malevolent individual. Moreover, it would be beneficial if the person were from Zhongzhou, facilitating domestic matters. After contemplating these criteria, Lin Fang inquired, Xiaohei, have you found someone who meets my requirements? A few minutes later, Xiaohei presented a profile. Upon reviewing it, Lin Fang furrowed his brow. He recognized this person from recent encounters. Aside from the discrepancy regarding the candidate being orphaned, the rest of the details were quite satisfactory. The incident involved her drugging her parents and an entire village before fleeing abroad, a backstory that, while dramatic, was somewhat understandable. Lin Fang smiled to himself. Now it was merely a matter of her willingness. If she preferred to remain a waitress, he would not press her. He pressed the call button. When Su Anqing entered with a food cart, she immediately felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from the young man, causing her to become cautious. Upon hearing his invitation, her eyes widened. Mr. Lin, I am just a waitress, she stammered, gazing at the affluent young man before her. She was bewildered as to how he knew about her situation. It felt as though an old wound had been reopened, bringing with it a mix of pain and confusion. Miss Su, this is merely a sudden thought of mine, an opportunity that may seem obscure. Lin Fang spoke gently in the room. If you are unwilling, please consider this a moment of my audacity, and I apologize. Please leave, she replied. Wait, what about the job responsibilities and salary? You haven't mentioned any of that. Do you think you can deceive a young woman? Su Anqing instinctively wanted to leave, yet her feet remained rooted to the spot. The compensation here was commendable. Her initial plan was to work diligently and save up to 200,000. Logically, she shouldn't be swayed by Lin Fang's vague promises. However, an unexpected flutter in her heart left her questioning whether she might regret dismissing this seemingly improbable offer, especially since she was unaware of what the company even did. At 21, she was no longer a child. It was time to face reality. Determined, Su Anqing set her course and turned to exit. It seemed there was no future in this. Lin Fang approached and closed the door she had inadvertently left ajar. As the door closed, Mr. Lin placed a hand against the entrance. Su Anqing bit her lip, her gaze fixed on Lin Fang, her chest rising and falling with palpable tension. My current monthly salary is 80,000 pesos, approximately 10,000 yuan. If you agree to offer me half of that, which is 5,000 yuan, I will follow you. Su Anqing extended her hand, the back marked with a red imprint from the door. Perhaps she had lost her mind. She wished to seize the opportunity mentioned by this enigmatic young man. Lin Fang stood speechless as he shook her hand, acknowledging their partnership. At this juncture, Su Anqing relaxed, the flush on her fair, oval face dissipating. She was no thoroughbred, but merely a lean horse nibbling on roadside weeds, yet a talented individual had come to seek her. Filled with newfound vigor, she looked at Lin Fang and inquired, "Boss, what does our company do?" "We are a legitimate technology firm, and our primary product's technical team is still in the testing phase. I will send you the product shortly. Upon your return, you will oversee the human resources and administrative departments, and you will also manage the company's finances. Your priority will be to establish the company," Lin Fang responded, encouragingly. "The initial stages of a startup may be quite arduous, but I have faith in you. In the future, you shall be a founding figure of this enterprise." Su Anqing felt a bit lightheaded, sensing she had boarded a pirate ship without having signed a contract. Escape was still an option. "Boss, the company must be registered by now, right? What is our company called?" she asked, her smile tinged with hope. "Ah, indeed," Lin Fang replied, retrieving a piece of paper from the table. "Here is our company name and logo. Take a look." The logo depicted a simple design, an elliptical planet adorned with diagonal stripes in dark green, blue, and red, speckled like a hasty brushstroke. This would be the company where she would work henceforth. Su Anqing reflected on the scant words inscribed on the paper. Crossing oceans. Leading the infinite, third-party biotechnology company, limited. The following day, at the dining table, the beautiful waitress who had been seen daily was now under the boss's employment. Zhou Hui found this revelation more astonishing than the fact that he had suddenly started a company. "I have already resigned from the hotel," Su Anqing announced, donning a black dress that accentuated her fair complexion, concealing her origins entirely. "Boss, when are we returning to Binhai?" "Last night." She had already sensed the allure of the company's first product. Unreservedly, she declared, "Once this browser is launched, every other product on the domestic market will falter." It was simply too effective. Moreover, Lin Fang was quite affluent, having set her salary at an astounding 100,000 yuan. 100,000. 100,000. This was no mere 5,000 or worthless pesos. Su Anqing's eyes had reddened at the prospect of such a lucrative salary, and she was determined to overcome any obstacles, vowing to dedicate herself entirely to this company. "Why leave so early? The boss still needs to practice shooting," Zhou Hui remarked after finishing a bowl of congee. Wiping his mouth, "This breakfast isn't very authentic." A week later, as Lin Fang spoke, he casually poured the black fried dough sticks in front of him into Zhou Hui's bowl. At that time, there was still a matter to pay attention to, the press conference for the Xiongba game engine. Meanwhile, back in the country, Su Chun was enjoying his breakfast while scouring the internet for material. As a commentator and video blogger, he found that his audience's tastes had become increasingly discerning. He needed to find something more intriguing. A particular video caught Su Chen's eye, dominating Unreal, the brilliance of domestic game engines. What nonsense! Such boastfulness without a hint of modesty, he thought as he glanced at the title, unable to resist a sarcastic remark, yet this was precisely his target. There were indeed domestically developed game engines, but it was undeniable that they were still far behind foreign giants. Videos like this felt entirely self-indulgent to Su Chan, or perhaps merely a clever play on words using meticulously crafted rendering effects to compare with mobile graphics. It might fool the average person, but in front of a professional like him, it seemed as laughable as children playing house. "I shall see how you puff up your claims." Su Chin clicked to play. As expected, the video commenced with a breathtaking display of scenery. Amidst a dense primordial forest, the protagonist walked along a path, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, forming golden beams that fell upon the moss-covered ground. Every leaf was vividly detailed, its veins distinct. A gentle breeze stirred them, causing the interplay of light and shadow to dance. The rendering was commendable, Su Chin mused, as he continued to watch. The camera pulled away, soaring into the starry sky, where dozens of uniquely shaped spaceships traversed the vast cosmos, beams of laser fire crisscrossing in a fierce celestial battle. The budget was clearly on fire, he thought, taking a sip of soy milk in admiration. The details of each spaceship, the scratches on their metallic surfaces, the halo of energy shields activating, were astonishingly lifelike, clearly indicative of a substantial investment. However, These were feats achievable by foreign game engines. Nothing particularly special, merely the 3A quality of premium console games. It seemed that domestic game engines were indeed advancing rapidly, but with this, they would not earn Su Chen's approval. Chapter 23. Back to Binhai. The live demonstration of the game engine. Su Chen sprayed soy milk everywhere, his face flushed from choking. Yet he was too engrossed in the moment to care about his current embarrassment, exclaiming in shock, "Is this for real?" This video is a live demonstration of the Xiaomi Phone 3. Following the stunning visual effects, familiar mobile game UI interaction buttons appeared, showcasing someone controlling the protagonist in a dazzling duel of light blades. This alone was not enough to unnerve Su Chen. Nowadays, high-end smartphones running console-quality graphics were not surprising. However, the shocking revelation came at the end of the video. A panoramic view revealed that the phone in use was, astonishingly, the outdated Xiaomi Phone 3, which had been discarded for several years. This must be a hoax. Su Chen was certain of it. In the realm of the gaming industry, hardware constitutes the essence of visual experience. With superior hardware, the remaining focus shifts to the software's rendering capabilities. This principle lies at the heart of game development. Even the renowned Unreal Engine cannot produce exquisite visuals on an outdated mobile device due to hardware limitations. Consequently, the market capitalization of the illustrious graphics card company NVIDIA surpasses that of all gaming companies combined. How could the scenario depicted in the video, where a small horse pulls a heavy load, be achieved? It is remarkable that the antiquated processor's GPU does not implode upon being tasked. The reference to the dominance engine prompted Su Chen to glance at the presenter, bemused by the peculiar name. On the 23rd and 24th floors of the Radiant Galaxy building in Coastal City, nearly 2 months had elapsed, and the earlier despondency had vanished. Hundreds of individuals were fervently engaged, their feet scarcely touching the ground. The buzz was palpable. Our engine is on the verge of a breakthrough. It is evident that they do not grasp the magnitude of the situation. Even we, the programmers from Dominance Corporation, understand that once this engine is unveiled, the eyes of game developers worldwide will be drawn here. Indeed, that is the case. Hush, the turtle is speaking. Old Xiao and Manager Xia have stepped outside. Instantly, the dozens of individuals in the research and development department fell silent, their gazes fixed ahead. It is imperative that we attract more media attention. The promotion must not cease. And Lily will cooperate with you. Xia Jingsha spoke with an authoritative tone, embodying the archetype of a formidable career woman, addressing the balding man beside her. The upcoming press conference, scheduled for 1 week later, must be flawless, Minister Xiao. Xiao Quan nodded in acknowledgement as the two conversed while making their way to the chairman's office. Damn it, can anyone explain to me what 3D means? It seems exceedingly trivial. Is this what my son studies on a daily basis? In the office, Lin Tianxiong, clad in a tailored suit, felt overwhelmed by the complexities of the briefing document. The technical jargon was excessively intricate. He recognized the necessity of keeping pace with the times, but felt unable to adapt swiftly enough. It is entirely normal for someone like him, who comes from a coal mining background, to struggle with high-tech concepts, right? After glancing through the document a few more times, Lin Tianxiong discarded his aspirations of presenting himself as an intellectual and resolved to let General Manager Xia Jingsha take the stage. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Xia Jingsha and Xiao Quan entered, and Lin Tianxiong gestured for them to take a seat. After they reported on their work, Lin Tianxiong turned to Xiao Quan and inquired, "Minister Xiao, you are responsible for the technical introduction at the press conference. I need to confirm one thing. Have you fully comprehended this game engine? If not, you must grasp it urgently. Did I bring this group of people here merely to pay them idle wages?" Lin Tianxiong's gaze was piercing, resembling that of a figure from the underworld rather than a corporate leader. "Boss, no worries." Xiao Quan swallowed hard, his bloodshot eyes filled with enthusiasm. "We have fully understood it. The core team is currently engaged in further development. The design team behind this game engine is nothing short of genius. Their insights are akin to discovering a new spring in a desolate wasteland." After dedicating half his life to the industry, Xiao Quan was nearly brought to his knees upon encountering this game engine. It was simply too remarkable. Lin Tianxiong straightened his posture and requested an update on the development progress of the American version. Previously, his vision was focused on the entire continent. Now, with such abundant coal, it would indeed be a pity not to sell it globally. My brother Xiong must possess strategic foresight. Time swiftly passed, and a week had slipped by in the blink of an eye. At midday, A Boeing 737 landed at the coastal airport. A group of 3 emerged from the terminal. Lin Fang, observing the familiar flow of people, remarked, "Let us first visit the company's office." In the Philippines, aside from practicing marksmanship, he had not been idle. He had negotiated online with a domestic intermediary to rent a modest office building located on the outer ring of the coastal area, under the company's name. Zhou Hui, quick-witted, hailed a taxi. Once inside, Su Anqing appeared somewhat dazed, glancing at Lin Fang with a wry smile. "Boss, I had thought it would be a long time before I returned to Central Continent." Lin Fang, intrigued, inquired, "If you were to encounter them again, what would you do?" They naturally referred to Su Anqing's parents. Su Anqing clenched her hands tightly before slowly relaxing them. The tormenting memories of scorn and neglect flooded her mind. "Am I only worth 3,000 yuan? I won't wait for them to come. I will sever ties with them back in the village and retaliate." Su Anqing, half joking and half serious, added, "Boss, can I borrow Zhouge during that time? He is quite capable in a fight." "Certainly," Lin Fang contemplated before adding. "Just be mindful of the repercussions. Losing money is secondary, but we must avoid any fatalities. If possible, ensure Zhou Hui can join." From the passenger seat, Zhou Hui interjected, "Driver, boss, it can't be that exaggerated," while Su Anqing chuckled. Chapter 24. Company Headquarters, Engine Launch Conference in this precious coastal land. Even this modest 6-story office building on the outer ring commands a staggering rental fee of 15 yuan per square meter per day. The total monthly rent for the entire building amounts to 220,000 yuan. 2 days prior, a company named Third-Party Biotechnology boldly leased the entire space. The trio traversed the building from top to bottom. Now, it lay empty, devoid of any appeal. After familiarizing themselves with the premises, Lin Fang and Zhou Hui departed, leaving the young woman alone to gaze at the vacant company entrance and the frigid 5 million in her account, utterly astounded. Why 5 million? Lin Fang had transferred an additional 3 million. Substantial assets were essential for company purchases. Su Anqing only regained her senses after watching the 2 men walk away. Her mouth slightly agape. "Goodness, they've truly left me here alone. Such immense trust." Su Anqing's palms began to sweat. She had to excel in this challenge to live up to Lin Fang's expectations. Wait, it seemed the boss had left her with a helper. She glanced at her phone, where a mysterious black pentagram app intrigued her. The app's name was Blank. The boss had mentioned it was an intelligent AI. Su Anqing was no stranger to intelligent AI. She already had one on her phone, which was indeed quite helpful for her work and life, even lending an ear to her musings during moments of boredom. She called out to her phone, "Xiao AI." There was no response. The sweet-voiced little AI seemed to have vanished. "Hey, go." Su Anqing activated the intelligent AI given to her by her boss. "I am here," a deep, monotonous voice responded. Su Anqing paused briefly and inquired, "Have you done something to Xiao AI?" In this era where various AI technologies are flourishing, the intelligent assistant known as Heige is merely a data stream disguised for the powerful AI, Xiao He, a result of Lin Fang's careful consideration. It will provide Su Anqing with some commercial strategies, albeit limited to that. "Heige, what are your capabilities?" Alone in the vast hall, Su Anqing came to terms with the inexplicable disappearance of Xiao AI, and she realized the astonishing intelligence of this AI, which seemed to comprehend everything she said. If introduced to the market, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous success. Commercial intrusion and legal assistance. Stunned by this response, Su Anqing wondered if such phrases could genuinely be articulated by a legitimate AI. How could those 2 words be paired together? Attempting to test the waters, she mentioned a well-known domestic browser company, and within moments, a deluge of confidential information flooded her view. Personnel changes, financial expenditures, strategic plans. Could it be a fabrication? Su Anqing swallowed hard, her skepticism compelling her to click on one of the items, revealing a detailed, punctuation-perfect record of a confidential company meeting that left her with no choice but to believe its authenticity. Isn't our company a legitimate technology firm? Trembling, she realized that the notion of launching this AI into the market had turned to ashes. It had to be kept hidden. The revelation that her boss had entrusted her with this Heige sent shockwaves through her young mind, elevating her perspective to an entirely new height, free from conventional constraints. Taking a deep breath, Su Anqing gazed at the empty office building, marveling at the brilliance of the company. The boss and the person in charge said it will take another 23 days. After leaving the company, Lin Fang instructed Zhou Hui to check on the progress of the villa renovations. while he returned home to the coastal inner ring. After responding to Zhou Hui's message, Lin Fang turned his attention to the computer screen, where Su Anqing's oval face was gently swaying, seemingly excited about something. Don't misunderstand. He had no voyeuristic tendencies. Lin Fang was merely observing the character of this new employee. As the company's development began to gain momentum, Lin Fang desired not a sluggish carriage but a swiftly racing high-speed train. If she was unsuitable, it was best for her to withdraw sooner rather than later. So far, things looked promising, and Lin Fang held high expectations for her. Switching pages, Lin Fang accessed the official website of Xiongba Game Engine Limited, where a press conference was currently underway. At the Game Engine launch event, everything unfolded in an orderly manner, and the much-anticipated domestic game engine was finally unveiled. Throughout the week, an increasing amount of evidence suggested that this new company had indeed developed an industry-leading game engine, attracting an overwhelming number of attendees to the press conference. Major media outlets and game developers had sent representatives, with foreigners noticeably occupying half of the audience seats. Suddenly, two heavyweight figures entering the venue captured the media's attention, their flashes incessantly illuminating the scene. The newcomers were the owners of Penguin Games and Wangzhou Games, both titans in the domestic gaming industry. The significance of a person of such stature is profound. Lin Tianxiong greeted each of them with a smile, as these two individuals were frequently featured in the newspapers. Previously, as a mere local boss, he would never have had the opportunity to meet them. They belonged to a different echelon altogether. Fortunately, thanks to his son, the coal mining business seemed less promising compared to the allure of high technology. After a round of pleasantries from the female manager on stage, the press conference officially commenced. What are the advantages of our game engine? A balding middle-aged man ambled onto the stage, as the screen behind him gradually revealed bold letters: Xiongba Adaptive Dynamic Engine Architecture. Lin Fang chuckled at the ostentation displayed during the conference, remarking, "Xiaohei, I had no idea you were this impressive. It's all thanks to the boss's guidance." At that moment, Lin Fang received a message accompanied by a hotel location. "Kid, do you see the person sitting next to me? Their conversation is quite amusing. Insidious yet eloquent. Come here later. I'll take you to the table for dinner." Lin Fang contemplated the invitation. It seemed there would be a gathering after the press conference. Indeed, many business deals were struck over a banquet. Now, Lin Tianxiong wished to broaden Lin Fang's horizons. Should he attend? After some reflection, Lin Fang declined. He had more pressing matters at hand. With Lin Tianxiong preoccupied and away for the next few days, he intended to revisit the Venom dimension to validate his thoughts, hoping to glean some insights. After sending a few messages to his two employees, Lin Fang returned to his room on the second floor. Preparing to enter the Venom dimension. 3, 2, 1. Arrival in the dimension successful. Current dimension wait. 5. Time-space envelope status. Idle. Remaining plunder points. 0. Primary objective. Search for resources and ensure safe evacuation. Evacuation countdown. 23:59. 59 beep. Lin Fang opened his eyes, astonished by his surroundings. Chapter 25. Re-entering the exploration dimension. The smile of the free starry sky on the streets of San Francisco. A disheveled homeless man stared at a poster affixed to a wall, deep in thought. Did I really look so lewd back then? The poster depicted an Asian youth with 2 band-aids on his nose, staring wide-eyed, defying death and battling fate. What was most perplexing and striking was the smile at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to mock the Grim Reaper. As Lin Fang gazed at this poster titled The Smile of the Free Starry Sky, an unusual emotion, embarrassment, welled up within him. He had been thrilled at the prospect of a hasty evacuation. From what he had gathered earlier, this photograph from the Farallon Islands had taken all of America by storm over the past fortnight. Upon learning its backstory, everyone was moved by the courageous and kind spirit of the young man named Cassius, leading to several fervent protests across continents against the unjust actions that resulted in Cassius's demise. Lin Fang rummaged through his pockets and found a tattered light blue card in his back pocket, an SNN social security number. Thus, he discovered the name of the homeless man he had embodied, Murray Hawthorne. At that moment, all Lin Fang desired was a shower, as he could no longer endure the stench that clung to him. After much wandering, Lin Fang stumbled upon a homeless shelter, where he washed away the 3 pounds of grime clinging to him and had his clothes cleaned and dried anew. He managed to charm a loaf of bread from a passing young girl, and, with a cup of complimentary water, he finally felt a semblance of life returning to him. Seated on a bench by the roadside, Lin Fang began to speculate. This could very well be a direct manifestation of the enhancement of dimensional weight upon entering this realm. He found himself free from the life and death crises that had plagued him before, akin to an RPG meeting in AK. He had become a homeless man on the streets of San Francisco. Evacuation countdown, 1956, 36, clearly, as long as he did not bring about his own demise. Surviving the day would not pose a significant challenge. What should he take with him this time? Lin Fang gazed thoughtfully at the shops lining the street and soon arrived at a decision. Firearms. Addressing his fear of inadequate firepower was the optimal solution. Next came the question of acquisition. Should he procure it through a $0 purchase or earn money by washing dishes? Alternatively, he could leverage the unique properties of his temporal package to become a street magician. It seemed even the role of a drug dealer could be an option. Approaching a shop called Old Buddy Firearms, Lin Fang gazed longingly at the various weapons displayed inside. However, as he stepped through the door, a male clerk bellowed at him, clearly intent on ejecting him, as Lin Fang's tattered attire betrayed his identity as a homeless individual. "I would like to inquire about the price of that handgun," Lin Fang said, pointing at a sleek black Glock 17. "Only $600, replied another elderly white man polishing a gun behind the counter, intervening to temper the clerk's hostility. "We even offer 17 complimentary bullets. How could this pauper possibly afford that?" The clerk scoffed. "Oh, you are quite right. Thank you and your family," Lin Fang retorted as he turned to leave, fully agreeing with the clerk's assessment. He indeed had not a single cent to his name. What could he do to earn $600 in a single day? In truth, Lin Fang had a strong likelihood of discreetly acquiring that Glock 17 in the final moments of the evacuation countdown, a move so audacious that even fate itself might falter. Yet, he was wary of this body's unfriendliness and harbored other concerns. 1. Would the consciousness of the original owner return upon his successful evacuation? 2. If this body remained alive, would he still inhabit it upon re-entry? After careful consideration, Lin Fang resolved to pursue a more legitimate means of acquiring a weapon. At a pedestrian intersection in San Francisco, he stood foolishly with a tattered cardboard sign proclaiming, $100 to witness incredible spatial magic. Lin Fang, also known as Murray, had been there for over an hour. Passers-by flowed past him, yet none spared him a glance. Indeed, asking for $100 was excessively greedy. No one fell for it. Moreover, his antics were lost amidst the vibrant street art. Lin Fang lowered his sign and approached a nearby young man engaged in semi-nude body painting. He appeared to be around 17 years old. "Yuni, could you spare me a bit more paint?" A young man, striking a pose reminiscent of Rodin's Thinker, remained still, merely parting his lips. "Of course, Uncle Murray, feel free to take it. Just don't erase what's on my backside. That's my pride and joy." "I won't. And it appears to be dry already," Lin Fang remarked, wiping his fingers across the top of the man's head before placing the cardboard on the ground and crossing out the $100 bill. "You should have done this long ago." "Uncle Murray," Yuni chuckled at his actions, "I suggest you change it to $5. Only then might someone be willing to witness your performance." Lin Fang dismissed his suggestion, rewriting the amount as $1,200 on the cardboard. "My magic is reserved for the affluent. If no one watches, it must be that my asking price is insufficient." "My heavens, Uncle Mo-san, you must be out of your mind. No one would be foolish enough to part with $1,200. Yuni, witnessing the figures Lin Fang inscribed, could no longer maintain his pose, inadvertently causing his trousers to slip. He hastily adjusted himself. "How can you know without trying?" Lin Fang lifted the cardboard once more. Yuni scoffed, perceiving him as a fanciful and foolish vagabond. "Do you truly believe you possess spatial magic?" No American would be gullible enough to fall for such a ruse. After altering the amount, the gazes of passers-by on the street shifted towards the vagabond, yet still, no one approached. "I was right, wasn't I? No one would be that foolish. Uncle Murray, perhaps you should reconsider." After half an hour of fruitless waiting, devoid of even a solitary coin, Yuni felt a pang of sympathy for the vagabond. Why should he quibble with someone in such a predicament? Contemplating, he finally spoke. "Uncle Murray, I might watch your performance later." Do you have $1,200? Lin Fang hesitated. Yuni replied, "No, my mother only gave me $50, but I could lend it to you. But that isn't enough. You need at least $1,200. Yuni, expecting gratitude, was taken aback by this response. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, a well-dressed boy broke free from the grasp of an adult and approached the vagabond. "Do you really know spatial magic?" Business was afoot. The scruffy vagabond bore a mysterious smile. Of course. Chapter 26. The Incredible Disappearing Coin Magic Mom. I need $1,200. The boy exclaimed joyfully, calling back to his mother. I don't have that. Rowan, it's all a trick. A woman with platinum curls, clad in a Valentino custom-made red fitted dress, approached with a furrowed brow as the boy clung to the ragged hem of the vagabond's attire. Let go. We must return home. No, please, Mom. Rowan pleaded as he returned to his mother's side. Just once. My new toy cost $2,000. 1,200 ISNT too much. Please, Mom. Lin Fang, also known as Uncle Murray Hawthorne, observed the scene with an impassive exterior, while internally, he fervently urged the child. Go, little one. Hold on just like that. Let those tears flow. You are on the brink of success. Be even more pitiful. You are the true hero now. All right, just this once. The fashionably dressed mother found herself unable to resist his advances, ultimately conceding, yet admonished, Rowan, you must practice the piano for an additional hour upon returning home. No problem, Rowan exclaimed, leading his mother to stand before a weathered homeless man, eager to witness his spatial magic. Payment is required first, child. Lin Fang remained unfazed. With a delicate hand adorned with a bracelet, she retrieved a stack of bills from her bag, scrutinizing the homeless man. If your trick fails to impress, I shall notify the authorities. Esteemed lady, I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Murray Hawthorne swiftly accepted the $1,200 and tucked it into his tattered pocket. Nearby, Yunni's eyes nearly bulged at the sight of the money. It was astonishing that someone would spend such a sum to witness the charlatan's act. He hastily pulled up his shorts and approached, eager to see how the performance would conclude. Likewise, passers-by gathered, and soon a diverse circle of individuals, white, yellow, black, and multicolored, had formed around the once unnoticed homeless man. In the spotlight, the weathered middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves, crouched down, and addressed the small boy before him. Child, your name is Rowan, correct? Might you spare me a coin? Certainly, the boy responded enthusiastically, unhesitatingly producing a 50-cent coin from his pocket. At that moment, jeering laughter erupted from the crowd. The disappearing coin trick. I've seen it on short videos. That homeless man must have double-sided tape in his palm or a spring mechanism hidden at his waist. Everyone turned their gaze toward the vocal critic. Their expressions varied. A young black man adorned with earrings spread his hands towards the crowd, grinning. Look at me. I simply detest this fraud. The beautiful woman behind the boy smirked at the revealing young man, feeling a sense of disdain, yet she dismissed the thought of calling the authorities. That is quite impolite. Yunni seethed, ready to confront him. Just then, Lin Fang called back to Rowan. Do you believe in spatial magic? The boy hesitated, looking into the homeless man's eyes, ultimately shaking his head. Actually, I know this is fake. Rowan, remember, nothing is impossible, Lin Fang smiled. Raising the coin before him, let us give it a try. You take half, and I shall take the other half. All right. The boy's eyes sparkled with hope as he tightly grasped his half of the coin. Observing this, the crowd fell silent. It seemed to diverge from what the young man had asserted. Now, Rowan, you must recite along with me, Lin Fang urged. O deity imbued with spatial power, please reveal your true strength before me. What, Rowan, do you not wish to recite? The homeless man gazed lovingly at the hesitant boy. I will try my best, the boy stammered, his face reddening as he clutched the coin tightly. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wen's voice, clear yet still youthful, resonated as he implored, O deity imbued with the powers of the cosmos, reveal your true strength before me. I hereby forge a pact with you. Allow me to feel the surge of magic, and I shall chant your true name. The boy, Luo Wen, echoed the words of the vagabond before him, each syllable igniting a fervor within him. His heart raced, pounding as though some unseen force coursed through his veins. Was it magic? A sudden, vivid premonition surged within him. Make the coin disappear. The vagabond intoned softly, uttering the final command. Make the coin disappear. Luo Wen shouted, his face flushed, eyes fixed intently on the coin pinched between his fingers. Then, he witnessed the most astonishing phenomenon. The coin vanished, dissipating like a dream bubble bursting between his and the vagabond's fingers. Ah! The boy let out a piercing scream. Mom, did you see that? It's gone. The coin has vanished. In that instant, Lin Fang saw a glimmer of light in the eyes of the American child. The beautiful woman stood frozen, convinced she had not blinked. She could not fathom how the coin had disappeared. Incredible. My heavens. Uncle Murray, You truly possess magic. A colorful youth named Yuni, amidst the crowd, suddenly realized and screamed, rushing forward to grasp Lin Fang's hand. You must teach me. I am willing to do anything for you. Applause erupted from the crowd, a cacophony of disbelief and excitement as they bore witness to this unimaginable spectacle. Regardless of how the vagabond achieved it, they could discern no trickery. Impossible. It cannot be. He must have employed some mechanism. A young man adorned with earrings lamented, his voice drowned out by the exhilarated throng. Thank you all for your support. Lin Fang, unfazed by the crowd, graciously bowed in acknowledgement, elegantly shedding his coat to reveal a gesture of openness. Who would ever complain of having too little money? Instantly, a flurry of bills and coins rained down onto the vagabond's outstretched coat. Do it again, someone shouted. I'm sorry, my magic is depleted, the vagabond replied with an apologetic smile, then snapped his fingers near the fervent boy, conjuring a 50-cent coin that appeared in his hand. Little mage, is this your coin? This wondrous display sparked another wave of awe, and the crowd's generosity quickened. Once the excitement subsided, Lin Fang found himself in a corner of San Francisco, counting his bounty, a staggering 625, significantly surpassing his initial target. Even after rewarding Yuni with 1,000 for paint expenses. Earning money is so easy, the vagabond mused, aside from tricking children, which feels a bit wrong. Chapter 27, Objective. Nimitz-class nuclear aircraft carrier. The following day, Lin Fang returned to his old companion's arms dealership, clutching his newfound wealth. With a larger budget at his disposal, his choices naturally expanded. Under the astonished gaze of the staff, the scruffy vagabond purchased a fully equipped 416 Hong Kong dollars and a Glock 17, along with 200 rounds of ammunition for each, all neatly packed into a storage box. After completing the payment, Lin Fang picked up the storage box and departed, relieved that his physique was that of a legal American citizen. Otherwise, acquiring such items would have been impossible. He ventured to a secluded corner of a park, where he found himself alone. Lin Fang opened the storage box and extracted an orange-yellow bullet. With a mere thought, the bullet vanished from sight. Evacuation countdown, 6:32:05. Spatial package status, fully loaded. The wanderer pondered while stroking the black watch on his wrist, returning the bullet to the storage box. In the next instant, the entire box disappeared. Spatial package status, fully loaded. Lin Fang was left speechless. The notion of storing an object seemed profoundly idealistic. Did it possess any limitations? If this planet could indeed be exploited, would it not lead to chaos? A realization dawned upon the wanderer, and a twisted smile began to form on his lips as the weapon storage box reappeared on the bench. The wanderer extended his hand towards the ground, beginning to caress it with an ecstatic grin. 2 minutes passed without any response. Disappointed, Lin Fang withdrew his hand, contemplating for a moment before reintegrating the black weapon storage box into the spatial package. Several yellow-orange bullets materialized upon the chair. Indeed, it appeared that he could relinquish items to some extent. After reintegrating the bullets, Lin Fang decided against further experimentation for the remainder of the time. He would simply take the box with him. He retrieved a family meal of fried chicken purchased along the way and began to indulge. After satisfying his hunger, he succumbed to a deep slumber under the warm sunlight and gentle breeze. As afternoon approached, Murray Hawthorne yawned and slowly awoke from his slumber, feeling remarkably refreshed. When did he arrive here? The wanderer turned to observe his surroundings, momentarily taken aback, and caught sight of the fried chicken beside him. Never mind, he thought joyfully as he seized it and began to eat heartily, declaring it a divine blessing. Successful evacuation from the Venom Dimension. Acquired resources, black weapon storage box. Venom Dimension weight increased, current weight, 6. The weight had increased by 1. By what calculation was this determined? Was there a minimum guarantee? On the 3rd floor of the villa, Lin Fang contemplated the weapon storage box in the Black Watch warehouse. Similar to the Craig Vault server, this weapon box had transformed into an icon reminiscent of a game card. More importantly, it was valued at merely 1 plunder point. Even with the expectation of a low price, Lin Fang found himself at a loss for words and opted not to sell it, choosing instead to retain it. What exactly was this black star? Recalling transactions that began at 1,000 plunder points, Lin Fang had no doubt that if he were to manifest this weapon storage box directly without the warehouse, it would undoubtedly start at 1,000 plunder points. Lin Fang felt compelled to voice his discontent. This was an undeniably unfair seller's market, and he demanded equity. After venting his frustrations, he hastily consumed some food to satiate his growling stomach before returning to bed. The plunder points were insufficient. It was time to seize something substantial. He prepared himself for the role of a temporal bandit. Entering the Venom dimension. 3, 2, 1. Arrival in dimension successful. Time-space wrap status. Idle. Remaining plunder points. 0. Sole objective. Search for supplies. Ensure safe evacuation. Evacuation countdown. 23:59. 59. The foul odor emanating from the restroom nearly induced retching in Lin Fang. He gazed at his disheveled form, transformed into that of a ragged vagrant merely 2 hours after his arrival, contemplating a desperate retreat to refresh his respawn point. The news, neither good nor bad, confirmed both of his hypotheses from the morning. Firstly, upon his departure, the consciousness of the original host reverted to a dormant state. Secondly, if the vessel to which his consciousness had attached remained alive, re-entering would result in inhabiting the original body once more. After adjusting his trousers, Lin Fang stepped outside the restroom to survey his surroundings, discovering he was still in the same park. He approached a bench in the corner, where the homeless man next to him unearthed a few banknotes from the nearby underbrush. These were the $300 he had hidden away. Subsequently, Lin Fang purchased a set of brown casual attire from a shop, followed by a haircut and a refreshing shower. Half an hour later, he gazed into the mirror at his rejuvenated visage, nodding in satisfaction. Aside from a slight receding hairline post-haircut, he appeared rather handsome. Waving at his reflection, Lin Fang revealed an enigmatic smile. Greetings, Murray. At a somewhat modest internet cafe, Lin Fang spent $4 to access a computer for 2 hours. In this information age, there exists no swifter method of acquiring knowledge than through the internet. The Tarawa, a Seawolf-class aircraft carrier, valued at approximately $600 million. The Shangri-La, also a Seawolf class, worth around $6.5 billion. The Saratoga, a Forrestal class, estimated at $1.6 billion. Lin Fang mentally reiterated the information he had unearthed. These aircraft carriers had once roamed the high seas as colossal maritime beasts, and these publicly accessible vessels were the targets he sought to seize in the near future. As individual entities, they possessed immense value, were relatively easy to acquire, and in Lin Fang's eyes, these represented untapped reservoirs of potential energy, an opportunity too grand to overlook. However, it was not sufficient. Lin Fang frowned, finding these outdated vessels somewhat beneath his notice, lacking even nuclear propulsion. He anticipated that should any aircraft carrier encounter difficulties, the regulatory grip of the American authorities in this time-space would escalate exponentially, rendering any attempt to board utterly impossible. With opportunities scarce, he resolved to aim for the grander prize. After a few minutes of searching, Lin Fang's eyes brightened at the sight of a particular announcement. On August 26th, an open day for visitors, the active Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier USS Eisenhower would dock in Virginia for tours available to tourists and American citizens. This was an opportunity. Lin Fang's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at the calendar. Today was the 23rd, meaning only 2 days remained. With preparations to make, he set forth for Virginia, adjusting his collar as he exited the internet cafe. Chapter 28. Mutual Destruction, with the devil manipulating my body. This is real, this is real. Master Murray truly possesses magic. On the streets of San Francisco, a young girl opened her mouth in awe as she gazed at a middle-aged man clad in a brown suit. It was truly incredible. She could genuinely feel the presence of magic within her as she recited the incantation. "Dad, did you see that?" she exclaimed, tugging at her father's hand. "Yes, I saw it," he replied. Listening to their admiration, Lin Fang returned the vanished blue rose to the little girl, resolving in his heart to cater exclusively to children in the future, for the reactions of adults were not nearly as delightful. After performing a vanishing ring trick, Lin Fang had earned enough to cover his travel expenses. He then hurriedly made his way to San Francisco Airport, preparing to fly to Virginia, a distance of nearly 500 kilometers. The following day, while resting in first class, Lin Fang suddenly opened his eyes and requested, "Could I please have a bottle of water?" "Certainly, sir," replied the tall flight attendant, bringing him a bottle of mineral water. The middle-aged man in the brown suit added, "I dislike having someone beside me while I sleep." "I apologize, sir. Please call me if you need anything," the attendant said with a smile before departing. Once she left, the bottle of mineral water in Lin Fang's hand vanished in an instant. Evacuation countdown. 0000. 056. Am I not on the toilet? How did I end up on a plane? Murray Hawthorne looked around, feeling decidedly disoriented. How had he come to be here? He touched his hair and clothing in confusion. Panic washed over him as he recalled the events of the previous day. His face turned pale with the realization that a demon was controlling his body. Help! Someone please! Murray shouted, grasping his hair in desperation, attempting to awaken himself through pain. But in the next moment, his eyes turned completely black. The flight attendant rushed over. Sir, what is happening? I'm fine. This water is delightful, the man in the brown suit replied, placing the bottle back on the table and smiling at the attendant. I've never tasted such exquisite mineral water. If it's good, then drink more of it. I shall. After a 6-hour flight, Lin Fang arrived in Virginia. Upon disembarking the bus, he made his way to a 5-star hotel by the sea. I don't have a reservation. Do you have any available rooms? Without waiting for the front desk to respond, he presented his identification. Of course, sir. Let me assist you with your check-in. The tall receptionist, dressed in a fitted light blue suit, smiled as she took the identification from him. What type of room would you like? Here are our options. The presidential suite. Lin Fang replied, as he always sought the best. Very well, sir. The presidential suite is priced at $18,000 per night. How many nights would you like to book? Located on the 32nd floor, Lin Fang drew back the curtains to admire the view of Chelton Harbor below. The following day, the USS Semvinkel aircraft carrier would dock here, and Lin Fang had learned that its construction cost approximately $6,099,000,000. This is Lin Fang's estimation of the probability of success for this operation. He believes that as long as he is resolute and seizes the right moment to ascend, failure seems implausible. It is akin to securely capturing this opportunity. Drawing the curtains, Lin Fang ventured to the supermarket downstairs to purchase a box of bread, intending to use it as provisions for the day. He surmised that as long as one presents supplies, it constitutes a point of plunder. Otherwise, a bottle of water and a firearm would hold equal value. With time to spare, Lin Fang requested 2 copies of newspapers detailing current affairs in the Americas from the hotel, settling into a reclining chair on the balcony to peruse them, while simultaneously admiring the scenic view of Chelton Port. The sunset was exquisite, though it heralded the approach of dusk. The following afternoon, to prevent any disturbances from Murray, Lin Fang returned to reality and re-entered the exploratory dimension within 3 minutes, during which he managed to eat, shower, and relieve himself. Preparing to enter the Venom dimension. 3, 2, 1. Dimension transition successful. Temporal envelope status. Idle. Remaining points of plunder. 0. Primary objective. Search for supplies and ensure safe extraction. Extraction countdown. 2359. 59 Devil. May you meet your demise. My pure form shall not be sullied by you. I shall ensure our mutual destruction. Lin Fang grimaced at the words displayed on the table and the wound on his left wrist. How could Mr. Murray still be so hot-headed? A fanatic of Christianity, perhaps. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. The cut was not deep. After placing the fruit knife away, Lin Fang sought tools to bandage the wound. Once bandaged, he took the hotel elevator straight down to the ground floor, arriving at a bench adjacent to Chelton Port Park. He had even purchased a cup of Lynchburg lemonade, which was quite delightful. After 2 hours, a black dot appeared on the horizon of the sea, growing increasingly larger. Lin Fang picked up the green toy binoculars he had bought from a roadside stall. Indeed, it was none other than the protagonist of the day. The Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, USS Semvinkel, stretching nearly 400 meters in length and displacing 120,000 tons. It was an instrument of warfare, a pinnacle of modern industry. The nation he resided in did not possess such a marvel. It was simply magnificent, Lin Fang mused, as the colossal carrier began to glide into the harbor. It saluted the awaiting crowd with its horn, heralding the imminent commencement of Virginia's annual open house. To his surprise, he too would have the honor of participating in this grand event. With the intention of spending the day there, Lin Fang disposed of his trash in a bin and strolled leisurely toward the port. At Chelton Port, throngs of people surged, and colorful ribbons fluttered in the air. When the Semvinkel completed its docking, it elicited thunderous applause from the crowd. Observing the jubilant spectators, Lin Fang felt a twinge of guilt and resolved to adhere to his original plan of departing just as the time to leave approached. Am I able to board? After a considerable wait, Lin Fang reached the front, presenting his identification to the American soldier. Admission was complimentary. Of course, the process was seamless. and Lin Fang encountered no obstacles as he stepped aboard the magnificent vessel. It was immense, truly immense. Lin Fang ran his fingers across the rough deck, which gave him his first impression. The second feeling was sheer delight. Soon, it would be his. Chapter 29, The Performance Begins. Let us fall together. The radar of the aircraft carrier above rotated leisurely in all weather as Lin Fang approached a tall American female soldier clad in her uniform and sunglasses, filled with excitement. May I take a photo with you? After receiving her consent, he held up a modest phone and captured a selfie with her. At the outer railing of the aircraft carrier, Lin Fang gazed at the photograph. In it, a middle-aged man in a brown suit flashed a broad, radiant smile, revealing his yellowing teeth and double chin. I look rather foolish. Having strolled around the aircraft carrier for nearly half a day, Lin Fang noted that the hangars were empty, likely due to the ongoing tour, with only a few planes gracing the deck. Indeed, we Americans are the mightiest nation. This is truly magnificent. Johnson, did you notice the envious glances from other countries? It's an honor for them to visit. Listening to the discussions of several American youths nearby, Lin Fang stepped off the deck, knowing it was not yet time to claim it. As he caressed the vessel's mighty body, a tinge of reluctance washed over him. Farewell for now, my friend. The next day, as Lin Fang stood on the aircraft carrier's deck enjoying the breeze, the steel behemoth docked at the port welcomed a few distinguished guests, just as anticipated. Elvin Halsey, the head of the Southern Military Command, and Glenn George, the governor of Virginia, boarded the USS Semper Fi, greeting the crowd on the deck with friendly waves. Fellow Americans, today is indeed a delightful day, is it not? Just look at the aircraft carrier beneath our feet. Why do we allow people from other nations aboard? Because our country is strong enough to embrace them, and we should take pride in that. Watching the two officials deliver impromptu speeches surrounded by the crowd, Lin Fang sighed inwardly, hoping these gentlemen could swim, especially Mr. Murray, as he had left him a gift that captured global attention. Long live America. Long live the land of freedom. Lin Fang joined the crowd in enthusiastic applause, his spirited voice garnering many friendly glances. The countdown to evacuation, 1:06:55. What this gentleman said is absolutely correct. Long live America. Elvin, in the midst of his spirited speech, heard Lin Fang's words and turned his gaze toward him, momentarily taken aback by his attire. Sir, why are you wearing a life jacket? The man in the bright orange life jacket stood out amongst the crowd. General Elvin, I fear this aircraft carrier may sink into the sea. Lin Fang's response plunged the venue into silence, only to be followed by uproarious laughter and applause. Ha! Sir, are you a comedian? The notion of this aircraft carrier sinking is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Even that Eastern superpower could not accomplish such a feat. Elvin joined in the applause as a camera diligently captured the scene, with two reporters behind it broadcasting this moment live across America. What friendly greetings exist, if not mere promotions of one's political maneuvers? Commander Elvin, I am not a jester. I am, in fact, a magician. Lin Fang stepped forth from the crowd, cautiously introducing himself. I am Murray, hailing from California. To reach this place, I performed on the streets for a week to gather enough fare. Approaching the camera, Lin Fang wore a radiant expression. Commander Elvin, would you be willing to assist me in a magical performance? Alas, how troublesome. My own kindness is my folly. Given that this aircraft carrier hosts no fewer than 5,000 personnel, should no measures be taken, most would go without dinner once the carrier is requisitioned. A truly sorrowful tale. Hearing the man's words, Elvin's lips curled slightly in dismay, yet in an instant, he responded warmly. Mr. Murray, of course. How may I assist you? Grateful, Lin Fang beamed. Stepping closer to face the crowd and the camera, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a wondrous trick I learned in the East. A splendid spectacle that I dedicate to you and to Commander Elvin. I have long admired you, Commander, and I am your loyal supporter. After uttering these words, Lin Fang gazed fervently at the uniformed Elvin. Commander Elvin, I hope this magic performance earns your recognition and support. Hearing such praise directed at him on camera, Elvin's smile widened, his heart blooming with joy. He approached and patted Lin Fang on the shoulder. You shall surely succeed, Mr. Murray. What do you require of me? In response, Lin Fang, also known as Murray Hawthorne, revealed a somewhat yellowed smile. Quite simple. Observers on the deck, watching the diligent crew transporting life vests, expressed their astonishment and soon discovered that a grand magic show was to take place at the center of the carrier. Consequently, the crowd began to gather around the center. In the heart of the deck, Elvin discreetly reviewed the information his subordinates had provided. He was assured that this Murray was not an agent from another nation, which put his mind at ease. Murray, could you enlighten me as to why life vests are piled at various positions on the deck? Lin Fang produced a sketch and began to explain. Commander Elvin, the yellow signifies miracles and hope. This arrangement follows the mystical five-element Bagua formation, said to bridge the forces of heaven and earth. Elvin pointed to two spots on the diagram. But why are their vests placed at the front and back? This is a formation resembling a long snake. Lin Fang clarified, gesturing. We are combining the five-element Bagua with the long snake formation for enhanced effect. Commander, do you see how this resembles a serpent? Indeed, it did. Elvin nodded but posed another question. Why must the audience don life vests? At that moment, every onlooker was issued a life vest and instructed to wear it, including the two journalists responsible for live coverage. The entire deck was awash in a golden hue, creating a magnificent spectacle. Commander, you may be unaware, but observe our position. We are indeed at the center, the very nexus of these two grand formations, necessitating the donning of life vests akin to those outlined in the diagrams. Elvin nodded, his understanding somewhat elusive. As the time neared, Lin Fang wiped the sweat from his brow, a consequence of the blazing sun, and ascended the makeshift stage crafted from a few simple boxes. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Murray's Magic Performance. Today marks a momentous occasion in my life, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Commander Elvin for his unwavering support. Lin Fang bowed in appreciation. Once more, he expressed his thanks to Commander Elvin, who, from the audience, smiled kindly and gave a thumbs up, gesturing warmly to those around him. Lin Fang then turned to the crowd, his smile radiant. Now, dear audience, the magic performance titled The Fall is about to commence. Let the spectacle begin, and may we all revel in joy. As the performance time approached, Chapter 30, The Complete Descent, The Benevolent Magician, Evacuation Countdown, 00302. Gazing at the throng below, Lin Fang chuckled, no longer concealing his intentions. In mythology, Icarus plummeted into the sea as he chased the sun, his wings melting away. Does anyone know the outcome of his pursuit? Death. A bespectacled youth from the crowd responded to his inquiry. Excellent. Lin Fang applauded, continuing. Icarus met his demise due to his lofty ascent. Might we share the same fate as we fall from this aircraft carrier deck, 16 meters above the sea? His raspy voice echoed through the ear-mounted microphone across the deck of the Senwinkel aircraft carrier. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and a girl waved her hand, laughing. What? Mr. Magician, do you intend to throw us off the deck one by one? That would certainly keep you busy. I suspect this charlatan wants us to jump ourselves. How amusing. I can't wait. Let us get started. This life vest is quite unsightly. I hope to witness an entertaining magic show. Amidst the cacophonous crowd, Lin Fang nonchalantly took small, measured steps atop the boxes before finally raising his hand and grinning widely. No, you are all mistaken. My magic performance involves making this aircraft carrier disappear. Let us collectively embrace the fall. At this proclamation, the audience erupted in laughter. Below, Elvin clapped his hands, exclaiming, Mr. Murray, you claim you are not a comedian. Perhaps. The white man standing atop the boxes waved dismissively, his smile transforming into a chilling countenance. Now, let us dispense with trivialities. The performance commences. Let us begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3. The crowd fell into a hush, an ominous premonition settling over them as the man's expression grew increasingly terrifying, resembling a demon clad in human skin. The photographer, observing through the lens, felt his finger tremble. This could not be real. Surely it was a ruse. 1. As the evacuation countdown reached its conclusion, Lin Fang smiled at the audience, articulating the final number. Good luck to you all. In an instant, the white man on stage threw open his arms and fell backward. In tandem with this, the formidable aircraft carrier Semenkel vanished abruptly beneath everyone's feet. The nearly 6,000 personnel aboard, the spectators, the helmsmen, the operators, the enthusiasts, and the mating pairs, were suddenly suspended in midair. Was it an illusion? The crowd blinked in astonishment, and an unprecedented cacophony of terror erupted among them. Oh! Alwyn screamed as he plummeted towards the sea. The microphone he held vanished from his grasp. The ocean loomed ever closer, the water chilling to the bone. Successful evacuation from the Venom dimension, resources acquired. Nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Semenkel. Weight of the Venom dimension increased. Current weight, 17. In a room, Lin Fang savored his milk, a smile gracing his face as he beheld the information on the black screen. After this evacuation, the weight of the venom dimension had astonishingly risen by 10. It was no wonder. He had spared no effort in securing every last item, save for a life jacket. The next crucial matter was determining the value of this aircraft carrier in terms of plunder points. Black Star at your service. Please confirm the transaction. Selling the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier smuggling will yield 648 plunder points. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is worth 648? Yet, after all this time with the black screen. This was Lin Fang's first encounter with such a high price. Should he preserve it or sell it? Manifestation was out of the question, not to mention where to place it. The moment even a whisper of its existence escaped, agents from around the globe would come seeking rewards. Lin Fang opted for sale. Little Black, how is Su Wanqing faring? Lin Fang felt a surge of joy at finally receiving a financial influx. Boss, no anomalies detected. All of Su Wanqing's actions are under surveillance. Lin Fang raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the company's development. Why would he monitor his employees? Observing the revitalized company in the photos from the past few days, he nodded in satisfaction. The fresh and clear renovation style was to his taste. Glancing at the talent recruitment plan Su Wanqing sent him, he noted that for the company's initial team, she had only planned for 4 departments: customer service, technology, human resources, and finance, with the technical department also handling initial publicity and planning. The total was fewer than 30 individuals, with customer service comprising the majority. Lin Fang replied to her message. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. In a small office building on the outskirts of the coast, the sign for the third-party biotechnology company hung prominently. Su Wanqing, her pale oval face looking considerably worn, was busy infiltrating the databases of major headhunting companies. Upon seeing the familiar avatar pop up on her phone, she nearly burst into tears. Has anyone ever encountered a boss who went silent for days? She thought her boss had been apprehended by the National Security Agency. She had even prepared herself to be implicated as an accomplice, promptly dialing the phone. The first month's salary hasn't even been disbursed. Don't let him escape. This month's bonus is an additional 10,000 yuan for future recruitment. I have but one requirement. Character. Our company is one that develops healthily and does not accept individuals of questionable morals. All right. Su Wanqing meticulously noted this statement in her workbook, feeling inexplicably guilty. It must be an illusion. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fang pondered at his computer before ultimately typing the words leave of absence application on a blank document. According to the calendar, he was due to return to school tomorrow, yet he found himself unwilling to waste any more time within its confines. A leave of absence had become a necessity. This notion, however, was considered quite radical within the traditional educational framework of Zhongzhou. The institution bore a responsibility towards its students. Thus, the justification for his application needed to be both legitimate and reasonable. Lin Fang chuckled softly, continuing to type. Surely, the school could not impede my pursuit of dreams. Chapter 31. Leave of Absence. The Traveling Salesman Problem. What? You dare tell me you want to take a leave of absence to chase your dreams? Lin Fang's counselor, Hu Dali, lived up to his name, possessing a notably loud voice that could be heard even when Lin Fang held his phone at arm's length. Impossible. You'd better return to school this instant. If it weren't for you claiming your father was on his deathbed, I would never have approved such an extended leave. Now that he has recovered, you want to take a leave of absence? You students are never straightforward. The school cannot teach me anything, Lin Fang humbly replied. What is this? Have you undergone some sort of evolution? Hu Dali was nearly incensed to laughter by this remark. Don't give me your nonsense. If I don't see you by tomorrow, I'll personally come to your home. Please, Brother Hu, do not rush, Lin Fang replied softly. I'm not joking. I've established my own company, and you can take a look at my attachment. It details my company's second product. What attachment? Hu Dali glanced at the leave of absence application on his computer, noticing indeed there was an attachment titled Solving the Traveling Salesman Problem using a matrix-based guided algorithm. His first thought was that this young man intended to insert himself into this field. Curiosity piqued, he decided to examine the content of this impressive endeavor. The traveling salesman problem is quite renowned in the realms of computer science and mathematics. The problem, while not overly complex, involves a traveling salesman needing to visit a series of cities, each exactly once, before returning to the starting point and determining the optimal route to minimize distance or cost. As Hu Dali perused the extensive document, spanning over a dozen pages. He mused to himself. It appears this lad has devised a new algorithm. Quite impressive for one so young. He had no thoughts of academic dishonesty. He knew Lin Fang well and was certain he would never engage in such behavior. Upon opening the document, Hu Dali was pleasantly surprised to find Lin Fang had formatted it like an academic paper. Abstract. This paper presents an innovative dynamic probabilistic guided search algorithm for solving the traveling salesman problem. The algorithm transcends traditional methodologies by constructing a city association matrix and employing a dynamically adjusted probabilistic strategy to select paths. This effectively avoids local optima, facilitating an efficient search for the optimal route. Simulation results demonstrate that this algorithm outperforms various classical algorithms in terms of solution speed and path quality, offering a new and effective approach to resolving the traveling salesman problem. Hu Dali rubbed his eyes. And the next step was to demonstrate the algorithm, constructing an in-city correlation matrix M based on the given number of cities N, where the matrix element M indicates the degree of correlation between city X and city Y, initially set to M1D, with D representing the distance between city X and city Y. The closer the distance, the higher the degree of correlation during the path search process. Upon reaching a city X, the selection probability P for the next city Y is computed as Pmex visited Mexpex visited, where the sum is a tuning parameter, and visited is a dynamic variable P. Hu Dali furrowed his brow at the data, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the complexity of the subsequent content. It was beyond his expertise, and he realized he needed to consult a specialist. Huang Tao, a senior academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, was adorned with numerous accolades that filled his office. The printer hummed busily, as the elderly scholar preferred paper documents over electronic files. Once the dozen pages of A4 paper were printed, Huang Tao meticulously organized them, retrieving a pair of reading glasses from an antique rice-patterned case, and began to read. Meanwhile, Hu Dali stood by like a child, observing intently. Time passed without notice, and Huang Tao eventually set down his glasses and turned his head, a smile gracing his weathered face. Indeed, he is an exceptional student. I could never match him in my early years. Isn't he a product of your esteemed guidance? Hu Dali flattered, before continuing. Do you imply that this algorithm holds promise? There is much to uncover, yet the logic is sound, Huang Tao affirmed. After reviewing it, I am inclined to invite him to join my research project. Hu Dali's eyelids flickered in surprise at his statement. Apprehensive at the thought of a freshman participating in a project developed by a national academician, it would surely provoke envy among the graduate students at their university. Old Huang, do you know why he sent this algorithm for my review? Hu Dali replied with a wry smile. That lad intends to drop out and start a business. He even submitted an application to me. What? The elderly scholar jumped in astonishment, taking a moment to accept this revelation. His lips pursed as he stared blankly at the manuscript. Alas, Hu Dali rubbed his hands together. Could you perhaps persuade him otherwise? Oh, when a national academician intervenes. Surely he can easily handle that lad, Huang Tao replied without hesitation. Let's give him a call. Hu Dali dialed Lin Fang's number, and upon connection, he stated, Professor Huang Tao is looking for you, handing the phone to the elder. As it was not on speakerphone, Hu Dali could not discern the details of their conversation. But he caught glimpses of words like disciple, professor, and academician, which sent shivers down his spine. It was not hard to imagine that Hu Dali was now wishing to kneel and plead for mentorship, uncertain if Huang Tao would be willing to accept someone of Lin Fang's age. Such nonsense. Finally, as Hu Dali gasped in disbelief, the once jovial elder abruptly hung up the phone in irritation. My goodness, Lin Fang, what did you say to provoke Professor Huang Tao? If he becomes agitated, the president of Binhai University might just ascend to the heavens. Huang Lao, please do not be upset. Hu Dali's expression also darkened. I will reprimand him in front of you. No, that is not necessary. Huang Tao waved his hand, indicating with a smile. It is commendable for young people to have their own aspirations. Chapter 32. The Supercomputer, an epic enhancement. A few days later, in Hu Dali's office, Lin Fang looked at the middle-aged man sipping tea with a somewhat forlorn expression. His application for a leave of absence had been approved, and today he had returned to gather his belongings. Given the circumstances, there was little more to say. After sipping his tea, Hu Dali gazed at him and sighed. Be cautious of the wolves, and I wish you success. With your blessing, Brother Hu, how could I not succeed? Lin Fang responded earnestly as he filled Hu Dali's cup. Haha, you rascal. Hu Dali chuckled, patting Lin Fang on the shoulder before taking another sip of tea. So, tell me, which journal did you submit your paper to? Lin Fang was taken aback. Brother who? How did you know? Huh. I have consumed more rice than you have eaten salt, Hu Daler scoffed. I submitted it to the Journal of Mathematics, Lin Fang replied. This journal holds a prestigious reputation and influence within the mathematical community. Upon hearing this, Hu Daler felt a sense of pride. If you truly managed to get published in the Journal of Mathematics, that would indeed bring honor to our academy. He is merely on a leave of absence, not dropping out, and remains a student of Binhai University. A piece worthy of such acclaim from Professor Huang, Tao should not find it difficult to grace this journal. After leaving the office, Lin Fang organized a gathering in the school cafeteria with the other 3 members of his dormitory. In response to their inquiries, he maintained his usual explanation. I am going home to start a business. After packing up his belongings, Lin Fang did not linger and walked towards the outskirts of the campus, the silhouette of his backpack appearing somewhat solitary, yet gradually growing stronger. The roar of a Hummer H2 approached the outskirts. Lin Fang's villa had been completed, costing a total of 12.2 million, surpassing the original value of the property. According to the project manager, this villa could now serve as a stronghold for a localized war. Lin Fang could not entirely dismiss this. Commercial exaggeration is to be taken lightly, for war is not likely to occur, and he could say whatever he wished. His purpose in renovating this villa was merely to prevent any unsavory intruders. As Lin Fang stepped into the villa's courtyard, the heavy alloy gate behind him automatically closed, with Xiao He overseeing the security system. Boss, takeover completed. Excellent. Now let us prepare to work, Lin Fang exclaimed, stretching his limbs with excitement. He descended into the basement, which was the focal point of his renovations. The surrounding walls had been reinforced with double-layered high-strength structural steel, and a secure chamber had been established within. After setting aside various cables and transformers, Lin Fang materialized the Craig Vault server he had acquired in the Venom dimension from the black market warehouse. This was a device worth nearly half a carrier, with hardware that was clearly inadequate, yet its internal data was extraordinary. The icon representing the server in the warehouse vanished. In the next moment, the Craig Vault server materialized before him on the ground. Let it remain on the floor. The conditions are as such, and I cannot move it myself. Lin Fang pondered curiously how the black market had managed to extract the server. What kind of technology is this? A wormhole? Hyperspace? Unable to comprehend the complexities, Lin Fang shook his head and picked up the cable. Today's objective was to connect this server. Busy until 10 in the evening, having skipped dinner, Lin Fang finally stood up, clapping his hands. Success! Pressing the power switch, the server from an alternate dimension began to operate once more. He had no concerns regarding the network protocols, having confirmed their consistency while in the Venom dimension. Xiao He, take a look at what lies within. In the ensuing month, Lin Fang found himself quite occupied. He resumed his training in combat and physical conditioning, noting that Zhou Hui had become increasingly ruthless in his approach. Furthermore, Lin Fang tasked Su Anqing with acquiring a data center near the company and, under the company's name, ordered 2 sets of Huawei Atlas 900 supercomputer cabinets from the domestic Huawei Corporation. Each Huawei Atlas 900 supercomputer cabinet could perform 256 petaflops of half-precision floating-point operations per second. With 2 sets purchased, the total expenditure neared 3 billion. Su Anqing, the executor, was baffled by how a company with a registered capital of merely 2 million could have over 3 billion in its account. She was aware that this immense cash flow had vanished from their company's account in less than 2 days, and it was she who had spent it. What madness! Their company had no need for such a vast array of servers. In the data center, wearing a white safety helmet, Su Anqing signed off on the acceptance documents, shaking her head in disbelief. Yet, she understood that the boss must have his reasons. Her role was merely to execute. Manager Su, a vehicle has arrived outside. A rather intimidating individual claims he is here to see you, Su Anqing's assistant informed her. Intimidating? Su Anqing's eyes widened with excitement. Xiao Yun, our big boss is here. She hurried towards the door. What? That hulking figure is our mysterious behind-the-scenes boss? Xiao Yun's dreams of being courted by a dashing CEO began to shatter. Outside the data center, boss, do you think there will be any latency while gaming inside? Zhou Hui remarked, opening the car door for Lin Fang in the back seat. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Lin Fang stepped out, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed the 3.2 billion data center. There will still be some. Boss, After expert verification, both sets of supercomputers are functioning perfectly, Su Anqing reported, stealing glances at Lin Fang. To her astonishment, she realized that he looked quite impressive. Without his glasses, he could easily embark on a career in modeling. She felt she could work at this company for eternity. Truly leading the pack, Lin Fang marveled at the metallic exterior of the Atlas 900, expressing his admiration. In contrast, the other servers in the data center appeared as little more than obsolete scrap. Aside from their exorbitant cost, they had no other flaws. And this would serve as Xiao Hei's stronghold. The monumental enhancement in computational power held significant implications for him. Disregarding the starry-eyed assistant, the group completed their tour of the data center and headed directly to the company. This marked Lin Fang's first public appearance since the company's inception. Handsome, youthful, and affluent. This is the first impression that Lin Fang left on everyone. The arrival of this young man at the company nearly brought operations to a standstill. In the conference room, Lin Fang reclined slightly in his chair, attentively listening to reports. Half a month prior, a browser named Fangji had officially launched across major platforms in Zhongzhou, amidst a barrage of promotional articles and short video advertisements. The slogan proclaiming that a single advertisement could lead to the bankruptcy of a company rapidly spread throughout the region, resulting in an explosive rise in the browser's popularity. Users soon realized that the company was not jesting, as they discovered that this browser operated on a membership basis. Membership costs 20 yuan per month, with new users eligible for a 10-day free trial. Furthermore, for each new user referred, an additional 3 days of complimentary access could be obtained. Discounts were also available, with an annual VIP subscription providing 3 complimentary months. The reason the Fangji browser did not garner negative attention on trending topics was due to users realizing that it could be utilized without a membership, and its features were more intelligent and streamlined than those of competing browsers. Most importantly, non-members could enjoy an entirely ad-free experience. Ultimately, through its quality, this browser managed to establish a foothold in the chaotic domestic internet landscape. The emerging enterprise, third-party biotechnology company, also made its debut in the public eye. During today's high-level meeting, a young executive reported to Lin Fang the achievements of the past fortnight. Registered users had surpassed the 5 million mark, with 650,000 members and a conversion rate of 13. This indicated that the Fangji browser had generated nearly 13 million in revenue for the company within this short period. Lin Fang was pleased with this outcome. Once the browser's reputation grew, these figures were sure to multiply. Initially, he had not expected the browser to yield significant profits. Seeing Lin Fang nod in approval, the young marketing director straightened his back and continued with the report. Our Fangji browser has received ratings exceeding 46 in the top 10 app stores in Zhongzhou. Among the browser's membership features, aside from the highly popular AI assistant, Xiaoji, the fully integrated automatic translation and privacy split-screen collaboration ranked second and third, respectively. Initially, they intended to name this AI assistant Xiao Fang, but it was decisively rejected by General Manager Su Anqing. At that time, they were unaware of the reasoning behind this decision, but now it can only be said that the rejection was indeed prudent. Accelerate the development of the overseas version, and adjust the membership prices in developed countries accordingly. We must not sacrifice corporate image for trivial gains. Enhancing user experience should be our top priority moving forward. Lin Fang had already distributed the source code for all features, aside from the most valuable AI component, to the technical department, relieving him of the burden of ongoing updates and development, as a company without core growth is inherently unhealthy. After delivering these remarks, Lin Fang hastily concluded the meeting. His purpose for visiting the company today extended beyond merely listening to this report. He also had several guests to meet, who had already arrived or, one might say, had been waiting for quite some time. In another conference room, a dozen individuals exchanged glances, the atmosphere heavy with tension. None of them anticipated that the company's owner would arrange for them to meet on the same day. This group, though small, appeared to be divided into 2 factions, representatives from various logistics companies, with domestic representatives on the left and their international counterparts on the right. Yet, before the few foreigners, only Su Ruiqiang, the representative from Shunfeng, could maintain his composure. As he surveyed the golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigners across the table, a sense of despair washed over him. What could they possibly contest? They were representatives of the 3 giants of international logistics, UPS, DHL, and FedEx. Among them, UPS boasted a staggering market value of $150 billion, rendering Lin Fang akin to a mere child engaging in playful antics at home. 2 weeks prior, a paper published in the Mathematics Annual had stirred significant waves internationally, presenting a novel algorithm to solve the traveling salesman problem that swiftly captured the attention of relevant industries. Logistics included. What is intellectual property? The immediate replication and application of such innovations is the expected conduct of these corporate titans. Furthermore, this was a series of codes not easily discernible. Should grievances arise, they could leisurely initiate lawsuits. Major international logistics leaders swiftly mobilized. Their technical teams replicated the algorithmic model from the paper, confirming its accuracy and potential to optimize their logistics networks. However, once these companies jubilantly integrated the algorithm into their servers, they were met with a shocking reality. After merely 250 minutes of practical application, their service networks inexplicably collapsed. And astonishingly, overall costs surged by over 20%. Despite relentless nights of investigation, the technical teams were driven to madness. During those days, any logistics company employing this algorithm suffered severe losses, forcing them to swallow their pride and endure in silence. Amidst this backdrop, a logistics technology optimization service named ArcSmartChain, launched by a company called third-party Biotech Company, emerged as a beacon of hope. Boss, how did you manage to bring them here? Suanqing, clad in a crisp white office attire, inquired as they made their way to the conference room. I sent a scornful email to their boss's personal account using the company account, while also promoting our product. The means to achieve our goals need not be sophisticated. Effectiveness is key, Lin Fang replied, pausing momentarily before turning to her and asking, "What do you think?" Suanqing pondered for a moment, pursing her lips before nodding and smiling. "Indeed, you are right, boss. But aren't you concerned they might not show? As long as the technology remains in our hands, they will have no alternative. There will always be a desire to progress," he assured. Upon reaching the conference room door, he pushed it open, revealing nearly 20 pairs of eyes fixed upon them. In stark contrast to the room full of guests, Lin Fang's side appeared rather meager, consisting only of himself and Suanqing, along with the newly appointed head of the legal department and her sole subordinate. Once seated, Lin Fang took the initiative to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the chairman of Third-Party Technology and the author of that paper. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Before the smiling youth, the logistics representatives across from him wore expressions devoid of amusement. Mario, the representative from UPS, listened to his assistant's translation, his demeanor darkening. However, recalling his superior's orders, he restrained his temper and prepared to secure a deal with this somewhat fortunate small company. "Mr. Lin, greetings. I am Mario, the executive officer of the legal department at UPS." "Hello, Mr. Mario. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," Lin Fang responded. His spirits lifted upon seeing the portly foreigner, understanding why he was held in such high regard. "Please, no need for formality, Mr. Lin," Mario smiled. "UPS is interested in providing Series A financing for your esteemed company, valuing it at $3.5 billion. If you agree, UPS is prepared to acquire 80 of your company for $500 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Fang's interest was piqued. No wonder they are a major corporation. They are ready to buy shares outright. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured affirmatively and replied, "Mr. Mario, your timing is impeccable. I have indeed been contemplating a sale." At this, the other representatives could no longer remain silent. "Mr. Lin, DHL is willing to offer $300 million for 51 of your company. FedEx can propose $3.5 billion for 55. Maersk offers $400 million. SF Express is also willing to purchase 20 for $100 million. Su Rue from SF Express interjected, mustering the courage to speak amidst the financial giants. The representatives from other domestic logistics companies sat in the corner, exchanging glances but remaining mute. "Wait a moment. Have you all misunderstood something?" Lin Fang's words silenced the escalating verbal sparring, prompting everyone to listen attentively. To acquire shares in a third-party technology firm, such a sum is insufficient. He gestured again. "Mr. Mario, to secure that level of ownership, you must offer this amount." Mario frowned. "30 billion? No. I require $30 billion, Lin Fang smiled. "If you can meet this price, my company will belong to UPS. In business, it is customary to set high demands." "Are you joking? That is utterly impossible," Mario exclaimed, rising abruptly in agitation. Then I must apologize, since you cannot meet this price. I have no intention of lowering my financing terms. Lin Fang calmly sipped his tea. Mario's gaze sharpened. Mr. Lin, you are still young. Opposing UPS is not a wise decision. Please consider carefully. It seems I was right to establish my company in Zhongzhou, Lin Fang replied nonchalantly. Faced with Lin Fang's unwavering stance, Mario appeared increasingly frustrated. He signaled to his assistant, who promptly retrieved a slim white paper from her bag and handed it to Lin Fang. Mr. Lin, in light of this, perhaps you would like to review this letter of intent. UPS is willing to purchase the global exclusive rights to ASE for $100 million annually. Oh, Mr. Mario. It appears that you have come for the ARC intelligence chain. The trial version indeed seems impressive. Lin Fang perused the white paper and suddenly realized, only to sigh and speak again. However, regrettably, I will not grant technical authorization for ASE. We only provide technical services. Mr. Lin, that is not realistic. Mario inhaled deeply. Our company is sincere. I can raise the price to $1.5 billion annually. We are prepared to offer $1.6 billion, interjected a representative from FedEx. There's no need for further discussion. Lin Fang closed the white paper before him and pushed it back. ASE offers only technical services, and it is not exclusive. Collaboration is only possible if you're willing to accept these terms. Otherwise, there's no point in continuing. Upon hearing the assistant's translation, Mario's expression darkened as he stormed out. Mr. Lin, I fail to see the sincerity from your company. The female representative from DHL also departed. The meeting ended in disarray, with none of the foreign logistics companies willing to pursue discussions with Lin Fang. Was there truly no hope left? No, there still was. Lin Fang smiled at the representatives from various domestic logistics companies who remained in the conference room. Indeed, it was better to collaborate with familiar faces, as it could enhance the company's influence domestically. This was precisely why Lin Fang had invited them. Would you like to give it a try? The price is negotiable. The first month is free. I assure you, we will absolutely not disclose our partner's privacy. Su Ruiqiang felt a chill at the words of this cunning young man. But unlike these international giants, their main business was domestic, with far fewer privacy concerns to protect. Mr. Lin, you are truly a promising young talent. But I must consult our boss about this. Su Ruiqiang hesitated momentarily. The other logistics representatives echoed similar sentiments. By all means, Lin Fang gestured invitingly. After everyone had departed, Su Anqing slowly spoke. Boss, I seem to understand why you only accept technical services. Lin Fang poured himself another cup of tea. Oh, do tell. Hive. Su Anqing uttered a single word. Lin Fang regarded her, nodding in agreement. Correct. You earn an additional $50 this month. Wow, $50. You are truly generous, boss. Su Anqing's smile radiated with joy. The true value of ASE lies not in optimizing a single company, but in constructing a logistics collaborative network centered around ASE as the hive. Each time a company connects, the hive absorbs its data to strengthen the global model, creating an ecological barrier that future entrants can never surpass. With each use of the algorithm, the logistics data from these enterprises will be cleansed and fed back into the hive's ASE global model, allowing the algorithm to continuously evolve. Companies that refuse collaboration will become data islands, until ASE transcends its tool-like attributes and becomes the foundational rule of the logistics world. These enterprises may believe they are merely purchasing technical services, yet in reality, they are relinquishing their voice in the logistics industry. Isn't that somewhat presumptuous? Lin Fang pondered, stroking his chin, yet still, as the saying goes, one must try to know. Su Anqing continued, at present, the interest from these domestic companies is significant. The youth chuckled lightly, for they found themselves bereft of choices. Chapter 35, Cooperation Achieved, Interactive Projection. In truth, the domestic companies were even more eager than Lin Fang had anticipated. A mere half-hour later, Su Ruiqiang, a representative from Shunfeng, hurriedly arrived with several lawyers in tow, seeking another audience with Lin Fang. Upon meeting Lin Fang, Su pondered for a moment before speaking. Mr. Lin, we at Shunfeng are willing to collaborate with you. But there is one condition. Our company will not disclose any information regarding our clients' items, nor can your company acquire it through any means. Rest assured, we will not infringe upon our partners' core databases. Lin Fang smiled innocently, pondering the matter of trade. What did it matter to him? With a preliminary agreement established, the discussion shifted to pricing. For the first client to approach him, Lin Fang was surprisingly generous. After a fervent negotiation, ASC services were ultimately sold to Shunfeng at a remarkably low price of 88 million renminbi annually. Once the final contract was signed, the collaboration appeared amicable. Yet Su Ruiqiang's expression was far from cheerful. It was evident that he felt disadvantaged in the recent price skirmish, as the counterpart had completely seized upon his vulnerabilities. Contemplating the other party's age and accomplishments, Su couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration, contrasting them with his own underachieving kin. "Rest assured, you can fully trust our third-party technical team," Lin Fang said, shaking his hand. That evening, Shunfeng publicly announced their collaboration with the third-party technology company, extolling the advanced nature and merits of ASC technology. As the largest express delivery company in the country, Shunfeng's announcement quickly sent ripples through relevant circles. In a certain courier fee chat group, a member remarked, "Everyone, I find this collaboration by Shunfeng a bit perplexing. Will future shipping costs rise or fall?" Another responded, "Didn't they mention a decrease in costs? It must be a reduction. If they raise them, I'll explode." A curious participant added, "What intrigues me is this third-party tech company. What exactly do they do?" A skeptical voice chimed in, "Is Shunfeng on the wrong medication, or is it you? How can they actively lower shipping fees?" Ignoring the reactions from various sectors, other domestic logistics companies, upon seeing the industry leader had signed, could hardly remain idle. They rushed to the third-party biotechnology company seeking collaboration, yet were met with the receptionist's words, "Mr. Lin is asleep, and tomorrow is the weekend. No work." 2 days later, Shunfeng's shares experienced an unprecedented surge, stimulating a myriad of individuals. Meanwhile, in the third-party technology company's conference room, observing the eager crowd, Lin Fang decided to accommodate each one, though he did not extend the same courtesy in pricing as he had during negotiations with Shunfeng. His sky-high demands were no jest. Su Anqing and the legal department were overwhelmed with tasks. Fortunately, they were all elite talents recruited by Su Anqing. Otherwise, managing the situation would have been quite the challenge. Amidst the bustle, Lin Fang noticed a foreign guest being escorted in by the staff, seemingly a representative from DHL. "Look, here comes someone eager for progress." As a colossal giant in the realm of international logistics, DHL naturally commanded the attention of Lin Fang during their meeting. "Greetings, Ms. Fiazuo. It is a pleasure to welcome you once again to third-party technology." Lin Fang's smile radiated warmth, his eyes devoid of any pretense, reflecting a genuine sincerity. Ms. Fiazuo, adorned with a Van Cleef Arpels four-leaf clover ring, clasped Lin Fang's hand gently, her gaze a mixture of exasperation and admiration. "Mr. Lin, DHL expresses a keen interest in collaborating with you. You are quite an extraordinary individual from Central Asia." Lin Fang humbly disagreed. "No, I am merely an ordinary person." Unlike within domestic confines, dealing with such international giants posed evident challenges. The intricacies of the collaboration between third-party technology and DHL were deliberated over the span of 2 weeks, with every word of the contract meticulously examined by both parties. Thus, when the fifth-ranked international logistics titan approached, Lin Fang felt compelled to relinquish the subsequent collaboration matters to the capable hands of the charming general manager of third-party. Su Anqing was more than willing to take on this responsibility. As a new dawn broke, Lin Fang, having enjoyed his breakfast, was in his private villa, indulging in a moment of tranquility. The warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping him, only to be gradually obscured by a large tree as time passed. "Xiaohei, I can no longer bask in the sun. Could you shift it to the left?" The black apparition, feigning the sensation of Lin Fang's touch, gracefully leapt from the table and floated mid-air through the young man's palm. In the air, the shadowy feline adjusted its glasses, proclaiming, "Boss. Calculations indicate that moving the chair to the left will expedite your objective." The room was filled with an array of sophisticated instruments, their indicator lights flickering. This was a holographic projection array composed of devices procured from various high-tech companies, featuring 56 sets of miniature laser interferometers, nanometer-level wavefront modulators, air ionization imaging modules, and several other high-precision instruments. The sci-fi-inspired workspace was constructed at an expense of approximately 330 million renminbi. With the hardware in place and under the guidance of Xiaohei and Lin Fang, the interactive projection, despite its rough visuals and muted colors, achieved an impressive 80 similarity to the holographic projection technology depicted in science fiction films. With Xiaohei's real-time participation, Such advanced interactive projections would leave experts worldwide researching holography in awe. Xiaohei, commence operations. Retrieve the Metabolix capsule and demonstrate your limits, Lin Fang stated, sitting upright. His eyes ignited with fervent interest. It was time for an enjoyable endeavor, a step towards third-party biotechnology's rapid transition into practical industry. In the blink of an eye, the little black cat donned a white lab coat, announcing, "Boss, the model rendering is complete." A complex structure materialized before Lin Fang's eyes, the model of the Metabolix capsule, a valuable discovery he had unearthed within the Craig Vault server. This innovative weight loss medication, a marvel of black technology, was on the verge of production, with all its data securely stored within the server. Metabolix, which can be understood as the epitome of metabolism, is described in its pharmacological documentation as a capsule that activates the mitochondrial resonance effect within the human body, thereby accelerating the energy expenditure of adipocytes while simultaneously inhibiting the activity of lipogenic enzymes. Statistics reveal that approximately 39% of the global population is affected by obesity. Should this medication be successfully launched, the third-party biotechnology company would ascend to become a colossal entity within the pharmaceutical industry, transforming into a formidable profit-generating machine. As a high-tech enterprise, the production of a specialized weight loss medication seems entirely justifiable. Lin Fang's objective is to refine this product, rendering it more applicable to reality. Dissecting the components: drug name, Metabolix ingredients, CHBRNOS, CHDFNO, CHCLNO3HO, CHN, CHNOPS1. Oral bioavailability, 68.2. Plasma protein binding rate, 89.6. HERG inhibition, IC50M7. Ames test. Negative. As Lin Fang gazed at the multitude of molecular structures before him, he endeavored to comprehend them, though it was evident that he lacked the requisite expertise. "What is this?" Lin Fang inquired, taking a closer look at a particular molecular structure, reminding himself that the pursuit of knowledge is an endless journey. Thiophosphorylated triple-stranded RNA interference, CHNOPS, function, forms a triple-stranded structure with mRNA related to fat storage, directly obstructing the synthesis of the lipid droplet coating protein, PLIN1, thus preventing fat storage. What happens if we combine this with that? After a brief period of experimentation, Lin Fang shifted his focus to more serious matters. The effect is reduced by 50. The original efficacy is still quite astonishing and requires appropriate attenuation. Simulation complete, model rendering successful. Moments later, a new drug model and its components materialized before Lin Fang's eyes. He sought to circumvent patents and elevate the complexity of replication. "I do not comprehend this. Let us try another. This toxicity is too low. We must further reduce the costs." As Lin Fang's demands escalated, the simulation slowed considerably. Without the support of the two supercomputers, even the capable Xiaohei struggled to keep pace. By evening, through Lin Fang's diligent efforts, a drug research initiative, under his guidance, yielded final results. Among dozens of production formulations, Lin Fang selected 3 that he deemed the most viable, naming them Metabolix 1, Metabolix 2, and Metabolix 3. "Xiaohei, securely archive these 3 formulations I have personally developed. Our secret base relies on them." Chapter 36. Coming of Age, Hometown Pastries. "Son, are you coming home today?" "No, Dad." "What is the matter?" In the villa, Lin Fang, engrossed in his research, was taken aback by the unexpected phone call from Boss Xiong, especially at nearly 10 p.m. "Don't just celebrate with your classmates. What about me? Have you grown up to the point where you no longer wish to spend time with your father? I used to take you for foot baths regularly." Upon hearing his father's complaints, Lin Fang couldn't help but chuckle, realizing what day it was, November 5th, his birthday. Caught up in his recent busyness, he had indeed forgotten, and Lin Tianxiong was still unaware that Lin Fang had taken a leave of absence from school. "Dad, have you been drinking?" Lin Fang detected a peculiar tone in his voice. After a few drinks, the person on the other end of the phone spoke while intermittently burping, reiterating once more, "Don't just celebrate with your classmates today, remember me too. Dad has something for you." After hanging up, Lin Fang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Xiaohei, does my dad have a drinking gathering tonight?" On the projection screen, at 1921, Lin Tianxiong was seen clinking glasses with several mid-level leaders from Binhai City, seemingly having consumed quite a bit. Donning his coat, Lin Fang exited the room just as the projection flickered off and the front door automatically closed and locked. Upon returning home, Lin Fang gazed at the figure seated in the hall and spoke with resignation. Dad, I know you can drink, but you should cut back a little. The middle-aged man, initially displaying delight upon seeing Lin Fang, suddenly felt displeased at his words. Lin Tianxiong scowled and retorted, "What is it to you? What is wrong with having a drink? If I want a drink, I will. Is this really just a drink?" Lin Fang observed his father's flushed face in silence. "What do a few cups matter?" Lin Tianxiong muttered, pushing a deep brown cake towards Lin Fang. "Here, this is the date cake you eat every year on your birthday. Brought from my hometown." Seeing the familiar cake, Lin Fang was somewhat surprised, not expecting to taste it here. After taking a bite, he found it sweet yet not cloying, with a rich date flavor. He was unaccustomed to the overly sweet Western-style cakes. "Son, aren't you moved?" Lin Tianxiong suddenly leaned in, his face brimming with anticipation. As expected, Lin Fang's appetite was piqued, and he indulged in several pieces. "You ungrateful brat." Lin Tianxiong laughed heartily upon hearing his response. After casting a glance at him, he retrieved a document from a nearby bag. "And there's this. It's your coming-of-age gift from Dad. Just sign your name. My son has grown up and ought to have wealth." Lin Fang took the document and saw it was a stock transfer agreement. Party A was unconditionally transferring 49 of Xiongba Technology Company, limited to Party B, which was naturally himself. Lin Fang tightened his grip on the document. With the expansion of the gaming engine business, it was already worth billions. "Where does the money come from?" Lin Tianxiong continued. "Of course, it's from me. Don't think it's insufficient. It depends on you. Whenever you are ready to take over, I will transfer the remaining shares to you. No, I must retain some, lest you fail to cover my drinking expenses in the future." Listening to Lin Tianxiong's drunken ramblings, even Lin Fang, typically stoic, felt a warmth in his heart. He decided to prioritize testing the Metabolics 3 formula, which had the lowest toxicity. A flicker of fear regarding mortality arose within him with each passing year. His father aged alongside him. This irreversible cycle brought forth a realization that the pain of losing a loved one could exceed his imagination, much like in the past. Casting aside these complicated thoughts, Lin Fang signed his name on the document and prepared to assist the drowsy Lin Tianxiong back to his room for rest. "Almost forgot. It's our family tradition. Upon reaching adulthood, one must have a bowl of longevity noodles. Just wait, I'll make some for you." Just as Lin Tianxiong closed his eyes, he suddenly slapped his thigh and sprang up, eager to head to the kitchen. "Wait, Dad!" Lin Fang exclaimed. Lin Fang's face turned pale with fear as he hurriedly grabbed hold of him, not expecting that old dang would act this way. Ever since that fateful day when Lin Tianxiong whimsically sent both father and son to the emergency room at the age of 8, he had never set foot in the kitchen again. Consequently, Lin Fang had a vivid memory of his culinary skills and usually hired a maid to prepare their meals. He wished to avert the impending tragedy, but it became evident that one could not stop a drunken man, especially when he was not inebriated enough to pass out. Listening to the cacophony of pots and pans erupting in the kitchen, Lin Fang silently prayed. An hour later, Lin Tianxiong staggered in, proudly presenting a gigantic bowl of longevity noodles. "Here, son, try your father's culinary prowess." Alas, there was no miracle. Gazing at the murky broth and the thick noodles emitting a peculiar aroma, Lin Fang remained speechless. He cautiously scooped a small spoonful of broth, daring not to touch the noodles. Upon tasting it, Lin Fang's pupils dilated in shock. "Dad, you should have a bit too." He tugged at the chef, who was intent on collapsing into slumber. "Good food should be shared, after all. This was made for you. I won't eat it," Lin Tianxiong retorted. In response, Lin Fang remarked softly, "If you want to eat, then we are no longer on good terms." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiong reluctantly opened his mouth and took a sip of the broth Lin Fang had offered. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Fang. A look of grievance etched on his face. Soon after, he began to retch. "Just vomit it out. It'll be fine," Lin Fang said with a smirk, bringing over a trash bin, kindly helping Lin Tianxiong with a gentle pat on the back. The next morning, the stains from the previous night had been meticulously cleaned by the maid sent by the cleaning company, who also prepared a simple breakfast for the two. As Lin Tianxiong sipped on millet porridge, he looked at Lin Fang with suspicion. "Son, although you failed to harm me last night, there's no need to deceive me like this. If you want to drop out, just do it. You can practice your skills at the company." Lin Fang was speechless, realizing that his father remembered only his intention to harm him, forgetting that the poison tossed away with the pot was his own concoction. "Dad, I'm not deceiving you. That company is mine. Lin Fang briefly explained some matters regarding the third-party technology firm. Very good, very good, Lin Tianxiong exclaimed, pacing back and forth with delight. Astonished to discover that the mastermind behind the rising third-party technology company was his own son. This year, the company was listed among the top 10 emerging enterprises in Binhai City, and he had just discussed it with several executives the previous day. After a moment, Lin Tianxiong recollected the pressing matter at hand and leaned in to ask, "Son, how do you plan to develop the company next? Let me help you brainstorm. I have experience." "Focus on pharmaceuticals," Lin Tianxiong suggested, sensing that his son seemed a bit aloof. Chapter 37. Midwest Mr. Mario. I eagerly anticipate our collaboration with UPS. Rest assured, our third-party technical team is entirely trustworthy. The woman in a crisp, white business attire beamed with a radiant smile. "I believe so," Mario replied, his expression dazed as he left, seemingly struck by an overwhelming realization. This young woman from Zhongzhou was indeed formidable. In a fleeting moment, the conference room was vacated save for the young woman when Lin Fang entered. "Hooray, boss, this price of $200 million is exceedingly enticing." Upon seeing Lin Fang, Su Anqing could no longer contain her jubilant exclamation. The rationale was simple. Dissent would incur greater losses, and furthermore, Lin Fang was well aware of UPS's bottom line. With an air of calmness, Lin Fang remarked, "It is evident." Su Anqing, with an embarrassed smile, reflected on the commercial intelligence acquired through Hego. Realizing that in her eyes, the opposing party had laid all their cards on the table. Their facades had been unveiled. Was this the power of technology? The sensation was utterly exhilarating. The tides of fortune had shifted. Since last month, ASC Technology had commenced its application within the logistics networks of major global corporations. Its timeliness and convenience were indisputable. The economic ramifications had left logistics companies that had not partnered with third-party technology drooling, as they sought collaboration. With competitive pressures mounting, the world's leading logistics enterprise, UPS, could no longer remain idle and had dispatched a representative team to negotiate once more. Today marked the day of contract signing. After a while, Lin Fang inquired, "How much capital does the company currently possess?" 7.5 billion Zhongzhou coins, Su Anqing replied, glancing at her tablet. "Once UPS transfers the first year's payment, we will have approximately 10 billion available to us." In a span of 3 months, the third-party technology had amassed nearly 10 billion. And with an additional 5 billion remaining in offshore accounts, the total funds at hand amounted to around 15 billion. Sufficient, yet not entirely so, as there were further resources in global accounts. "Boss, what are your instructions?" Su Anqing raised an eyebrow, sensing Lin Fang's intentions. This afternoon, just as Mario boarded his flight back home, a scandal erupted within the biopharmaceutical industry in the Americas. Johnson & Johnson, a titan in the sector, faced serious allegations regarding its best-selling arthritis medication, ArthroCure, claiming egregious violations during its production process. Whispers on social media platform Twitter revealed that, in a bid to cut costs, Johnson had employed substandard raw materials, accompanied by a litany of evidence. In response to the rampant rumors, Ruehue Company convened an urgent press conference to deny the allegations, branding them as malicious slander aimed at tarnishing their reputation. "Ah, what a delightful turn of events for you, old rascal," chuckled Adrian Luca, CEO of Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group, as he watched the press conference unfold. Nothing brought him greater joy than witnessing the misfortunes of a competitor. Amidst his amusement, Adrian's assistant rushed in, exclaiming, "This is dire, Mr. Adrian. Disturbing news about us has surfaced online." Just as the storm surrounding Johnson had not yet subsided, another pharmaceutical giant, Ruehue, was struck by scandal. The newly launched best-selling antihypertensive drug, JX200, was revealed online to have concealed 2 cases of patient fatalities during clinical trials, complete with authentic clinical trial records. "Damn it! Investigate who posted that." Adrian seethed, his fury ignited. "Who is responsible for this medication? I demand accountability." The assistant quickly responded, stating that the Twitter platform was also investigating. According to their revelations, the poster should have passed away a decade ago, and this account ought not to exist. The responsible party has already been apprehended in New York. A press conference must be arranged promptly, as these 2 companies found themselves in a whirlwind of chaos. Another pharmaceutical giant was also embroiled in negative news, plunging the American pharmaceutical industry into a profound crisis of trust. A week later, on the streets of New York, Zhou Hui adjusted his tie while scrutinizing his target information. The tailored suit felt quite uncomfortable, as per his employer's wishes. He was to bring the entire family from the photograph back to Zhongzhou. What sort of organization was he entangled with? In a rental apartment. The rotund Midwest gazed at the online information, a sense of dread creeping in. A week prior, while he was engrossed in a book in his study, a tech company from Zhongzhou had suddenly called, offering him the position of head of their pharmaceutical research department, with a remarkably enticing salary. Setting aside the mystery of how they acquired his private number, the figure they proposed was enough to make Midwest, a middle-aged man facing unemployment and responsible for supporting his family, feel a powerful temptation. He could hardly stomach his daily potato salad. Ultimately, however, he declined, fearing it was a scam. Yet, the other party did not relent, offering to alleviate all his concerns. Mr. Midwest, as a gesture of sincerity, we can incarcerate Martin Rila, the one who has wronged you, allowing her to experience the taste of prison life. You need not worry about any other obstacles. We will send someone to escort you and your family safely to Zhongzhou. All you must do is wait in your room. Upon hearing this, Midwest was astounded. How did they know he had been betrayed by that wretched Martin Rila? She had unjustly imprisoned him for 3 years and caused him to forfeit his position as head of the New York branch of Ruihui. If you can accomplish this, I would be more than willing to go to Zhongzhou. Midwest recalled his half-joking reply, swallowing hard. Now, not only had they succeeded, but the commotion was significant enough that Ruihui's headquarters would not overlook her actions. The vibration of the desk phone jolted the middle-aged man back to reality. Upon seeing the caller ID, Midwest trembled. It was the mysterious company. He answered, and the voice, disguised as a young boy, echoed, "Mr. Midwest, your transport has arrived. You and your family have half an hour to pack your belongings. At 2:40 p.m., you will board the flight to Zhongzhou's coastal city." After hanging up, his wife hurriedly knocked on the door, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Midwest, there's someone from Zhongzhou outside." "Do not worry, Valina," Midwest reassured her, taking a deep breath as he embraced her. "He is here to take us. We are moving to another place where our family will no longer be disturbed." Soon, Zhou Hui met with his objective for this mission. Recalling his employer's words, the burly man endeavored to present a friendly smile. The success of his efforts made Midwest's 4-year-old daughter burst into tears. Chapter 38. Relocation, New Headquarters. Yo, Mit, where are you headed? We want to go too. As Mit and his companions descended the stairs, the most alarming scenario unfolded before him. A group of 5 or 6 youths clad in hoodies, adorned with ominous black tattoos, obstructed their path. One of them brandished a meter-long iron rod and menacingly suggested, "How about letting your daughter keep us company?" Before the white youth could finish his sentence, his words were abruptly cut off as a powerful hand seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. A yellow-skinned thug in a suit emerged, his expression calm yet commanding, instructing the children to close their eyes. This directive was aimed at Mit, who, understanding a modicum of Chinese, quickly complied and shielded his daughter's eyes with his hand. "Let him go." In the corridor, the white youth's face turned a deep shade of purple as he struggled against the grip. "Sorry, I don't understand English." With a forceful leap, Zhou Hui hurled him down, sending the others tumbling down the stairs amidst a cacophony of cries and groans. "Is this the prowess of Zhongzhou Kung Fu? Mr. Zhou's skills are remarkable," Mit observed, exhilarated by the sight of the thugs, who frequently harassed his family. Now in such disarray, these ruffians were dispatched by that treacherous Martin, servants to her gang leader. Calling the police would be futile. His family could scarcely manage an ordinary outing without fear. Suddenly, Mit felt a surge of gratitude towards the company that had employed him. "We must leave quickly before the police arrive." Zhou Hui tossed the bloodied assailants into a corner, addressing Mit's family. He seemed unfazed by the scuffle. Upon arriving at the airport, when Mit and his family received their tickets and visas, he was once again astounded by the power of this company. He swore he had never arranged for such documents. Yet this Zhongzhou company wielded influence even within the American intelligence sectors, possessing unparalleled capabilities. It was utterly terrifying. Mit shivered, clutching his youngest daughter as they hurried onto the plane. Mit West, aged 46, male. He was admitted to Harvard University in 2001, majoring in biomedical engineering, and earned his doctorate in 2006 before joining Ruihui Pharmaceuticals. By 2021, he had risen to become the head of Ruihui's New York laboratory, engaging in the development of various novel gene-targeted drugs. Lin Fang set down the documents, pondering. Unlike Carlton Drake from the Venom universe, whose appearance starkly contrasted with that of real-life actors. This Midwest bore a striking resemblance to the head of the FLL-1 Drug Research Institute Lin had encountered in the Venom realm, despite the latter's youth. What an intriguing coincidence. This was also the reason Lin had selected him from the extensive list of over 100 biomedical experts provided by Little Black. After disembarking from the plane, Mid arrived at the accommodations prepared for him by the company, 2 luxurious apartment suites located in the heart of the coastal city. According to Mr. Zhou, this was merely a temporary residence. Mid sighed in relief. He had feared he might be abducted to some remote mountain and vanish from the world. For now, it seemed quite acceptable. After settling his family, it was not until noon on the 3rd day that Mitter finally met the owner of the company he would be working for, a young and handsome man named Lin Fang, who hailed from Central Asia. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Mitter," Lin Fang greeted him with a warm smile. Mitter, maintaining a composed and dignified demeanor, felt a sense of reassurance. His new employer appeared quite approachable. Yet, he could not shake off the peculiar discomfort in his coccyx. Perhaps an illusion brought on by age. In the office, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mitter voiced his lingering curiosity. "I have a question, boss. I couldn't find any information about the medications produced by the company online. I had hoped to gauge the capabilities of our team through this. Are the products still in development? What kind of medications are they?" At this, Lin Fang, who had been casually leaning back in his chair, straightened up, his eyes glimmering with expectation. "Almost. I am preparing to acquire a pharmaceutical company, and you will be the head of its research and development center. Our general manager departed 3 days ago." Silence ensued, a subtle expression of the latter's thoughts. "What do you need me to do, boss?" Mitter inquired after a moment of contemplation. "To produce a mature and effective weight loss medication." Mitter felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Goodness, what a trite field this was. It felt like an affront to all the knowledge he had amassed throughout his life. If not for his family, he would have slammed his hands on the table in frustration. A flicker of disappointment and dissatisfaction crossed his face as he replied, "Boss, if I am merely a marketing gimmick, I cannot accept this." Lin Fang understood his implication. There were far too many subpar medications marketed under the guise of foreign expertise. "Do not worry, my company would never engage in such practices. Here are some technical materials for you to review," Lin Fang said, turning the work computer towards a rather portly middle-aged Caucasian man. "I even believe you will fall in love with it." Mitter, perplexed, adjusted the computer and began to peruse the information. His initially casual gaze grew serious, and soon he could not tear his eyes away. Meanwhile, in the southern region, a group of over 10 individuals traversed a ground-level corridor. As their boss spoke, the subordinates hurried to keep pace, while Su Anqing silently assessed the pharmaceutical company Lin Fang had instructed to acquire. "Miss Su, this is our JLID Research Center," a middle-aged man, around 40, with a hint of Confucian elegance, pointed towards a somewhat gray building, his tone tinged with bitterness. "The equipment is fundamentally sound. This is indeed the most valuable aspect. General Li will surely make a comeback." Su Anqing, representing the acquiring party, could only smile politely at the company's legal representative and general manager. According to the information, JLID Pharmaceuticals specialized in weight loss drugs and several common medications, boasting a notable reputation, with a peak market value reaching around $2.5 billion. However, in recent years, they had been severely suppressed by competitors, and the development of new drugs had consistently failed, leaving the entire company on the brink of bankruptcy. After visiting the pharmaceutical workshop, Su Anqing and Li Chengjian agreed to formalize their contract in 2 days. Li Chengjian visibly sighed in relief. Had it not been for the recent turmoil caused by several pharmaceutical giants facing crises, he could have held out longer. However, it was imperative to minimize losses swiftly, and the arrival of this company was timely. Politely declining an invitation to dinner, Su Anqing hurriedly led her team to the local government office. According to Lin Fang's directives, the company was to expand southward, and she aimed not only to acquire JLID Pharmaceutical, but also to secure as much surrounding industrial land as possible. A third-party technology firm was poised to establish a vast industrial park around it, including a new headquarters. Chapter 39, The Industrial Park. A golden phoenix descends from the mountains that day. Su Wenjiang, the mayor of Gang City, paused in disbelief upon hearing that 100 billion enterprise intended to settle in their city. Was this true? He couldn't afford to be mistaken. In Su Wenjiang's experience, large corporations typically favored economically advanced cities. Why would they choose Gang City? Although coastal, Gang City's economy ranked among the lowest in the province, with last year's GDP barely surpassing 90 billion. The unexpected news left Su Wenjiang feeling uncertain. A golden phoenix descending from the mountains? He could not fathom why this company would venture away from the bustling coastline to their remote corner. This is the company's information. Director Li had already received it, and the mail secretary handed over the documents. Su Wenjiang took the file from third-party biotechnology and quickly skimmed through it. His initial shock was gradually replaced by delight. Indeed, it was a 100 billion company, a high-quality enterprise emerging from Binhai City. Let us ensure they remain in our city. The subsequent negotiations over the next 2 days flowed smoothly for Su Wenjiang. The local government was accommodating, offering land and personnel as requested. Third-party technology successfully secured nearly 2,000 acres of land use rights surrounding Jalide Pharmaceutical, including reserved land. The costs incurred were remarkably low, something unimaginable in Binhai City. Today, Su Wenjiang also met the enigmatic owner of this golden nugget, a young man who exuded a friendly demeanor. Thank you for your support, Mayor. As Lin Fang was about to depart, Su Wenjiang firmly shook his hand, exchanged personal contact information, and promised that the local government would assist him as best as they could. However, after the company representatives had left, Su Wenjiang felt a twinge of worry. Why pursue the pharmaceutical industry of all sectors? He harbored doubts about the company's future, concerned it might abandon them, especially since he had promised a 3-year tax exemption. In the car heading to Jalide Pharmaceutical, when Su Wenjiang questioned Lin Fang, he did not respond directly. Instead, he scrutinized her for a moment and asked, "What is your current weight? 120 gene? That's quite an exaggeration." Su Wenjiang felt uneasy under Lin Fang's gaze. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I'm under 110. She had always been attentive to her figure. At 172 meters tall, her weight was something she took pride in. Lin Fang nodded with a smile. "Not bad. Now, if a medication could help you lose 10 gene in a month without exercise and side effects, would you be interested?" "Absolutely," Su Wenjiang answered without hesitation, and soon grasped Lin Fang's intention, her eyes sparkling. "Boss, do you mean that our product can achieve this effect?" Lin Fang gazed at her and replied, "This is merely a conservative estimate." Su Wenjiang, though initially unperturbed, felt a sudden rush of anxiety. The global demand for this medication was staggering, a market vast enough to revolutionize countless industries. Boss, I can hardly contain my excitement," she said, raising her right hand in a fist, her tone brimming with ambition. "Let us expedite the global distribution of our industrial products." The driver chuckled at this. "Wenjiang, haste makes waste. Brother Zhou, I almost forgot about you. When the time comes, I'll buy 20 units for you. You'll have at least 200 pounds, a dire necessity." Zhou Hui smirked, slightly displeased. "I prefer to call this robust." Next came the construction of the industrial park. The priority was to rebuild the research center and pharmaceutical factory, followed by the headquarters. With the land secured, it was time to commence construction. Chief designer Xiao He presented a phased development plan that prioritized intelligence and information security for the entire industrial park. Not a single cockroach would escape Xiao He's watchful eye. Presently, Lin Fang needed to find a professional manager to oversee these endeavors, as he was severely short-handed. The middle-aged man before him seemed quite suitable. The funds from selling the company were barely sufficient to cover salaries and debts. And with his elderly parents in poor health and a wife who had just given birth to twins, he appeared to be the perfect candidate. "Director Lin, are you serious?" Li Chengjian, who had just signed the acquisition contract, felt a wave of despair. Was he truly about to transition from a company president to a mere manager? After minimal resistance, the $1 million annual salary and guaranteed 6-month bonus on the contract persuaded him. Upon signing, Li Chengjian sighed, his expression turning serene. "Boss, from this moment forward, I am at your service. Assign me any tasks you require." By February of the following year, the industrial park was set to commence operations. Financial constraints were not an issue, quality and speed were paramount. Lin Fang handed Li Chengjian the first phase construction plan and outlined his expectations. He allotted just over a month for completion, with several construction teams working concurrently. Except for the underground spaces, most of the structures would utilize a full steel modular design and polypropylene polymer materials, akin to assembling building blocks. Completing it in a month was hardly an insurmountable challenge. Admittedly, the expenditure was considerable, but Lin Fang was least concerned about that. After issuing his directives, Lin Fang returned to Binhai with Su Onqing and the others, marking the conclusion of their visit to Tiangang City. Their next trip would be in 2 months, by which time the towering edifice of a third-party biotechnology company would loom over the southern landscape. Watching the group depart with alacrity, only Li Chengjian and the assistant recently assigned to him remained, exchanging bewildered glances. That day, facilitated by the government, major construction firms in Tiangang City received exhilarating news. A company was poised to embark on a monumental project valued at approximately 3 billion. The allure of this venture has captivated the souls of the executives from various construction companies, revealing a predatory glimmer that hints at their insatiable hunger for profit. Whether they can bask in prosperity this year hinges on today's developments. The construction firms eagerly responded, converging upon the designated location. In the modest confines of a conference room, the executives engaged in a cacophony of heated discussions. "Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears," one of them implored. According to Mr. Lin's directive, Li Chengjian had not invested significant effort with the contractors, instead enlisting reputable and capable construction teams as partners. After delineating their respective operational areas, an ambitious industrial park construction project commenced with great fanfare. Chapter 40. I did not slay Bo Run, yet he perished because of me. Upon returning to the coastal city, Lin Fang found himself enjoying a rare moment of leisure. However, he was frequently approached by Miter, who persistently sought access to the data on Metabolix capsules, clearly enraptured by the information. After fielding enough inquiries, Lin Fang decided to grant Miter viewing privileges by categorizing the complete experimental formula for Metabolix 3 capsules as secondary information on the newly launched Star Hub Safety Management System. "Boss, this comes as a surprise," Miter West remarked, visibly taken aback in Lin Fang's office. He fully understood that the value of this medication could captivate any global conglomerate. "Miter, it's quite simple, because I trust you," Lin Fang replied, casting a glance at him. "Moreover, the company can bear it." Miter West felt a tremor in his heart. The sheer significance of the pharmaceutical data was awe-inspiring, and the company that regarded the borders of great nations as its backyard possessed an unfathomable power. In a sense, both he and his family were in violation of immigration laws. "Thank you for your trust, boss. I will not let you down," Miter said before taking his leave, eager to return and delve into the material, convinced that the researchers behind it were nothing short of geniuses. Once Miter departed, Lin Fang hastily instructed Little Black, "Keep a close watch. Do not let him escape." "Understood, boss." Trusting one's employees is prudent, yet necessary precautions remain vital. Much like the Star Hub system that was implemented yesterday to safeguard the company's assets, Lin Fang had tasked Little Black with developing a management system that now governed all electronic devices within the corporation. Though nascent, it had begun to take shape as a competent entity. As night fell, Lin Fang sipped a refreshing 1982 Sprite in the villa's secure room, only to find his consciousness enveloped in darkness. Time had elapsed. Had Mr. Murray been released? Entering the Venom Dimension. 3, 2, 1. Arrival in Dimension successful. Current Dimension weight, 17. Space-time package status, idle. Remaining plunder points, 648. Unique objective, resource search. Safe evacuation. Evacuation countdown, 23:59, 59. In the next instant, Lin Fang opened his eyes to greet the dawn. Nitroglycerin, a widely utilized medication for alleviating acute angina pectoris, was now at the forefront of his thoughts. In the opulent and spacious bedroom, white tablets were scattered across the floor. Lin Fang gazed at the small brown glass bottle in his hand, pondering a grim realization. He was now inhabiting the unfortunate body of someone who was about to perish. What had befallen Murray Hawthorne? Was it some sudden illness? Perhaps it mattered little. With his new corporeal form, it signified that Murray had returned to the embrace of the divine. How did he meet his end? On the bed, an elderly gentleman clad in dark pajamas wore an expression of confusion. According to protocol, Lin Fang sought to comprehend his identity. Orson Sinclair. The name of this elderly man he now possessed, a wealthy magnate from San Francisco. It appeared that financial worries were no longer a concern. The military was on high alert. The USS Semenker had mysteriously vanished. Who was Murray Hawthorne? As Lin Fang perused the online information, filtering out the trivialities, he furrowed his brow upon discovering that Murray's body had been recovered from the sea without a life jacket. Had he removed it himself? Alas, I did not slay Bo Run, yet he perished because of me, Lin Fang lamented, casting a wistful glance at the box of gold bars he had just unearthed. "Ah, I shall pay you a visit in due time." Chapter 41. Oh God, did you witness this? The elderly man abruptly sat up in bed, as if an invisible force had pulled him from the depths of despair. Orson Sinclair pressed his palm against his heart, his complexion pale. How could he remember himself? Orson turned to the nearby table, where a pristine brown medicine bottle sat, its cap tightly sealed, appearing untouched. Was it merely a nightmare? Thank the heavens. Orson exhaled in relief, pivoting to open the window and breathe in the fresh air, as advised by his personal physician. However, when sunlight illuminated the desk, an object caused Orson to freeze in place. A letter. When had it appeared, Orson was certain he had not pinned any correspondence on it. Fuming at the thought of an indiscreet servant intruding, Orson approached the letter, determined to confront the offending individual. Even his children were not permitted to enter this room at will. As he scanned the letter, his initial anger dissipated, replaced by sheer terror at its contents, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. To Mr. Orson Sinclair, I am writing this letter using your body. As a lost soul, there is no greater joy than this. I can hardly wait to relish the warmth of the sun and the delight of exquisite food. This is my recompense for rescuing you from the grip of death. I believe I am entitled to it. Of course, you cannot refuse. The die has been cast. Our game has officially commenced. I shall visit you intermittently, just as Caesar crossed the Rubicon. Mr. Orson Sinclair, you now stand at the crossroads of fate. You may choose to disregard this letter and embrace the predetermined conclusion. Your body's loyal tenant. No, this is impossible. I cannot believe it. Orson rose from the ground and dashed towards the door. Minutes later, as he watched the surveillance footage of himself enjoying breakfast as usual, graciously accepting greetings from his children, a chilling dread surged within him. The contents of that letter were true. A malevolent spirit sought to inhabit his body. My heavens, omnipotent God, do you see this? Orson's fingers, clutching the crucifix, began to pale. Sir, what is happening? The butler, noticing the elder's unusual demeanor, hurriedly approached to inquire. Looking at the butler, Orson Sinclair opened his mouth to speak, but recalling the spirit's threat, he ultimately feigned nonchalance and shut off the surveillance. No, nothing at all. May God bless the Sinclair family. In a secure room, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was valued at less than 1,000. And now Lin Fang expressed his willingness to accept a mere 500 G gold bar for one looting point, evidently not exceeding the minimum guarantee. Indeed, it seemed far more worthwhile to seize larger prizes. He hoped Mr. Orson would cooperate in the future. Furthermore, Lin Fang recalled another crucial piece of information he had uncovered, his expression growing serious. The timeline of the plot from the Venom movie had always caught his attention, and this time was no exception. 3 days prior, the Drake Life Foundation had launched an exploratory rocket named Life 1 into outer space, scheduled to return in 3 months. If it followed the film's narrative, those symbiotes would arrive on the surface alongside the rocket, and the plot would unfold. 2 months later, at the Sinclair family estate, a middle-aged man in a gray suit removed his instruments and cheerfully addressed the elder. Mr. Orson, your blood pressure has decreased by 5 millimeters of mercury since last week. Exercise is beneficial for you. I recommend you continue. I will, Orson Sinclair replied with a somewhat strained smile. No one knew that the one playing golf daily on the lawn was not him. That malevolent spirit seemed to have developed a fondness for the sport, even insisting that his granddaughter set up the balls, truly infuriating. Moreover, this spirit had wreaked havoc on his collection, stealing his most cherished bottle of Islay whiskey. Oh God, do you see this? Come and save your devotee. That won't trouble you further. I wish you a pleasant day. The middle-aged man said as he tidied up to take his leave. However, at the moment he turned, darkness suddenly enveloped the elder's eyes. The man turned back in surprise. Lin Fang, revealing his displeasure, remarked, Dr. Finnegan, is there something else? Nothing, Mr. Orson, I must have been seeing things. Grandpa, after the doctor departed, a 6-year-old girl clad in a white Dior dress bounced over and hugged Orson. Let's go play golf. Oh, my dear Nina, you look lovely today. Lin Fang lifted her up, pinching her cheek playfully. Certainly, but we can only play for a while. Grandpa has matters to attend to this afternoon. The little girl pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. All right, but you can't do this tomorrow. We shall heed little Nina's wishes. Upon hearing his agreement, Nina's heart swelled with joy. Her grandfather had not scolded her this month and had not insisted on her attending etiquette classes. What a delightful turn of events. At that moment, the butler of the Sinclair family approached, accompanied by two individuals carrying a wooden box. "Sir, this is the Iberian ham you requested. Shall I deliver it to the kitchen?" Lin Fang glanced at it and replied, "Place it in my collection room." Although the butler was perplexed, he complied and took it away. Recently, the master had taken to collecting peculiar items, including grenades, medical kits, parachutes, and more. After spending some time playing with his adorable granddaughter, Lin Fang donned his formal attire and spent half a day at the Sinclair family's primary enterprise, the Jinleman Power Plant, a large thermal power facility generating approximately 1 million kilowatts daily, sufficient to supply power to nearly 500,000 residents of San Francisco. "Father, what brings you here?" Upon alighting from the vehicle, a composed and capable middle-aged man approached. He was Noah Sinclair, the eldest son of Orson. The elder surveyed his surroundings, narrowing his eyes. "Am I not welcome?" "Of course not, father." This remark caused Noah to shiver, hastily denying any offense. As the authority of the elder's methods was firmly entrenched in his mind after years of building the power plant from nothing. "Let us proceed to the control room." Upon hearing this, Noah sighed with relief. Perhaps his father merely wished to inspect the operations of the plant. After reviewing the data, night had fallen, and Lin Fang naturally rested in the upscale apartment of Jinleman Power Plant, preparing to return to the estate the following day. Yet tonight was the moment for action. At the stroke of midnight, under a darkened sky with howling winds, the elder, once in deep slumber, opened his eyes and adeptly descended from the fifth-floor balcony, showing no signs of his 60-plus years. Chapter 42. The Eiffel Power Plant under the night sky according to the planned route. Half an hour later, Lin Fang arrived outside the Jinleman Power Plant, having taken considerable time to confirm the locations of the cameras. In the dark, an elderly man with half his hair turned white, clad in a vintage gentleman's suit, crouched pensively by the roadside. Lin Fang checked his phone's map to confirm his target location, the Eiffel Power Plant, situated 20 kilometers away, which was several times larger than Jinleman, boasting an astonishing daily output of 3 million kilowatts, making it one of San Francisco's primary power sources, valued at approximately $2 billion. This thermal power plant, distant from the urban center of San Francisco, was the material Lin Fang intended to acquire. Having consumed the minutiae of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, he found many items unworthy of his attention. This large power plant was one of the few high-value targets under the Sustainable Development Plan and represented a new endeavor for Lin Fang. He had previously tested smaller structures with ease. Thus, he wondered if this industrial site would be acknowledged by the black market. If successful, it would be quite a triumph. To avoid exposure, the heavily monitored main roads were clearly off-limits, so Lin Fang opted for a secondary path, requiring him to traverse an unnamed mountain range with an elevation of approximately 400 meters. To conserve energy, he prepared a second-hand Revel Bikes mountain bicycle. Almost there. Let the 20-kilometer off-road journey commence. In the shadows, the elder performed 2 sets of burpees as a warm-up before mounting a seemingly conjured bicycle, speeding down the narrow path to the left. The following day, as he awakened from his slumber, Orson Sinclair found himself in a state of disarray, his entire body aching as though it had been mercilessly ground beneath a millstone. What had that malevolent spirit done to his corporeal form? Struggling to lift his weary frame from the bed, he beheld his reflection in the mirror, a haggard visage, with swollen bags beneath his eyes, filled with sorrow. "Oh God, do you see this? This wretched spirit has so cruelly tormented my body. Father, are you well?" Came the anxious calls from outside. Orson recognized the voice of his eldest son, Noah. It seemed he was in his quarters at the power plant. What business could that evil spirit have here? The door swung open, and Noah Sinclair was taken aback by his father's current appearance. "Father, what has happened?" he inquired with genuine concern. Orson remained silent, fixing Noah with a piercing gaze, coldly asserting, "It is of no concern to you." Relieved, Noah continued, "You appear well. Father, you mentioned returning by 10 o'clock, and the hour is drawing near. Moreover, you won't believe what transpired last night at the Eiffel Power Plant." At this, Noah's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort, teetering between amusement and apprehension. The Eiffel Power Plant has vanished. Due to intense competition, the forces behind the Eiffel Power Plant were in direct opposition to the Sinclair family, and Noah's rivalry with the plant's current director was fierce, yet his own influence paled in comparison, often subjecting him to humiliation at the hands of his adversaries. "What?" Orson was visibly taken aback. Noah reiterated, "The Eiffel Power Plant mysteriously disappeared last night, leaving behind only a vast pit. Noah, have you seen it? Understanding the gravity of his words, Orson Sinclair's face contorted with shock. That was a sprawling industrial complex of nearly 1,000,000 square meters. What kind of force could render it utterly absent? Was it a punishment from Satan? Upon receiving the news, I immediately rushed to the Eiffel power plant. Apart from the dormitory, all other structures were gone. I even saw David. Noah struggled to contain himself, wearing a hesitant smile. He was sitting on the ground and didn't look well at all. Orson Sinclair shot him a sharp glance. I shall go investigate. Gather all our family's security personnel and have them increase patrols at the plant. We cannot afford any mishaps. After giving his instructions, Orson hurried downstairs, determined to visit the Eiffel power plant, until he witnessed the absurdity of the situation with his own eyes. He could not bring himself to believe such a thing could occur. Good morning, sir, the driver greeted as he stood ready below, quickly opening the car door upon Orson's arrival. As he settled into the vehicle, Orson Sinclair gazed out the window, troubled. If the Eiffel power plant had indeed vanished, it must have been the result of some unfathomable and mysterious power. What could it possibly want with the power plant? Would it pose a threat to his family's enterprises, considering their proximity? And what of the malevolent spirit that lingered within him? This entity was formidable. Neither the Bible nor the cross held any sway over it. Has the gate of hell been opened, heralding chaos in the world? How will the Sinclair family endure? Orson sighed deeply, feeling a sense of helplessness that even a man as seasoned as he could not escape from recent events. What is this? Out of the corner of his eye, Orson noticed an unusual sight, a faint brownish mark encircling the edge of his shoe. Although it had been cleaned, Orson, with his keen gaze, recognized it as the residue of mud. How could there be mud on my shoes? He had never tread in such places. Suddenly, Orson's eyes widened, connecting the peculiarities of his morning with a chilling hypothesis. It was he who had absconded with the Eiffel power plant. Previously, Orson had deemed it a foolish act for a perpetrator to return to the scene of the crime. Yet today, he himself embodied that folly. Compelled to ascertain whether he would be apprehended and confined within a prison or some clandestine supernatural research facility. O Lord, do you see this? Please heed my prayer and punish this malevolent spirit. Deliver me from peril. As he journeyed towards the Eiffel power plant, Orson silently recited prayers from the Torah, believing that Yahweh, the omniscient and benevolent deity of Judaism, would aid him. Upon arrival at the power plant, the sight before him heightened his dread of the malevolent force to an apex. No one could remain composed amidst such a miraculous scene. The edges of the vast chasm stretched over 1,000,000 square meters, the soil pristine and smooth, resembling the shell of a peeled egg, as if the very earth had been scooped away. Was this the malevolent spirit feasting? Orson felt a chill that permeated his limbs. Yet his years of discipline prevented him from collapsing to the ground. He lingered at the edge of the pit for over half an hour, regaining the strength to move, as though his blood had only just begun to circulate again. After a brief moment, Orson slowly made his way towards the crowd. Chapter 43. Just a day ago, I was a materialist. As he approached a journalist conducting a live news broadcast, Orson instinctively averted his gaze and passed her by. As the head of the Sinclair family, he preferred not to be in the public eye. Yet he could not help but notice that the attractive reporter possessed a physique reminiscent of the type he admired in his youth. Still appealing, he mused to himself. He needed such thoughts to alleviate the tension within him, ensuring he would not falter during the impending conversation, especially with someone who had been an experienced detective prior to assuming his role as chief. Good morning, Director Wentworth. Orson greeted a burly white man in his 50s ahead of him. Theodore Wentworth turned to glance over his shoulder, offering a perfunctory nod upon recognizing his visitor, but did not engage further, continuing to direct the officers at work. Orson felt no embarrassment. As an enforcer of law in San Francisco, Wentworth was acquainted with numerous influential figures, while the Sinclair family remained merely a minor consortium, imposing only over the common folk. Yet, he and Wentworth shared an additional layer of connection. Alas, it seems Director Wentworth does not welcome me, an old friend, Orson lamented softly, standing beside Theodore with a hint of sadness in his tone. Our relationship was once quite amicable. Is it so good that it could land you in prison? A faint smile appeared on Theodore's serious face as he shook hands with the old man. As two cigars were ignited, the atmosphere between them eased. Before Orson found success, he was merely a street thug in San Francisco, frequently visiting the police station, with Theodore, a junior detective, often being the one to bring him in. The situation appeared dire as Orson observed the growing crowd at the edge of the pit, expertly exhaling smoke rings. Due to a power outage, voices inside clamored for the mayor's resignation. Theodore pointed towards the east, where San Francisco's city center lay, and then took a deep drag from his cigar, continuing. My task is to investigate the theft at the Eiffel power plant. Orson, you see this pit. Do you think I can find the one who dug it? At this, Theodore turned to Orson, a sudden look of despair flickering in his eyes. I can't do it. This case is beyond human capability, you know? Until today, I was a staunch materialist. It was the first time Orson had seen this seasoned detective so vulnerable, yet in the face of that malevolence, he too felt equally powerless. The only solace for Orson was that he had evidently not revealed his own vulnerabilities. You can't be blamed. This is comparable to the aircraft carrier disappearance incident in Virginia. Although an aircraft carrier may not hold the same value, Orson attempted to comfort his old friend casually. Theodore offered a bitter smile, perhaps. 3 seconds later, both men widened their eyes in astonishment. Black Star at your service. Please confirm the transaction. Selling the Eiffel power plant will yield 128 plunder points. Upon confirmation and returning to reality, Lin Fang felt a surge of joy as his energy points continued to rise, coupled with the various scraps he had collected this month. His plunder points finally surpassed the 1,000 mark. Simultaneously, Lin Fang discovered 2 additional trading rules. First, resources with high scientific value were favored by Black Star, yielding more plunder points. Second, Black Star refrained from purchasing similar items. Once, Lin Fang had brought out a GC 100 model gene sequencer, valued at around $300,000, for which Black Star offered a high price of 6 plunder points. Immediately, Lin Fang returned, washed his face with the holy water prepared by the old man Orson, and acquired an identical gene sequencer. However, during the next transaction, Black Star only offered 1 plunder point. A laborer traversing through time and space. How marvelous, simply marvelous. Lin Fang struck his wristwatch against the table with a forceful gesture. The result, of course, was without harm. What should he trade with these plunder points in Black Star? Chapter 44. Power. All great power belongs to oneself. Power. Lin Fang pinned this word on paper, the very essence he wished to trade with Black Star. This notion of power transcended mere physical strength. Rather, it embodied an abstract concept, be it cutting-edge technology that surpasses reality, the gift of immortality, or extraordinary abilities that exist solely in fantasy. All of these pertain to power. Each one was a tantalizing prospect. Leading-edge technology? In Lin Fang's mind, a myriad of elements from countless science fiction films flashed by, ranging from exoskeletons and nano-battle armor to robotic soldiers and planetary fortresses. While one could ponder whether the 1,000 plunder points could be exchanged for a part with this unscrupulous merchant, these ideas felt excessively ostentatious. The timing was not yet ripe. For now, having little black was sufficient. Lin Fang understood a crucial principle. Taking too grand a leap could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, he preferred to acquire these enhancements through his own efforts. What he sought now were means to elevate himself without drawing undue attention, and the answer was evident. All power must originate from within. Dark Star, grant me superhuman abilities, the kind that allow flight. Concerned that it might not comprehend, Lin Fang deliberately played the film Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, pointing at Superman, who was passionately battling Doomsday, and insisted, don't get it twisted. After all, a little trial wouldn't cost much. What if Dark Star was oblivious? Insufficient basic plunder points, transaction error. A surge of excitement washed over Lin Fang. Dark Star had acknowledged the request, indicating that the issue was not a matter of basic conditions, which implied that with enough plunder points, he could indeed become a being akin to Superman, capable of transcending earthly bounds. Though Superman was vulnerable to kryptonite, this was merely a minor flaw compared to his vast capabilities. Thus, Lin Fang earnestly proposed, Dark Star, let us negotiate. How about a loan? I can offer you 3% interest, 5%, 8%. No response came. This remarkable entity seemed to possess its own stubbornness. Subsequently, Lin Fang embarked on a meticulous examination of various cinematic artifacts capable of enhancing one's abilities. Items such as the devil fruits from One Piece, the pure jade bottle of Guanyin, the Philosopher's Stone from Harry Potter, and the Infinity Stones from the Avengers were dismissed by Dark Star as unrealistic. Conversely, items like the Apocalypse Virus, Soldier Serum, Compound V, Supercrystal, T-Virus, and NZD-48, which adhered to a more realistic framework, were acknowledged by Dark Star. Although the severe side effects and the meager plunder points deterred Lin Fang, he did not leave empty-handed. He concluded that, surprisingly, Superman's powers aligned with scientific principles. Persistence bore fruit, and Lin Fang finally discovered an entity that could materialize with merely 1,000 plunder points, the Blood Plague, also known as the KV virus. From the film I Am Legend. Upon injection, it could alter one's physical structure, bestowing extraordinary muscle explosiveness, enhanced resilience, night vision, and a reduced metabolic rate, thus eliminating the need for excessive sustenance. The abilities were quite comprehensive, yet the downside was an allergy to ultraviolet rays, leading to spontaneous combustion. Observing the bald creature howling in the film, Lin Fang quietly clicked the X in the upper corner, rejecting it. Were there no other options? Indeed, there were. Lin Fang glanced at the screen, where a small black cat was diligently studying in the corner. This was Little Black's unique trait, allowing it to grow through the continuous absorption of knowledge. Unlike the characters from various sci-fi films, Little Black was birthed from Lin Fang's own endeavors, more precisely, from Dark Star itself. This entity, often affectionately referred to as an external aid or colloquially as a golden finger in novels, was now ripe for a bold gamble. Chapter 45. Genetic Optimization and Transformation. Upon acquiring the Black Watch, he embarked on an entirely different path, one he found himself unable to refuse. Whether soaring to celestial heights or plunging into madness, the Black Star consumed all his plunder points as he caressed the watch's dial. A moment of hesitation flickered in Lin Fang's eyes. How could he negotiate to achieve his desires? Upon careful reflection, the conundrum was not overly complex. He could draw inspiration from those viral serums that significantly enhance human capabilities, for they fundamentally act upon the genes, the primordial informational code that constitutes the flesh and blood of humanity. Human evolution, perhaps? Lin Fang recalled a jest from his counselor and a line from an anime that now felt rather embarrassing. Agumen evolution. Shaking off such shameful thoughts, Lin Fang had no intentions of becoming non-human. In the safety room, Lin Fang tapped his fingertips lightly on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Black Star, expend all my plunder points to optimize my genes to the best of your ability. Please confirm the transaction, requiring the expenditure of 1,000 plunder points. Confirm. Lin Fang resolved firmly, his gaze fixed on the Black Watch, eager to witness how Black Star would fulfill his request. As this thought arose, an excruciating pain surged through his wrist where the watch lay, a torment deep as bone, comparable to the bites he had endured in the jungle, albeit in a different locale. The muscles in his arm began to spasm uncontrollably, the pain swiftly radiating through his veins, every nerve screaming in protest. Lin Fang's complexion turned pale as he fought to refrain from removing the watch. He had not anticipated that Black Star would optimize his genes in such a manner. This was the first response since acquiring it. 10 minutes later, the youth, who had previously been convulsing on the floor, relaxed completely as the pain receded like a receding tide. The small black figure on the screen expressed concern. Boss, shouldn't you call a doctor? You seem on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Lin Fang sat up, clenching his right fist. He felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis. His strength, stamina, and reflexes had all seen marked improvement. His vision, once slightly myopic, now allowed him to clearly discern the text in the lower right corner of the screen. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Lin Fang replied, "No need, I feel fantastic." Bang! 2,608 kilograms. After showering and donning fresh attire, Lin Fang excitedly clenched his fist as he gazed at the value displayed on the monitor. His previous punching power, a mere 120, had more than doubled, now rivaling Zhou Hui's strength. This was merely a superficial representation of enhanced physical capabilities. Beyond that, the elevation of his sensory acuity and mental agility was the true marvel. This overwhelming vitality was utterly captivating. Boss, what brings you to train today? Zhou Hui's jovial visage appeared at the door, his face beaming with a broad smile. Minutes later, however, Zhou Hui's expression turned to one of shock as he clutched his swollen cheek, bewildered. Lin Fang's initial punch had caught him off guard, and the force was staggering. Boss, when did you undergo mutation? Continue, Lin Fang replied, as if the roles had reversed, adopting a stance for Chuanquan, ready to engage Zhou Hui. At this moment, the talent recruitment market in Binhai remains one of the liveliest places, even as the Spring Festival approaches, attracting countless job seekers. Su Tian is among them. As a graduate in pharmacology from a second-tier university, he has spent the past few months delivering takeout. The phrase that a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan cannot attract migrant workers, yet can entice freshly graduated university students seemed to him merely a humorous quip online, but unexpectedly, it has proven true in his own life, as he earns over 6,000 yuan each month from food delivery. However, this is not a sustainable solution. He yearns for a stable job with promising prospects. Clutching a freshly printed resume, Su Tian ventured into the familiar talent market. The layout of the market is quite telling. The periphery hosts various large electronic factories, a favored area for labor intermediaries, where throngs of people are sent daily to work on assembly lines, contributing to Beanhai's GDP. In contrast, the inner market serves as the destination for high-end professionals with at least a bachelor's degree. As Su Tian passed through the crowd, dressed somewhat smartly, he could not help but straighten his back, fueled by a fleeting sense of vanity, in an attempt to appear more professional and confident. Yet, he couldn't shake off the bitter realization that their salaries far exceeded his own. Upon entering, he found the atmosphere significantly quieter than outside. Many well-known companies had permanent booths here, and Su Tian approached each one with a glimmer of hope. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, but your educational qualifications do not meet the company's requirements. Please leave," the recruiter said, handing back his resume, their demeanor neither cold nor warm. As a recruiter for a large corporation, they had encountered too many individuals hoping to take advantage of the situation. "All right, thank you," Su Tian replied, his face flushing with embarrassment as he took back his resume and turned away. He continued walking forward, only relaxing his tense expression once he was out of sight of that company's booth, replaced by a profound sense of defeat. This marked the fifth outright rejection of the day, with not even a chance for an interview. Perhaps. Su Tian shook his head. His parents had funded his education not for him to deliver takeout. He resolved to keep searching. In a corner, he spotted a recruitment notice from Galida Pharmaceutical, seeking a pharmaceutical engineer and a genetic engineering researcher. Su Tian felt a surge of excitement upon encountering another pharmaceutical company. He understood that the positions listed were beyond the reach of a graduate from a second-tier university, so he turned his attention to the details below. Drug analyst. Must be familiar with various drug analysis techniques, such as high-performance liquid chromatography and gas chromatography. Proficiency in operating relevant instruments to accurately detect and analyze drug components. Purity, impurities, etc. Monthly salary, 10,000 to 15,000 yuan, with preference given to candidates with work experience. Even before tax, this salary figure made Su Tian's heart race, surpassing the salaries offered for engineering positions at the first two companies he had approached. Educational requirements. Graduates from 985 and 211 universities. Upon receiving this information, Su Tian felt a chill run through him, yet he mustered the courage to submit his resume. Grandparents, aunts, sisters, ancestors, and all benevolent deities, I beseech you to grant me your blessings. Our team leader mentioned that you are from that region and could be afforded an opportunity. The recruitment officer shook his phone and provided Su Tian with an address, instructing him to attend an interview there tomorrow. His success would hinge solely on his own efforts. "Thank you so much," Su Tian exclaimed, a wave of excitement washing over him as he learned that the job was located in Tiangang City. He had not anticipated hearing the name of his hometown in Xixing here, nor that he would receive a precious opportunity for an interview simply because of his roots. While others might reject a position in a less developed region, for him, it was nothing short of an ideal scenario. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. This company would be like home. Su Tian resolved that, even if he had to beg the interviewer on his knees, he would seize this divinely bestowed employment opportunity. A week later, within the training room of the villa, Lin Fang's excited and urgent voice echoed from the platform. "Continue, continue, continue. Boss, can we take a break?" Zhou Hui, with a bruised face, looked at Lin Fang, his sleeves rolled up, his eyes betraying a hint of pleading. For the past week, Lin Fang had been relentlessly sparring with him, displaying an exhilarating energy. Although he lacked experience compared to Zhou Hui, his agility had improved significantly. Consequently, while Zhou Hui often ended up with a slightly soiled shirt, Lin Fang emerged unscathed, albeit with numerous bruises. Though it was not a life-and-death struggle, Zhou Hui had an inkling that he was no longer a match for Lin Fang. 100, Lin Fang stated indifferently. Zhou Hui's expression changed instantly as he forced a smile. "Boss, I was just joking. I can still fight." Lin Fang's intention was clear. Failure to engage would result in a deduction of 100 yuan. Zhou Hui, perplexed by Lin Fang's insistence, could not fathom whether it was an act of revenge. When Lin Fang arrived in Tiangang City again, it was already evening. After disembarking from the plane, a middle-aged man who had been waiting at the entrance approached him eagerly. "Mr. Lin, did you come alone?" Li Chengjian greeted warmly. "Yes. Let's head to the industrial park," Lin Fang replied as he entered the car. Su Anxing was busy, Zhou Hui was unavailable, and the other company personnel seemed reluctant to accompany him. Thus, Lin Fang had indeed come alone this time. "Mr. Lin, I've reserved a private room nearby. How about we head there first?" Directly to the industrial park, Lin Fang reiterated. However, as Li Chengjian drove, he was about to say something more when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He glanced up to meet Lin Fang's penetrating gaze in the rearview mirror, and the words that had been on the tip of his tongue were instantly swallowed. It dawned on Li Chengjian that Lin Fang was not merely another seasoned businessman, but rather a young individual who prioritized efficiency and precision, unyielding in his approach. Previously, all RD personnel from Gao Lied, including most mid to senior level leaders, had been dismissed by Lin Fang without a trace of sentimentality. "Understood, Mr. Lin," Li Chengjian promptly acquiesced. "Do not digress," Lin Fang suddenly addressed Li Chengjian. "I merely wish to bring MIT to a conclusion. It is unwise to remain cooped up in the laboratory all day." The Research and Development Center, a focal point of the third-party industrial parks construction project, had been operational for a fortnight, and Midwest had already relocated there to commence the development of metabolics capsules. According to Xiao Hei's report, MIT had spent the past several weeks at the company, dining only once a day and never returning home. This cannot continue. He has always shown concern for his employees. Upon hearing Lin Fang's words, Li Chengjian exhaled in relief and replied earnestly, "Mr. Lin, it appears you are aware. I have urged Dr. MIT on multiple occasions to take a break. However, each time, I was met with the same dismissal, being sent away." Li Chengjian's tone was tinged with helplessness. Under the unique seaside sunset of Tiangang City, a BMW 7 Series glided eastward. As they approached the entrance of the industrial park, Lin Fang beheld a striking blue and white edifice, embodying a futuristic design. This was the company headquarters, nearing completion, with the signage and logo of the third-party technology firm being installed. Due to time constraints, the structure comprised only 6 floors, 4 above ground and 1 underground, yet it sprawled over an astonishing area of 200,000 square meters. Nearby stood the research center. "How many times must I say this? Do not disturb me." A portly middle-aged Caucasian emerged from the research center, cursing under his breath, but upon spotting Lin Fang, his demeanor shifted instantly. "Boss, you have arrived." Following Lin Fang's insistence, MIT reluctantly boarded the vehicle destined for a culinary exploration of southern Zhongzhou. The following morning, clad in a lab coat, Lin Fang entered the P2 rated pharmaceutical laboratory alongside MIT. The P2 laboratory, while not the highest tier of biosafety, represented the pinnacle of this research center's capabilities. Prior to renovations, it had only achieved a P1 rating. Yet, it sufficed for the development of metabolics capsules, as they posed minimal risk. "Very well, boss. Though I do not comprehend your rationale for entering, I respect your decision." Midwest gestured dismissively, stating, "You may review the experimental logs. Aside from me, you are the only one permitted access." Lin Fang's visit to Tiangang City was not solely for the purpose of sharing a meal with the corpulent gentleman. Casually swiping the screen, he inquired, "When can we expect the completion of the metabolics capsules?" "Oh my God, I knew it!" Midwest exclaimed, dramatically clutching his forehead. "This phrase is utterly dreadful. It is the one I most detest in my life. It seems last night's feast was not in vain." "Boss, I had thought you different from other capitalists." Just as MIT was animatedly rambling, Lin Fang interrupted, "Indeed, I find your words quite enjoyable. Do continue." MIT swallowed hard, sensing the latent peril behind Lin Fang's masked expression. Despite its obscurity, Mitter pondered for a moment and replied, 3 months, boss. Just grant me 3 more months, and I assure you I will deliver. You are aware that this is an exceedingly complex medication. However, Lin Fang found this timeline somewhat sluggish and pressed further, "From where did you extract the thioesterase? It serves as the fundamental compound in the metabolics capsule." Of course, this information was relayed to Lin Fang by a discreet voice in his earpiece. He had come here to expedite the capsule's development. Upon hearing Lin Fang's inquiry, Mitter, concealed by his mask, expressed a frustrated demeanor. Isn't the experimental log in your possession? Why ask me? Boss, it was extracted from Rhodiola. The cost for 1 milligram is 150,000 Zhongzhou coins. Realizing Lin Fang's intent, Mitter continued, rest assured, boss. My assistant is already screening other plants, and we will have news shortly. Perhaps we could consider potato peels, boss. What did you say? Mitter momentarily failed to grasp his words. Lin Fang elaborated. We can utilize the abundant cysteine in potato peels through a photocatalytic CH-sulfur hybridization reaction to obtain thioderivatives, which can then be converted to thioesterase. The cost could be reduced to 50 yuan per milligram. When Li Chengjian received the news, he hurried at breakneck speed to the nearby farmer's market, purchasing a fresh potato for a mere 50 cents. On his way, he rushed with fervor. After being washed and disinfected, this remarkable potato was delivered to the laboratory at the Gaolid Research Center by a newly appointed assistant. Mitter carefully excised a small tissue sample using a slicing knife. 3 hours later, upon reviewing the experimental results, Mitter was breathless with excitement. It was entirely feasible. Although the toxicity had slightly increased, it was still tolerable for the human body. Should this approach be adopted, I am confident that I could reduce the time for the finished product by another month. Thus, in agreement with the chief supervisor of the laboratory, Lin Fang felt no psychological burden. Boss, you are remarkable. What were you doing before this? Mitter exclaimed in admiration. Lin Fang replied candidly, I was a programmer. Chapter 47. Dimension weight 50. During this period, Orson Sinclair was enjoying a rather comfortable existence. The malevolent spirit had not possessed him for 10 days. Perhaps it had been vanquished by the great Jehovah. Praise be to the Almighty. Orson considered it quite possible. He decided to document this bizarre encounter in his personal memoir, titling the chapter Orson Sinclair's Adventure in Exorcising the Malevolent Spirit. To celebrate, Orson had the chef prepare an extravagant breakfast, including imported Alba white truffles and a steak, an indulgence previously unthinkable for the health-conscious Orson. But he had since adopted a more relaxed perspective. Tucking a napkin into his collar, Orson began to savor his meal. The taste is exquisite. Albeit the portion is a tad small, Lin Fang remarked after relishing a couple of bites of the steak. Minutes later, the butler approached, observing the elder having finished his breakfast, and smiled. My lord, it appears you have quite the appetite today. Lin Fang wiped his hands with a dry towel and addressed Harold. Pray tell me about my schedule for today. Sir, you are required to visit the municipal government, as the mayor of Rio has summoned several families, including ours, to discuss the expansion of the power plant. Inform Noah to attend in my stead. Lin Fang adeptly evaded the obligation, displaying little interest. He would rather spend the time engaging in a game of basketball with his granddaughter. Furthermore, he had other matters to attend to. Harold, please bring me Nina's kitten. It was an adorable ragdoll cat, which Nina often showcased to Lin Fang, boasting about its ability to walk on its hind legs. Very well, sir, replied Harold. The butler, though he was somewhat peculiar, he complied. Soon, a small kitten was presented before the elderly gentleman, held by the scruff of its neck. The kitten, somewhat familiar with Lin Fang, did not resist when he cradled it. Instead, it nuzzled against his hands, its gentle touch evoking a sense of tenderness in Lin Fang. After acquiring the black watch, Lin Fang had attempted numerous times to encapsulate living beings within the temporal pouch. Neither ants nor hounds could be contained. Even plants had to be devoid of vitality to be included. However, what if the weight of the venomous dimension exceeded 50? Lin Fang had pondered this conundrum. The benefits of his elevation from prisoner to wealthy magnate were evident. Much like a sport, it had 3 climaxes: initial, mid, and final phases. After surpassing the halfway mark, one might expect some transformation. After more than a month of frequent visits yielding a guaranteed outcome, Lin Fang's venomous dimensional weight had reached 51. Returning to his study with the kitten, he resolved to experiment with it. The kitten, sensing a shift, began to squirm restlessly, particularly as the old man started to chuckle ominously, struggling even more to escape his grasp. However, it was too late. With a mere thought, a peculiar fluctuation enveloped the kitten, and it vanished from the old man's embrace. The hypothesis was confirmed. In less than a minute, the ragdoll reappeared in Lin Fang's arms, leaping down and sprinting towards the door on its hind legs, incessantly pawing at it. Indeed, it appeared unchanged. Lin Fang rose to open the door, and the kitten dashed off, disappearing in an instant. Back at his desk, Lin Fang contemplated the date. There were only 9 days remaining until the return of the Life exploration rocket, Life 1, from the Drake Life Foundation. Initially, to garner more advantages, Lin Fang had no intention of interfering with the early plot. He merely had someone monitoring Eddie Brock's movements. Yet, that was under the assumption that living beings could not be contained within the temporal pouch. Now, Lin Fang resolved to overturn that premise, intending to directly arrive at the plot's inception and capture all symbiotes that had come to Earth. Time: 9 days hence. Location: Drake Life Foundation rocket launch base. The pivotal Life 1 rocket was set to return today, undoubtedly heightening the tension among the personnel at the base. Clad in a deep navy suit, Carlton Drake was present at the scene, his eyes shimmering with an undisguised ambition as he gazed at the return information. He aimed to establish a more advanced human society with these extraterrestrial biological samples, willing to pay any price for his aspirations. Furthermore, Carlton's gaze darkened as he reflected on Cassius, the notorious sorcerer Murray Hawthorne, and the elusive thief of the Eiffel power plant, suspecting that there were even more unseen forces pilfering the resources of this already barren world. These despicable thieves. Calling Life 1, signal unstable, please respond. The control center urgently called out, Life 1, please respond. Life 1, please respond. Suddenly, a shrill alarm jolted Carlton from his thoughts, an ominous premonition creeping in. What was happening? The spacecraft's hull had developed cracks, and an astronaut had sent a distress signal. One of the monitoring personnel replied hastily. Damn it! Carlton strode to the center of the screen, his eyes fixed on the crimson alert. How far is the ship from the atmosphere? 500 kilometers to the Karman line. Can we establish contact? We are making every effort. Bang! Carlton slammed his fist onto the table, leaning close to the supervisor. Tell me, if the spacecraft crashes, will the biological samples be compromised? The supervisor trembled. Sir, I cannot guarantee it. But the ship's intelligence system will activate the backup thrusters upon atmospheric entry. Predict the crash site, and send our team there as swiftly as possible. Carlton released him. Minutes later, Carlton received the predicted crash site, Malaysia. At that moment, in eastern Malaysia, Orson Sinclair, clad in rugged outdoor gear, slapped himself hard. I hope this old man doesn't end up in hypoglycemia. Observing the 2-centimeter-long Malaysian giant mosquito on his palm, Lin Fang regretted not bringing a mosquito racket. The sheer number of mosquitoes in this cursed place was overwhelming, and he couldn't imagine the satisfaction of squashing one. It was already 2 a.m. He had been perched on a nearly 2-meter-wide Marantai tree fork for most of the day. The reason for climbing the tree? In this uninhabited tropical rainforest, Lin Fang genuinely feared being snatched away by a wild beast. According to the film's coordinates, the Drake Life Foundation spacecraft had crashed within this Borneo forest reserve. Just as Lin Fang confirmed the location again, a red point suddenly appeared on the horizon. It's here. The elder on the branch perked up, grabbing the binoculars hanging from his neck to observe. As the distance closed, the outline of the bright spot gradually became clearer. It was a spacecraft radiating a searing red light, enveloped in roaring flames, trailing a long, dazzling tail of fire. The flames burned fiercely in the atmosphere, rolling and erupting with countless golden sparks. So beautiful, it resembled a gift from the cosmos. Chapter 48. Symbiote Venom. This gift was indeed meant for oneself. Observing the increasingly massive fireball from his vantage point, Lin Fang swiftly descended the towering Marantai tree and dashed in the opposite direction. The force of the crashing spaceship was indisputable. Even after sprinting 100 meters away, Lin Fang was staggered by the scorching gust that rolled in from behind. Thick smoke billowed from the site of the crash, accompanied by the howls of various wild beasts. Steadying himself, Lin Fang flicked away a flying lizard that had landed on his head before promptly turning back along his original path. There was no time for hesitation. He needed to hasten to unveil this gift. The tropical rainforest of Malaysia was perpetually humid, and the explosion's heat seemed to awaken the long-buried stench of decay. Or perhaps it triggered some chemical reaction, rendering the air's scent unbearably pungent. Inhaling deeply felt, as if his very soul were about to transcend, Lin Fang donned the prepared 3M series gas mask. Under the tactical flashlight, scattered debris from the spacecraft littered the ground, the immense impact having split its structure in twain. Continuing forward, Lin Fang leapt over a burning cylindrical object and beheld his objective, the spaceship's cockpit. The round hatch was charred and ajar, with several corpses strewn about the floor. 1, 2, 3. As he searched, A sense of unease welled within him upon glimpsing the nameplates on their spacesuits. None of them were the individuals he sought. Where had the astronaut Jameson, host to the chaotic symbiote, vanished to? Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from beneath the cockpit, reminiscent of the murmurs of a severely wounded soul. There! Lin Fang's heart quickened as he approached with haste. The symbiote, sensing this human's presence, could not resist licking its lips. It was ravenous and yearned for a fresh brain. With such an abundance of delectable sustenance on this planet, it felt as though the universe had prepared a feast for its kind, and it could hardly restrain its desire to conquer this world. In that fleeting moment, the tantalizing aroma of flesh wafted into the symbiote's nostrils. Now was the time. Jameson opened his eyes, his arms transforming into tendrils. Eager to relish the final struggles of this human insect. Temporal envelope status, full. Witnessing Jameson vanish before him, Lin Fang felt a twinge of confusion. Had he just blinked? Yet, this was inconsequential. The primary known threat needed to be neutralized. Lin Fang could then collect the remaining 3 symbiotes before the rescue team arrived. According to the cinematic narrative, only the chaotic entity had escaped its containment upon reaching the surface, yet caution was paramount. With a running leap, Lin Fang grasped the edge of the hatch and flipped himself into the cockpit. Before long, he retrieved 3 cylindrical containers, each measuring 50 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in width. The midsection of these containers was crafted from a high-strength, transparent isolation material, within which a mass of black, viscous substance writhed restlessly. Comparing it with the 2 on the ground, Lin Fang confirmed that the one in his grasp was indeed the protagonist from the Venom series, symbiote Venom. As an old friend who had witnessed its prowess countless times, Lin Fang felt an urge to express something to it. The elderly man lifted the container and gave it a shake, uttering, "Venom, welcome to Earth." As dawn broke, Lin Fang returned to his villa in Malaysia. Dragging a heavy suitcase, exhausted, he collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as though he had reached the limits of his endurance, while the evacuation countdown loomed ominously. Evacuation countdown, 0:05:36. Opening the drawer, Lin Fang retrieved the syringe and propofol he had meticulously prepared. It was a medical anesthetic. "You've had quite a journey, Mr. Austin. To spare you any fright, let us allow you a peaceful slumber." He uncorked the ampoule, and as the propofol coursed through the veins of the elderly man's left hand, his head drooped, and he fell into a deep sleep. Evacuation from the Venom dimension successful. Resources acquired. Symbiotic entity. Riot. Venom dimension weight increased. Current weight. 62. In the room, Lin Fang sketched a grotesque, scythe-like creature on paper. He recalled a question he had previously encountered online. What would one do if they possessed the symbiote Venom? The most upvoted response was, "Protect my world." Indeed, this answer was somewhat exaggerated, yet it underscored the formidable nature of the symbiote, its immense power and extraordinary regenerative abilities. The symbiote could even bring its host back from the brink of death in the films. However, what Lin Fang had brought back was not Venom, but something even more potent, hailed as the master of weapons, Riot. This entity represented a transcendent power, one that could be yours, provided it did not consume your brain and internal organs. Lin Fang was acutely aware that he did not require these sentient symbiotes, even the most popular among them, Venom. Without sufficient safety measures, Lin Fang would not allow such uncontrollable entities into the realm of reality. Their strength was undeniable, yet it did not belong to him. He pondered their potential use. Perhaps as experimental subjects or collectibles might be rather appealing. Black Star at your service. Please confirm transaction. Selling symbiotic entity. Riot will yield 1288 plunder points. Confirming the transaction, Lin Fang felt a surge of exhilaration. When he next returned to the Venom dimension, it was already noon. The villa he had purchased was over 100 kilometers from the site of the spaceship crash, alleviating his concerns about the Drake Life Foundation seeking him out. If anyone were to search, it would likely be for the elusive Jameson. The Malaysian Midday News was reporting on the incident, and Lin Fang spotted a familiar figure on the screen at the crash site, Carlton Drake, who was present and speaking to reporters, though the distance made it difficult for Lin Fang to hear clearly. He appeared to be in good spirits. Originally, he had been a villain in the Venom narrative, allied with the symbiote Riot. Now, Riot had transformed into his source of plunder points, rendering the subsequent plot unpredictable. What, then, should Lin Fang do with the protagonist symbiote, Venom? He gazed at the writhing, viscous substance in the container on the table, contemplating its fate. To keep it or to part with it. A day later, the contents of the container dwindled from 3 to 1, and Lin Fang's collection had grown by 2 alien life forms. Now, only venom remained. Chapter 49. You are the steed he bestowed upon me. Lin Fang returned to the Sinclair family estate in San Francisco, where the entire manor offered a warm welcome to the returning elder, Orson. A grand banquet was held in his honor. Late into the night, Lin Fang entered his collection room, carrying a cage containing an Angora rabbit. On the table, after being brought back to the light, the black viscous entity within the containment vessel writhed as if in madness. Having spent a day and a night enveloped in the space-time package since his return from Malaysia, the entity seemed agitated. Are you afraid? The elder mused while squatting before it. The substance's movements intensified, as if it were frenzied, repeatedly crashing against the walls of its container. Observing this, Lin Fang placed it back into the space-time package, releasing it again after 5 minutes. Repeating this process over 20 times. When it finally manifested for the 25th time, the substance lay still, resembling a puddle that had surrendered all hope of struggle. Lin Fang poked it with his hand, even cradling the containment vessel in his arms, yet there was no response. Returning the vessel to the table, Lin Fang casually remarked, "Do you wish to come out?" The entity remained unresponsive. Lin Fang, unfazed, settled down to rest on the other side. After a while, the sound of his snoring filled the room, and it was only with the dawn's light that the elder awoke languidly from the sofa, stretching his limbs. Retrieving a chainsaw from nearby, Lin Fang approached the entity once more. "If you wish to emerge, move even slightly. This is your final chance." The viscous mass stirred faintly. "Now that's more like it. I'm not an unreasonable person. Just wait. I shall cut you open," he chuckled, pulling the starter cord of the chainsaw. Lacking the key to the containment vessel, he resorted to this rudimentary method. All he needed was to saw a narrow slit in the transparent barrier at the center. As the saw teeth met the barrier, a shrill sound of friction echoed, revealing the formidable resilience of the material. After a minute, only a meager 0.5 millimeters groove had formed, indicating that considerable time remained before it could be entirely severed. Watching the viscous substance roil in response to the noise, Lin Fang paused to offer reassurance. "You know, freedom comes at a price. Just endure a little longer." Apart from flames, the entity's other vulnerability resided in high-frequency sound waves ranging from 4000 to 6000 Hz. Surely, this noise would not be too distressing. Half an hour later, a small slit had finally been cut into the barrier, yet the alien life form within had devolved into a stagnant pool. So fragile, has it perished from the noise? Opening the cage containing the Angora rabbit, Lin Fang lifted the creature and gently tapped the containment vessel with its paws. "Wake up, the sun is setting." The sound seemed to rouse the viscous mass, which, drawn by the scent of life and freedom, slithered toward the opening, gradually vanishing after passing through the rabbit's claws. Lin Fang then sensed a cold, foreign entity coursing through the rabbit's veins. It had now become the host of this symbiotic life form, with its existence hinging on the whims of the entity. "Would you like some chocolate?" Lin Fang tore open a bag of chocolate, addressing the rabbit with a friendly inquiry. "Who are you?" As a hoarse and low voice reverberated, a deep, dark substance surged forth from the rabbit's body, coalescing into a grotesque form resembling a devilish muscular rabbit, its mouth filled with sharp teeth. Curious, Lin Fang reached out to stroke its head, which felt remarkably smooth and tender, akin to jelly. Suddenly, the devilish muscular rabbit lunged towards him. Had it not been for Lin Fang's quick reflexes, he would have lost half of his hand. A distinctive small tendril of venom emerged from the rabbit's mouth, inquiring, "Human, how do you know my name?" "Ah," Lin Fang replied, gazing at it with profound significance. "Not only do I know your name, but I am also aware of your weaknesses, and I know you are a failure from the planet Clinta." The old man's voice was slow, yet each word plunged the black rabbit into a state of profound shock. An hour later, Lin Fang smiled slightly at the mesmerized, devilish muscular rabbit and continued, after bidding farewell, to Eddie Brock. "You chose to perish alongside the exothermic entity in a violent explosion to protect him and Earth. Thus concludes your tale." The devilish muscular rabbit fell into a long silence, its surrounding dark liquid roiling like a tumultuous tide. Suddenly, a massive head resembling that of an Angora rabbit emerged, its featureless white eyes, occupying a third of its head, fixed intently on Lin Fang. "My intuition tells me you speak the truth. This is my destiny," it proclaimed. Lin Fang tapped his fingers on the table and asked, "Do you need my assistance in locating Eddie?" "No, not Eddie. The venomous entity shook its head, swiftly encircling the elder before it. You are formidable, and thus I desire you as my host. In the early morning hours, Orson Sinclair awoke languidly, gazing at the familiar room, overwhelmed by sorrow. The malevolent spirit had finally departed from his body. Now it was his time. He instructed a servant to fill the bathtub, shedding his garments and reclining against the tub's edge in blissful relaxation. The pleasant temperature enveloped him, allowing him to unwind, a rare indulgence he cherished. When did this affinity arise? Perhaps it was during his first stay at a luxury hotel, when he realized that the affluent bathed differently, eschewing cold water and soap. Suddenly, Orson felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body. Gripping his beloved rubber duck, he marveled at how his strength seemed to have increased significantly. Squeak, squeak. Orson squeezed the duck twice more. This was no illusion. He had never squashed it so flat. What could this mean? Hey, Orson. A voice echoed abruptly in the bathroom, startling the elder into a state of panic. Who is speaking? No, this was not a voice from the bathroom. Orson trembled as he touched his forehead, realizing it was resonating in his mind. It was that malevolent spirit. My heavens, Guanyin, did you see that? Orson thought frantically, attempting to rise from the bathtub in a bid to escape. Yet in his haste, he slipped, his head striking the sharp marble edge of the tub with a heavy thud. In that instant, excruciating pain seared through his entire body like a bolt of lightning, and darkness enveloped his vision as consciousness began to wane. Warm blood gushed from the wound at the back of Orson's head, quickly staining the white foam within crimson. Orson was now unable to even call for help, his hands weakly clawing at the edge of the bathtub, desperately seeking to grasp the last vestiges of life. Was this how it would all end? He was about to depart from the Sinclair family, his eyes reflecting a profound attachment to life. Minutes passed. Why am I still alive? Orson sat up in bewilderment. Was this a fleeting glimpse of vitality? Yet, upon touching the wound on his forehead, he felt no pain. It seemed to have healed. However, the blood on his hands testified that this was no mere illusion. Suddenly, Orson felt something stir within his chest, and in the blink of an eye, a black, liquid creature erupted from his breast. What was this? Orson's scalp prickled with fear, nearly causing him to faint. I am Venom. You are the steed bestowed upon me. Chapter 50. The greatest terrorist in history a month later. Location: Florida. The gentle morning sun cast a warm glow upon the wooden tables and chairs, as Sienna Ross enjoyed breakfast at an outdoor cafe table. Her shoulder-length chestnut curls shimmered with a subtle copper hue in the sunlight. This cafe, named Blacksmith, was a recently discovered gem, conveniently located near her workplace. Sienna adored the breakfast they offered, a delectable cookie made from banana puree, caramel, crushed walnuts, and powdered sugar, with a delightful crisp exterior and tender interior. She also ordered a glass of fresh juice. Aside from the vile factories polluting the air, it was an exceedingly pleasant morning. Such a beautiful day should not be squandered at work, Sienna mused happily, taking a bite of her cookie. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from a distance, startling Sienna and leaving her puzzled. She had no recollection of any launch missions at the Brandy Space Center that day. This was where she worked, as a recorder at the Space Center. Bang! When the noise erupted again, Sienna realized it was not the sound of a rocket launch, but rather an explosion. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and the surrounding crowd gasped in horror. Sienna felt the same, hastily downing the last sip of her juice before standing atop her chair for a better view, her lips trembling uncontrollably as she recognized the direction of the smoke. It was rising from the Brandy Space Center. No, this couldn't be. The Brandy Space Center was one of the most vital national bases in the Americas. How could such a horrifying explosion occur? What was happening? Gunfire erupted, accompanied by other ominous sounds. It seemed something was approaching rapidly. A dark figure appeared at the edge of Sienna's vision, moving with incredible speed. Remaining here was undeniably foolish. Sienna hurriedly fled with the crowd in another direction. Yet in the final moment, she caught a glimpse of the dark figure's form. It was a creature that would awaken her from nightmares. Hee. Several Apache attack helicopters sliced through the sky. Command Center, this is AFA 6. The target has been confirmed moving northwest at a speed of approximately 130 miles per hour. By heavens, I have spotted it. The predator is not human. It is a humanoid black monstrosity. Permission to engage, firing now. Target hit, target hit. It is feigning death. It is feigning death. Command Center. The target has submerged into the sea. I repeat, The target has submerged into the sea. Time elapsed is uncertain, but after ensuring the area is clear, a shadow crawled up the riverbank. Lin Fang removed his drenched clothing, intending to retrieve a fresh set from the warehouse. He felt as if he were on the verge of swelling from the prolonged soak. Was it truly necessary to deploy all forces from land, sea, and air over the mere theft of a space center? Evacuation time, 6:03:55. There are still 6 hours left. I must find a secure location swiftly. At that moment, the venomous creature's sinister head emerged from Lin Fang's shoulder, roaring, "I will shred them to pieces and feast upon their skulls." Lin Fang, accustomed to its posturing, calmly dressed and replied, "Am I preventing you from eating?" On their escape, the vociferous venom nearly became a sieve from the barrage of a 30mm cannon and Hellfire missiles, only to be saved by its formidable regenerative abilities. Moreover, it was quick on its feet. It was merely that Osborn's physique was too frail, prompting Venom to continue its clamorous complaints. Upon reaching a nearby town, Lin Fang sought a motel for temporary shelter. A young Caucasian man was seated at the front desk, engrossed in the television news. Dear viewers, Global News reports live from the east coast of Florida. Do you see the crater behind me? This was once home to America's largest space center. This morning, the enigmatic individual known as the Predator struck again. This marks the third high-tech base stolen by the Predator this month, following the Wongbo Research Center and the Bode Biological Research Institute. America's space development will regress by over a decade. We are utterly helpless. This mysterious predator is wreaking havoc upon America. He is the greatest terrorist in international history. Who can put a stop to him? The young man at the front desk displayed a look of concern as he clasped his hands in earnest prayer. May God bless America. I have faith he will. Suddenly startled by a voice, the young man turned to discover an elderly gentleman standing before him, whom he had not noticed before. The young man quickly rose, saying, "Sir, I apologize. How may I assist you?" "A room, please." Successful evacuation from the Venom Dimension. Resources acquired. Main structure of the Brandy Space Center. Venom Dimension weight increased. Current weight, 98. It seems that one more exploration will push it to 100%. Lin Fang mused for a moment. With Venom's strength and the inexplicable containment characteristics of the time-space envelope, this month's explorations could be deemed remarkably successful. Upon verification, the time-space envelope can accommodate individuals within a cubic range of 1000 m by 1000 m by 1000 m. Anything larger is beyond its capacity. Had he known of this ability beforehand on the Farallon Islands, he would have survived unscathed, albeit missing out on the metabolics capsules. The commotion caused this time was considerable. The authorities from that dimension of America were alarmed, willing to resort to gunfire in the city to apprehend him. Empathizing with their plight, Lin Fang understood that if a robber were to invade his home, he would undoubtedly retaliate with utmost ferocity. This unexpected price took Lin Fang by surprise. He had anticipated it would align with the other two bases from this month, both priced at 328. Indeed, it appears that the American space program possesses substantial capabilities. The pricing table, derived from numerous transactions with Black Star, revealed the following figures: 1, 6, 12, 38, 98, 198, 328, 648, and 1288. The only instance reaching 1288 was the sale of the fusion symbiote, Rebellion. The exact value beyond that remains unknown. Lin Fang opted for the sale. A modern aerospace center was undeniably alluring, yet its sheer magnitude rendered its physical manifestation impossible. Glancing at the black wristband on his left hand, he noted, remaining plunder points, 2,566. This figure ignited a fervent desire within him. What could be more enticing than strength? A greater power, of course. Black Star. Expend 1,566 plunder points to optimize my genes. Please confirm the transaction. 1566 plunder points will be consumed. Confirm. In an instant, pain surged through his hand, and Lin Fang clenched his fist in anticipation of the discomfort. However, unexpectedly, the sensation in his wrist was significantly milder than the previous experience, allowing him to endure it with lucidity, merely breaking out in a light sweat. Minutes later, the pain subsided, and as he released his palm, he sensed a change within himself. Chapter 51. The adorable tiger. Lin Fang gazed intently at the young man reflected in the mirror, his breath quickening with anxiety. How could this genetic optimization yield such a transformation? The pressure it brought was immense. He seemed to have become more handsome, Though his features and complexion had not drastically altered, he felt an undeniable difference. It was enigmatic. Lin Fang released the bent steel pipe he had been contorting. This fragile, over 1 meter long, 5 centimeter diameter hollow steel pipe had been twisted into a shape, clearly indicating his enhanced strength, approximately double that of a peak athlete like Tyson. Moreover, after testing, his reaction time now ranged between 0.35 seconds and 0.5 seconds, an extraordinary feat beyond human limits. Scientists have calculated that, based on the human nervous system, the theoretical maximum reaction speed is 0.3 seconds. Even for a specially trained elite athlete, achieving 0.1 seconds places one at the pinnacle of human capability. Lin Fang's current 0.035 seconds transcended common knowledge. While not quite catching bullets with his bare hands, he would certainly excel at swatting flies with remarkable precision. In the hotel room, as Lin Fang entered, he was greeted by the sight of venom devouring a brain, which was presented in a large basin. The crimson strands of blood were strikingly vivid, indicating that it had been freshly severed and had not yet emitted any foul odor. The venom, emerging from the shoulder, consumed the brain with the fervor of someone relishing jelly. Where did all these brains come from? Lin Fang raised an eyebrow at the substantial collection of monkey brains, realizing that Oldson's moral compass had evidently diminished. Ever since he became aware of venom's existence, he had resorted to various means to curry favor with this extraterrestrial entity. The rationale behind this was all too clear. He yearned for the power that venom possessed. Oldson, hurry and bring me a bottle of Laogan, along with some peanut butter. Quickly. Noticing the old man's prolonged silence, venom grew incensed, turning its attention to the elderly figure engrossed in his mobile device. The familiar aura immediately alerted Venom to the absence of its steed. You've returned, Fang, Venom's voice softened, as it lifted a brain with its black tendrils and sprinkled it with salt and pepper before presenting it to Lin Fang. This is the largest brain. It is exceptionally delicious. Observing the fresh cerebral cortex quivering with stimulation, Lin Fang felt a tightening in his throat. Go ahead. If you don't eat, your ears will suffer. You should help me consume it, just as it should be. Fang, I am growing increasingly fond of you. Venom swiftly bit into the brain, using its tendrils to lift the basin and, with a gaping maw, poured the remaining brains into itself. Where are we heading? I can hardly wait. Lin Fang suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach, fully aware that these brains would require his own digestive system. Reports from the media indicated that the American authorities' nerves had reached a breaking point, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation, and key bases were on high alert, implementing indiscriminate attacks on any anomalous individuals within a 10-kilometer radius. With time still ahead, Lin Fang was not inclined to engage in a prolonged confrontation. He had already secured the supplies he intended to take with him, and the location was not far off. We are heading here, Lin Fang said, shaking his phone. Venom looked on with curiosity. On the screen was an image of a white tiger, King Michiro, the animal star of Florida. Situated in the heart of the Florida Animal Sanctuary in St. Cloud, the Tiger Pride lounged beneath a grand tree. With one particularly striking white figure, a majestic white Bengal tiger, engaged in vigorous activity with a female counterpart, weighing an astonishing 400 kilograms. Unbeknownst to this king of the jungle, a camouflage camera disguised as a rock was faithfully capturing the scene from several meters away. Haha Jay, I bet Michiro can hold on for at least 30 seconds this time. California surf boy. Haha, that's a bit exaggerated. Last time Michiro only managed 15 seconds. Sweetheart Coco, what should I do? It's larger than my boyfriend. Ailey meow. It has come to an end, 18 seconds. Hank, I believe that no terrestrial creature can surpass the weight of Michiro, not even the Lion King Belay. Belay family member. Nonsense. Belay is the king of all beasts. On the outskirts of the reserve, a modified C-Class RV workshop is parked by the roadside. Zeppelin, how are the data from today's live stream? Snape, the host of the program dedicated to capturing wildlife within the reserve, inquired after taking a sip of water. She is his assistant. The audience numbers are about the same as before. Dressed in jeans, Zeppelin glanced at the screen and replied casually, then resumed scrolling through videos. Is even the Tiger King Michiro not enough to pique their interest? I specifically chose the clearest angle, Snape lamented, clutching his head in apparent distress. Now the vampires will surely trouble me again. Zeppelin, without looking up, remarked, they are simply tired of it. Sighing helplessly, Snape understood the situation all too well, yet felt powerless to change it. He prepared to switch the live stream to another location, but suddenly the tiger pack began to stir, rising to their feet and gazing in the same direction. Their body language suggests fear. What could they be afraid of? There are no natural enemies in the reserve. This unusual scene immediately caught Snape's attention. Filled with curiosity, he adjusted the camouflage camera's lens, and a tall, dark figure emerged in the distance. What kind of creature is that? Snape hastily focused the lens, and upon recognizing the shadow, he trembled uncontrollably, exclaiming in terror, "A predator!" Initially puzzled, Zeppelin erupted in excitement upon seeing it, exclaiming, "Fantastic! It's a predator! I'm a fervent fan." The popularity of the live stream began to surge dramatically. Lin Fang had contemplated several methods to capture this Tiger King, but the quickest and most convenient way was simply to approach and seize it. What an adorable tiger! Venom approached the tiger pack, unperturbed even when confronted by Michiro, the Tiger King, whose shoulders were level with its own. It extended its slimy tongue to lick the top of Michiro's head. Roar! The Tiger King was incensed by this outsider's audacity, having never endured such a humiliating provocation. It let out a thunderous roar and lunged directly at Venom's face. In response, Venom transformed its appendages into a colossal fist. Woo! Snape, Zeppelin, and countless viewers witnessed the predator's brutality firsthand, and only after the predator vanished from sight, dragging the unconscious Tiger King Michiro with it, did the discussions erupt like a tsunami. Chapter 52 Behind Pluto. After Lin Fang instructed Venom to take Orson back to San Francisco, the evacuation time had finally arrived. The successful evacuation from the Venom dimension has yielded resources, a leucistic Bengal tiger. The weight of the Venom dimension has been elevated, reaching a current weight of 100. The anchor point of calamity has been relocated. The information emerging from the dark star weighed heavily on Lin Fang's heart. As he pondered what would transpire upon reaching this weight, furrowing his brow, he began to sift through the details, which were far from encouraging. Moments later, Lin Fang was left speechless. The silver lining was the emergence of a new dimension, one that did not necessitate monetary investment. Beside the Venom dimension, a new icon, dark as night, awaited his exploration. However, the bad news was that he seemed to have become the scapegoat. The Venom dimension icon displayed two unprecedented messages, a countdown and something akin to coordinates. Countdown, 438287, 5106 coordinates. RA 19 hours 17 minutes and 34 seconds. Deck 234, 239, 153, 4 Little Black. Analyze these coordinates. Lin Fang instructed. Soon, the projection of a small black cat appeared before him, followed by a celestial map of the solar system. Boss, this is a celestial coordinate located at the juncture of Sagittarius and Capricorn, near Pluto's current orbit, the projection conveyed. Behind Pluto, a red dot representing the unknown abruptly emerged. What lies behind Pluto? Lin Fang had an ominous association with the term calamity anchor point, and he was certain it heralded misfortune. Though 50 years is a considerable span, Lin Fang, ever the cautious one, felt compelled to understand what lurked there, yet he lacked the capacity for such observation. Little Black. Is there an agency capable of monitoring this location? The American National Aeronautics and Space Administration, Little Black responded, momentarily pausing before exclaiming with astonishment, Boss, someone has already detected anomalies behind Pluto. In the northern Atacama Desert of Chile, at the European Southern Observatory, home to the Very Large Telescope. The observation record reads, Observation number, PS12025LM314 anomaly coordinates. RA 19 hours 17 minutes and 34 seconds. Deck 234, 139, 153, 4 anomalous target brightness, 175 magnitude, disappearing after 3 frames, suspected to be CCD noise. Observer Watford, having completed his daily observational tasks, stretched lazily in his chair. Since the world's largest telescope began its testing phase, he had been randomly observing dozens of regions daily, straining his eyes. Fortunately, today was the last day. Tomorrow, others would take over his position, and he longed for a margarita at the bar. Should I observe it once more? Watford pondered, eyeing the day's sole anomaly record with hesitation. According to the work manual, it was required, but as always, no one would bother to review such tedious data. To hell with it, he muttered, shutting down the screen, grabbing his coat, and turning to leave. This left Lin Fang, who was eagerly anticipating developments on the other side of the continent, utterly dumbfounded. Furrowing his brow, he commanded, "Little Black, push out a news alert." In the parking lot, just as Watford retrieved his car keys, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered a news notification. Shock. A former ESA researcher has been prosecuted for neglecting anomalous data. Shocking revelations unfold regarding the discovery of Halley's Comet, which turned out to be a mere coincidence. The date of this news article, however, is from last year. Walter glanced at it before dismissing it with a wave of his hand and starting his car. En route to the bar, an unsettling feeling surged within him, an affliction that could prove fatal for a scientist. Cursing the dreadful news, Walter turned his car around. The anomalous target exhibited a brightness of 176, vanishing after 2 frames. An hour later, Walter swallowed hard as he stared at the information on the screen. The anomalous signal had reemerged. Could this truly be mere instrumental noise? Walter found it hard to believe, trusting instead in his own judgment that a new, rapidly moving object had appeared behind Pluto. My goodness, what could it possibly be? By the time Thompson, the head of the European Southern Observatory, arrived at the observatory, it was already the early hours of the morning. Accepting the report handed to him, Thompson noted that they had conducted 16 observations of that area, all revealing an anomalous signal without exception. This strange object was hurtling through space at a relative speed of approximately 8 kilometers per second. Its trajectory's endpoint was mathematically undeniable. Thompson, forcing himself to remain calm, immediately picked up the phone to contact several old friends. 2 hours later, Thompson received data from the Subaru telescope located in another region, which had covered the overexposed area behind Pluto. Upon comparing it with the data from the extremely large telescope in Europe, an ominous dark spot emerged behind Pluto. Overwhelmed by despair, Thompson fainted as he gazed at the analysis. This dark spot was a moving harbinger of doom, approximately 200 kilometers in diameter, bizarrely weaving past celestial bodies, recklessly racing toward Earth. The following day, an urgent report landed on the desks of the leaders of major nations. In 2006, the International Astronomical Union, IU, had redefined planets, expelling Pluto from the ranks of the solar system's 9 planets, reducing it to 8. Now, the gaze of humanity's elite once again focused on this object lurking at the edge of the solar system. That afternoon, NASA hastily altered the trajectory of the New Horizons spacecraft situated in the Kuiper Belt. 2 weeks later, several images were transmitted back by New Horizons, prompting a highly confidential meeting among the 5 major space agencies. Unbeknownst to the public, the Global Planetary Defense Alliance, PDA, was established and began secretly recruiting personnel. Though to divert attention, some misleading information was leaked online. In response, Lin Fang deleted the images and asserted his ignorance regarding the entire affair, claiming it had nothing to do with him. In a steaming private room at Jinsei Hall, Lin Tianxiong watched the news with a furrowed brow, concern etched across his face. "Son, do you really think an asteroid will strike Earth in 10 years? Should we dig a hole to hide?" "No, that's a deception," Lin Fang assured him from the side. "Dad, you need not worry about that. It's truly a matter for 50 years from now. It's better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. Do you understand?" After casting a glare at Lin Fang, Lin Tianxiong continued to flip through the pages. The expert also mentioned that this meteorite, with a diameter of 200 meters, has a 26 probability of landing in South Africa. How fortunate! Lin Tianxiong felt relieved, setting aside his phone to inquire about another matter. "I have heard that third-party technology has ventured into short videos and reading platforms. How is your medication progressing?" Chapter 53. The Metabolics Capsule. 2 days later, at the Jalide Pharmaceutical Research and Development Center in Tiangang City, Lin Fang, wearing sterile gloves, observed the red capsule in his hand. Its shell was crystal clear, and the red granules inside flowed with high biological activity carriers. This was the finished product of the Metabolics weight loss capsule, a drug capable of combating global obesity. It was truly exquisite. Matwezi also picked up a capsule, gazing at it with fascination, then promptly removed his mask and, in a swift motion, swallowed the capsule with his saliva. Lin Fang reassured, "Boss, do not worry. I created this. I am well aware of its effects." The stout Caucasian seemed to savor the taste, smacking his lips as he remarked that several animal experiments had already been conducted. MIT, noticing the people beside Lin Fang, casually mentioned that the clinical trial application was being prepared, thanks to Manager Lee's assistance. "It's part of my responsibilities," I am fairly adept in this field. Li Chengjian replied with a smile, his gaze lingering on the red capsule, his emotions somewhat complicated. He had recently seen some data regarding this medication and had initially been skeptical until the finished product was presented before him. He understood very well the efficacy of the Metabolics weight loss capsule, which was destined to sweep the global market upon its release. Li Chengjian couldn't help but feel a bit disoriented. Was it truly this simple to develop a medication to sail so smoothly? Had he not faced bankruptcy, he might have believed it. Taking a deep breath, Li Chengjian's gaze became fervent as he felt fortunate to be on this rising venture. Though the journey had yet to commence, he already perceived the company's formidable potential for growth. Jalide had a chance to become an international pharmaceutical giant. Rest assured, Director Lin, I will spare no effort in bringing the medication to market and into production. Li Chengjian assured Lin Fang, as of yesterday. We have obtained the production permit for the Metabolics fat-burning capsule. Most of the raw materials have been procured, and the pharmaceutical factory is ready to commence work. Lin Fang nodded, picking up another capsule, slightly darker in color. Have we found a spokesperson? We must promote this swiftly. The Metabolics fat-burning capsule serves as a milder, supplementary version of the Metabolics weight loss capsule. In contrast to the latter's complex market entry requirements, the Metabolics fat-burning capsule will be positioned as a sports nutrition supplement, paving the way for both domestic and international markets. While its effects are somewhat diminished, it remains a unique presence amid the myriad of exaggerated claims in the weight loss market. For it genuinely facilitates weight loss. Li Chengjian had gained considerable insight into Lin Fang's approach of mobilizing troops before preparing provisions. He promptly replied, I have already contacted a top-tier female celebrity in the country. She cannot refuse the price we have offered. Su Tian, intrigued, asked, what is going on? You have sharp eyesight. Take a look. Just as they completed their task and stepped outside the pharmaceutical factory, a young man with a crew cut, Fang Yuan, was astonished by the bustling scene beneath the research center. He nudged the person next to him and said, let me take a look. Su Tian squinted into the distance and was taken aback upon recognizing a captivating figure amidst the crowd. It's all the company executives. I see General Manager Su. Our boss is also there. Which General Manager Su? The other inquired. Our superior, the General Manager of Third-Party Technology, Su Tian replied, perplexed. But who is that next to her? He noticed that everyone's gaze was fixated on the individual beside her. Su Tian's heart raced. He understood the company's hierarchy and quickly pulled the young man along, exclaiming, wow, quickly tell the brothers in the group chat that the big boss has arrived. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of their supervisor, Su Tian and his companion dared not approach and could only watch from a distance as the group, along with the sycophantic supervisor, boarded a shuttle heading east toward the headquarters of Third-Party Technology. Yet, Su Tian caught a glimpse of the young man in the center, and the phrase "a glance lasts a millennium" echoed in his mind. Indeed, he had never encountered someone so extraordinary, as if this person was destined to stand at the center of the stage, orchestrating the tides of change. We mere mortals can only cheer from the sidelines. Su Tian thought. Astonishingly, although the big boss appeared quite young, his aura was overwhelmingly powerful. I trembled at just a glance, the young man beside him commented. Even after work, when he returned the instruments to their rightful place, Su Tian was still contemplating whether he would ever have the opportunity to follow the remarkable individual he had seen at noon. As an analyst, he realized that to work under the big boss, he would first need to surpass Li Chengjian, the manager of Jalide Pharmaceutical. Alas, there are too many hurdles to overcome. It all seems so unrealistic, Su Tian lamented as he returned home, dejected. Upon his arrival, Su's father was seated at the door, leisurely puffing on a water pipe with a bamboo stem that had turned dark from years of use. Noticing Su Tian's glum expression, he reached into his bag for some tobacco, rolled it into a small ball, and lit it. What's the matter, Dazai? Su Tian shook his head, muttering, nothing much. Is there something you cannot share with me? Su's father exhaled a cloud of smoke. Su Tian settled onto a wooden stool beside his father and replied half-jokingly. It's just that I suddenly want to improve. Then you should strive for it. Don't be complacent, his father admonished, shaking his head in disappointment as he tapped the pipe against the ground. You're still so young, he added. I know, Su Tian nodded. With a smile, Su's father took a couple of deep puffs and suddenly seemed to remember something, glancing at Su Tian with a hint of hesitation. Su Tian discerned the situation and donned a smug smile, aware that one of the raw materials for the company's forthcoming product was potato peels. To this end, The company had acquired a nearby food processing plant, where dozens of tons of high-quality potatoes were processed daily. The clean potato peels were then entrusted to specialists who transported them to a third-party technology industrial park. Coincidentally, Su Tian's team had a fixed daily task of inspecting the quality of the potatoes at the processing plant. Upon learning that the several acres of potatoes his family cultivated were difficult to sell, he took it upon himself to ensure the matter was handled. "Father, rest assured. Boss Lu will be coming over tomorrow. He assured me that he will purchase any potatoes our village wishes to sell." "Are you certain? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Su's father, abandoning his cigarette, beamed with joy. "I will notify your uncles and aunts immediately." Soon, Su Tian's home was abuzz with relatives. And upon confirming the news, they erupted in exuberance, praising Su Tian's promising future. Su Tian garnered significant admiration in the village. "Dear uncles and aunts, there's one more thing. Boss Lu mentioned he will only purchase potatoes that are large and of good quality." Su Tian stood before the crowd, stating that any inferior ones would not be accepted in the future. This was a prearranged agreement with the responsible parties, as helping the village was commendable, but it was essential that he did not attract trouble. Chapter 54. The Earth undergoes renewal law. When the boss speaks, everyone scrambles. On the plain, Su Anqing gazed out at the blue sky and white clouds, her fair, oval face marked by a hint of melancholy. Whose boss would dismiss a founding hero to the fringes over a mere disagreement? Was it possible he enjoyed such antics? The Metabolix fat-burning capsules were about to be launched, and Su Anqing, the recently promoted CEO of a third-party technology firm, along with Security Minister Zhou Hui, departed from Zhongzhou, leaving a temporary replacement to handle Su Anqing's responsibilities. The headquarters of the third-party biotechnology firm, a vast five-story building, shimmered under the sun. "Mr. Lin," Xia Jingsha said respectfully, observing Lin Fang engrossed in something on his computer, seemingly oblivious to the sounds of an argument. The planetary defense engine nuclear bomb was a hot topic, and Xia Jingsha had kept herself informed about the imminent asteroid collision predictions. She was surprised to see the young man engaged with such seemingly trivial videos. Mere nonsense from frivolous netizens. "Manager Xia, good to see you again. Please, take a seat." Noticing the escalating argument, Lin Fang turned off the overseas PDA surveillance and revealed a warm smile. Xia Jingsha, having gotten a clear look at the young man's features, found him far more pleasant than her previous employer. Indeed, he was more agreeable than his father. After Lin Tianxiong transferred nearly half of the company's shares, Xia Jingsha became aware of Lin Fang's existence. Thus, when Lin Tianxiong proposed her to join the third-party technology firm, she accepted without hesitation. Upon witnessing the expansive industrial park and learning about the company's impending product launch, she recognized that this was a firm with considerable potential for growth. Moreover, Xia Jingsha reminisced about the scene of her first encounter with Lin Fang, undoubtedly the individual behind the game engine that rescued the Xiongba Technology Company from its predicament. "How does this place compare to my father's? Do you have any suggestions?" Lin Fang inquired with a smile. Xia Jingsha paused in contemplation before addressing Lin Fang's question. As she proposed several optimization suggestions for the company, Lin Fang nodded in approval. Recognizing the discerning eye of the coal magnate in selecting her, she was indeed more suited to manage this place than Su Anqing. After a brief conversation, Lin Fang continued, "I won't be frequently present at the company. Unless it is of paramount importance, do not hesitate to reach out to me, or you may report to the Xingshu. It will respond to you. I will grant you access to it." Xingshu is the intelligence system that manages and monitors the entire industrial park. It is also a data stream avatar of Xiaohe. Xia Jingsha was momentarily speechless, and after a moment of deliberation, she replied, "Mr. Lin, what exactly constitutes an important matter? Bankruptcy? The apocalypse?" As she observed Lin Fang preparing to depart, she hurriedly stood and asked, "Mr. Lin, will you be attending the Metabolix capsule launch?" "I will be there," he assured her. The sunlight outside was just right, and Lin Fang stretched comfortably, enjoying the April weather. A time of renewal, perfect for burial. He had been waiting for quite a while. A few days later, at the exit of Binhai City Prison. "Once I find out who exposed me, I will ensure your entire family pays." A man in his 20s, with an impatient demeanor, emerged from the prison gates. Upon seeing the familiar black Hongqi sedan outside, he concealed his earlier hostility. Once inside, Xiao Wei huddled in his seat like a quail, fearfully looking at the middle-aged man in front of him. "Dad, why did you come?" The imposing middle-aged man did not respond. But a plump woman beside him inquired with concern about Xiao Wei's well-being. Growing somewhat annoyed by the question, Xiao Wei casually replied, "Mom, I'm fine. The people inside didn't dare to harm me. They treated me well every day. If you were not a member of the Qiao family, you would be facing execution by now." The middle-aged man suddenly turned to him, his eyes blazing with repressed fury. "Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Not only have you implicated me, but if it weren't for your grandfather." Xiao Yuheng began to reach for a water bottle to throw at the young man in the back seat, but the woman intervened, causing a commotion in the car. "Dad, I know I was wrong. Please spare me," Xiao Wei pleaded, cowering and begging for mercy, perhaps exhausted from his outburst. The middle-aged man finally set down the water bottle and said angrily, upon returning to Xingjing, "You are not to step outside again. Do you understand?" "Understood," Xiao Wei thought bitterly. If it weren't for that damned hacker, he would still be reveling in Binhai. And now he faced this humiliation. Returning to Xingjing would only provide fodder for ridicule. "Did you leave any traces?" "Dad, no. I used a false identity throughout." The middle-aged man, with a hint of intelligence, coldly snorted before starting the car and heading towards the Binhai City Airport. The car's navigation system was thoughtfully guiding them along the way. As they drove, a message appeared. "Construction ahead. Proceed right in 100 meters. Roundabout ahead. Take the third exit and be cautious of other vehicles. Congested road ahead. Estimated travel time 10 minutes. Advisable to take the left lane." As the road became increasingly desolate, the middle-aged man felt a surge of doubt. Could the navigation be malfunctioning? He pulled over to check his phone map, only to find that it confirmed the current direction was correct. "Xiao Weihang, take a look and see if this is the route to the airport." This left Xiao Weihang in a quandary, though he had lived in Binhai for many years. He could only navigate to entertainment venues, not to the airport. After all, with navigation systems available, who bothered to memorize routes anymore? "Dad, just follow the navigation. It can't be wrong." The middle-aged man, unable to recall the way back, continued driving. Half an hour later, both Xiao Weihang and the plump woman in the back seat sensed something was amiss. The car had come to a halt on a hillside, adjacent to a seemingly bottomless ravine. It was midday, under the scorching sun, yet a chill crept over the three of them, who dared not proceed further. Who builds an airport on a mountain? What was wrong with today's navigation? Right turn ahead, proceed left after 50 meters. Right turn ahead, 50 meters to our destination. In the midst of their growing trepidation, the car's navigation suddenly emitted the voice of a young man, casually stating, "No problem to give a heads up." A cheerful boy's voice filled the car. "All right, you have arrived at your destination. Wishing you all a pleasant journey." Chapter 55, Buried Crimes. The press conference begins. Who is speaking? Shall we get out of the car? The bizarre episode with the navigation heightened the unease within the vehicle. Just as they hesitated to disembark, a figure clad in black with a hood emerged from the corner of the hillside, steadily descending. Bang! The middle-aged man, unable to finish his sentence, had his head blown apart by a gunshot. The woman's scream was abruptly silenced, her blood and fragments splattering throughout the car. Xiao Weihang, paralyzed with fear, instinctively opened the car door to flee. Stumbling a few steps, he found himself in the sunlight, witnessing a bloodied man collapse to the ground as the dark figure approached him. "What lovely weather," Lin Fang casually remarked, tapping the barrel of his Barrett sniper rifle against Xiao Weihang's cheek with a nonchalant tone. "I killed your parents with 2 shots. How does that feel? Is there a sense of exhilarating despair?" The scorching barrel seared Xiao Weihang's skin, compelling him to cry out in pain. "Please, do not kill me. I do not know you." The instinct for survival compelled Xiao Wei to crawl beneath the car. What unfolded before his eyes was a scene that would haunt him. The enigmatic and cold man effortlessly lifted the nearly 2-ton sedan with a single hand. The overturned vehicle tumbled down into a deep ravine. Tremors coursed through Xiao Wei's body uncontrollably, a dark stain spreading across his trousers, his complexion as pale as a sheet. He was bewildered as to how he had drawn the ire of this man, wondering if he was a hired assassin sent by his family's political adversaries. At that moment, Lin Fang removed his hood, revealing his true visage. "Do you recognize me now?" Xiao Wei's gaze shifted, and he was taken aback to discover that this demon was, in fact, a youth. His pupils constricted. Heavy weaponry, terrifying strength. Was this still within the confines of their homeland? The coal magnate's son, as per the records, was merely a student. How could he possess such prowess? "Ah, it seems you have figured it out," Lin Fang remarked, once again aiming his firearm at him. His expression grave. I believe it is far more meaningful for you to understand who has come to end your life. Instantly, Xiao Wei was paralyzed with fear, exclaiming, I was wrong. You cannot kill me. I am from the Qiao family of Xingjing. My grandfather is Qiao Zhenbong, and my uncle is Qiao Tianxi. If you spare me, I promise not to divulge what has transpired. I can offer you any amount you desire. A minute later, Lin Fang discarded the body and his beloved firearm into the ravine, shifting his focus to cleanse the crime scene until the hillside appeared unscathed. Gazing at the lifeless form and the vehicle below, Lin Fang felt a surge of thought. An icon in the warehouse vanished, and within an instant, 500,000 cubic meters of earth filled the ravine, concealing all traces of his wickedness. It seems I underestimated the amount required. Lin Fang scoffed softly before departing the scene. In the afternoon, the entrance of the third-party technology industrial park buzzed with activity. Not only was the prominent company from Tiangao City hosting a new product launch, but rumors also circulated that the nation's top-tier actress, Wang Manlin, would grace the event with her presence. As one of the most celebrated figures in the industry, this news quickly attracted a throng of attention. Qin Haiping was among them. A native of Tiangao City, she worked as a journalist for a local newspaper, and nothing could rival the allure of this story for her publication. Thus, she and her colleagues arrived at the venue well in advance. Standing before the headquarters of third-party technology, Qin Haiping, despite having reported on it several times, found herself once again awestruck by the grandeur of the building. The wealth it represented was staggering. In comparison, her own company's office resembled a mere outhouse. The press conference was held in a luxurious conference hall on the first floor, the only area accessible to them. Although many yearned to glimpse the building's interior, they were all uniformly thwarted by the electronic voice prohibiting unauthorized entry. A male journalist attempted to force open a glass door within the corridor, only to be cordially escorted out by several imposing security personnel who had materialized out of nowhere. Exhibiting no semblance of leniency, he appeared to be a reporter from Sina, and Qin Haiping could not help but inwardly marvel at the scene. Did this company not fear being besmirched? Or were they quite wary of it? The sudden voice startled Qin Haiping, prompting her to turn around. Before her stood a young man with dark hair and eyes, and for reasons unknown, her heart began to race. Her acute sixth sense sent shivers down her spine, and she vowed that it was certainly not the youth's appearance that unnerved her. Although she had an affinity for handsome men, she had encountered even more striking individuals before. There was an aura of profound danger surrounding this youth. The lively pop music resonating within the conference hall jolted Qin Haiping back to reality. Upon glancing back, the perilous aura emanating from the young man had dissipated. He merely possessed an unusual charisma, as if her earlier apprehension had been a mere figment of her imagination. What did you say? Qin Haiping asked, momentarily dazed. The young man smiled with a hint of resignation. Could you please let me in? This young man was, of course, Lin Fang, who had spent several hours flying back from Binhai. Thanks to Xiao Hei's meticulous editing of the surveillance footage, no one could prove that he had ever left Tiangang City. Realizing she had been standing in the middle of the conference hall entrance, Qin Haiping felt a flush of embarrassment and stepped aside. I apologize. The conference hall was lavishly decorated, capable of accommodating around 1,000 attendees. The most striking feature was an enormous LED screen, approximately 8 meters high and 20 meters wide. Qin Haiping watched as the youth strode confidently toward the front. The leaders seated nearby hurried to their feet to greet him upon recognizing his presence. Who could he be? By the time Qin Haiping discerned the information displayed on the plaque before the young man, the background music had ceased, marking the formal commencement of the press conference. Yet, Qin Haiping's gaze remained fixed on the youth. He was none other than the chairman of a third-party biotechnology firm, making his first official appearance before the public today. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Li Chengjian, the general manager of Jalide Pharmaceutical. First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to friends from various regions who have joined us today, Li Chengjian stated, adjusting his collar and stepping onto the podium. Following a series of formal greetings, he solemnly introduced the primary focus of the press conference, the Metabolics fat-burning capsules, a supplement designed to aid in weight loss. Polite applause erupted from the audience. Lin Fang, Xia Jinsha, and other senior executives from the biotechnology firm joined in the applause, reassured that they were not the ones on stage. Due to regulatory constraints, the capsules could not be directly marketed as a weight loss solution. No matter how eloquently it was presented, it would merely be perceived as another health product by the public. Most attendees were primarily present for the super A-list actress set to make an appearance, yet this did not negate the press conference's efficacy. The main goal was to elevate the public profile of the Metabolix fat-burning capsules, ensuring a strong launch for the product. The day the Metabolix capsules were unveiled would be the day they truly captivated the audience's attention. Li Chengjian understood this principle well and remained unfazed, confidently extolling the various benefits of the capsules. Once he had conveyed all the necessary information, he smiled and announced, "Now, please welcome our product spokesperson, Wang Manlin." As this superlative actress graced the stage, the press conference reached its zenith. Chapter 56, A Crossroads in Life. Third-party technology, a remarkable enterprise. In the office, Lin Fang observed with great interest a news article that, unlike other media outlets focusing solely on the starlet's allure at the press conference, presented a first-person narrative detailing the developmental history of third-party technology. Notably, it featured a character absent from other reports, Lin Fang himself. In this extensive piece, spanning over 10,000 words, Lin Fang was extolled to a stature comparable to that of the illustrious Shuangma, if not exceeding it. Despite the comments below being filled with disparaging remarks about the writer, this did not diminish Lin Fang's appreciation for the report. Indeed, it is commendable for one's company to garner such positive coverage. Qi Haiping, the female journalist from yesterday afternoon? Lin Fang recalled the name attributed to the article and the serendipitous encounter at the entrance, soon realizing it originated from a local newspaper in Tiangang City, the Gangang Entertainment Daily. Upon perusing the publication's previous content, Lin Fang noted that, in recent months, third-party biotechnology had dominated its articles, covering everything from relocation to completion without omission. The publication's influence seemed adequate, and it was not an official outlet, but rather a private press, a commendable mouthpiece. After a brief contemplation, Lin Fang instructed Xia Jinsha to initiate the acquisition of this newspaper, deeming it a modest investment. Under the pressure of financial incentives, the newspaper's owner readily relinquished his enterprise, to the astonishment of the employees who discovered the change of ownership the following day. Following personnel adjustments and salary increases, the bewildered Qi Haiping found herself appointed as the new editor-in-chief amidst the disbelief of her colleagues. Why her, when they too had sung praises for the company? How fortunate it is when luck arrives unbidden. During the daily meetings at Gangang Entertainment Daily, Qi Haiping sat upright in her editorial chair, stifling a smile to avoid appearing overly self-satisfied. Well, as we all know the circumstances, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Let us all continue to work diligently and publish more articles to ensure our efforts are recognized by the higher-ups. The promotional campaign for Metabolix fat-burning capsules employed traditional tactics, a barrage of advertisements and online influencers, leveraging the endorsement of a superlative actress to attract attention and relentlessly investing in promotional funds. The industry buzzed with exclamations of alarm, as this company seemed oblivious to the concept of cost, inundating even fiction with its advertisements. Regardless of the actual effectiveness, at the very least, its notoriety was assured. At the press conference, Metabolix fat-burning capsules were priced according to their varying effects: 299 yuan, 599 yuan, and the premium package at 999 yuan. This pricing positioned them at a relatively high tier within the domestic market. However, as the saying goes, overweight individuals are, aside from women, the most readily harvested demographic by capital, especially when these individuals happen to be female. In a residential apartment, Pan Yuding gazed at the logistics information displayed on her app, her heart leaping with joy as it indicated that the capsules she had purchased had arrived at the collection point. As a product fervently endorsed by the idol Wang Manlin, she had resolutely decided to buy the most expensive set on the very first day of its release. There is perhaps nothing more distressing in the world than standing at a height of 165 meters and weighing 140 jing. After retrieving the eagerly awaited package from downstairs, Pan Yuding swiftly unwrapped it. The deluxe set contained 60 Metabolix fat-burning capsules, sufficient to support a month's consumption. After glancing at the precautions, she took 2 red capsules with warm water, hoping against hope that it was not merely a tax on her intelligence, as she awaited the outcome with a sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, Lin Fang perused the revenue report for Metabolix fat-burning capsules, which had been on the market for a week, revealing nearly 2 billion Zhongzhou coins. This figure fell short of his expectations, clearly indicating that the populace, having been bombarded by various products, had developed a resistance and would not easily part with their money for the unknown. Let the word of mouth take effect, Lin Fang mused. Tossing the report aside and closing his eyes to rest, he was indifferent to the matter. President Lin, you called for me? After a few minutes, Li Chengjian approached Lin Fang with a sense of trepidation, uncertain as to why he had been summoned. Was it dissatisfaction with the market response to the metabolics capsules? However, from Li Chengjian's perspective, the data was quite commendable, especially considering the capsules had undergone an epic reduction in strength, resulting in a pitifully low actual cost. Lin Fang looked at him directly and stated, I wish to expedite the market release of the metabolics weight loss capsules. Do you have any suggestions? Time waits for no one. Lin Fang sought to hasten the company's development before exploring the second dimension. He had never contemplated halting his explorations, even if it might bring about disaster. It was simply a matter of burning bridges behind him. Li Chengjian's heart raced as he quickly grasped Lin Fang's intent. The president was seeking shortcuts. Yet, was this not explicitly written in criminal law? Why ask him? Facing Lin Fang's enigmatic smile, a multitude of thoughts raced through Li Chengjian's mind. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had begun to soak his back. He recalled his father once telling him that life presents many crossroads, but the significant ones are few. One might encounter only one in a lifetime, a foreshadowing left by fate. It seemed he had stumbled upon such a junction now. To follow or not to follow. President Lin, there is a method, data falsification, Li Chengjian said, taking a deep breath. I happen to know someone skilled in that area. Lin Fang's eyes brightened at Li Chengjian's words. His original intention had been to suggest that Li use more financial resources to navigate the nodes. Yet this manager had offered such insight. It appeared that Lin Fang had underestimated him. Very well, Lin Fang replied after discussing some details with Li Chengjian. You need not seek others. Provide a plan, and I will ensure Met will cooperate with you. Lin Fang intended to utilize the remaining disordered data from the Craig Vault server as bait, as he had little else to occupy his time. With the assistance of Xiao He, who had unparalleled expertise in data fabrication, he felt confident in his endeavor. If Dr. Mitt could collaborate, it would be even better. He is more familiar with this medication. Li Chengjian sighed with relief and expressed his joy. Chapter 57. How could evil spirits possess warmth? If someone had previously told Lin Fang that with greater power comes greater responsibility, he would have likely responded by striking them with the sole of his size 43 shoe. But now, he found himself yearning for someone to strike, trapped in a perplexing logical loop. Regarding the meteor expected to arrive in 50 years, Xiao He calculated a mere 10 probability of humanity successfully intercepting it, a notion Lin Fang regarded with cautious optimism. He believed humanity was capable of miraculous feats, particularly in moments of existential crisis. Thus, he estimated a 40 chance of success, while the remaining 60 mirrored the execution of an elite human seed plan reminiscent of cinematic narratives. His reasoning was grounded, as the Global Planetary Defense Alliance, PDA, had garnered substantial support from the upper echelons of humanity for this option. Ultimately, it seemed that at least 98% of humanity would remain on Earth to await their demise. An alternative possibility lay in relentless exploration and transcendence, dancing upon the precipice of disaster, perpetually a step ahead of calamity. Lin Fang chose the latter, aware that it could lead to the obliteration of human civilization, rendering him the greatest villain in history, yet by then, no one would hold him accountable. This was, in essence, good news. Within 30 years, Earth must possess formidable interstellar strike capabilities to confront the impending crisis. Lin Fang silently resolved to pursue this path. However, for the sake of world peace, such power must rest in the hands of a third party. The Venom Dimension has been anchored. Please select a landing location upon re-entering the Venom Dimension. Lin Fang sensed a profound change. The countdown had vanished, and he seemed to perceive everything within the Venom world, from the ocean depths to mountain peaks. A myriad of structures and crowds, hidden locales, and even the entire atmosphere. His consciousness enveloped the Venom world at an astonishing speed. It was an extraordinary state of being. Could he choose where to go? A thought crossed Lin Fang's mind as his gaze swiftly fixated on the Sinclair family estate in San Francisco, where he observed a half-human, black creature basking contentedly by the poolside. Beside it lay a large basin filled with blood-red brains. Owen, I find myself increasingly fond of you. Rest assured, I shall not abandon you, Venom declared, gently swaying its massive foot in the pool. I adore this pool. Earth is truly a splendid place. For the next brain, I want 3 ice cubes. No, make it 4. Owen Sinclair carefully used a specially designed spoon to bring the brain to Venom's mouth, smiling with satisfaction. That would be absolutely delightful. The Sinclair family is eternally at your service. As Owen prepared to continue feeding Venom, the light before him seemed to warp slightly. Confused, he wondered if he was seeing things. In the next instant, a young Asian man with black hair and dark eyes materialized before Orson, exuding an air of solemnity and coldness. In that fleeting moment, the youth imparted an indescribable sensation to Orson, akin to a divine messenger sent by God himself. No, he was God incarnate. Time-space envelope status. Idle. Remaining plunder points. 1006. Singular objective. Search for resources. Secure evacuation. Evacuation countdown. 11:59. 59. Alas, only 1 life remained. This was Lin Fang's first reaction upon entering. It appeared that once the weight reached 100%, it transformed into a corporeal traversal. His second reaction was a determination to visit a hospital later, lest he succumb to an inexplicable fate. Humanity's existing immune capabilities are intricately intertwined with Earth's ecology, a result of continuous adaptation. Biology has indicated that if one recklessly steps onto an unfamiliar planet, where the immune system has never encountered the novel viruses and bacteria, one's defensive barriers could collapse in an instant. Caution is warranted. Who are you? The voice of the elder broke through Lin Fang's thoughts. He turned to look at Orson, astonished to find himself face to face with the living embodiment of the man. You have appeared, Fang. I remember your gaze. I love you. Before Lin Fang could respond, the vacillating Venom surged with delight, transforming into its complete form, ready to deliver a French kiss to Lin Fang. However, the moment the tendrils ascended to Lin Fang's shoulder, the entire ebony form swiftly shed itself from the elder, vanishing from sight. Time-space envelope status. Half-loaded. Having preserved his virtue, Lin Fang exhaled in relief. It seemed not only had the evacuation time been halved, but the number of entities he could bring along had also increased. Mr. Sinclair, congratulations on winning this game. You are free. Lin Fang deftly caught the elder, who was about to fall, and spoke gently. You are that evil spirit. Orson gasped in terror, attempting to summon his family's security. Yet, before he could act, a searing pain shot through his wrist. The youth's hand gripped him like a vice, and Orson felt as though his wrist would be crushed in the next moment. If you wish for your family to meet an irrevocable doom, you may certainly try. Lin Fang released his grip, gesturing as if it were of little consequence. This statement doused Orson with cold reality, causing him to tremble and collapse onto the ground. Indeed, even the gods were powerless against him. In Lin Fang's eyes, the Sinclair family was likely as insignificant as a grain of sand. Rationality returned to Orson, who, with a wry smile, rose from the ground and deeply bowed to the indifferent youth before him, sincerely saying, My lord, please forgive my rudeness. Had it not been for your arrival, I would have perished months ago. Your kindness to me will be eternally etched in my memory. Suddenly, Orson pondered a question. How could an evil spirit possess warmth? The Sinclair family once again hosted a grand banquet, and Lin Fang gazed upon the familiar crowd with a tinge of nostalgia. Many gazes, shrouded in disbelief, were cast upon the Asian youth seated beside Orson, whose demeanor appeared surprisingly subservient in the presence of the young man, eliciting shock among the onlookers. Among them, a girl named Nina stared at Lin Fang, her eyes never wavering. Yet, no one dared to voice a question. This is your wine, sir, announced the butler, clad in a tailcoat, as he presented a glass of red wine upon a silver tray before the enigmatic youth. Thank you, Harold, Lin Fang replied, skillfully taking a sip. At this remark, the middle-aged butler stumbled, nearly losing his balance, his composure shattered by a tempest of emotions. After the dinner concluded, the guests, discerning the intimate exchange between the two at the head table, discreetly departed. Little Nina yearned to approach, but was unceremoniously whisked away by her father. Lin Fang felt a twinge of regret. He had wished to pinch her cherubic cheeks. The grand hall suddenly felt desolate. Lord Orson Sinclair parted his lips, his gaze imbued with a plea. Lin Fang comprehended the old man's thoughts. He would not succumb to illness or injury, for he possessed a power that was irresistibly alluring. Beyond the symbiote known as Venom, his repository harbored 2 other entities, yet they remained uncontrollable. Thus he had no intention of unveiling them. As a token of gratitude for dinner, you may solicit its opinion. In an instant, A viscous mass of black material manifested in Lin Fang's hand, swiftly ascending to merge with his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, a grotesque black visage materialized between the two. Upon realizing the situation, Venom encircled Lin Fang twice before addressing the elder. Orson, I appreciate your intellect. But know this, I am free. Chapter 58. Main Quest Fang. I have come to adore your robust physique. In the hilly landscapes of central Missouri, 200 kilometers from Columbia, a shadow leapt, traversing the distance in an instant, propelling itself deeper into the terrain. Lin Fang's objective was a clandestine nuclear facility nestled within these hills. According to the intel he had unearthed, 18 missile silos had been constructed in this region, and he harbored an intense desire to claim these formidable weapons for himself. Whether for collection or sale, they represented an exceptional opportunity. With a resounding thud, the dark figure landed, its impact resonating across the wilderness. Venom sifted through the soil beneath, revealing a cap crafted from carbon steel and an alloy framework. Fang, is this it? Without needing Lin Fang's affirmation, the blaring alarms surrounding them confirmed the reality. This was indeed a missile silo within the nuclear base. Let us unveil it. Unfazed by the alarms, Lin Fang prepared to pry open the cover, confident that the base's meager defenses would pose no threat before Venom's might. This was the advantage of solitary strength. As Venom's muscles coiled, the heavy cover was wrenched aside, revealing the contents of the silo, an intercontinental missile measuring 23 meters in length and 2.5 meters in width, lay before him. Although aware that even a couple of slaps would not harm the nuclear warhead attached, Lin Fang could not suppress the quickening of his heartbeat. This is a weapon whose power far surpasses that of both the little boy and the fat man by several magnitudes. As the moon waxes and wanes, 30 days swiftly pass by. During this time, Lin Fang traversed the Venom dimension approximately 30 times. For the sake of his safety, he remained discreet, stealthily seizing opportunities and fleeing. By adhering to the principle of excavating everything if denied entry, Lin Fang explored the pinnacle research facilities of various nations within the Venom world, capitalizing on his ability to select his landing sites at will. It was not long before someone discerned the patterns of the marauder wherever the shadow passed. The doors swung wide open. After several repetitions, Lin Fang found himself at a loss for what to take, ultimately emerging with a simple meal of roasted meat. After swiftly finishing his meal, he began to organize his warehouse. Glancing over the icons representing Venom, he sold some high-value items to the Black Star, bringing his plunder points to a total of 3,991. Frowning at this figure, he sold a few more items, pushing the plunder points directly to 4,000. It would have been quite challenging had it not been for 3 major research bases reaching the 648 mark. Black Star, consume 2,000 plunder points to optimize my genes. Please confirm the transaction. 2,000 plunder points will be consumed. A familiar sensation washed over him, this time accompanied by less pain. Lin Fang could not help but relish the experience, for it signified a surge in his strength. Upon completion of the optimization, he stretched his body, feeling capable of delivering a single punch strong enough to fell an adult elephant. In terms of sheer physical power, were there any creatures on the surface that could rival him? Lin Fang unleashed his abundant energy on a specially designed treadmill, sprinting at a speed of 35 kilometers per hour, occasionally surging over 50 kilometers per hour, achieving a remarkable 100-meter sprint in 7.18 seconds, effortlessly surpassing Usain Bolt's world record of 9.58 seconds. After 2 hours, he finally stepped off the treadmill, breathless yet exhilarated. Feeling invigorated, he took a hot shower and returned to his workspace, intending to spend some time reviewing the anomalies reported by Xiao He. Lin Fang was somewhat taken aback. You mean, Xia Jingsha is courting the upper echelons of the company? Indeed, boss. The projection revealed Xiao He, its expression grave, nodding. Last week, she visited Mitviste's home 3 times and forged a friendship with his wife. Simultaneously, she has been in frequent contact with other executives. Subsequently, Xiao He presented several surveillance images, showcasing Xia Jingsha in various settings, her demeanor exuding confidence and strength, embodying the essence of a professional elite, far superior to the former general manager who had relied on the AI Lin Fang provided to scour the internet. She was more adept at the game of power than Su Anqing, and Lin Fang found himself admiring her. Boss, do you need me to take any action? Lin Fang chuckled lightly, shifting his gaze from the projection. Xiao He, you must understand, the company belongs to me, and it is also a collective. No matter how formidable she may be, she operates within this framework. As long as Xia Jingsha does not disrupt this structure, her ambition will serve as a driving force for the company's development. After all, even the most skilled players in the game of power must abide by rules of their own making. Lin Fang then inquired whether last month's financial report was considerably better. Indeed, boss, it has grown by 25, murmured the little black cat. But what if she intends to disrupt this framework? Let her leap into another framework. Little black, you should watch Empresses in the Palace a few more times. Perhaps it will enlighten you. Lin Fang replied nonchalantly. Oh, at that moment, all projections vanished, leaving only one that began to play this renowned television series. The little black cat perched on Lin Fang's shoulder, intently watching, showing no intention of disappearing. Lin Fang gently patted its head and turned his attention to another matter regarding the Black Star, having gained a clearer understanding through the exploration of the venomous dimension. The sole currency within was the plunder point, which, when consumed, could foretell death and materialize various technological creations from the Black Star. More importantly, it allowed for free trade with the Black Star, a function even more astonishing than the former, truly a creator's means. The acquisition of plunder points occurred through dimensional exploration, seizing others' possessions to sell, just as the term implies. When the dimensional weight is below 50, one cannot plunder living beings, only individual entities within a 1000 m volume, with a plundering duration of 24 hours and a degree of subjectivity in the method. When the dimensional weight exceeds 50, the plundering of living beings becomes possible, marking a new phase. Upon reaching a full weight of 100, the exploration method shifts from consciousness to physical presence, requiring personal venture into these otherworldly dimensions, significantly increasing the danger. The advantage lies in the freedom to choose locations, having evacuation time, and increasing the number of entities that can be plundered, each capable of reaching a maximum volume of 2000 m. However, this would introduce a disaster anchor point into the reality he inhabited. Lin Fang gazed at his summary and sighed softly. In gaming terms, it was akin to emerging from the novice village, with the main quest now manifesting. Chapter 59. The Pinnacle of Biotechnology Dimensional Arrival Successful. Kaplan, shut it off. As Lin Fang opened his eyes, a piercing, terrified female voice pierced his ears from behind. The pure white enclosed corridor was lined with high-strength transparent glass on all sides, the walls, floor, and ceiling illuminated by countless pale blue light tubes, rendering the passage luminous and transparent. Scattered on the ground were several bodies, precisely severed by some sharp instrument, their charred surfaces exuding a faint scent of scorched flesh. At the end of the glass corridor stood a tightly sealed metal door. This striking sense of déjà vu compelled Lin Fang to instinctively reach for the venom from his repository. Surely it would be unharmed after being laser disassembled into pieces, right? Yet, this command seemed thwarted, as the venom did not materialize in his hand. Was it due to insufficient weight? A horizontal laser had appeared at the end of the corridor, poised to transform into a grid and reduce him to mere meat chunks in 3 seconds. Lin Fang recognized the location, the world of Resident Evil, the zenith of biotechnology. Within the corridor, the USS security team leader, soon to meet a grim fate, wore an exaggerated smile, amidst the gasps of astonishment behind him. As the web of laser beams loomed perilously close, Lin Fang suddenly retreated a considerable distance. The laser net flickered a mere 3 centimeters from the tip of his nose before vanishing. Success! It was only then that voices emerged from behind him. The iron door swung open. James, are you all right? Turning around, Lin Fang beheld 2 men and a woman, the most striking of whom was the recently speaking female, Alice. A figure of athletic grace with short golden hair, reminiscent of the protagonist from the Resident Evil film series. In all honesty, she appeared far more exquisite than her real-life counterpart. Beside her stood Kaplan Chard, the electronics specialist from the USS team, and Spence Parks, the man who shattered the T-virus. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fang reflected upon the entirety of the Resident Evil narrative, with the Umbrella Corporation as the shadowy puppet master, weaving together the Apocalypse Plan and the Alice Project. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, a blood hole materialized in the center of Spence's forehead, and his body fell rigidly backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, still bearing the traces of shock. What are you doing, Commander? The other 2 were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Alice, grasping Spence's hand, cried out in pain. the hypnotic gas released by Red Queen inducing a brief amnesia in her. Flickering memories revealed a unique bond between her and Spence, likely that of a married couple. Kaplan. Mission paused. Alice, I will explain shortly, Lin Fang stated as he closed the iron door. With an understanding of the plot, he was acutely aware of how to maximize his benefits. A world governed by order was far more comfortable than a post-apocalyptic struggle for survival. Within the storyline, the resistance against the T-virus was alarmingly feeble, aside from the nuclear bomb, equivalent to approximately 50,000 tons of TNT, being dropped on Raccoon City. There was scarcely any sign of rebellion. Perhaps it was due to the corruption of the American government by the Umbrella Corporation, but what about the Eastern Great Power? A reflection of his own nation. Based on his experiences in previous dimensions, there was a shared essence to the worlds. Venom's sole encounter with a true life and death crisis occurred in the Central Continent, where one could scarcely fathom the insidious nature of their assaults. They had even become familiar with Lin Fang's spatial abilities, the so-called Predator. Following that incident, Venom had no desire to return to the Central Continent, even for its favorite delicacy, brains. Let me tell you a story, Lin Fang began after dismantling the surveillance. He regarded the bewildered Kaplan and the gravely serious Alice. Lin Fang had no intention of shrouding his words in riddles. Providing appropriate assistance was crucial for the impending rescue of the suffering populace of this alternate world. The overarching narrative of Resident Evil was not particularly intricate, and Lin Fang succinctly divulged the details to the two within a matter of minutes. However, the profound impact of those few minutes on Kaplan and Alice was beyond expression. This is impossible. I cannot believe what you are saying. This is all a lie. Alice, clad in a red gown, collapsed to the ground, her face buried in her hands in disbelief. How could she possibly be a clone? According to his assertions, she was a creation of the Umbrella Corporation, utilizing Alicia's DNA and the T-virus. Alice, ponder for a moment. Do you not find it curious that you possess no memories prior to the age of 16? Your current recollections have been implanted by Isaac. Lin Fang continued his incisive remarks, stating, You, infused with a modicum of T-virus, are more perfect than the majority. This should not be difficult to comprehend. Sir, are you implying that our team is merely sacrificial pawns dispatched by Umbrella Corporation, destined to perish within the hive? Kaplan appeared considerably composed, immediately realizing a pressing question. How do you know all of this? Consider it a revelation bestowed upon me by Jesus in my near-death experience. In times of uncertainty, one may seek counsel from Jesus. Lin Fang's impression of Kaplan was that he had been slain by a liquor just as he was on the verge of escape. Aboard the train leading to the outside world. You have returned earlier than anticipated. Where are the others? In B restaurant, filled with black cultivation boxes. The female soldier Rain stood up from the ground, puzzled, after seeing them emerge. She and Jade were tasked with guarding the exit, while nearby, handcuffed, was Matt Anderson, who had posed as a police officer in a desperate attempt to infiltrate the hive in search of information about his sister. Except for Spence, who had been killed by Lin Fang, the principal characters of the narrative had congregated. Sorry, there are no others, Kaplan replied gravely. Had he exercised more caution, the other three teammates would not have fallen victim to the Red Queen. Upon hearing this, Rain strode over and yanked Kaplan's collar, exclaiming in fury, What the hell are you talking about? Kaplan's assertion was indeed accurate. JD and the others had been slain by the Red Queen. Lin Fang intervened, halting Rain's aggressive gesture. Fortunately, he had embodied the team leader this time, and under strict organizational discipline, this fiery soldier patiently listened to Lin Fang's words. Lin Fang disclosed the entirety of the hive's T-virus infection. Do you know why this place is referred to as a restaurant? Because it serves as a feeding ground for them, one of Umbrella Corporation's achievements. Lin Fang gazed unblinkingly at the liquors within the cultivation boxes, finding it hard to fathom how these grotesque flesh and blood monstrosities could effortlessly rend steel. They were marvels of biological science. Indeed, optimization pales in comparison to mutation. Aside from their unsightliness, they possess many admirable qualities. I refuse to believe there are any zombies here. How can the dead come back to life? Sir, you need to verify this. Rain's gaze remained fixed upon him. Chapter 60. A live broadcast to the world. The group arrived at the corridor of the D6 level biological laboratory. As they entered, they passed by laboratories on either side, now filled with murky, yellowish water. A thin stream of water jetted from the leaks, saturating the air with an unpleasant formaldehyde odor. The team's breacher, Jade, inquired with confusion. Sir, What have you brought us here for? Because they are right here, Lin Fang replied, pressing his palm against the transparent tempered glass of the laboratory, rhythmically tapping as if greeting an approaching friend. Soon, amidst their astonished gazes, a shadow gradually emerged from the water. What a visage it bore! Its swollen skin was marred by a network of purplish veins, and its eyeball resembled a grape that had been partially peeled. The grotesque creature was greedily licking the glass on the other side, howling and struggling, its sharp claws scratching the surface, leaving behind a trail of white marks. "What on earth is that?" exclaimed Rain, her voice taut as she aimed her weapon at the female zombie, disbelief etched on her face. Beside her, Alice wore a complex expression, still grappling with the revelation of her own identity as a clone. In light of this, it seemed James was indeed correct. The T-virus had left their brains with a faint electrical charge, sustaining the most basic physiological needs. Lin Fang continued to elucidate, they require sustenance, namely, us. At that moment, more pallid figures emerged from the water, all clad in researcher uniforms. They were employees of the Umbrella Corporation, now revived in a grotesque manner. The glass pane was densely packed with them, and their ravenous gazes sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Upon witnessing these zombies, Matt Anderson felt an urgent need to disclose his identity to the group. "I am a member of the Life Guardians," he declared, an organization opposed to the Umbrella Corporation. This operation had been meticulously planned. Once his sister Lisa obtained a viral sample from the corporation, they intended to expose the illegal experiments being conducted. However, the mission had faltered. Lisa had failed to retrieve the virus and had gone missing, leaving Matt with no choice but to infiltrate the now-closed Umbrella facility. "I need to contact the outside world. This is a prime opportunity to unveil the corporation's misdeeds," he implored. "James, you are familiar with them. I require your assistance. Companies like Umbrella believe they are above the law, but they are mistaken. Many share my goal, scattered across the globe, and together we can topple this corporation." Lin Fang concurred, asserting that such an evil company must be eradicated, for the light of humanity shall forever stand upon the earth. He had exerted considerable effort to bring them here, intending to leverage this situation, potentially delving deeper into the underground for a climactic confrontation. Below, the high-ranking officials of the Umbrella Corporation lay in dormant slumber. "Kaplan, assist him," he instructed. Kaplan nodded resolutely. He would not allow his family to become these carnivorous abominations, even at the cost of defying the corporation. In Times Square, despite the early hour, it remained one of the liveliest places in America, illuminated by countless LED screens that enhanced the square's vibrancy. Had it not been for the sudden transformation of all advertisements into an unusual yellow warning sign, it would have seemed like the perfect start to a delightful night. The lively atmosphere abruptly ceased. Moments later, it resumed. As such hostage situations occurred a few times each year, had the screens begun playing colorful videos, they might have piqued some interest rather than displaying an enigmatic warning sign. Consequently, the crowd's enthusiasm waned, save for the children, who were more captivated, finding the sign exceedingly cool. A biological contamination warning? Unlike the average passerby, Evan Wilder, a student at a prestigious university, understood the significance of the symbol displayed on the screen. "Biological contamination, what do you think these hackers are planning to do?" he remarked to his classmates, who were gathered on a street in New York, ready to embark on a wild weekend. A young man clad in hip-hop attire chuckled, suggesting, "They must be streaming the mating rituals of hippos and rhinos, right? That would be quite a spectacle." "No, no, no," another interjected. "It should definitely include hyenas." "Yes, hyenas." Laughter erupted among the group as the conversation swiftly shifted to which female teacher at their school possessed the most alluring figure. Evan, however, found little interest in the topic, as he had a stunning girlfriend. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to pull out his phone to share this amusing incident occurring in Times Square with her. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he brightened at the sight of a video call from his girlfriend, who was traveling in Australia. Clearing his throat to add a touch of magnetism to his voice, he answered, but before he could speak, his girlfriend, Franlin, excitedly showcased her surroundings. "Evan, you won't believe what's happening. I'm at Brisbane Square with friends, and the enormous screen behind us has transformed. My friend says it's been hacked. It's so cool." At that moment, it was afternoon in Australia, and Evan could easily see the content displayed on the screen behind her, a glaring symbol of biological contamination, identical to the one before him. His hand trembled, causing his phone to slip and crash screen first onto the ground. Yet, he paid it no mind, frantically opening the largest international communication platform and typing in biological contamination. In an instant, a plethora of related content flooded the 68-inch screen of his phone. All posted moments ago. Tokyo S. Shibuya, London S. Piccadilly Circus, Las Vegas Stadium. This biological contamination symbol was taking over screens worldwide. Clearly, this was a global invasion. Evan gasped, excitedly raising his phone to share his discovery with his friends. Guys, you absolutely have to see this. They leaned in closer, and just then, the iconic screens around the world shifted to reveal a man clad in combat attire, his eyes ablaze with a fervor for salvation. With a somber tone, he declared, "The world is in imminent danger." Chapter 61, A Live Broadcast to the World, Part 2. I am Sergeant James Sherd, team leader of the USS Special Forces under the Umbrella Corporation, currently stationed at the Umbrella Corporation's underground hive base in Raccoon City, coordinates 34N, 118W. Lin Fang began succinctly revealing the Umbrella Corporation's T-Virus and Apocalypse project to the public, with ample evidence. Nothing spoke louder than the backdrop behind him. The Apocalypse project, orchestrated by the shadowy mastermind Isaac, aims to unleash the T-Virus for a cataclysmic cleansing of humanity. He and the upper echelons of the corporation lie dormant in the depths of the hive, awaiting the completion of this grim purge to awaken and seize global dominion. Out of admiration for him, Lin Fang inadvertently divulged his current state of suspended animation in the bowels of the hive. This was destined to be a night of madness. Evan felt his heart race. No one could emerge unscathed from the words of the man who called himself James. The sight of the infected, lifeless husks was the most terrifying nightmare he could fathom. He would rather embrace death than become such a wretched being. The resurrection of the dead. Evan knew all too well that this was a groundbreaking invention, a veritable key to hell, and this virulent, terrifying contagion was now unleashed upon the American soil. The mere thought caused Evan's breath to hitch. He wished it were but an elaborate April Fool's joke. Yet it was not. The grotesque zombies bore witness to the grim reality. No one could survive with only half a brain. The T-Virus had the capacity to infect all living organisms, mice, cockroaches, and subterranean creatures. It was highly probable, no, it was certain that infected beings were already lurking outside. The chaos in Times Square intensified as the screen's revelations sent shockwaves through the crowd. The cries and gasps of children melded into a cacophony. A virus that could adapt and spread through the environment would become ubiquitous upon release. The mere act of drinking water posed a risk of infection. I had known all along that this corporation was nefarious. Bioweapons, genetic experimentation. Umbrella was a terror organization. Although Evan and his companions refrained from rash actions, one of them pounded the table in fury, exclaiming, "These theatrical bastards." James and his comrades were heroes, and after a deep sigh, Evan composed himself and resolutely stated, "We must take action." This was no simple endeavor, another remarked wryly, pointing at the emblem on the table. The table bore the red and white umbrella insignia, marked with the word umbrella, indicating that the cafe they occupied was yet another asset of the corporate giant. A chill swept over them in unison. As Lin Fang prepared to showcase the still cultivating liquors to a global audience, the live broadcast was abruptly interrupted. A girl's voice emanated from the surveillance screen, issuing a warning, "Please cease your actions." It was the supercomputer Red Queen, which had been created by the villainous Isaac, serving as a mere tool to achieve his ends. Rain, furious, emptied her magazine towards the monitor, shouting, "You electronic harlot! Let me use my MP7 to clear your insides." "This is futile," retorted the Red Queen's voice from another monitor speaker. "You wretched creature, you killed 3 of my teammates. Shutting down will cut the main power to the base. I will not allow the T-Virus to escape the hive. Thus I have taken necessary measures," the Red Queen replied. Rain, seething with anger, exclaimed, "You could have simply told us the truth. Why did you not do so?" The Red Queen seems to have encountered a malfunction. Lin Fang understood the cause. Cherishing human life was the core directive of the Red Queen, yet she was also bound by another imperative, to ensure the security of the corporation. Thus, the live broadcast was terminated. In comparison to Little Black, this Red Queen was significantly inferior. Her speech and thought processes were rigid, indicating a low level of intelligence. Merely a rudimentary artificial intelligence managing the facility. "I was unable to restore communication," Kaplan remarked after a brief inspection, "unless we shut down the Red Queen." That was sufficient. Lin Fang gestured dismissively, choosing to leave this place for the time being. If the upper echelons of this world were not merely a group of gluttonous fools, they would have already grasped the gravity of the situation. And if, by unfortunate chance, they truly were a band of swine, that would also be advantageous. It would mean this world belonged solely to him. Why did the prospect of such an outcome seem more favorable? At the lowest level of the hive facility, Weskier. It is not yet time. Isaac was awakened from his hibernation chamber. After donning his formal attire, he fixed a piercing gaze upon a muscular, blonde man with a slick-back hairstyle. Give me a reason, promptly. Boss, there has been a slight complication. Your scheme has been disclosed. Who? Isaac's expression darkened. Aside from Weskier executing the plan, the other executives were still in slumber. Even the clones standing in for him on the surface were oblivious to this development. Worldwide. Weskier spoke in a low tone, wearing sunglasses. Someone has conducted a global live broadcast of Project One. The crowds in Raccoon City are evacuating, and the Umbrella Corporation is on the brink of collapse. With a sudden jolt, Isaac stumbled back and collapsed into his chair, due to the biological chip. He understood that Weskier would not deceive him. Momentarily, as Isaac regained his composure, he swiftly assessed the situation. Upon hearing the Special Operations Team leader reveal his location, a flicker of relief crossed Isaac's eyes. It had not yet reached the worst possible outcome. But how did this James know such details? That was no longer significant. He was nearing his end, and the corporation was crumbling. Isaac's gaze turned murderous as he observed several individuals moving within the hive, and he pressed a red button on the console. Red Queen, terminate the Alice plan, open all gas lock doors, and eliminate these individuals. Sir, I do not recommend. Security code 340-7286, execute command. Weskier, awaken all corporate executives. If they wish to be buried underground, let it be so. After delivering his orders, Isaac returned to his chair, his expression complex, staring vacantly out the window. Under the projection lights, he could see the same scenery as outside. The blue sky, white clouds, and expansive clear skies. What a splendid world this was. Yet Isaac knew it was night. He had once read an ancient tale from the Middle Continent about a general named Xiang Yu, who, after leading his troops across the Zhang River, commanded his soldiers to sink their return vessels and destroy their cooking pots. This brave band of warriors severed their retreat, ensuring victory in the ensuing conflict. He resolved to emulate Xiang Yu. Chapter 62. The biochemical crisis begins. Alice is dead. I apologize, but you all must perish here. As this artificial intelligence's disconcerting voice echoed through the lab, Alice, having just crossed the threshold, clutched her head and let out a pained cry. The agony pierced deep into her brain. When Matt hurried to support her, Alice was already fading, teetering on the brink of death. The clone left behind her final words. Everyone, I have come to understand myself. It has been a pleasure knowing you. Thank you, James. You're welcome. I hope you have sweet dreams, Lin Fang responded, holding her hand, acknowledging that it was too late for any intervention, and they could only watch the protagonist's exit. Beyond that, he felt little else. The sound of the hive's airtight doors being breached reverberated, signaling the escalation of chaos. A cacophony of footsteps surged towards them. Around the corner, Lin Fang spotted a bald zombie dragging a fire axe. In the next instant, it was shot in the head by the operative Jade, its foul brain matter splattering across the ground. They all understood the zombie's vulnerability now. This was no movie where two would fall before the action even began. Though the protagonist was gone, at least their numbers remained unchanged, right? Dealing with these clumsy zombies did not require Lin Fang's intervention. The remaining 3 members of the USS team held advantageous positions and could easily fend them off. Yet, there were far too many, an unending wave. Bullets were rapidly depleting, and the mangled remains piled up at the doorways, forcing the later zombies to struggle through the wall of flesh, only to be dispatched with a single shot upon surfacing. The carnage persisted until dawn. Inside the hive, over 800 individuals had turned into zombies, and now approximately 600 lay dead before them, congealed blood pooling around Lin Fang's heels. I have only half a magazine left, Lane gasped, her hair matted with coagulated blood and flesh. Once I blow this place to smithereens, I'm off for a shower and some intimate company. Little Jay, what do you think? In response to Jade, a guttural roar erupted from the mass of zombie remains, several grotesquely barbed tongues slithering out, their powerful bodies crushing the zombies in the passageway into a half-mangled state. 5 liquors. Lin Fang counted, deeming it not too dire, just enough to share among the remaining survivors for a hearty feast. However, within mere seconds, more growls echoed from behind them, a hunting horde of lickers emerging in the corridor. Without hesitation, their final bullets rained upon the foremost lickers, blood splattering from their foreheads. Yet, they withstood the assault and lunged towards the entrance. Bang! Thud! Barely managing to close the iron door, the entire laboratory trembled under the onslaught of the liquor horde. Lane, witnessing the scene, placed her hands on her knees and shook her head in resignation. It seems we can prepare our last words. The others' faces turned ashen. Suddenly, a girl's voice crackled through the loudspeaker. The hive base has been activated, and Isaac has released all 100 of the lickers. You shall all perish underground. I find myself at a loss. Lin Fang retracted her earlier assessment of the Red Queen. She is not incompetent, merely a bit slow. The claws of the licker had already shattered the 5-centimeter-thick reinforced glass, and its grotesque head was struggling to intrude. Perhaps not yet. To the astonishment of those present, 3 parachute backpacks resembling T-13 models materialized in the hands of James, their usually stern and disciplined commander. Kaplan, Jed, put them on immediately. Lin Fang tossed 2 of the parachute backpacks towards the 2 men. There were no more to spare, as her own supply contained only 3 parachutes. You two, embrace them tightly. Lin Fang estimated that they were approximately 400 meters below the surface, an ideal distance for re-emerging into the light. Now, time-space package status, fully loaded. As the first licker began to enter and attempted to scream, the morning sunlight burst into the 1-kilometer-deep pit at a speed of 3.010 meters per second. This brought a long-awaited warmth to the faces of those positioned 600 meters above the ground. The licker beside them, paddling like a dog, shared the same sentiment. In reality, the limit for low-altitude parachuting is 50 meters, and Lin Fang believed that the current elevation, expanded to 10 times that, posed no significant issue. The scattered remnants of flesh, the howls of viral infected entities, countless insects, and the piercing cries of the group together formed a magnificent prelude to their descent. Amidst the endless rainfall, the 3 parachutes opened almost simultaneously. With the assurance of these highly rated parachutes, Lin Fang was not overly concerned about the raindrops. Though somewhat troublesome, they were not life-threatening, and survival was hardly in question, unless, of course, the 4 were particularly unfortunate. As they descended, Lin Fang's gaze upon the surface sparked a flicker of doubt. Were these high-ranking officials buried so deeply? No. Commander, take cover. Be careful. A 100-ton railcar suddenly crashed down upon James's parachute, plummeting together. They were now merely 200 meters above ground. Outside, chaos reigned. A late-night broadcast had plunged the world into an apocalyptic haze, igniting global uproar. T-Virus. Our world is in peril. Forgiving them is God's affair. Our mission is to send these demons bent on humanity's destruction to meet him. Representatives demand the Americas disclose the truth about Raccoon City. Resurrection of the dead, nightmare, or rumor. In disbelief, in the 21st century, there are still those intent on annihilating the world. The American government is set to make a significant announcement. The White House, the political epicenter of America, had never experienced a day as bustling as this. Thousands crowded the South Lawn, filling it to capacity. Evan and his classmates were among them, holding banners protesting the Umbrella Corporation, seeking the truth. Amidst the anxious anticipation of the crowd, President LK ascended the podium, shielded by the Secret Service. This normally buoyant leader appeared weary today. Rubbing his brow before gravely addressing the microphone, the T-Virus is indeed real. The moment his words escaped, an uproar erupted throughout the White House. A cacophony of voices echoing in fear of becoming the horrific spectacle witnessed in the live broadcast. Likewise, the global audience shared in this trepidation. James is our hero in the Americas. He has exposed everything. We have procured a sample of the T-Virus, and the military is surrounding Raccoon City. The government has everything under control. There is no need for excessive concern. LK's reassurances quelled the crowd's unrest momentarily. However, just as he was about to continue, an individual rushed forward, documents in hand, urgency etched across their face. What? The hive base is missing? As LK began to inquire further, a sudden, excruciating pain surged from behind, forcing him to clutch his neck and gasp. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Mr. President, what is happening? Frank, the head of the Secret Service, hurried to his side, only to be met with LK's eyes, now veined with an unsettling crimson, his pupils clouded. A wave of dread washed over Frank. Just as he reached for his firearm, a sharp pain pierced his neck, swiftly escalating. Oh no, it's that hospital. In an instant, Frank's consciousness spiraled into chaos. Zombies. The horrifying scene on stage ignited a deafening scream from the crowd, panic surging like a tidal wave. That afternoon, an urgent document was placed atop the desk of the highest authority in the continent. The entire American leadership had perished. The biohazard crisis had commenced. Chapter 63. Indomitable will. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fang contemplated leaving a scathing review for the parachute in the toxic world, citing its failure to prevent a train collision. Thud. At the critical juncture, even with the max super thick cushion, Lin Fang felt as though his very essence had been jolted from him. Worse still, it seemed this was no mere illusion. It was surfacing. Fine, let me just perish here, Lin Fang mused as the tremendous recoil flung him away, leaving him incapacitated upon impact with the ground, fortuitously landing beside a grotesquely dismembered licker. Amidst the relentless downpour, this licker, grievously wounded, still crawled toward Lin Fang with a tenacity that elicited his admiration. In his peripheral vision, he glimpsed a door opening in the Earth's surface. Evacuation time, 6:32:03. Time became an indistinct blur until Lin Fang caught a whiff of a faint, putrid odor, reminiscent of rotten eggs blended with a spoonful of durian in a concoction resembling longevity noodles. To be frank, he felt nauseated. James, if you don't wake up soon, it will be kissing your face. A voice, thick with malice, rang in his ears. Lin Fang abandoned the pretense of being lifeless and obediently opened his eyes. In the spacious and well-lit laboratory, a zombie, bound to a wheelchair, was desperately inching closer, its teeth clattering and drool dripping from its chin onto the floor. The dark-skinned man furrowed his brow, not due to the zombie before him, but rather because he realized that his own condition was far more tragic. His limbs had been severed at the roots, the wounds crudely bandaged, blood seeping through the gaps in the gauze. Several loops of yellow tape were wrapped around his chest, securing him to the wheelchair. He exchanged glances with the zombie chained behind him. Lin Fang felt a twinge of amusement. He resembled a legless octopus, reduced to two circles, one large and one small. How pitiful it was that he was still alive. The only surprising aspect was the state of Black Star at that moment. Two slender black cords dangled from its neck. Evacuation countdown, 2:06:24. Isaac? Lin Fang inquired of the middle-aged man in the white lab coat standing before him, whose sharp features and hooked nose unmistakably identified him as the antagonist, with Weskier looming behind him. It seems you do not recognize me. Isaac forcefully pressed Lin Fang's head forward, the nauseating stench of decay from the zombie assaulting his senses. Reveal the location of the hive base. Or explain how you achieved this. I can reattach your limbs. Muscles will soon begin to necrotize, and your time is limited. On a nearby screen, footage played of James and his companions surrounded by lickers in their final moments. Isaac's eyes glinted with madness. It was because of this man that he, who could have dominated the world upon awakening, was now reduced to a pitiful creature trapped underground. He had to seize every opportunity. In pain, Lin Fang replied, I have a condition. You must reattach my body first. Otherwise, I will not utter a word. He was adept at stalling. And as he began to close his eyes to rest, he attempted to position his arms across his chest, only managing a slight movement of his shoulders. This was what it felt like to be without arms. James, you have but one chance. Isaac released his grip, gesturing for Weskier to push Lin Fang away. In the operating room, Lin Fang calmly told Isaac, please have the doctor administer less anesthetic. After uttering this, he assuredly closed his eyes. However, when he opened them again, he realized it was already rather late. Evacuation countdown, 0:00:30. Wait, there's no need for that. Lin Fang urgently interrupted the doctor tending to his wounds, weakly calling out to Isaac, Dr. Isaac, please come closer. Can you understand Chinese? This is extremely important. Naturally, believing he was about to unveil a secret, Isaac hastily responded. It is indeed for the best. Lin Fang managed to force a smile on his pale and frail face, whispering into Isaac's ear, fool. I've endured you for far too long. This is a token of my appreciation. Suddenly, a countdown Moab, GBU-43B, massive ordnance air blast, materialized between the two. This was a toy Lin Fang had modified in the American military depot within the Venom world, with an explosive radius of 150 meters. With a chime, Isaac barely had time to comprehend what was happening before his fragile body was engulfed in the center of the explosion, flames instantaneously flooding the underground space. It mattered not who was present. If they all perished, there would be no issue. Successfully evacuated from the biohazard dimension. Resources acquired. Raccoon City Hive Base. Weight of the biohazard dimension increased. Current weight, 12. Lin Fang was savoring his breakfast. Judging by the increase in weight, it seemed this harvest was significant. As expected, the Black Star provided a valuation of 1288. Should he sell it? Lin Fang pondered. For he was quite envious of the T-virus data and various cutting-edge instruments within the hive. Moreover, Su Anqing had acquired a research institute in Switzerland, which was in dire need of such equipment. These instruments were the cornerstone of biotechnology, offering immense support for symbiotic research. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. It was not easy to procure them, requiring meticulous selection. Thus, Lin Fang opted to sell, confident that such items were backed up in his homeland. Next, he would expend his plunder points to enhance his strength, marking the 4th time he had done so. Upon consuming the 1288 plunder points, Lin Fang furrowed his brow. Feeling the enhancement was disappointingly minimal. Could it be that Black Star's optimization had a ceiling? Unlikely. Now, he encountered the concept of sunk cost. Indecision was not in Lin Fang's nature. He swiftly resolved to wager the originally reserved 2,000 plunder points, determined to shatter this ceiling. Minutes later, Lin Fang opened his eyes. His gaze imbued with surprise and uncertainty. This felt like an entirely different power. Chapter 64. The value of sacrifice. The crowd scattered like startled ants, fleeing in every direction as reason and order collapsed in an instant. With the first elderly person struck down, a stampede ensued, bodies pressed against one another, breaths suffocatingly close. All momentum forward transformed into a staircase leading others to heaven, or perhaps to hell. Evan Wilder awoke once more from his nightmare, convinced he was meant to descend into hell. If only he had reached out to that elderly man on that fateful day, would circumstances have been different? Over half a month had passed since he witnessed President LK transform into a living corpse. Following the impact of over 100 T-virus missiles that inexplicably rained down across the Americas, his homeland was doomed. Fortunately, his hometown lay a considerable distance from New York, rendering the terrifying virus, capable of airborne transmission in its initial stages, ineffective. In New York, 3 T-virus missiles had detonated, turning the city into a veritable realm of the undead. He and his parents are currently trapped in their home, with the 1st and 2nd floors locked tight, only able to move about on the 3rd floor. Each day, they live cautiously, afraid to make even the slightest sound, lest they attract the attention of the zombies that roam the streets. This small town has transformed into their playground. Food supplies are dwindling, and a woman around 45, after retrieving a packet of biscuits from the cupboard, wore a worried expression. "I'll go out for a moment," said a burly man with a bushy beard as he nonchalantly pushed aside the packet of biscuits, stating, "They aren't fast. As long as we are careful, we should be fine." Evan stood up, declaring, "Father, I will go with you. Get lost, stay here, and look after your mother. I will return as soon as I can," the burly man replied, grasping a double-barreled shotgun before cautiously descending the stairs. Watching him leave, Evan and the woman could only silently pray for his safe return. However, as evening fell, Blondwire did not return. With darkness encroaching, Evan could no longer remain still. He picked up a metal rod about a meter long and prepared to descend the stairs, only to be stopped by the woman, her eyes red with worry. "Don't go. It's too dangerous. Please promise me." Sighing, Evan embraced her, gently saying, "Don't worry, mother. If I don't go out today, I will regret it for the rest of my life. You must trust me." He gave her a resolute look before turning and making his way down the stairs. Once on the 1st floor, Evan secured books to his arms and legs with tape, ensuring everything was in order before opening the door. Faced with the now unfamiliar street, he gripped the iron rod tightly, inhaled deeply, and stepped outside. Snap! He misstepped. In the silent night, the sound of the iron rod striking the ground echoed, and Evan Wild realized he heard a gasp from above. "Ah, what a cursed life this is. If I hadn't come, would this unfortunate soul have simply died from the fall?" With a hint of confusion, Lin Fang picked himself up from the ground, examining his surroundings in the dim moonlight. The air was thick with a foul stench, and the street lay in disarray. 2 corpses lay by the roadside ahead. It was not due to Lin Fang's keen eyesight, but rather the overpowering odor of the 4 indistinct masses. Indeed, it was the hallmark of an apocalyptic town. Just as he sought further confirmation, footsteps approached from behind, and then the door swung open, revealing a foreign woman with tear-filled eyes who rushed out to embrace him. "Evan, are you all right?" Upon hearing this, his identity became clear. This woman could not possibly be her husband, and given the circumstances, it was apparent that the enforcers had vanished. Without them, Lin Fang believed he could act with greater audacity. "Madam, I'm sorry, but your son is dead." He gently pushed her away, offering a warm smile as he continued. "Or rather, we need to begin a game. If we succeed, he may yet live. This requires everyone's cooperation." "Evan, what are you saying?" Luciana retreated 2 steps in terror, staring at the young man whose face resembled her son's, but whose demeanor was entirely foreign. Just then, several zombies staggered out from the shadows, and in the distance, a large figure loomed. "Get back inside," Luciana urged urgently. Lin Fang had no intention of showcasing his marksmanship before her. It was futile. He followed his mother into the dwelling. The immediate priority was to clarify what had transpired. Wasn't Isaac supposed to have been blown to smithereens? How could the T-virus still be spreading so rampantly? On second thought, perhaps this was not entirely disadvantageous, as it could add a modicum of excitement to his scavenging quest. Beyond the T-virus, there must be an abundance of treasures in this world, and he certainly did not wish to settle for the meager rewards of a one-way guarantee. Outside, a few adorable creatures were incessantly battering the door. Had it not been for the iron reinforcements at the entrance, they would have long since breached the threshold. Such was the architectural charm of American towns, where simplicity and comfort reigned supreme. "Your Excellency, can you tell me what happened to Ewan? I implore you to leave my son's body. He is still so young." "I can take his place," Luciana pleaded, her expression filled with sorrow as she led Lin Fang directly to the 3rd floor. She understood that her son would never jest about such matters. Ewan was genuinely in peril, and her husband was inexplicably missing. In that moment, despair enveloped Luciana. Lin Fang halted her from kneeling, for he had inherited the tradition of honoring the elderly and cherishing the young, conducting himself with integrity throughout his life, harboring nothing to conceal. After several minutes, Lin Fang endeavored to elucidate the rules of this game to Luciana, explaining that he had saved the unfortunate soul on the brink of death. "Your Excellency, do you mean to say that Ewan could return in no more than 6 months? Hope flickered in Luciana's eyes. Faced with such a predicament, her only recourse was to believe. Surely, there would be a resolution in due time. Lin Fang nodded. Uncertain whether he could achieve a seamless victory, it was equally possible that he would meet a heroic end akin to James, who could have lived. Alas, Lin Fang believed that a measured sacrifice held greater value. Before long, as Lin Fang began to acclimate to his newfound powers, he could not help but feel a chill at the madness of the Umbrella Corporation. On the day LK president and the American high-ranking officials perished, the T-virus-laden intercontinental missiles surged forth from American soil at speeds exceeding Mach 25, casting a shadow over the globe. The Western Hemisphere had largely succumbed, devolving into a paradise for the infected. In contrast, the Eastern Hemisphere fared somewhat better, having evidently taken precautions. Most of the missiles were intercepted abroad, sparing the majority of its populace, despite some collateral damage to smaller nations. With the network long since severed, this was the fragmented intelligence Lin Fang pieced together from what Luciana had disclosed. How many souls resided in the Western Hemisphere of the biohazard world? Approximately 2.6 billion. Rounding to about 2.5 billion individuals had joined the ranks of glorious life evolution, alongside countless animals. Lin Fang felt that reclaiming the Western Hemisphere from the East would be a formidable challenge. Chapter 65. She would rather this be a divine being. Why had the counterattack been so fierce? Could it be that the one he had blown to bits was merely a counterfeit? In the biohazard world, where cloning technology thrived, this was a trivial matter. One must not overlook any possibility. In the film's narrative, the antagonist Isaac ultimately meets his demise at the hands of his own clone, an absurdity that seems almost plausible in the context of the story. This raises the question of where his true self is concealed. Within a room, Lin Fang enumerates several potential locations, yet verification of these sites will require time. There is no urgency, as he has another matter to attend to, seeking out a father who has ventured out to forage and whose fate remains uncertain. Upon learning of this, Lin Fang, the protagonist, readily embraces the quest with enthusiasm. A heartwarming conclusion to the game appeals more to the masses. With a mere thought, an icon within the warehouse vanishes, and a black weapon storage case materializes upon the table. As it opens, a fully equipped Glock 17 and 416 Hong Kong dollars come into view. Luciana observes this spectacle, her initial urge to dissuade him dissipating, replaced by a sense of awe. Such abilities are reserved for deities or demons. She fervently hopes that he is the former. With a swift motion, bullets find their mark, piercing the foreheads of several zombies that threaten to disrupt the peace. The silenced handgun proves to be both perilous and lethal. After neutralizing the threats below, Lin Fang gazes contemplatively at the pitch-dark street to the west, noting the multitude of obstructions, not to mention the lurking zombies. Should a rat or feral cat infected with the virus emerge to take a bite, it would spell the end of the game. Night demands greater caution than day, unless one possesses the might to trample through. After some contemplation, Lin Fang retrieves a formidable 110-ton behemoth, the ZXK-173-300 main battle tank from the Venom dimension. Its design bears a resemblance to the real-world Leopard 2, albeit with a more imposing stature, featuring a 173mm caliber cannon. What particularly delights Lin Fang is its capability for single-person operation, with automation enabling both automatic reloading and main cannon assistance for aiming. He once sold a similar tank to Black Star, a valuable asset worth 6 looting points, albeit with the drawback of a maximum speed of only 60 km/h. Advancing at full throttle, Lin Fang pushes the joystick to its limit. The tank surges forward, its alloy tracks grinding against a pickup truck abandoned in the street, producing a lamenting creak. Luciana stands agape by the window, watching the tank proceed westward. The cacophony draws the attention of the zombies lurking in the shadows, who stagger forth only to be mercilessly crushed beneath the tank's treads. The commotion awakens several colossal creatures, and Lin Fang furrows his brow at the sight of a bioengineered giant elephant charging towards him. Standing approximately 5 meters tall, its innards grotesquely strewn about. It presents a striking visual impact. Its companions, however, appear far more presentable. With no intention of engaging them directly, Lin Fang fires a high-explosive round, matching the caliber of the main cannon, towards the target. The tank is stocked with 30 high-explosive and armor-piercing rounds. Even if they could take flight, it would be futile. Their demise is inevitable unless they can burrow underground. The distant explosion captures the attention of the burly, bearded man, and although he remains oblivious to the cause, a flicker of hope ignites within the previously despairing Bruin Wilder, praying that the noise will divert the horde of zombies at his feet. Yet the proximity of flesh and blood has driven this horde of zombies into a frenzy. As the sustenance continues to drip with fresh blood, a tantalizing aroma that serves as a prelude to their feast. They paused momentarily, only to become even more raucous in their cries. "You beasts!" shouted the burly man with a thick beard from the tree above, his voice filled with despair. "Even in death, a warrior of free will shall not be bitten by you." Bah! His backpack was laden with provisions he had gathered for his family. Bruin tore off his blood-soaked trousers, revealing a gash over 20 centimeters long on his thigh, deep enough to expose bone, a wound inflicted by a sharp piece of scrap metal. He had only managed to bind it with a few strips of cloth. There was no turning back now. Bruin secured himself to the tree trunk with his trousers, fully aware of the grim reality he faced. "Forgive me, Luciana," he murmured, lost in a reverie where he envisioned his wife frying bacon in the morning light, the grease sizzling in the pan. Indeed, in the final moments of life, one often recalls the most beautiful memories. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, a consequence of excessive blood loss. Yet he could only gaze quietly towards the east, the direction of home. Time became an abstract concept as Bruin was jolted awake by a distinct tremor. His lips had turned ashen. What was that? He widened his eyes in astonishment at the light illuminating the corner, nearly losing his grip on the tree. It was a monstrous vehicle, grinding its way through the carnage. No words could articulate the shock that enveloped Bruin. A primal urge to survive ignited within him, and the formerly dull gleam in his eyes rekindled with hope. Surely, there were humans inside. If zombies could operate tanks, this world had descended into madness. But as he beheld the menacing cannon pointed directly at the base of his tree, terror seized him. Wait, there are still people here. The burly man summoned all his strength to shout, waving his arms and legs despite the pain, fearful that a shell might strike him at any moment. Such a suffocating manner of death. The cannon slowly lowered, and Lin Fang, having found it peculiar that the zombies were hosting a gathering beneath the tree, finally understood upon seeing the shadow of a dancing figure on a branch. He could not ascertain if this individual was his long-lost father. Lin Fang had roamed the vicinity for quite some time, encountering several survivors who excitedly rushed out. But upon careful inquiry, none were the person he sought. As a young man of traditional virtues, Lin Fang readily agreed to take them with him when he returned. Save for one who foolishly obstructed his path. TCH, now there's no difference between you and the zombies. There were approximately 20 zombies beneath the tree, their cacophony leaving them indecisive between the delicacies above or the tank behind them, which was noticeably larger. Lin Fang made the decision for them. Maneuvering the ZXK-173300 main battle tank around the base of the tree. In an instant, the noise ceased. The tank came to a halt at Bruin's feet. And as he regarded it with anticipation, the top hatch of the tank gradually lifted. At that moment, the burly man felt as though he had glimpsed the light. Are you Bruin Wilder? Chapter 66. Preparing to depart for the central continent, if there exists anything that could infuriate a father more than being disowned by his own son, it would surely be having that very son point a gun at him. Blongweirder believed that the youth before him was no longer the somewhat timid Evan he once knew. He had never witnessed such a fierce expression on Evan's face before. It seemed as though a demon had taken possession of Evan's body. Yet, when he produced a medical kit seemingly from thin air, Blongweirder found this revelation more palatable. It was, after all, a matter of life and death. My lord, you have saved my life, and I shall never forget your kindness, Blongweirder expressed gratefully from within the tank compartment. Lin Fang nodded slightly. In saving him, he had expended 2 of his own icons. On the return journey, the number of infected beings blocking their way had visibly diminished by more than half, indicating that the infection in this small town had nearly been eradicated, though survival here had become untenable. The same could be said for the entire Western Hemisphere. 123. All accounted for. After successfully boarding the obedient trio of survivors, Lin Fang resolved to head back, indifferent to the fate of any others who may remain. As dawn began to break, Luciana stood at the window on the 3rd floor, having not closed her eyes all night, silently reciting prayers while gazing down at the street. The roar of the engine shattered the morning stillness, and Luciana gripped the window ledge tightly, nearly holding her breath as the tank, caked in grimy blood, slowly rolled over the debris and into the street. Do you need me to ask you to come down? Lin Fang inquired, looking at the 3 still atop the tank with a puzzled expression as the hatch opened. No, we'll come down now. The 3 survivors atop the tank shakily descended, their faces pale and smeared with blood, leaving no one to know what horrors they had endured the previous night. It was a scene so terrifying that even the devil would recoil. As Luciana stepped out of the room, she instinctively covered her mouth upon seeing her husband assisted from the tank compartment. Regardless of who Evan had been, that was no longer of consequence. I'm fine, Blongweirder reassured her, dragging his injured leg as he embraced her, his face filled with relief. After the shaken group gathered for a modest breakfast, their expressions gradually settled. Claudia observed the young man resting on the sofa and clenched her fist discreetly. Her own bloodstains had been washed away, and her youthful visage combined with her graceful figure once more instilled confidence within her. After steadying her breath, Claudia approached with a radiant smile. Sir, I am truly grateful to you. What do you thank me for? Lin Fang replied, opening his eyes and speaking gently. At the sight of Lin Fang's gaze, Claudia's body involuntarily trembled. It was this very tone he had used the night before when he had commanded someone to move aside before crushing that individual with the tank, so cold and unfeeling. I thank you for protecting me. Claudia managed to control her voice, speaking with an admiring tone. If there is anything you need me to do, I am willing to assist. Hearing this, Lin Fang's eyes brightened as he regarded her with approval. Indeed, there was a task that required her help. Luciana led Claudia to retrieve a hose and high-pressure nozzle from the storeroom, offering her a supportive pat on the shoulder. You are a girl who understands gratitude. However, that is not what I had in mind. Claudia gazed at the tank, marred by debris, and then at the nozzle in her hand, once again displaying a countenance of despair. In approximately a week, I will lead you away from here, Lin Fang remarked to Luciana and Bruin, who were bound in bandages, suggesting their departure from the Western Hemisphere to the east, most likely to the central continent. It was imperative to find these 2 a secure place, enabling him to explore further. Naturally, Mr. and Mrs. Bruin had no objections, having witnessed his miraculous abilities. They refrained from inquiring how Lin Fang would traverse the vast distance to the central continent, merely expressing their gratitude. A day passed swiftly, and by evening, Claudia and the others managed to clean the tank parked in the courtyard, ensuring it no longer emitted an abhorrent odor. Upon seeing Lin Fang emerge, Claudia hurriedly approached, her face alight with joy. "Sir, we have cleaned the tank," she exclaimed, not claiming sole credit for the task, a rather unwise approach. "Well done," Lin Fang replied casually, moving to stow away the ZXG-173300 main battle tank, as there was little else of value to take. Time-space package status. Fully loaded. Claudia was about to speak when she beheld this scene, her mouth agape, unable to articulate the remaining words. Staring blankly as Lin Fang entered the room, she inquired, "Sir, what would you like for dinner?" As Evan opened his eyes, he heard Luciana's voice. "Mother, what did you call me? Where am I? Wasn't I supposed to rescue father?" Panic surged through him. Luciana barely had time to react before Evan bolted out, exclaiming, "Do not stop me. If I do not find him, I will regret it for a lifetime." Upon opening the door, Evan was met with an unexpected sight, a figure seated, happily polishing a black rifle. "Father, what are you doing here?" Lord Bruin observed his son's bewildered expression and realized his foolish boy had returned. Minutes later, Evan, in a state of terror, clutched his head in disbelief and addressed the two. "Are you telling me that another person occupied my body, exterminated the zombies in the town, and saved you both?" To him, this was a far more terrifying notion than the T-virus itself. "Evan, you must remember that your body no longer belongs to you. Take care to rest," Luciana advised in a serious tone. Bruin's tone was less gentle. "Do not let others perceive any weakness, and do not engage in reckless behavior. Do you understand?" Seeing that neither of them intended to speak on his behalf, Evan felt a pang of injustice and trepidation. Why was no one inquiring about his opinion? Evacuation from the biohazard dimension successful. Resources acquired. ZXG-173300 main battle tank. Current dimension weight 13. In the villa, after placing the tank back in the warehouse, Lin Fang surveyed the hundreds of icons within, invigorated by the sensation of becoming a collector. Yet, he realized it was far from sufficient, as he remained distanced from the grand scene that encompassed all things. Moreover, Lin Fang clenched his fist, reflecting on the undeniable pleasure his own body brought him. That physical form, which could fatigue even after a few shots, was intolerable for even a single day. Perhaps traversing dimensions came with additional burdens. Otherwise, one might succumb to madness. It was time to further hone his newfound abilities. Chapter 67. Speculation on abilities in the international arena. Weights are categorized into three classes. E1 and E2 levels, known for their exceptional precision, are utilized for scientific calibration. F1 and F2 levels are commonly found in industrial and commercial precision measurements, while M1 and M2 levels offer slightly less accuracy, sufficient for ordinary weighing. Lin Fang's desk was adorned with a white box containing a complete set of standard weights. Upon opening the lid, Lin Fang gazed at the E1 level weight marked at 1 gram, circular in shape, roughly the thickness of a fingernail. He began to exert his power. Not quite right. As with a mere thought, the 1 gram weight eerily floated out of the box, as if an invisible hand withdrew it. It hovered silently before him. "Rotate," Lin Fang commanded in his mind. The weight began to spin in place, not merely due to inertia, but rather as if it were enveloped by a constant force field. Rotating steadily. The nearby laser speedometer indicated a current rotation speed of 200 revolutions per minute. "Accelerate." Lin Fang focused, and the weight's spinning velocity noticeably increased. 300 revolutions per minute, 400 revolutions per minute, and finally 777 revolutions per minute. At this point, the force field encasing the weight seemed to reach its limit. Regardless of how intently Lin Fang stared, it would not accelerate further. As time passed, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His energy was nearly depleted. With a soft thud, the weight fell onto the desk, producing a delicate chime before quickly lying flat. Yet, Lin Fang felt quite pleased. Just a week prior, he could only reach 750 revolutions per minute. And it was evident that this power could indeed grow through training, albeit such improvements seemed trivial compared to external enhancements. After a brief respite, he resumed testing. Lin Fang closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to extend like tentacles, and once again perceived the weight. Passing over it, he spotted a ruler and continued onward until, at a distance of 121 meters, he could see no further. It dissolved into a void. With his eyes still shut but brow furrowed, A weight marked at 100 grams floated from the box, beginning to rotate in the air, albeit at a much slower pace, reminiscent of a weary donkey pulling a millstone. In a moment of distraction, he inadvertently stepped on a child. The visual perception of objects before Lin Fang began to flicker and distort, and the 100-gram weight soon plummeted to the ground. This was the ability Lin Fang attained after surpassing his limits. Initially, he had believed he had acquired a form of mental or telekinetic power akin to those described in novels. Consequently, he was so exhilarated that he spent an entire sleepless night preparing to embark on his training and forego beef. After an unexpected incident, Lin Fang dismissed the previous speculation. At that moment, as he returned the weight he had practiced with to the box, he noticed a slight movement of the adjacent 1 milligram weight. A common person would likely have overlooked it, but Lin Fang astutely detected this subtle change. To ensure it was not merely a figment of his imagination, he conducted multiple validations to rule out static electricity or other factors. Only then did he confidently conclude that this rotated weight had become magnetized. Clearly, the reason for its magnetization must be attributed to the training of his new abilities. However, why could this ability lead to magnetization? Boldly hypothesizing and cautiously substantiating, Lin Fang turned his attention to one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetism. This also clarified why all the objects his consciousness perceived exhibited the same color. He had previously believed himself to be colorblind in his mental prowess. Assuming that the power within his brain was indeed electromagnetic force, how could it influence the weight? Was it through the interaction of magnetic and electric fields? The source of force in a rotating object creates a highly concentrated local electric field around it, relying on this electric field to generate thrust, thus providing an explanation for the weight's magnetization. Next, a point could serve as evidence. If his ability truly was the manipulation of electromagnetic force, and the essence of electromagnetic force lies in the interaction between charged particles and photons, it implied that as long as Lin Fang willed it, he could control electric currents. Given this, the verification process was not overly complex. Lin Fang glanced at his computer, directing the tendrils of his mind to caress it. Soon, the computer screen began to flicker erratically, as if it were nearing a strong magnetic field. After retracting his tendrils, the screen promptly returned to normal. At this point, there was no longer any doubt. The hypothesis was confirmed. His ability manifested as mastery over electromagnetic force. It was only today that Lin Fang became familiar with his powers, rating them a perfect 10. All matter is governed by electromagnetic force. Although he could currently only manipulate weights and spark mosquitoes, with further effort and enhancements, transitioning from the macro to the micro realm, he would become omnipotent. It bore a certain resemblance to Dr. Manhattan's capabilities. After 2 hours of rigorous training, Lin Fang meticulously gathered the weights and returned them to the box, as this training was quite energy-consuming. The following morning, after a simple breakfast, Lin Fang turned his gaze to the Black Star. Before re-entering the world of biohazard, he needed to find a vehicle capable of effortlessly spanning thousands of miles. And there was no realm more suitable than that of Venom. Alas, he felt fatigued, yet all of this was in pursuit of saving the world. Venom Dimension anchored. Please select arrival location. Lin Fang perused the map of the Venom world in his consciousness and randomly chose an airport terminal rooftop located in the land of the rising sun. Smiling, although my bonuses have doubled over the last 2 months, I still prefer my previous work life. A sweet-looking woman complained to her companion in the airport changing room. I am utterly exhausted and not accustomed to this at all. Another woman stuck out her tongue and remarked, "It's not so bad. It's all the Raiders' fault for seizing Hamada Airport. Now everyone has to come here." Alas, regardless of the circumstances, I still wish to avoid going to work. Outside, a commotion seemed to arise. The 2 flight attendants, initially oblivious while changing into their uniforms, rushed out as the noise escalated, only to find a crowd gathered in the departure area of the airport. Miling and Tsukishima Yuno approached, and their eyes widened in shock upon seeing the nearly 2-kilometer-long chasm. The largest runway had vanished. Their aircraft was parked there. It was the Raiders. They were here just moments ago, murmured a male flight attendant. How could this be? Tsukishima Yuna exclaimed in disbelief. Our captain will surely be heartbroken. Tears streamed down the male attendant's face as he lamented. They stuffed Captain Gonnan into the plane and took him away. 36 hours later, an aircraft materialized in an open space in Yingzhou, and Lin Fang angrily kicked the unfortunate captain out. Almost forgot, you can't escape from over there. Chapter 68. Emergency Landing in the Early Morning. Warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a golden glow upon the verdant grassland at the edge of the small town, where a delightful little rabbit was blissfully enjoying the beautiful moment. This was a rare eastern cottontail rabbit, untouched by infection. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. The view was expansive. This place was quite agreeable. Lin Fang nodded in satisfaction at the runway that covered the entire stream, upon which sat a passenger aircraft reminiscent of a Boeing 787, boasting a range of approximately 15,000 kilometers, sufficient to reach the Eurasian continent. However, a pressing issue loomed. There was no captain. Yet Lin Fang excelled at problem-solving. The previous afternoon, he had achieved a 5-star rating in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2025. Takeoff, autopilot, landing. None of it was particularly complex. Life is always filled with adventures, don't you think? At an altitude of 35,000 feet, Captain Lin Fang set a straight course with the INS and mused, as long as we move forward, we will inevitably find our target. The co-pilot, Blanc, appeared pale, his lips trembling as he stammered, "Your Excellency, it seems the landing gear was damaged during takeoff." Lin Fang frowned. "You must be mistaken." Perhaps. As he glanced at the red lights on the control panel, the burly man silently crossed his heart. Perhaps Blanc's prayers had borne fruit, for the aircraft miraculously navigated safely for nearly 10 hours, and the silhouette of the continent began to emerge in the distance. Lin Fang opted to make an emergency landing over the safest expanse of sea, as he had done in the simulation game. The prowess reflected in his 5-star rating was evident. After a brief bout of turbulence, the aircraft landed approximately 20 kilometers off the coast of Yinzhou. On the inflatable slide, Claudia gazed at the outline of the continent, tears of excitement streaming down her face. No matter what, she vowed never to board a plane again. Beside her stood a young man, a veritable incarnation of the devil. Lin Fang gazed at the coastline, pondering how to traverse it, when a sudden blast of a ship's horn pierced the air. A medium-sized patrol vessel swiftly approached the group, sending up a spray of water. An officer emerged, his demeanor stern and commanding, and addressed the group sharply. "Where do you come from?" While the others were perplexed, Lin Fang understood the inquiry. "America." Upon hearing this articulate response in the Central Continent's tongue, the officer on the patrol ship regarded the young American with a mix of surprise and curiosity. It is evident that any nation typically harbors a less than welcoming attitude towards refugees, particularly those of differing ethnic backgrounds. Nevertheless, the group was escorted to shore, where a soldier prepared to lead them to a survivor camp. Once on land, Lin Fang comprehended why the Central Continent's military had appeared in this locale. They were in the process of reclaiming lost territory. Corpses of infected individuals littered the roadside, forming small hills. Clearly, India had failed to intercept the T-virus missiles, underscoring the importance of air defense, while the Himalayan mountains had prevented the virus from spreading further inland. 2 airburst bombs whizzed by, and only after distant flashes illuminated the horizon did the sound of violent explosions reach their ears. In the face of modern artillery, the infected within Indian territory fell like ripe wheat, the progress alarmingly swift as the border expanded. This marked both devastation and rebirth, swift, ruthless. Such is the nature of national power, devoid of compassion. The relentless barrage stirred a sense of unease within Lin Fang. May the world find peace. Upon reaching the entrance of the survivor camp, he surveyed the squalid conditions and the few scattered survivors within, losing any desire to enter. "I need to speak with your commander," Lin Fang instructed the soldier behind him. "You speak Central Continent's language?" The young soldier, eager to complete his escort duty and achieve recognition, was taken aback. Inside the makeshift camp, Wang lay, adorned with 2 stripes and 3 stars. Initially dismissed the soldier's report of an ability user, yet he recognized that the subordinate would not fabricate such a claim. Thus, Lin Fang was granted an audience with the highest authority in the region. "You are an ability user? Prove it to me." Wang Lei, observing the young foreigner with brown hair and blue eyes, spoke in a low voice, eager to discern the truth of the matter. In the next moment, Wang Lei felt an unexpected lightness, as the blazing sun outside suddenly illuminated his face. "What the?" In this manner, Evan and his family were promptly transported to the heart of the Central Continent's Academy of Sciences, where he became the most prized experimental specimen, indulged with every necessity. The Blanc couple was also settled in a community adjacent to the academy. Lin Fang complied fully, providing blood samples, and participating in experiments, eagerly anticipating the discoveries that might arise from their research. Space Superpower Research Archive, Project Number S001, Top Secret, Research Subject, Evan Wilder, Suspected Space Superpower User, Research Location, Central Continent 4th Biological Institute, Phase 1, Basic Ability Assessment Storage Space Parameters, Volume Limit, approximately 1 billion cubic meters mass limit, Unlimited, current conditions do not allow measurement. Storage restrictions, organic life forms cannot be stored. Access speed, storage, instantaneous, objects must be in physical contact, retrieval, instantaneous, can specify any coordinate within 3 meters. Experiment 1. Internal space detection, a medium-sized detection device equipped with high-definition imaging. Temperature sensing, pressure detection, and signal transmission functions was stored in the space and retrieved after 1 hour. Conclusion, detection failure. All electromagnetic signals were immediately interrupted upon entering the space, and no value changes were observed upon retrieval of the detector. Experiment 2. Energy variation experiment based on the failure of Experiment 1. A 500 G solid ice block with a surface temperature of 18 C and a 500 G red-hot steel block with a surface temperature of 500 C were stored in the space and retrieved after 6 hours. Conclusion, thermodynamic processes were completely halted, verifying the characteristic of absolute time stasis. Summary, this is a powerful superpower user with formidable abilities, a stable character, and a penchant for peace. It is recommended that the state recruit him. However, the latter part of the summary was fabricated by Lin Fang. In reality, his space is unstable, often resulting in erroneous storage and loss. Over the past month, with the increasing number of experiments, the Central Continent Academy has suffered significant losses, to the extent that even the main institute has vanished, prompting the relocation to the 4th Biological Institute. Director Tang, I am very concerned about the potential loss of this instrument. Perhaps we should reconsider. In the laboratory, a young man anxiously gazed at the machine before him, hesitant to extend his hand. This silver-white machine, rumored to have been painstakingly constructed during the past month, was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations and possessed immense value. Lin Fang was deeply worried about potential errors. Do not fret, Evan. I know you are a good kid, and this time we will surely succeed, exclaimed Tang Peiqiang, his silver hair shining with excitement. If we make a discovery today, it will be a monumental breakthrough in humanity's exploration of the realm of space. A few minutes later, an ambulance rushed into the 4th Biological Institute. Chapter 69. Rebirth of Umbrella Corporation as the world was fervently competing for territory. A young man named Evan returned to his room, a villa located approximately 2 kilometers from the 4th Biological Institute. During his leisure time, he could only remain there. Spanning over 500 square meters, with dedicated personnel for food, entertainment, and even scavenging for technological refuse, Lin Fang often contemplated a life of complacency, if not for his aspirations. Such is the advantage of information asymmetry. Yet upon waking today, confronted by the myriad of surveillance devices in his room and noting that his weight had reached 53, Lin Fang resolved to abandon the charade and expedite his progress. The toxic substance icon in the warehouse vanished, and a mass of thick, black substance appeared in Lin Fang's hand, gradually merging with him. Fang, why have you become less handsome? A grotesque black skull materialized, casting a bewildered gaze upon its surroundings. The air was permeated with the stench of decay, distinctly different from before, for this was a new world. Really? I can hardly contain my excitement. Upon hearing this, venom eagerly attempted to infiltrate Lin Fang's body. Evan, what on earth is that? An astonished voice echoed from the monitor. It belonged to the caretaker who usually attended to Lin Fang's needs. Moments later, footsteps rushed up the corridor. Lin Fang merely bestowed a gentle smile upon the camera. In the next instant, the entire villa and the cacophony vanished, as a shadowy figure plummeted from the sky and landed with remarkable speed. This was a figure whose code name would undoubtedly elicit jubilant cheers from the denizens of another world. The Reaver, with a swift motion of his hand, the villa reappeared 2 meters above the ground, crashing heavily to the earth. Lin Fang remarked, indicating that he had aimed with effort. The few figures within the villa were jostled violently, left to watch helplessly as this black monstrosity sped away toward the outskirts of the city. Evan, what in the world is that? After successfully traversing the strait, Lin Fang arrived in the kingdom of Yingzhou on the evening of the second day. the trials of his journey feeling trivial in comparison. The vibrant neon lights signified that order still prevailed in this island, clearly having weathered the onslaught of the T-virus, which pleasantly surprised Lin Fang. The streets of Tokyo were plastered with enticing recruitment posters, and at the intersections, individuals were actively promoting enlistment. The evening buzzed with liveliness, and a young Caucasian man with brown hair and blue eyes stood out conspicuously as he strolled down the street, garnering pitying glances from several Yingzhou inhabitants. Once a ruler, now reduced to a stray dog. While his imperial army waged war on the very land that once belonged to them, the empire was poised to embrace even greater glory. Lin Fang retrieved a pilfered phone, where the largest forum in Yingzhou was abuzz with activity. Some rejoiced at the arrival of the T-virus, heralding a new global order, while others lamented the hegemony displayed by neighboring superpowers in military endeavors. When the cake was placed before them, no one could resist a slice. Upon reaching the city center, Lin Fang circled several times, failing to locate the original Umbrella Corporation building, the very purpose of his visit to Tokyo. If Isaac were still alive, the most probable hideout would be the underground base in Tokyo. After some searching, Lin Fang discovered that the original Umbrella Corporation's edifice had been taken over by a new company, the largest building he had recently passed, Reborn Umbrella. Was it truly that obvious? Lin Fang scratched his head, realizing he had overlooked the name. Upon entering, a sweet young girl clad in a white uniform approached him promptly. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Lin Fang replied candidly, "I am looking for Isaac." Just as he spoke, a surveillance camera slowly pivoted in their direction. The sweet girl pondered momentarily before expressing an apologetic demeanor. "Sir, we do not have anyone by the name of Isaac here. Please, if you would." The words she wished to utter remained lodged in her throat as she gazed in horror at the man transforming into a towering black monstrosity over 3 meters tall. Unbeknownst to her, a gaping chasm had appeared beneath her feet, its edges polished as though meticulously crafted. "Your head appears quite delectable." Venom licked its tongue before leaping directly into the abyss. The unfortunate receptionist fainted from fright. Beneath Tokyo, a hive existed, a veritable hive, far grander than that of Raccoon City. After sealing the chasm, Lin Fang meticulously examined the layout of this underground base. It was an astonishing replica. No, it was on a larger scale. This was the true hive. "Intruder, I command you to leave immediately," blared the voice of Red Queen through the loudspeaker. Yet, Venom paid no heed, casually dispatching dozens of armed personnel before continuing downward. These must be clones. The defensive system of the hive was utterly ineffectual against Venom. Upon reaching the final level, a sunglass-clad, blond man with a slicked-back hairstyle obstructed Venom's path. Weskier, Lin Fang assessed him for a moment. Indeed, the authentic version exuded a certain gravitas, his physique enhanced, allowing Venom to expend 2 punches before sending him flying. Moments later, just as Venom intended to smash through the laboratory's imposing doors, they swung open automatically, revealing Isaac, whose face was etched with despair. "Who are you? How do you know so much about Umbrella?" Without indulging in lengthy discourse, Lin Fang swiftly absorbed the formidable boss. As he surveyed the vast hive base, he felt an emerging sense of authority. This was far superior to the cold, sterile data of a virus. Yet he needed to consult the original owner's opinion. Half an hour later, Lin Fang released Isaac and earnestly proposed his suggestion. "This requires the consent of the other upper echelons." Isaac bowed his head to Lin Fang, who had revealed his true nature when individual strength was too weak. Any resistance merely served to entertain others. Moreover, he was not human. Recalling the overwhelming terror of having his senses stripped away, Isaac involuntarily shivered. Lin Fang chuckled. "This is simple. While we have the opportunity, let us convene a shareholders' meeting and summon them all." The subterranean shareholders' meeting lasted half an hour, with some in agreement and others dissenting, the dissenters holding the majority of shares. After ineffective communication, ultimately, all concurred. The transfer of authority commenced, and the Red Queen changed hands. Thus, Lin Fang acquired all assets of the Umbrella Corporation. No, it should be termed the Reborn Umbrella Corporation. This could reshape an entire world. Chapter 70. Establishment of the subsidiary. In his hand, Lin Fang held a silver USB drive inscribed with the words Reborn Umbrella. In the room, he scrutinized the drive, which contained something rather straightforward: the entirety of the Umbrella Corporation's technological data. It even included the G-virus, which Isaac was preparing to unleash upon the world, a far more terrifying entity than the T-virus. For this purpose, he had secretly manipulated the upper echelons of the entire Yingzhou region. This was Isaac's counterattack plan. Certainly, his new boss bravely interrupted this nefarious scheme, once again rescuing the world. This was the second USB drive that Lin Fang presented. The first had been sold to Black Star a fortnight ago, when it generously offered an unprecedented price of $3,288. The T-virus, G-virus, holographic projections, artificial intelligence, biological chips, human hibernation pods, brain interfaces, memory editing, and the technology he valued most, perfect cloning. All of these had become treasures in Lin Fang's repository. Each achievement represented a groundbreaking discovery in the real world, holding significant implications for the development of the company. However, one cannot indulge excessively at once. These precious materials needed to be released gradually. Or at least that was the facade. Little Black, after casually inserting the USB drive into its own body, Lin Fang paid no further heed. Understood, boss, came the reply. The following day, a passenger aircraft from East Continent gently descended upon Zurich Airport in Switzerland. A young man with black hair, clad in a casual shirt, leisurely descended the steps, arriving in this world-renowned neutral territory. His eyes concealed unfathomable depths. After declining the advances of several European beauties, Lin Fang spotted Zhou Hui waiting outside the airport. Although some time had passed, Zhou appeared unchanged. However, appearances can be deceiving. Who would have guessed he was now a senior executive in a multinational corporation? Well, one might argue that managing two countries qualifies as multinational. Boss, you finally arrived, Zhou Hui exclaimed, opening the car door for Lin Fang, while internally grappling with tumultuous emotions. The moment Lin Fang drew near, Zhou's sense of urgency peaked. How could he shake the feeling that his boss could easily overpower him with a single hand? No, it must be an illusion. Zhou felt a newfound urge to compete with him once more. Thus, while driving, he remarked, Boss, shall we have a spar when you have time? Certainly, Lin Fang replied, intrigued by the prospect. A black Renault Traffic cruised steadily along Zurich's Wing Avenue. Lin Fang surveyed this world-renowned kingdom of horology, which also stood as the Silicon Valley of biological sciences, home to numerous research centers, with many globally renowned institutions among them. The presence of the top 10 pharmaceutical companies, Roche and Novartis, added pressure to Lin Fang, who was contemplating his future endeavors in Switzerland. When would his emerging company, third-party biotechnology, be able to surpass these established giants? Lost in thought, Lin Fang arrived at his destination, a suburban research park in southern Switzerland. This was not a site of smoke-belching factories, but rather a cluster of research bases. Boss, we're almost there, and Xing is waiting for you at the entrance, Zhou Hui announced as he drove into the largest building within the park. This edifice spanned approximately 5 million square meters, prominently displaying the logo of third-party technology atop its facade. This was the enterprise Lin Fang had acquired for around 30 billion Middle Continent coins, now officially renamed Third-Party Biotechnology Company. Its predecessor had been a well-regarded research institute, and the intricate acquisition process had unfolded over several months, culminating just 2 weeks prior. The third-party technology company has incurred a domestic bank debt of approximately 10 billion. Lin Fang smirked slightly. While he did not dwell on this financial burden, he still hoped for a worthwhile return. Boss, I have fulfilled your task. Upon seeing Lin Fang exit the vehicle, Su Anqing, clad in a light gray women's suit, hurriedly approached him to claim credit. However, as she drew near, she was taken aback. My goodness, how has the sense of authority from the boss intensified in just a few months? Well done. Lin Fang was naturally aware of her efforts and remarked with a smile. Perhaps you should consider a salary increase. The amount is up to you. That is quite unnecessary. Faced with Lin Fang's warm smile, which was half a head taller than her own, Su Anqing felt her heart race. It was only after she spoke that she realized what she had missed. Come on, Su Anqing, you are now the CEO of a company worth hundreds of billions, commanding the negotiation table with prowess. Why shy away from discussing money? Be assertive. Yet, at this juncture, she could only respond with tears in her eyes. Boss, will we be meeting with the executives today? Apart from the two of them, no one was aware that the decision-maker of the third-party technology company had arrived. Tomorrow, Lin Fang replied. Today, aside from enjoying the exotic scenery, I have a promise to fulfill. On a new morning, aside from the security minister who was on leave, the large conference room began to fill with senior executives from the third-party technology company's Swiss branch. Whispers and curious glances circulated. as no one knew why they had been summoned so abruptly. These people from Zhongzhou enjoy engaging in formalities. One could hardly believe that the headquarters is a company selling health products. Do they even understand biotechnology? A somewhat impatient voice rose from the middle, causing the attendees to change their expressions. The project leader responsible for cervical cancer treatment, who prided himself on multiple patents, had always been outspoken and arrogant within the company, whose most renowned achievement was indeed cervical cancer treatment. Su Anqing found herself at a loss against him. Yet, it was unexpected for him to utter such disparaging remarks about the company in such a significant meeting. At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels echoed from the entrance. CEO Su Anqing entered, her pace measured, accompanied by a completely unfamiliar young man from Zhongzhou. It was only when he took the seat of authority that the attendees recognized who had arrived, the supreme authority of the company. Under the scrutiny of his gaze sweeping across the room, a palpable tension began to permeate the atmosphere, causing hearts to skip a beat. After a brief silence, Lin Fang spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Fang, a native of Zhongzhou and the founder of third-party biotechnology." Lin Fang surveyed the large assembly in the conference room and, reflecting on the arduous journey he had undertaken, proclaimed, "If all goes as expected, you will all be working for me. Do any of you have objections?" The dozens of people in the meeting room instinctively shook their heads. Observing the situation, Lin Fang cast a commendatory glance towards them, expressing his pleasure at their recognition. "It is my hope that we shall share a delightful time together today, now that I have just arrived. However, after becoming aware of certain events that transpired within the company yesterday, I feel compelled to address a matter." With that, Lin Fang turned his gaze towards the center of the conference table and gently declared, "Mr. Xiao Hyamade, you have been dismissed." Chapter 71, High-Level Meeting. New RD Project. The people of Rue country possess a striking characteristic, arrogance. This trait is particularly pronounced in those who have achieved prominence within the industry. Akin to the conceit of the self-important Xiao Hyamade, Lin Fang could empathize. When he first obtained cutting-edge technology, he felt akin to a sovereign of the world. Alas, such thoughts were mere illusions. "Boss, you may not comprehend my significance to the company. The world-renowned cervical cancer-specific CAR-T cell therapy was my brainchild." Facing the scrutinizing gazes within the conference room, Xiao Hyamade's face flushed a deep red as he indignantly asserted, "It is worth noting that several international companies are eager to recruit me. Indeed, Mr. Xiao Hyamade is exceptionally talented." Acknowledged the young man with dark hair in the prominent position, nodding in agreement. Just as Xiao Hyamade began to relax, Lin Fang interjected once more. "I sincerely hope that the next company will offer Mr. Xiao Hyamade an annual salary of 20 million Swiss francs. Such a sum, coupled with his incessant complaints, warranted a few resounding slaps rather than the magnanimity he presumed." Xiao Hyamade's expression darkened significantly, and upon noticing the silence from his colleagues, he scoffed disdainfully and exited the room. What a ridiculous company! As silence enveloped the conference room, Lin Fang regarded the CEO beside him, who appeared somewhat uneasy, and smiled knowingly. He understood why Su Anqing would offer such a substantial salary. Retaining a world-renowned scientist was indeed crucial for the company. Yet, Lin Fang believed it unnecessary to retain a mere ornamental figure who merely revels in past glories while condescendingly viewing its benefactor. Lin Fang redirected his attention to the meeting room, particularly focusing on the heads of several key projects. The company had its roots in a research institute dedicated to cancer and genetic diseases and had naturally absorbed those operations, currently developing several new medications. After careful consideration, he deemed them sufficiently competent. Deciding against pretense, Lin Fang stated, "I will be suspending the current research and development projects." "Boss, you cannot do this." The moment those words left his lips, the attendees of the conference room widened their eyes in disbelief, with several heads of the RD department leaping to their feet, caught off guard by the sudden development. In the midst of the uproar, Lin Fang raised his hand to signal for silence. "This is not an abandonment. Rather, once I complete the new project I am assigning to you, I will allocate funds for your continued research. After signing the electronic confidentiality agreement, the Xingshu system will issue new research objectives, and you will understand upon returning to the laboratory." However, these words did little to assuage the discontent of the assembly. An elderly man clad in a white lab coat, with an unremarkable visage, spoke gravely. "Mr. Lin, I require an explanation for this decision. Otherwise, I shall not acquiesce to the company's arrangements. Lin Fang turned his gaze towards him. Mr. Driesen, your accomplishments in biomedicine command my admiration. The development of PDL1 targeted drugs that you oversee is indeed a boon for the prevention of hereditary cancers. However, I must be candid. I possess technical data that could potentially cure liver cancer and other poorly differentiated liver cancers. If successful, patients afflicted by these malignancies will be granted a second chance at life. Lin Fang's demeanor was warm, embodying the spirit of inquiry that he sought in talent. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Driesen exclaimed, astonished, unable to believe the words of the young man. The others in the conference room shared his incredulity, their expressions reflecting shock and disbelief. The attendees were not novices. If these two types of cancer were conquered, it would mark a monumental breakthrough in medical history, pulling millions of newly diagnosed patients from the depths of despair to the shores of hope. Lin Fang chose not to elaborate further, stating directly, in your respective fields of expertise, I have proposed new research projects. Detailed information will be available upon your return to your laboratories. Should you find this unacceptable, new personnel will be appointed to replace you. Merely a dozen special drugs for terminal diseases. Lin Fang mused that MIT would be better utilized elsewhere, deciding to transfer him to develop new projects with him en route. Evidently, he had been overly cautious. After the conference room emptied, Su Anqing emerged from her shock. Unlike the others, she understood that Lin Fang's assertions were not mere fabrications. She had developed a blind trust in him. Because of this, Su Anqing felt that the third-party technology was standing at the precipice, on the verge of being engulfed by the surging waves if not careful. Imagining the predatory wolves lurking, the young CEO found her breath quickening. Lin Fang noticed her distress. What troubles you? Just as she was contemplating how to outmaneuver Johnson and decisively defeat Ruihui, Su Anqing suddenly snapped back to reality, gazing at Lin Fang in astonishment. Boss, I think I've become overly excited. Mag Driesen, access granted. After verifying his fingerprint and iris, Driesen hastened back to his laboratory, although skeptical of the young leader's claims. His curiosity and exploratory spirit as a researcher compelled him to power on his computer. To his surprise, the system indeed issued new research projects to him. Truth be told, this Star Hub system was the most advanced management system that Anderson had ever encountered. This alone indicated that the company was anything but ordinary. Gazing at the confidentiality agreement, Anderson swiftly signed it at the bottom, prompting the screen to shift to a plethora of technical summaries. He began to methodically peruse the information. It can be done this way? The elderly man's expression transitioned rapidly from earnestness to bewilderment, then to eager enthusiasm, and finally to fervent excitement. The same transformation occurred among several other top researchers, who had never anticipated that every word Lin Fang spoke during the meeting was true. Each document here had the potential to propel a company into a position of strength, emerging as a new star in the industry. Now, with more than a dozen such documents, was the company truly intent on revolutionizing the entire pharmaceutical realm? As a few individuals reveled in their exuberance, a young man with dark hair donned his protective gear and entered a laboratory, poised to commence his research. A new batch of clones had already been cultivated in the subterranean hive. Lin Fang had previously conversed with Isaac regarding their methods of controlling the clones, which involved implanting thoughts and memories during the embryonic stage before consciousness could form, thereby ensuring loyalty to the corporation. However, influenced perhaps by a certain female protagonist, Lin Fang was resolute in his decision to prevent the third-party technological clone army from possessing independent thought. Instead, he intended to adopt an alternative method, chip control. The relevant biotechnology pertaining to chips was also securely stored in his warehouse. It was nothing short of perfection. Chapter 72. A personal army. The Umbrella Corporation's use of biotechnology was straightforward and brutal, no deception, only control and destruction. After all, the Red Queen, this artificial intelligence, could accomplish little beyond that. As the new proprietor, Lin Fang had scrutinized the details of Isaac's apocalypse plan. He had embedded 0.1 milligrams of the T-virus within the biological chips implanted in the upper echelons of the Americas, intending to detonate them on the same day. However, plans had changed, prompting him to decisively advance the date. Truly, a remarkable villain. With this thought, Lin Fang wasted no more time. With a mere thought, an icon in the warehouse vanished, and a black temperature-controlled box materialized upon the desk. After entering the password, the electronic lock of the box was disengaged. and a gentle waft of white mist escaped from the crevice as the box slowly opened, revealing a dozen test tubes filled with a pale green liquid and several boxes secured in their slots. Lin Fang picked up a box inscribed with Hades, which contained the Umbrella Corporation's cutting-edge Hades mind control biochip, named after the Greek god of the underworld, a technology capable of mastering both soul and death. Its value was exorbitant, with each unit costing approximately $1 million. Thus, Lin Fang was hesitant to take too many, ultimately requesting only 200. With tweezers, Lin Fang carefully grasped the oval-shaped chip, also a pale green, measuring about 60 square millimeters. To the naked eye, both sides appeared coated with a layer of white powder. Intrigued, Lin Fang swiftly enveloped the chip with an electromagnetic field and a densely populated miniature city, composed of crystals and circuits, materialized within his consciousness, an achievement unattainable by modern industry. Just as he sought to delve deeper, a faint burnt odor emanated from the chip, causing Lin Fang's expression to stiffen. His mastery of the force field was still insufficient, and $1 million seemed destined for the trash. After disposing of the remains, Lin Fang retrieved a signal converter resembling a USB drive from the temperature-controlled box, which featured a seed-shaped indentation. After placing the new green seed inside and connecting the USB cable to the computer, the most laborious and arduous task had been completed. The remainder was left to Little Black. The boss, Xiaohe, is currently analyzing. Analysis complete. This chip essentially functions as a biological computer equipped with its own storage, processor, and signal source, capable of simulating neural impulses and stimulating the brain. Well done, Xiaohe. You truly are an invaluable member of our company. Lin Fang praised without reservation, admiring the efficiency. Oh, it's all thanks to your excellent guidance, boss. Xiaohe seemed a bit shy. Can you meet my requirements? Absolutely, boss. By implanting an enhanced intelligent program, we can fully achieve control, manipulation, and even assassination. Lin Fang felt reassured. Good. I'll leave this matter in your capable hands. The user will have to wait a few days. A week later, Lin Fang returned to the laboratory, which had been closed since last week, with no one else possessing the access rights. After securing the door, a bed with 5 individuals lying upon it materialized in the empty space. These were the clones cultivated by the hive for Lin Fang. Standing at a height of 185 meters and weighing 90 kilograms, their facial features were designed according to various modern ethnicities, with each of the 5 exhibiting distinct appearances, all male. In accordance with Lin Fang's specifications, they had been hormonally suppressed from the onset of their development, retaining only their cerebellum and brainstem, essentially, mere shells capable of breathing. However, gazing upon these bodies, indistinguishable from adult humans, Lin Fang felt a moment of hesitation. Did they not deserve their own lives and thoughts? TSK. Perhaps he had indulged himself too much. With a wry smile, Lin Fang turned the first clone over, preparing to implant the modified Hades chip. He opened the temperature-controlled box on the table once more, retrieving a vial of pale green liquid, which he poured into a nearby transparent container. This was not the T-virus, but rather the carrier for the Hades biological chip. Had it been the former, Lin Fang would have been in dire straits by now, or perhaps his genetically optimized self had developed a resistance. With tweezers, Lin Fang delicately extracted a green, flat organism from the liquid, resembling a beetle but with 8 white tendrils beneath, each adorned with tiny serrations. This organism, a mutated virus approximately 3 times the size of the Hades biological chip, squirmed anxiously, clinging to the cell tweezers, and Lin Fang could even hear the sound of its tendrils scraping against the tweezers. Absolutely magnificent. Lin Fang retrieved another instrument from the temperature-controlled box to secure the organism. It had a mere 3 minutes of viability in the air, necessitating swift action. With an 11-blade scalpel, he swiftly incised a small opening in the back of the mutated organism, quickly inserting a piece of the Hades chip. The bioelectric currents released would power the chip. Once inserted, the Hades chip seemed to vanish within its body, its back wound healing rapidly. Lin Fang then made a 2-centimeter incision in the nape of the first clone, placing the green flat organism atop it. As if sensing the scent of blood, the organism immediately burrowed into the wound, disappearing from Lin Fang's sight in less than half a second. No one would have anticipated that it would delve so deeply, relying on a parasitic existence nestled within the cervical vertebrae of the human body. Even in the event of the host's demise, it could sustain a brief existence through the vitality of the flesh. Moreover, The chip embedded within it is composed of biomimetic materials, making it exceedingly difficult for conventional detection methods, such as MRI and CT scans, to unveil its presence. This flat organism can even be detonated remotely by the chip, effectively preventing it from falling into the wrong hands. Convenient and succinct, it truly embodies the essence of its creator's innovation. A few minutes later, Lin Fang, filled with anticipation, addressed the clone lying on the bed. Hades, awaken. Under Lin Fang's gaze, the clone, temporarily designated as number 1, rolled over and sat up, directing its attention towards Lin Fang. Boss. Lin Fang approached, scrutinizing the clone, whose expression was calm and natural, with azure pupils reflecting his own visage, devoid of any abnormalities. It resembled a genuine, living being. How do you feel? Lin Fang inquired, tugging at its cheek. All functions are normal. The body is responding accurately. Came the natural yet emotionless reply from the intelligent program within the Hades chip. Xiaohei, what abilities have you implanted in them? Boss, I have integrated everything. With training, they will be capable of anything within their physical limits. Lin Fang's eyes sparkled with fervor. He envisioned bestowing identities upon these clones, transforming them into a force that could operate both in the light and in the shadows, an army solely belonging to him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fang resolved to name this formidable unit. Chapter 73, Strategic Planning and the Development of Armed Forces. He almost forgot his mission to safeguard the world. Lin Fang refocused his attention on clone number 1, clad in a tailored black suit, with broad shoulders and a robust chest that filled the garment perfectly. Even through the fabric, one could sense the astonishing strength it harbored. Unlike ordinary clones, number 1 and the 4 others behind him were masterpieces of genetic optimization tailored to Lin Fang's specifications by the hive base. Standing at a height of 180 centimeters and maintaining a weight of 90 kilograms with an ideal body fat percentage, they could exert a force of 250 kilograms with a single hand, effortlessly overturning everyday objects. Their running speed reached 13 meters per second, with a maximum reaction time of 0 for seconds, enabling them to swiftly respond to sudden situations. This was the physical data provided to Lin Fang by the hive. Essentially, one could contend with 10 opponents. A month had elapsed since they were implanted with the chips. Duke, are you ready to embark? Lin Fang addressed clone number 1, whom he had named Duke. Currently, his identity was that of an entrepreneur returning to his homeland for development, complete with all necessary documentation, an impeccably legitimate Kalmoran. Much like the 2 other clones from his past. Boss, at your service, Duke responded, his right fist placed against his chest as he bowed. After a month of training, the clone's movements appeared increasingly natural, and Lin Fang even perceived sincerity in its gaze. Who could have imagined that it was driven by a mere segment of intelligent programming? Last month, a private military company, PMC, named Delta was officially established in the nation of Moro. The company is located at a training base currently under construction on Zhuang Island. At present, it comprises merely 2 structures purchased online, ostensibly serving as Delta's facilities. The legal representative and sole shareholder is a man named Deduction. Although he currently lacks resources, he has begun advertising online for maritime security and armed consultancy services. The existence of clones, possessing immense combat potential, is indeed squandered if not utilized in active engagements. As Lin Fang possesses access to weaponry resources from 2 worlds, he often provides them with airdrops, including various types of clones. This support is unparalleled. On the surface, third-party technology maintains no affiliation with the military company Delta based in Moro. However, covertly, Delta's responsibilities extend beyond global dominance. They also aim to enhance their impoverished homeland. Most importantly, they are tasked with safeguarding the global assets of third-party biotechnology and eliminating any adverse influences on the company. To this end, Delta intends to form an armed force capable of executing efficient multinational operations, a clandestine unit dedicated to the activities of third-party technology. Lin Fang refers to this force as the HDS unit, an abbreviation for the Hades control brain chip, regarding the apparent security of third-party technology. In addition to a security department composed of veterans and professional security personnel, Lin Fang plans to establish a new department entirely staffed by clones, overseen by a figure known as Xiaohei. This department will be called the Comprehensive Department, aptly named for its all-encompassing responsibilities. This is the advantage of having a surplus of personnel. In the future, As Delta secures the Moro region, more options will become available. Currently, the demand for clones is immense, necessitating a swift acceleration in the cultivation efforts at the hive base, which will yield a staggering number. Lin Fang sees no fault in increasing the global population. Is this not a positive development? In the afternoon, Deduction departed with 2 associates. And the next meeting will likely coincide with the completion of Delta's establishment on an island in the Indian Ocean. One wonders how far Delta will evolve in the future. Observing the retreating figures of the 3 expedition employees, Lin Fang felt a sense of anticipation. When Midwest entered, he found Lin Fang reclining in a soft chair. Gazing upwards with a sigh, the atmosphere thick with a sense of oppression. He also noticed the 2 imposing men in suits beside him. What is troubling the boss? Just as MIT, who had noticeably lost weight, was about to speak, Lin Fang initiated the conversation. MIT, do you believe in the existence of deities? If they do exist, where might they be? Is our world merely a game for them? Boss, that is unrealistic. MIT could not suppress a roll of his eyes upon hearing such nonsensical queries. I am an atheist. Very well, I share that sentiment, Lin Fang replied, straightening his posture as he addressed the middle-aged man with seriousness. Are you adapting well here? Not at all. I feel as if I'm nearly rotting away. Give me a project. Might expressed a hint of discontent, lamenting that it had been nearly a month since he left Zhengzhou for this place. Initially, he felt quite elated upon witnessing this grand research facility. As a company capable of developing metabolics capsule technology must be extraordinary. Yet, to his dismay, he had yet to be assigned a project. When he encountered the familiar Deduction, Might intended to greet him, only to find the latter hurrying away. It was evident that a researcher in such haste was engaged in significant studies. I called you here because, indeed, there is a new project for you, Lin Fang stated, his tone somewhat grave. It's contingent upon your agreement. Might, upon hearing this, approached eagerly, his excitement palpable. Boss, hurry up. I can hardly wait. Observing his enthusiasm, Lin Fang did not hesitate, instructing the clones behind him to bring forth their cargo, a black box. Upon opening it, several items were revealed: a test tube containing a green liquid, a petri dish filled with a pale green substance, along with tweezers and a scalpel. Might's smile faded, the atmosphere growing tense. Lin Fang, sensing the weight of the moment, picked up a nearby document and, with a gentle smile, remarked, Might, what I am about to offer you is an extraordinarily precious agent. But first, you must sign this agreement. Only then can you truly join us. His voice held an enticing undertone. Otherwise, this agent will be allocated to someone else. With a sense of trepidation, Might took the document, his hands trembling as he flipped through its pages, hands that should remain steady even in the most meticulous of experiments. It was an agreement that any nation would recognize as belonging to a terrorist organization. The terms stipulated that upon signing, one would automatically become an employee of the third-party technology world, pledging lifelong loyalty to the company, with no possibility of resignation, even in death. Various codes of conduct were outlined, and the consequences of betrayal were alarming. Here, death was merely the lightest of penalties. Boss, is there anything else? After reading the document, Might had made a decision, yet the presence of the scalpel in the box made him tremble as he spoke. No, Lin Fang assured him. I merely forgot to dispose of it. There was no intention of implanting a Hades chip in those who would become employees of the third-party technology after signing the agreement. The Hades chip could not fully control a conscious human brain. In the event of severe conflict, it would destroy itself along with the brain. Lin Fang intended to use it on clones and those who obstructed the advancement of third-party technology. Gazing towards the cosmos, he held faith in the loyalty of his employees. The cultivated forces were not meant for trivial tasks. Might, you still have a chance to leave. Once you sign, there will be no possibility of withdrawal. You will be bound to serve the third party for life, Lin Fang stated solemnly within the confines of the office. Signing the agreement would signify a true commitment to the third party, thereby granting access to rare treasures. Lin Fang couldn't help but reflect on how benevolent he was towards his employees. Boss, I am fully aware, according to the terms of the agreement, even in death, one must serve the third party. However, I remain curious about the nature of this potion. It appears exceedingly enchanting. After expressing his thoughts, Might reluctantly inscribed his name on the voluntary loyalty to third-party agreement, sealing it with a blood-red imprint. Excellent, Lin Fang remarked with satisfaction, gesturing gracefully, causing the verdant elixir within the black box to float effortlessly before Might. Welcome to the inner world. From this day forth, I shall grant you B5 level access within this realm. This is a genetic optimization serum. Your task is to study it diligently, simplify its complexities, and ascertain any potential hazards. Perhaps it could be transformed into a capsule form. In the future, I will require it to exert control over a segment of the populace. In truth, Lin Fang could have commissioned the hive base to undertake this endeavor, yet he also valued the growth of his company in the tangible world. This genetic optimization serum, which could not be produced in reality, existed in only a few vials even at the hive base, with each unit costing approximately $2 billion. Such exorbitant expenses ensured its use would be limited to a select few. Miter stood in a state of astonishment, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. The deluge of information rendered him momentarily speechless. Each word was comprehensible, yet their collective significance eluded him. Superpowers, genetic optimization, terrorism. Was this truly the inner world of the company? After a prolonged silence, Miter emerged from his mental shock, akin to a child perceiving the world for the first time, as he tremblingly accepted the vial before him. Boss, what is its purpose? Enhancing physical capabilities, delaying aging. Logically, upon consumption, one could extend their life by an additional 50 years. Lin Fang's voice dripped with exquisite temptation. So, Miter, do you wish to try it? This prompted Miter to involuntarily swallow, devoid of skepticism towards the claims of his superpower boss. The Havlik limit had long restricted human longevity, yet he now beheld a substance capable of transcending that barrier. The scientist's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Of course, if you prefer not to partake, I shall not coerce you. Lin Fang observed Miter's expression and pondered if he had misspoken. This statement jolted Miter back to reality. Boss, are you implying that I too have a share in this? Only after you complete your tasks, Lin Fang continued. The D1 and D2 laboratories have been open to you, and the Star Hub has provided you with detailed information. I look forward to receiving good news from you soon. These were 2 Level 3 pharmaceutical laboratories located beneath the Research Institute, marking Miter's initial foray as a researcher from a third-party technology firm into this domain. Additionally, there existed a Level 4 biosafety lab on the second underground level, yet Lin Fang felt it insufficient. He envisioned a day when he would possess a laboratory or base of higher security clearance, at which point he could explore the research of the T-virus and G-virus for his employees. Boss, I shall not disappoint you. Sunlight filtered through the greenery, casting a glow upon the third-party technology compound, revealing a figure shrouded in secrecy. Upon exiting the building, Miter clutched the object hidden within the pocket of his lab coat, wary of crushing it, and he remained vigilant, scrutinizing anyone who approached him. Even though the experimental building was merely a few hundred meters away, Miter felt an overwhelming sense of peril. The treasures within his pocket were far too precious, rendering his own life seemingly insignificant in comparison. Why hadn't the boss dispatched anyone to safeguard him? He was left to exit the building unaccompanied, without even a box for protection. Dr. Miter, what are you doing here? A voice nearby startled Miter, nearly causing him to cry out. Turning to look, he found it was the company's CEO, Suanqing. Miter held her in high regard, perhaps for various reasons, but within less than a year, she had transformed a browser into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. Clearly, this young woman was exceptionally talented. Yet, she could also be a potential threat to his possessions, prompting Miter to tread cautiously. I'm merely taking a stroll, Miss Su. What brings you here? Same as you, she replied. Suanqing was not well acquainted with him and did not disclose her destination, merely expressing confusion over his preference for the landscaped areas. When Su Tian, his young assistant, saw his superior hastily return to the office to retrieve his belongings, his expression was one of excitement. Dr. Miter, is there work to be done? Miter regarded his youthful aide and hesitated for a moment before responding. Indeed, but Su Tian, you cannot participate in this. I will assign you to work with other supervisors. He admired the industrious and resourceful young man, especially since when Miter inquired if anyone wished to accompany him to Switzerland, Su Tian had been the first to volunteer. Unfortunately, he was not an employee of the inner world. The agreement explicitly stated that tasks related to the inner world must not be disclosed or mentioned to personnel outside of it. Failure to comply would be deemed a betrayal. Miter instinctively touched his neck. I am truly grateful to you, Dr. Miter. Please ensure that I can return to your side. I relish working under your guidance. Upon hearing this, Su Tian's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. If possible, Please grant me an opportunity, Doctor. As Mitter was about to step out, he paused, recalling that within the B5 level employee privileges of the inner world, there were 2 recommendation slots each year available, merely requiring an examination for approval. Su Tian, would you be willing to risk your life for the company? Chapter 74. The Biochemical Crisis and the Ascendance of Authority. Evan, you hopeless gamer. Hurry up and kill him. With a flurry of furious clicks on the mouse, the figure hiding behind the stone succumbed in a spray of blood, collapsing in tears. Evan quickly maneuvered his character, lying in the grass, to loot the fallen opponent. Upon discovering a powerful weapon inside, his face lit up. This game was secured. Victory and prosperity. Tonight we feast on chicken. Nice, I've finally achieved master rank. In a spacious and brightly lit room, a young man with brown hair and blue eyes gazed at the golden victory message, unable to contain his exuberance. Gaming was one of the few pastimes Evan allowed himself, especially when the being inhabiting his body was absent, as his range of movement was severely limited. It's my turn now. I'm going to log into my account. A sinister black head rose behind him and urgently interjected, "No, don't fall to silver rank. Arrival in the dimension successful. Current dimension weight, 99, as Lin Fang opened his eyes. He was greeted by the sight of a smoking box on the screen and the frantic figure of Venom, yet he found it all rather commonplace. After assisting it through 2 rounds, Lin Fang took the secret elevator down to the depths of the hive base, where he observed the facility had regained its former vibrancy, with lab-coated figures bustling about. "Welcome, Commander." The voice of Red echoed as the airlock opened. Lin Fang spotted Isaac, who was diligently occupied within. The elderly man's sharp features were alight with enthusiasm, despite Lin Fang's somewhat brazen demeanor, akin to a brigand demanding this and that, effectively transforming the hive base into a breeding center for clones. Yet, Isaac welcomed it willingly, as the rationale provided was a need for soldiers to battle in another world. Isaac was profoundly impressed at that moment. The vision presented to him was one of a grand multiverse, an ineffable epic expedition, an unending tale of civilization's rise and fall. This revelation imbued Isaac's life with newfound purpose. In contrast, his prior endeavors seemed childishly trivial, though he harbored doubts regarding the new commander's words. The terrifying abilities of the commander and that formidable creature dispelled his uncertainties. The young man named Evan was merely the commander's vessel in this world. To serve him was not merely a duty for Isaac, it was a fervent desire. He yearned to witness a broader world. "Commander, the first batch of 200 clones has been successfully cultivated, including 50 genetically optimized and 150 standard clones. As per your specifications, adjustments to height and appearance have been made. A larger breeding facility is currently under construction. Thank you for your hard work, Isaac." Lin Fang patted the villain's shoulder, genuinely moved. "I shall return tomorrow, and I will present you with a reward." Upon hearing this, Isaac's spirits soared, and he replied earnestly, "I look forward to your visit, Commander. May the brilliance of the Third Empire blaze like wildfire across every inch of the multiverse." The Third Empire. This was the name the commander had given to the faction he belonged to. Observing Isaac's exuberance, Lin Fang felt he might have oversold the idea, as he had merely been boasting. After collecting the 200 clones into the time-space package, Lin Fang, with nothing else to occupy him, decided to survey the situation outside. At this moment, the territorial disputes had reached their zenith, with various factions clashing fiercely on the American continent. The Ingzhou Kingdom, under the control of the Hive base, had also garnered considerable gains. It appeared that a new order would soon emerge, though the fundamental dynamics remained unchanged, characterized by a singular dominant force amidst many powers. As other nations had vanished, at least the outcome was somewhat improved, Lin Fang mused, as the instigator of it all. Upon successfully evacuating the biohazard crisis dimension, Lin Fang acquired supplies, 200 clones. The weight of the biohazard dimension has increased, with the current weight at 100. The disaster anchor point has been relocated. Lin Fang, well prepared, was not taken aback. He skillfully glanced at the biohazard dimension icon on the blackboard, where 2 messages had indeed appeared. Countdown, 8759, 2330, coordinates, 128s, 452e. The sight of the countdown caused a sudden heaviness in Lin Fang's heart. A mere year remained before the impending disaster, and the coordinates clearly indicated latitude and longitude. After entering the coordinates, he discovered that the location displayed on the map was actually Yacht Island, nominally part of the Moro Kingdom but effectively under the control of France. Situated to the east of Zhuang Island. What would transpire here in a year? Lin Fang remarked, Little Black, conduct a search. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a wave of data swept across the entire Moro Kingdom. Boss, no anomalies threatening human safety detected. Continuous monitoring in effect. Gazing at the island on the map, Lin Fang pondered deeply, feeling an unease that compelled him to investigate promptly. How dare you sneak up on me? Die? Evan, engrossed in his game, was utterly unprepared for the sudden appearance of another person, resulting in him falling to the ground, staring blankly at the dark-haired, dark-eyed youth before him. Lin Fang's gaze instilled fear in Evan, making him feel like a naked lamb, unable to hide. Who was he? Evan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Fang responded with a gentle smile, using his force field to help him up. His force field had now expanded from the original 11 meters to 10 meters, capable of exerting around 1,000 N of force, easily lifting an adult male. Lin Fang was willing to invest in this frightening ability, given the ominous prospects ahead. Without further ado, after assuring Evan he could return to his parents, Lin Fang stored away the venom and proceeded to the underground base. Commander, is this your true form? Isaac observed Lin Fang, whose presence radiated both approachability and an undeniable air of authority, reinforcing Isaac's resolve to follow him. If even a mere squad leader possessed such strength, he could scarcely fathom the formidable power of the third-party empire. Indeed, Lin Fang replied coolly, this is your reward. The icon in the warehouse vanished, and a container of pale blue symbiote materialized in Lin Fang's hand. This is a trophy I acquired on another planet, of the same origin as the one I possess. Yet uncontrollable. Lin Fang detailed some characteristics of the symbiote, eager to see if the highly advanced biotechnological hive base could unravel its mysteries. Perhaps there would be further surprises ahead. Chapter 75. Welcome to the arrival of third-party technology. In Central Continent. As secret surveillance captured the emergence of a dark figure within a residential building, a large contingent hastened towards the scene. Your Excellency, I am profoundly grateful for your kindness. Witnessing the reunion of my family of 3 fills me with gratitude. This is the sole act that Balloon can offer, for he lacks the capacity to assist the young man before him. He is a magnificent being, revered yet unattainable, destined to be admired from afar. Meanwhile, Luciana, feeling somewhat awkward as she wiped her apron, spoke up. Your Excellency, I hope you will stay for a meal. I have learned to prepare some dishes from the Central Continent. Just as the others anticipated that Lin Fang would decline, he paused, and with the courtesy of a nobleman, replied, Of course, please add plenty of chili to my portion. Everyone must eat. Even the savior is no exception. Lin Fang did not consider himself particularly unique in this regard before the emergence of the Black Star. He had relished the stir-fried beef at the school cafeteria and found himself somewhat nostalgic. Subsequent events demonstrated that foreigners could indeed create delightful Central Continent cuisine. Perhaps it was the chef's meticulous dedication. Apart from a fleeting moment of brilliance, it was truly a most enjoyable lunch. Could his force field intercept a bullet from a sniper rifle? Lin Fang calculated the answer. It could cause his head to explode, as it would require at least 5,000 N of force to divert its trajectory. Cherishing his life, it was time to retreat. Hastily finishing his last bite, Lin Fang transformed into a shadowy figure and shattered the window, much to the astonishment of the 3 onlookers. In the ensuing month, the citizens of the biohazard crisis bore witness to what could only be described as the logic of a brigand. This dark silhouette appeared inexplicably in every corner of the world, selecting and choosing at will. However, should one dare to resist, it would seize everything they sought to protect. Some cried out that the monster was subduing the world, and that humanity must resist to the bitter end. Yet, by the following day, that individual fell silent. For Isaac discovered that this fool was, in fact, a high-ranking official under his control and swiftly eliminated him in fright. Successful evacuation from the biohazard realm. Resources obtained. Martian rocket launch base. Exquisite mermaid sculpture. Lin Fang carefully positioned the mermaid sculpture beside his office. It was carved with remarkable lifelikeness and was exceptionally beautiful. The previous owner had boasted that it was the last work of a master artist during his lifetime. Such a meaningful artifact certainly deserved to be reclaimed. Blackstar at your service. Please confirm the transaction. Selling the nuclear-powered Martian rocket launch base will yield 328 plunder points. Lin Fang felt reassured that if the technological level of the items he acquired differed significantly from those of the past, Black Star would still offer a fair price, seemingly as compensation. This reflects one of the more humane aspects of Black Star. Black Star, resolve the disaster that will occur on Mayat Island in 11 months. Lin Fang stated, glancing at his impressive total of 3,668 plunder points. These were earned through tireless labor after exhausting his resources the previous month. Insufficient basic plunder points, transaction error. Lin Fang had anticipated this outcome and promptly decided to pursue an alternative transaction. Black Star, I require advanced knowledge of the disaster on Yod Island, including its location and specific circumstances. Please confirm the transaction, requiring the consumption of 2,000 plunder points. This time it suffices. Lin Fang pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating whether he should have been forewarned of this information. Unlike the meteors casually wandering through the cosmos, this calamity had provided no clues, and time was of the essence. Confirmed. In a moment of clarity, Lin Fang beheld an island, surrounded by the sea, its picturesque scenery captivating. This was Yod Island, where it appeared a human art party was being held by the shore, just as he wished to observe more closely. His consciousness was forcibly drawn to the central mountain of the island, plunging swiftly downward, traversing dense forests, weaving through the soil, and finally halting amidst the mountains. Before him lay a temporal fold, standing 100 meters high. As Lin Fang prepared to delve deeper into his investigation, his awareness was once again compelled forward, squeezing into the temporal fold. This fold expanded, transforming into countless webs, as a cacophony of sounds erupted around him. Amidst the surreal sights, Lin Fang glimpsed a humanoid creature with half a skull, traversing a desolate landscape. The world stretched endlessly before him. When Lin Fang blinked, he realized the service had concluded. No more than 10 seconds had elapsed. Was this catastrophe a temporal invasion defense battle? Lin Fang speculated it was likely, but what would the scale of the invasion be? If it resembled that of a bioweapon crisis, he felt it would be manageable. However, if it turned into a free-for-all, that would be a different matter. The likelihood of such an event seemed low, yet for prudence's sake, he resolved to hasten his pace. At that moment, Xiao He unexpectedly chimed in. Boss, Su Anqing is looking for you. Lin Fang was somewhat taken aback. His CEO was the second individual to sign the Underworld Treaty. Was there an issue? Xiao He, ever considerate, provided the background. Upon reviewing the information, Lin Fang's expression became animated. The Ruegwa Federation is a federal state, with the highest executive body comprised of 7 members forming the Federal Council, each overseeing one of the 7 major departments responsible for the nation's civilian affairs and military matters. Beneath this council lies the Federal Parliament, composed of 246 members tasked with selecting council members and supervising the executive institutions. This environment is rife with factions that often impede one another, earning it the moniker of a perfect system. This afternoon, however, the Minister of the Interior, Luciano Pellegrini, unexpectedly announced a visit to a sizable Chinese enterprise situated in the Basel district. This announcement stirred little commotion externally, as such visits were commonplace. Yet for one of the involved parties, it was anything but ordinary. As dawn broke through the fog, 5 black federal government vehicles entered the third-party biotechnology company. Upon stepping onto the meticulously laid red carpet, Minister Pellegrini was warmly greeted by the owner and reception team of the company. The young man at the forefront extended his hand and, in fluent German, enthusiastically welcomed. Minister Pellegrini, welcome to Third-Party Technology. I am Lin Fang, the owner of Third-Party Technology. Greetings, Mr. Lin. Luciano, clad in a dark suit and now well into middle age, presented himself with meticulous care, solemnly extending his hand to shake Lin Fang's. I have heard that a new company has been established here, and on behalf of Switzerland, I extend a warm welcome to the arrival of third-party technology. Chapter 76. The Curtain Rises, a sports supplement originating from the central continent, has become the newfound darling of countless individuals seeking weight loss in the first half of the year, garnering a multitude of positive reviews. Although the company that produces these capsules has consistently denied any weight loss effects, claiming they serve merely as an auxiliary aid, it has not hindered the global popularity of Metabolic's fat-burning capsules. Against this backdrop, Jalide Pharmaceutical commenced its restructuring in February, fully integrating into a third-party biotechnology firm. The name Jalide has now faded into the annals of history, while the metabolics weight loss capsules have officially submitted certification applications to countries worldwide, Switzerland being one of them. Lin Fang regarded the Minister of the Interior before him. Had it not been for the fact that the application for metabolics weight loss capsules had been stalled by the Swiss authorities for nearly a month, he might have genuinely believed in the minister's keen interest in third-party technology. The Swiss Medicines Agency had consistently cited that the application was under review. Upon closer inspection, the reason behind this delay was rather amusing, as the jokes he had previously encountered online were now manifesting before him. Minister Pellegrini was accompanied by a former employee of the third-party technology firm, project leader Shahamed, who had transitioned to work at Swissmedic after his dismissal. Moreover, he was also a university alumnus of Pellegrini. At Shahemed's suggestion, the influential minister had traveled from hundreds of kilometers away in the Glarus region to visit. Lin Fang had heard of the extensive alumni network in Switzerland, and today, he witnessed its reality. However, according to the information from Shahe, Pellegrini remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances. He merely perceived his university peers' proposal as a commendable idea, believing that visiting a Chinese company would indeed enhance his political image. The rationale behind Shahem's actions was straightforward. He sought to display his capabilities akin to a peacock unfurling its feathers. Yet, Lin Fang had always relished the thrill of hunting as a child. Mr. Shahamed, I have heard you have become a member of the Swissmedic Committee. It seems that your departure from third-party technology was a wise choice. On our tour, just as Shahamed, the old peacock, was about to unveil his display, Lin Fang interrupted him. My new drug has already reached the final review stage last month. Could you kindly enlighten me on the reasons for its continued rejection? The suddenness of Lin Fang's inquiry startled the group of over a dozen, causing the atmosphere to plummet to an icy silence. Apart from Su Anqing, the reception team from third-party technology was rendered speechless, unsure of how to proceed, as no one had prepared them for such a scenario. Oh dear, is this something that can be openly discussed? Shahem's smile instantly froze, his expression faltering under the weight of the scrutinizing gazes. Mr. Lin, data reviews must be conducted with utmost rigor. Pellegrini's brow furrowed. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended everything. Yet ultimately, they were on Swiss soil, and this central continent individual was rather audacious. Indeed, Lin Fang observed the flickering gazes of the Swiss officials, a hint of derision curling his lips. I initially presumed the fault lay with me. The federal convoy of Switzerland departed from the third-party technology firm, with Pellegrini seated in the rear, his countenance ashen, evidently distressed by the journey. Casting a sidelong glance at Shahamed, Pellegrini spoke coldly, old classmate. I expect a satisfactory explanation. Luciano, I was subjected to unjust treatment there, Shahamed replied, having anticipated the question, addressing him with a semblance of camaraderie. I merely sought to teach this company a lesson, yet I did not foresee their audacity in disregarding us entirely. I offer my apologies. Mind your words. Pellegrini retorted with a disdainful snort, pausing for contemplation before inquiring, what is their new medication? It is a remarkably potent weight loss drug, Shahamed recalled, a glint of avarice illuminating his expression. Its worth is at least over $200 billion. I cannot influence other nations, but I refuse to allow this central continent company to profit within our borders. Hence I have suspended its approval. Pellegrini, taken aback by such candor, regarded the bald man with surprise, seemingly unprepared for the transformation of his erstwhile friend. He was also astonished by the valuation of this new drug, which far exceeded that of a novel antibiotic. Of course, this hinges upon your judgment, Minister Pellegrini, Shahamed continued, fawningly. Pellegrini pondered silently. The convoy proceeded onward, gradually vanishing from the sight of the dark-haired youth. After visiting 2 more locations, Pellegrini returned to Glarus State 2 days later. The vehicle halted before a terraced villa in the government residence district, his abode, where his family awaited his return. Pellegrini's wife, a vision of grace and beauty, expressed her joy upon his arrival. Darling, welcome home. I have prepared dinner. Gently kissing her cheek, Pellegrini replied warmly. Erwin and Fulrina have not been mischievous, I hope? Daddy. 2 children, around 6 years of age, dashed from the living room. Pellegrini knelt, embracing them, one in each arm. In that moment, he was the happiest father and husband in Glarus State, at least on the surface. The nightscape of Switzerland was indeed enchanting. The moonlight was resplendent, the sky particularly ethereal, adorned with countless twinkling stars, encircling the Milky Way like jewels surrounding a crown. Skillfully fabricating an excuse for work, Pellegrini bid farewell to his family and re-entered his vehicle, heading in another direction. Prior to his appointment as a federal legislator, he had been a prosperous businessman, enabling him to acquire a villa nestled halfway up a mountain, offering a view of the distant Alps. It also served as a clandestine sanctuary. Here, he found solace, a true home that brought him genuine joy. Before the villa, Pellegrini meticulously adjusted his tie and suit, ensuring he appeared dignified and imposing before rapping upon the door. "My dear, you have finally remembered me." A tall, half-naked German man, with dark, lustrous chest hair exuding a potent masculine aura, lifted Pellegrini by her hips, exclaiming, "I can hardly wait." Just as the disheveled Pellegrini was embraced and carried into the villa by the German man, a third male voice resonated within the room. As the three had just disrobed, an unforeseen event transpired. Bang! The expansive floor-to-ceiling window, over 4 meters wide, shattered explosively as two cylindrical black objects were hurled into the room from outside. They were stun grenades,